You were the one who erased Jingyan and the others' memories without authorization. I'm lucky enough that I didn't hold you responsible. How dare you want a reward? Think about it yourself, is this appropriate? Yuan Qinghe had no choice but to leave in shame. Lin Xiangchuan couldn't help but secretly rejoice in his heart. You offended Feng Zhu so much before, and you still want a reward. I'm afraid you're just dreaming. However, although Yuan Qinghe is a fool, he has a good disciple. Feng Zhu praised Sima Xiao highly, which showed that he had a very good impression of him. Look at his annoying apprentices, they are all idiots who hold him back. Ugh. The disciple is not doing well and the master will break his head. To 1050, the disciple is not motivated, the master hits his head. Not only Wen Shan thought so, but everyone present thought so. Even Lin Xiangchuan thought so. It's not that he looked down on Feng Shi, but in their inherent cognition, the Haoshan mirror is a divine weapon, how can an ordinary person tame it? Wen Shan comforted him, Feng Zhu, it doesn't matter if it doesn't go smoothly. We can think of other ways. Feng Shi nodded, it has to be this way. Alas, I am too useless. Although I have contracted the body of the Haoshan mirror spirit, I can't stop it from sleeping. This bastard has been sleeping for several hours and hasn't woken up yet. I can only wait until it wakes up, and then I can talk to it about extending the deadline. Wen Shan was stunned for a moment and asked, Feng Zhu, what did you just say? Why don't I understand? Feng Shi glanced at Zhengwen. Zhengwen knew it was his turn to appear as the supporting actor. After all, it feels better when your great achievements are spoken of by others. He cleared his throat. You don't understand or you can't believe what you're hearing. You heard it right, my junior sister has already contracted the true body of the Haoshan mirror spirit. Although that bastard was very cunning, he could not hide from our junior sister and signed the contract with her obediently. Now this Haoshan one tired and happy. Lin Xiangchuan felt that he should work harder to gain favor. After all, that stupid disciple outside still needed his protection. If he behaved better, Feng Zhu would be willing to let him off for his sake. Ugh. As a master, he has done his best. While thinking about this, Lin Xiangchuan approached Feng Shi and said, Ancestor Feng, the selection of formations is the responsibility of other ancestors. I am not very proficient in formations, so I cannot help. Otherwise, I will report some of my cultivation experience to you. Feng Shi certainly understood what Lin Xiangchuan meant. He wanted to teach her some skills, but he said that for her face. I have to say, Lin Xiangchuan is really good at handling things. Feng Shi was overjoyed and nodded in agreement immediately. Lin Xiangchuan didn't dare to teach anything too complicated at first. What if Feng Zhu didn't understand and got angry at him? However, he soon found that his worries were unnecessary. Not to mention Feng Shi, even Zhengwen who was taking the class for free could learn it quickly, understand it immediately, and even apply it to other situations. Lin Xiangchuan thought, if his disciple had such ability, the position of the sect leader would not have fallen into the hands of Yuan Qinghe. It's all life. Seeing that Lin Xiangchuan was very capable and serious in teaching, Feng Shi immediately asked Xiao Jingzi to come out and give Lin Xiangchuan some special lessons. Lin Xiangchuan's figure was obviously much more solid than before. Lin Xiangchuan laughed so hard that his eyelashes blossomed. Sure enough, he made the right move. Sometimes choice is more important than hard work. Lin Xiangchuan was not the only smart person in the Forbidden Realm. After seeing what he did, many people came over to report their cultivation experiences to Feng Shi. Feng Shi accepted everyone who came and asked Lin Xiangchuan to arrange the classes for them and teach them one by one. Feng Shi and Zhengwen are tired but happy. Although I cannot fully digest what I have learned, I have benefited a lot from it. Soon, the day passed. Although Feng Shi and Zhengwen still wanted to learn, Lin Xiangchuan persuaded them. Feng Zhu, although I understand your painstaking efforts and know that you want to give us more guidance, your health is more important. Why not take a few hours rest before continuing? Wen Shan and others. Let's just say, how do you always find new angles to flatter? Feng Shi was actually fine, but seeing that Zhengwen was a little depressed, she said. Okay, then you guys go ahead and get busy. My fifth brother and I will rest for an hour before we continue. After everyone left, Zhengwen fell to the ground and fell asleep. He finally understood why these old ghosts in the Forbidden Realm could fall asleep as soon as they said they would. When they were extremely sleepy, anyone could fall asleep immediately. Feng Shi did not go to sleep immediately, but took out a spiritual fruit and started to chew it. She asked Little Mirror, what method did you use to make Yuan Qinghe and the others suffer so much? And what method did you use to make Lin Xiangchuan's figure solid? Little Mirror said proudly, the reason why these old ghosts can maintain their spirits is not only because of the special formation, but also because of the special location here. This is the place where the Haoshan mirror connects the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. The people who built the Forbidden Realm here opened a hole in the passageway, and introduced some of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth into the Forbidden Realm. As long as I plug that hole, these old ghosts will be worse off than dead. As soon as Xiao Jingzi finished speaking, Zhu Xuan's voice rang out from Feng Shi's sea of consciousness. My dear granddaughter, hurry up and let it plant me in the hole. Feng Shi. The next chapter will be longer, around 10:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog, chapter 1052, the great hero of the netherworld. Zhu Xuan just woke up, otherwise he would have jumped out to find fault when Lin Xiangchuan and the others were teaching Feng Shi. His heart was pounding at this moment. Before entering the Haoshan mirror, he vaguely felt that there would be a great opportunity. Now it really comes true. Not only did he transform himself into a peer of the Changsheng sect's founder, but he also found a way to restore his primordial spirit. This forbidden world is truly his blessed land. Of course, he also knew that he was relying on his granddaughter's help, otherwise he would still be lying in the Zhu family's grave. The two most correct things he did in his life were sacrificing himself to suppress the aura of death, and the other was to adopt Fangxi as his granddaughter. Suppressing the deadly silence is a way to do justice to the world, and taking Fangxi as my granddaughter is a way to do justice to myself. Fangxi weighed the pros and cons and decided to meet the request of his cheap grandfather. If she were in the outside world, she naturally wouldn't dare to let blood-devouring Huan out, as it might attract thunder from the sky. Although she is not very afraid of that thing, if she makes any mistake, someone like Grandpa will be struck by lightning. She didn't dare to gamble. But this problem does not exist in the forbidden world. This place can isolate itself from the detection of the heavenly Tao, otherwise these old ghosts would have been struck to death long ago. Besides, she didn't dare to expose Zhu Xuan before because he couldn't stand the light. Now that she has revealed the alias of the Lord of Langyuan Island, this cheap grandfather can naturally show up openly. When Zhu Xuan saw Fangxi agreed, he was so happy that he couldn't stop smiling. He felt that it would be too cheap for him to sneak into the cave with his identity, so he had to make a spectacular appearance. So, he said to Fangxi, Shaoxi, I am of the same generation as the founder of Changsheng Sect, do you think I should let these old ghosts kowtow to me? How about this, you introduce me and I'll make a grand entrance. Fangxi. How bright can you be as a ghost? But she could also understand Zhu Shihuan. He sacrificed his life for the 9 nether continent, but what was the result? He was left with a bad reputation in the demon clan, and no one in the human clan probably knew him. Naturally, he felt aggrieved, and it was normal for him to want to shine. So Fangxi asked Lin Xiangchuan to gather everyone together and said that there was something important to announce. Since Fangxi had given Lin Xiangchuan some sweet treats before, these old ghosts in the forbidden area were more active than each other and they all arrived in a moment. Fangxi first greeted his senior brother Lu Buyi, and then accepted the greetings from others. The main point is that one knows etiquette. After everyone finished the greetings, she said, Everyone, I told you before that I am the 33rd Island Master of Langyuan, but I skipped some things. Now I will tell you about it. This matter has to start with the blood-devouring world of the Blood Demon Clan. As soon as Fangxi mentioned Zhu Shihuan's name, someone in the crowd said, Blood-devouring Huan, I have heard of this person before. I heard that he is a genius of the Blood Demon Clan and was chosen by Lang Yinyuan. However, I heard that he caused a big disaster in Lang Yinyuan and was expelled from Lang Yinyuan. After returning to the Zhu family, he started to act recklessly and did a lot of bad things, so much so that when the Zhu family buried him, they specially erected a tombstone with the words, almost caused a disaster. Upon hearing this, everyone started talking about it. The human race and the demon race have never gotten along well, and now they have finally picked up a joke from the demon race, so naturally they are very excited. Blood-devouring world. I want to become famous, not be publicly executed. Grandma is a bitch. It is true that good news never travels far, but bad news travels far and wide. Has the epitaph on my broken tombstone been passed on to the human race? Even these old ghosts know. What made him even more angry was that Fangxi had no intention of stopping them and let those people make fun of him. It's better to have a dog than a granddaughter. Just when Zhu Shihuan couldn't help but get mad, Fangxi said to everyone, What you said is correct. I also thought so before. I thought Zhu Shihuan was just a reckless person. But later I realized that I was wrong, very wrong. Some people will brag about the good things they do and let the whole world know about it, while some people not only keep the good things they do hidden deep in their hearts, but are also willing to endure the infamy and even cannot rest in peace after death. Now I will formally introduce to you Zhu Xuan, the great hero of the Jiyu continent. This story starts with the previous island owner Yuan Wenshan. Fangxi immediately recounted the story of how Zhu Xuan sacrificed himself to suppress the aura of death, and in the process of telling the story, he intentionally put several layers of thick filters on his cheap grandfather. Zhu Xuan was very satisfied. She is worthy of being my granddaughter. She can talk. He chose to forget that he had just cursed that raising a granddaughter was worse than raising a dog. After Fangxi finished speaking, the scene fell into dead silence. Many people showed shame on their faces. Lin Xiangchuan knew it was his chance to show off again, so he immediately said, Fang Zhu, I was so blinded by greed that I actually made fun of such a great hero as a coward. I am so ashamed. No wonder you two can become grandparents, you are both geniuses with big visions. Everyone. We both have mouths, why is your mouth so skillful? Actually, Lin Xiangchuan had not been involved in the teasing of Zhu Shihuan just now. He knew with his toes that there was something fishy about this matter. Otherwise, Fang Zhu was not idle, so why would he mention a scoundrel from the demon clan? Illness comes from the mouth and disaster comes from the mouth. Before you can see the direction of the wind, keeping silent is the wisest choice. Although he didn't join in the sarcastic remarks, Fang Zhu now needed someone to hand over a ladder, and he was the perfect person to do it. Fangxi was indeed very satisfied with Lin Xiangchuan, and she even considered taking Lin Xiangchuan out of the forbidden area. On the one hand, Lin Xiangchuan is very capable and has a wide range of vision. Compared with Zhu Xuan, his approach is more orthodox and he can give her advice at critical moments. On the other hand, after she went out, she said that she was the disciple of the second-generation ancestor. Even if she took out photos with these old ghosts, many people would probably not believe it. Especially that Supreme Elder. But if Lin Xiangchuan is taken out, this problem will be easily solved. It's impossible that the Western Grand Elder doesn't know their master. However, she hasn't decided whether to do this yet and needs to think about it again. Fangxi thought about it and said, I am still far behind my grandfather, and I still have a lot of room for improvement. My grandpa was in a coma before, and now he has woken up, so I will let him meet you. As soon as Fangxi finished speaking, Zhu Xuan flew out from the Blood Demon Clan's token. In order to have a perfect appearance, he deliberately magnified his body several times. Chief Jian was about to catch up with the behemoth. Dressed in a red robe, looking very majestic. Mu Jian secretly said to the little fat bird, Our master, this cheap grandfather, is just like that little green onion, both of them like to brag about themselves. The little fat bird just thought it was just puffing and ignored it. Mu Jian didn't care and continued to chatter. When I have mastered my skills in the future, I will ask my master to give me such a grand entrance ceremony. I, the ancestor of 10,000 swords, am 100 times more powerful than this old man. The little fat bird said calmly, if you don't shut up, I will tell Mr. Blood exactly what you said. The wooden sword suddenly became as quiet as a chicken. That old ghost Zhu Shihuan is capable of anything. If he knew that it said bad things about him, his unscrupulous owner would have to make it be remade. At this moment, Zhu Shihuan was accepting everyone's heartfelt respect. Although Feng Shi had told them about the Shenyan army before, and they admired the Shenyan army very much, it only existed in their imagination after all. The blood-devouring world was right in front of them. Especially, Zhu Shihuan secretly opened. The light of the Sect. Are you kidding? I originally researched this technique just to show off. If not now, when will I use it? At this moment, he finally understood why Feng Shi did not stop the old ghosts from slandering him. The more they slandered him, the more he admired him and felt guilty about him. This should be called, first suppressing and then praising, right? If he had known how to do so many tricks at the beginning, he wouldn't have been buried like that on his tombstone. Lin Xiangquan thought about it in his mind, then fell to his knees with a plop. Old Ancestor Zhu, you are the grandfather of Ancestor Feng. You are of the same generation as the founder of our Changsheng sect. I, your little grandson, cut out to you. Zhu Xuan was amused and laughed out loud. Although he had imagined this scene before, to be honest, he also knew that it was a bit outrageous to ask these ancestors of the Changsheng sect to cut out to him. The stream is the stream, and he is him. If we count seniority this way, then even Zheng Wen would be the ancestor of these people. I didn't expect that Lin Xiangquan was so capable that he actually took the initiative to give him a ladder. What a great grandson. Although he was pleased with himself, he said. Although I am Shaoxi's biological grandfather, our generations cannot be confused. From now on, you can just call me blood ancestor. Don't kowtow or kneel down to me. Lin Xiangquan said sternly, you are wrong. You are a great hero of the Nine Nether Continent. Even if you don't have a relationship with Phoenix Ancestor, you should be honored by us. Zhu Xuan relied on his great self-control to prevent his mouth from stretching out into a hole. He was quite happy, but the others were furious. It is true that Zhu Xuan is a great hero, but who would be willing to find an ancestor for themselves for no reason? Especially Duanmo Weizhang, who was still lying in the coffin. He could barely accept having more disciples, but he didn't want to find himself an uncle master. Fortunately, under Feng Shi's earnest persuasion, Zhu Xuan temporarily gave up the idea of becoming brothers with the founder of the Changsheng sect. He said to Lin Xiangquan, no need to say more, just call me blood ancestor from now on, don't bow to me, it's troublesome. Upon hearing this, Lin Xiangquan said, then let's do as you wish. However, you have made an unparalleled contribution to the Nine Nether Continent. To express our gratitude and respect to you, please accept our greetings. After saying that, he took the lead and gave Zhu Xuan the salute as a junior. Even though the others cursed him in their hearts, they had no choice but to follow his lead. Zhu Xuan felt as if he had eaten honey. This Lin Xiangquan is really what he wants. If the seniority wasn't so confusing, he would have wanted to adopt Lin Xiangquan as his son. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1053. They are both ancestors, why is there such a big difference? Zhu Xuan wanted to pretend for a while longer, but he gave up. It's not that he knows when to stop, but that he can't maintain his huge body. Before revealing his true form, he quickly said a few polite words and then flew back into the Blood Demon clan token. The old man thought to himself, what a close call, there was a fine line between success and disgrace. After Feng Shi dismissed the group, he said to Xiao Jingzi, where is the hole you mentioned? I'll go with you and plant my grandfather there. Blood-devouring world. Although I used the word seed before, isn't it inappropriate for you to say this? However, now he couldn't care about whether it was appropriate or not. Even if Feng Shi said to bury him, it would be fine. The mirror flashed. It's not that I'm on guard against you. It's mainly because this passage is of great importance. I vaguely remember that the previous owner asked me to keep it a secret and not reveal it to anyone. Feng Shi said calmly, you also said that it was the order of the previous master. When people leave, the tea gets cold. Do I need to teach you the principle of a new emperor and new ministers? Or do you think the mirror is not bright enough and want the shallots to help you clean it? Small mirror. Oh my god. They're going to gang up on me again. Whatever, I have been contracted by this pervert now, so I might as well tell her. Even though this little girl is extremely wicked, she is still clear about right and wrong when it comes to major issues, and she probably wouldn't do anything to damage the Haoshan mirror. In short, the little mirror quickly convinced itself. It has nothing to do with whether it gets beaten or not, the main thing is that it understands what's right. Right, that is it. Feng Shi followed the instructions of the small mirror and arrived at a place. The little mirror exclaimed, why is there a pit here? I remember no one chose this place as a grave. Feng Shi. Isn't this the pit that Yuan Qinghe dug for her when she first came in? Could it be that this is the place where the spiritual energy of heaven and earth connects? No wonder Duanmo Weizhang chose to build his tomb here. It was probably because of the guidance of his master, the founder of the Changsheng sect. So, this hole was really dug by the founder. Thinking of this, Feng Shi couldn't help but think of her ancestor, the founder of Xuanshan sect. They're both ancestors, why is there such a big difference? The founder of the Changsheng sect not only left a backup plan for the younger generations, but also gave them a chance to be resurrected. The founder of their Xuanshan sect was so nice that he only knew how to make her kowtow. He gave her a jade box, which has not been opened yet. Thinking of Xuanshan sect, Feng Shi calculated in his mind that the gap between the southern region and the northern region was already huge, and now that Changsheng sect had the blessing of the Forbidden Realm, the gap was even bigger. She had to find a way to narrow the gap. From a big picture perspective, we need to increase our strength to fight against the Tiank alliance. From a selfish point of view, if the gap is too big, once she really leaves Juyu continent for Tiang continent one day, if the Shangsheng sect has any ulterior motives, the northern territory will be in danger. The first thing a superior learns is the art of balance. While Feng Shi was thinking about this and that, Zhu Xuan urged, Shaoxi, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and plant me in there. Feng Shi recovered and said speechlessly, Grandpa, I didn't feel anything unusual when I dug the pit before, so I guess the first inoculation must not work. The little mirror said immediately, yes, although the hole is here, there is a formation here, and you can't just plant it casually. In addition, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is fixed. If your grandfather absorbs it, the forbidden realm will be reduced. Are you sure you want to do something that harms others and benefits yourself? Zhu Shihuan suddenly started cursing. Bullshit, what do you mean by harming others for your own benefit? They have been absorbing it for hundreds of thousands of years. What's wrong with letting me absorb it for a while? Besides, I am their elder, I'm a great hero of the Juyu continent, I deserve it. But now that you said that, I won't bully those little grandchildren. How about this, don't plant me above the hole, plant me in the passage. I won't steal the spiritual energy of heaven and earth from the forbidden world, I will steal yours instead. This is called robbing the rich to help the poor. Small mirror. It originally thought that Zhu Xuan was a brave but reckless man, but it turned out to be wrong. This old man is full of evil ideas. No wonder he recognized the naughty girl as his granddaughter, it turns out they're birds of a feather. At this time, Feng Shi said, my grandfather is right, the people in the forbidden realm need to select disciples to teach them skills. We cannot reduce their supply of spiritual energy, so give my grandfather a portion of your share. Little mirror was so angry. It sounds light as you say, but that is the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Just divide it up if you say so. This is like cutting my flesh. When it was angry, Feng Shi said, I won't use your spiritual energy in vain. I will use the time shuttle stone to compensate you. A heart suddenly appeared on the surface of the small mirror. Master, my dear master, your grandfather is my grandfather. Let alone giving him a portion of the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, what's the harm in giving him all of it? Feng Shi. Where is your previous backbone? Where is your previous pride? What about your previous unruliness? She was wondering why all her pets were so loyal to whoever gave them milk. They don't look like their owner at all. In order to let the small mirror plant the blood-devouring world well, Feng Shi gave it a walnut-sized time shuttle stone in advance. The little mirror is so happy that it's about to become a funhouse mirror. The 5 giant beasts thought that although the little mirror had made such a great contribution, the owner only rewarded it with a time shuttle stone the size of a walnut. It seems that what we said before about giving each of them a fist-sized time shuttle stone was just empty talk. Unfortunately, even if they knew, they dared not say anything. Even their treacherous original bodies were beaten into this bear-like state. If they dared to get angry, they would probably die without knowing how. Just when the small mirror was about to plant the blood-devouring world, the wooden sword said in a sly voice. Master, although there shouldn't be any danger in the passage, what if? A body as precious as Mr. Zhu's cannot be harmed. How about this, I'll go with the old man. If there is any danger, I will protect him even if it means I will be torn to pieces. Mu Jian's abacus speeds are about to collapse onto the Tiang continent. The so-called protection of the blood-devouring world is fake, and taking the opportunity to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is real. At this time, the other spirit pets finally reacted and quickly expressed their willingness to protect Zhu Shihuan. Especially the golden pig. Its situation is similar to that of Zhu Shihuan, and it also needs to cultivate its physical body. This is a great opportunity. Mu Jian began to slander, Master, no matter who you let go, don't let the golden pig go. With its greedy nature, don't let it show off to the old man again. Golden pig, #%*. Next chapter around 10 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1054. This kid is quite like me back then. The golden pig was so angry. I wish I could show off the wooden sword in one go. Although it did have some bad thoughts, it was just a thought and it had no intention of putting them into action. It can still tell the difference between one meal being full and every meal being full. Feng Shi finally decided to let the spirit pets take turns to protect Zhu Xuan, aiming to treat all the people equally. However, Feng Shi did not let the little black ball go. Because she was afraid that the little black ball would suck all the spiritual energy of heaven and earth dry. After everything was arranged, the small mirror opened the barrier and prepared to plant blood-devouring Huan and the first batch of spirit pets into the passage. The little mirror warned, although the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is good, you can't be greedy, otherwise you will explode and die. Feng Shi also repeatedly reminded Zhu Xuan to proceed step by step and not to act too hastily. Zhu Xuan said impatiently, don't worry, if I didn't even understand this, how could I still be alive today? I might have died a long time ago. Feng Shi was relieved then. After a while, Little Mirror reported that the planting was done. Coincidentally, Jingyan and others also woke up. Their memories were first erased and then restored these few days, and they all felt dizzy and dazed. Especially when I saw that there were suddenly a lot more ghosts in the Forbidden World, I was even more confused. Huai Mingzhen had sharp eyes and saw Feng Shi and Zhang Wen at a glance, and hurriedly staggered over. Captain, I remember there was a selection before, and that fat senior said that he chose you and Zhang Wen, and said he would give us an opportunity, but why do I feel like I didn't get anything? Not only did I not get any opportunities, I also felt dizzy and confused. Also, who are those people in the distance? Luo Chenxi also came over, his face full of question marks. At this moment Feng Shi suddenly thought of a question. According to Lin Xiangchuan, Yuan Qinghe was the master of Sima Sect Master, and Luo Chen and others should have seen his portrait. Why didn't they recognize Yuan Qinghe? At this moment, Lin Xiangchuan came running over happily. Feng Zhu, is there anything I can do for you? Just tell me. Luo Chen and others were all stunned. Phoenix Ancestor. Is it the ancestor of the ancestor they're thinking of? How did the captain, junior sister, become some kind of phoenix ancestor? When they were puzzled, Feng Shi asked Lin Xiangchuan, you all changed your appearance. Lin Xiangchuan nodded. Or Feng Zhu, you're unparalleled in strategy, you have guessed this. Feng Shi. Your flattery is a bit embarrassing. After all, I had never thought about this question before. Lin Xiangchuan continued. Because Yuan Qinghe and I were responsible for selecting the successor to the Dharma Protector Elder, we both changed our appearances in order to avoid being recognized by those who participated in the selection process. As for the others, since they don't show their faces, there is no need to change their appearance. After Lin Xiangchuan finished speaking, his facial features also changed. Huai Mingzhen cried out, You are the 66th generation leader, Patriarch Lin. Luo Chen, Jiang Yan and Bailey Hao were also filled with shock. Immediately afterwards, the Westerners knelt down and kowtowed. Lin Xiangchuan has been acting like a grandson for several days, and now he is a little uncomfortable with being kowtowed to by others. He coughed and said, No need to be polite, everyone get up. Jing Yan originally wanted to follow suit and salute, but when he saw Zhang Wen winking at him, he did not move. Thinking back to when Lin Xiangchuan called Feng Zhu, before, he thought, has my junior sister become an ancestor again? Just now Huai Mingzhen said that this Lin is the 66th generation Sect master. Could it be that the junior sister has been accepted as a disciple by the 60 West generation Sect master? Luo Chenxi also had some guesses in his mind. Others were fine, but Jiang Yan was a fool and immediately asked Lin Xiangchuan. Ancestor Lin, what did you call our captain just now? Ancestor Feng, what's going on? Lin Xiangchuan was waiting for him to ask. Only in this way can he solemnly introduce Feng Zhu and improve his favorability in front of Feng Zhu. He immediately cleared his throat and said, Listen carefully, everyone. The person next to me is the new disciple of the second generation ancestor of the Changsheng sect. We respectfully call him Phoenix Ancestor. Jiang Yan sat down on the ground with a plop. Huai Mingzhen and the other two were not much better off. They were already feeling dizzy and now they were even more stunned by this explosive news. What the hell? Feng Shi was accepted as the last disciple by the second generation ancestor. No, didn't the second generation ancestor pass away a long time ago? How did he accept disciples? A dream. Wrong. This old man Lin is also dead, isn't it good for him to just stand here now? At this moment, Huai Mingzhen suddenly saw the faces of several people in the distance, and his mouth opened wide. In the ancestral hall of the Changsheng sect there are portraits of many ancestors, and those seem to be the leaders of the Changsheng sect throughout the generations. So, they ran to the ancestral tomb of the Changsheng sect. Next, Lin Xiangchuan briefly introduced the situation and said, What are you still standing there for? Why don't you go and pay your respects to Feng Zhu? Huai Mingzhen was the first to react and knelt on the ground. Greetings to Feng Zhu. The first life lesson his uncle taught him was to know when to act. Even Patriarch Lin was very respectful to the captain, which showed that Feng Zhu's matter was a done deal. Only a fool would talk about this and that. It's more important to show your loyalty quickly. To be honest, Luo Chen and the other two were still a little confused. It's not that they couldn't accept it, but they felt it was too sudden. How come just after they slept a while, Feng Shi, who was of the same generation as them, became the third generation ancestor? Wouldn't it be true that even Sect Master Sima would have to call her Phoenix ancestor? Lin Xiangchuan immediately released his pressure and said unhappily, Do you have any objection to this matter? Luo Chen and the other two finally came to their senses and quickly knelt down. Greetings to Phoenix ancestor. Feng Shi smiled and said, Everyone, get up. Since Xiang Xuan has told you everything that happened, I won't repeat it. Anyway, it's good that you know what happened. Luo Chengxian. Xiangchuan. Are you calling Lin Lao Zhu like this now? Feng Shi continued, the Tianke Alliance is eyeing the Juyu continent covetously, and they may take action soon, so you must quickly improve your cultivation. I asked Xiangchuan to arrange for you to study with the previous clan leaders and guardian elders, so you must not let me down. Luo Chenxi was ecstatic. They're not stupid, of course they know this is a great opportunity. Huai Mingzhen immediately said with tears of gratitude. Ancestor Feng, you have always taken good care of us. I have always thought that you were like an elder, and now I see that it is indeed the case. You treat us like an elder loves the younger generation. Please accept my greetings. Lin Xiangchuan. This kid is quite similar to me in my day. Or should I also follow the example of the second generation ancestor and take in a disciple from the next generation? Forget it, Feng Shi is an outsider after all, so if you are a native here, just follow the seniority. As he thought about it, he said to Feng Shi. Feng Zhu, I'll take my leave now, little grandson. Luo Chenxi, who had just stood up, staggered suddenly. Wyming Frame has opened the door to a new world. It turns out this is the highest level of flattery. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1041 Dream Eating Taper. The wisp of green smoke eventually turned into a strange-looking monster with an elephant's trunk, rhino's eyes, an ox's tail, and tiger's feet. The golden pig that was taking advantage of Zhang Wen's sudden enlightenment suddenly widened its eyes. It's actually a dream-eating taper. I've never eaten this thing before. Why don't you let me take a bite first to see if it's real? Feng Shi, just make good use of your opportunity. All you do is eat all day long. Do you want to eat everything you have never eaten before? Dad, do you want to eat? Golden pig. Master, if you talk like that, you will lose me, you know that. At this moment, the dream-eating taper was looking at Feng Shi with a sly look in his eyes. Feng Shi immediately smiled very friendly and said to it. Xiaodong, don't be restrained, just treat this place as your home. Dream-eating taper. No, are you mistaken? This is my home, you're an outsider, okay. However, it was now eager to take advantage of Zhang Wen's opportunity for enlightenment and was too lazy to care about these things. Seeing that Feng Shi did not seem to have any intention of harming it, it chose a place on the edge to practice. Even if Feng Shi attacks, it can escape in the first place. Feng Shi used his spiritual sense to ask the Golden Pig, what is the weakness of this thing? Golden Pig thought, have you forgotten that you wanted me to eat poop just now? Now you come to ask me again, do you think I will answer you? Just as it was about to perfunctorily deal with the matter, Feng Shi said, if you answer well, I will reward you with a purple beast core. The Golden Pig immediately said earnestly, although I don't know what its weakness is, I know that this dog likes to eat other people's dreams, especially nightmares. It has been hiding in the winter domain and is probably starving. Whether it is a human or an animal, once it is hungry, food will definitely be very attractive to it. Take me for example, there is food in front of me, and I can only rely on my strong self-control to restrain myself. Feng Shi automatically filtered out the nonsense that followed and said to Jinzhu, when you have finished your training, I will give you the beast core. The Golden Pig immediately smiled happily and continued to practice happily. Feng Shi began to think of a way to trick the dream-eating tapir. After an hour, the white light on Zhang Wen's body gradually dissipated, and the spirit pets who had taken advantage of the opportunity ended their training one after another. Mu Jian used his spiritual sense to say to Feng Shi in a frivolous way, Master, I've been keeping an eye on that bastard. If you give me the order, I'll poke it right through. Feng Shi was skeptical about this. It's not that she looks down on the wooden sword, it's just that it is rarely reliable. Who needs to wear a seat belt when flying swords? She has to wear it. If you don't tie it, you will be smashed into a meat patty. At this time, the dream-eating tapir also finished his training, and it seemed that he wanted to take advantage of the situation and leave. Feng Shi said with a smile, Xiaodong, wait a minute, I heard that you like to eat other people's dreams. The dream-eating tapir didn't want to listen to Feng Shi's chatter at all, but the word, dream, successfully attracted it. It stared at Feng Shi with its cow eyes and said in a voice like a broken gong, so what? Feng Shi clicked his tongue twice, there doesn't seem to be any other living things in this winter region. Aren't you always hungry? How pitiful. The dream-eating tapir snorted coldly, what does it have to do with you? It originally wanted to say, it's none of your business, but when it saw the giant beast staring at it hungrily, it swallowed the words back. Feng Shi sighed, logically speaking, it really has nothing to do with me what happens to you, but I have an army of sea snakes that are plagued by nightmares. They originally lived in the New Moon Sea in the Demon Realm. Since they followed me, they can only stay in the monster bag. After a long time, their mood has been bad and they often have nightmares. I have tried many ways to solve this problem but failed. Meeting you today gave me a solution that would give me the best of both worlds. You like to eat other people's dreams. The army of sea snakes is troubled by nightmares. Why don't you eat their nightmares? How do you feel? The army of sea snakes in the magic bag. How come we don't know we have nightmares all the time? It is true that I often cannot sleep because of hunger. Fortunately, I had stored a lot of food in the underground river before, so I don't have to go hungry these days. The dream-eating tapir was skeptical about Feng Shi's words, but the nightmare was too attractive to it. Just like what the Golden Pig said, for a hungry person, food, especially delicious food, is too attractive to him. It can even drive people crazy. At this moment, the dream-eating tapir is in this state. However, it still had some rationality in its mind, so it was hesitating. Feng's eyes flickered. Are you worried that when you are dreaming about eating the sea snake army, I or my men will attack you? Don't worry, I always keep my word and never lie. If you are worried, I can swear an oath. Heaven above, I, Feng Shi, swear here that if I or my men attack the dream-eating tapir while it is consuming dreams, my dungeon will be shattered and I will be struck by lightning every day. The dream-eating tapir had no idea that the person in front of him took oaths as food, and it immediately believed them to be true. Release the army of sea snakes, and I will help them eat the nightmares. Feng Shi nodded and immediately began to release the army of sea snakes. They were not released one by one, but all at once. The dream-eating tapir originally thought that what Feng Shi said about the army of sea snakes was exaggerated, but now he sees that there really are so many of them. It was suddenly shocked. This is exactly the result Feng Shi wants. She immediately threw a big brick with the word, bastard, written on it at it. The other spirit pets also showed their abilities and rushed forward. Even the released sea snakes joined the battle. Although land is not their forte, cricket Kupi is still okay. You bastard, you still want to eat our nightmares. From now on we will be your nightmare. The dream-eating tapir was first hit dizzy by a big brick, and then he was beaten up like a violent storm. It didn't even have a chance to turn its body into smoke, let alone escape. The giant beast shouted at the top of its voice, Feng Zhu, quickly contracted. Feng Shi thought to herself, this big fool is becoming more and more clever. It turns out that the book was not read in vain. In fact, Feng Shi also planned to sign the contract without the giant beast saying anything. After all, the ultimate goal of all this is to contract the dream-eating tapir. Feng Shi quickly succeeded in contracting the dream-eating tapir. The dream-eating tapir was certainly unwilling to accept this, so in addition to its body, its throat was also beaten. Among them, 4 behemoths are the most hard-working. While beating him, 9 Huo Sui yelled, it's all your fault. You caused me to lose 20 million. Pay me now. Feng Shi. I clearly asked you for 10 million, okay. It turns out you are bringing in middlemen to make a profit from the price difference. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 968, the 8th tale of the 9-tailed snow fox. While Feng Shi and the others were on their way, Shen Jilin and the others were digging herbs in full swing. I knew it was right to follow junior sister Jilin. Look how many good things we harvested this time. If those people from White Tiger Peak and Xuanwu Peak knew about it, their intestines would probably turn green with regret. Yes, some people have misunderstood junior sister Jilin before. It's true that a villain's heart can judge a gentleman's belly. Feng Shi and the others can only pick up our leftovers and eat them. They're probably going to be very angry. Ha ha ha. Ellipsis. Yu Yu and others were a little uncomfortable, but after thinking about it, Shen Zhilan brought them with them to increase their momentum. Both sides got what they needed, and there was nothing to feel guilty about. But no matter what, Shen Zhilan does have some abilities, and following her is the right choice. At this time, Shen Zhilan's depression disappeared. Fangxi, even if you had some upper hand before, so what? I am destined to go further than you. Half an hour later, Fangxi and the others arrived. Shen Zhilan's admirers suddenly became sarcastic. Fangxi, there are a lot of heaven-level herbs growing here, and they're species that are difficult to see outside. Unfortunately, we have harvested them all, and you're a step too late. Opportunity is something that comes by chance but cannot be sought. You can only consider yourself unlucky. Even if you, Wu Daopi, get 50 places, your gains are incomparable to ours. Ellipsis. Hearing these words, the eight-tailed snow fox began to blame himself and shed tears again, making Jiang Yan's clothes wet from crying. Jiang Yan originally wanted to put the eight-tailed snow fox on the ground, but now that he saw it crying and twitching, he had no choice but to continue holding it. At this time, Shen Zhilan looked like a winner. Especially when she saw Jiang Yan holding the eight-tailed snow fox, she thought that the eight-tailed snow fox was in very bad condition, and was sure that Fangxi had not signed a contract with the eight-tailed snow fox. Once Hush and Mirror was released, this little beast couldn't escape from her grasp. Fangxi gathered her thoughts, ignored Shen Zhilan and the others, and started digging for valuable medicinal herbs. Although all the high-level herbs were poached by Shen Zhilan and the others, there were also some low-level herbs left behind. Come here. Mosquito legs are also meat. Shen Zhilan curled her lips. Fangxi, you are really not picky. Since you are willing to pick up the rest of my things, then you can do whatever you want. Her words were a double entendre, referring to both the medicinal herbs and the eight-tailed snow fox. Fangxi looked at her. Get out of here right now. Otherwise I will take action. Shen Zhilan snorted coldly. Do you think I'm afraid of you? I just don't want to waste time on you. Everyone, let's go. Shen Zhilan's admirers were very puzzled. Fangxi and the others were only 6 people, and there were 20 of them. They could win no matter what. Why did junior sister Zhilan keep giving in? Shen Zhilan saw their thoughts and explained. We entered Hush and Mirror mainly to find opportunities. There is no need to waste time on her. In fact, she didn't dare. On the one hand, she suffered a lot from Fang Zai's repeated losses, which was somewhat psychological. On the other hand, although there were many people on her side, they all had their own agendas. If they really wanted to take action, many people would choose to sit back and watch. By then, she would be passive. They had just walked out a few hundred feet when they heard Jiang Yan exclaim. Shen Zhilan and others immediately turned to look over and saw Jiang Yan slumped on the ground. The eight-tailed snow fox that was originally held by him had now grown in size. Shen Zhilan couldn't help but shrink her pupils. The eight-tailed snow fox in the polar ice field used to be this big, but then its cultivation stagnated and its body shrunk to the size of an ordinary fox. And why is it getting bigger now? She had a vague premonition in her heart and turned back subconsciously. Seeing this, the others followed him back. When Fangxi saw them coming back, she immediately released Xiao Hui and the others. No matter whether they could fly or not, at least they looked capable of bluffing people. Fangxi summoned 7 flying swords and formed a 7-ray killing array. The attention of Shen Zhilan and others instantly shifted to Fangxi, and Yu Yu asked with a shocked face. Fangxi, is it possible that you can complete the 7 stars killing formation by yourself? Fangxi curled her lips. Yes. Yu Yu. Intellectually he didn't believe it, but the first sleep told him that it was true. Can one person form a sword array, or a 7-man sword formation? Is this possible? Ding Wenchang sneered. Fangxi, you can really brag. If you can form a sword formation by yourself, I will take your last name from now on. The last time he was ejected from the river by a violent moray eel, he had been itching all over his body. Even if he scratched his skin, it was useless. It didn't heal until the 3rd day. He could guess with his toes that Fangxi had poisoned him, so he hated Fangxi with all his heart. When Fangxi heard what he said, she curled her lips and said, my last name is mine. Come on, I don't want unworthy descendants like you. Ding Wenchang. He immediately became furious and stabbed Fangxi with his sword. Fangxi was about to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys, so she shouted, well done. He immediately commanded the flying sword to trap Ding Wenchang in it. She didn't exert much force, and Ding Wenchang was like a trapped animal in a cage, being forced around and surrounded by danger. Shen Zhilan and others were immediately shocked. Fangxi can actually form a sword formation by himself. There was even a hint of despair in Shen Zhilan's heart. Why? She is obviously a genius with the best water spread route, and her cultivation level is obviously higher. Why is she always beaten by this bitch Fangxi? At this time, Fangxi took the initiative to withdraw, and Ding Wenchang retreated in embarrassment. His face turned red and he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl in. Fangxi said lightly, do you know why I let you go? Because we are all from the same sect. Even though you are unkind, I cannot be unjust. Since the Supreme Elder of the West stipulates that killing each other is not allowed, of course I will not violate the rules. After all, I am a very rule-abiding person. Everyone. If you hadn't said the latter sentence, the credibility of your statement would have been higher. However, no matter what, some people have a much better impression of Fangxi. Especially Yu Yu. He had told Fangxi before that Beilihao was not in danger, but she still went to save people without hesitation, which showed that she was very responsible. Now that Ding Wenchang has been released, it shows that she has a bottom line in what she does. In comparison, Shen Zhilan is far behind. If nothing else, it was impossible for her spiritual pet to terminate the contract with her for no reason. She must have owed something. She treats her spiritual pets like this, let alone others. This person cannot be dealt with. Now they are just following her to get what they need and use each other. At this moment, the figure of the eight-tailed snow fox surged again, and everyone could only look up. At this time, Jiang Yan exclaimed, Look, it seems to have an extra tail. 9 tails. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 969 Nine-Tailed Sky Fox. After hearing Jiang Yan's words, everyone's eyes fell on the tail of the 8-tailed snow fox. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8, 9. It turns out to be really 9 tails. This means that the 8-tailed snow fox has advanced to become a 9-tailed celestial fox. Although there is only 1 tail difference between the 8 tails and the 9 tails, the gap is huge. The 8-tailed snow fox is a fairy beast, and the 9-tailed sky fox is a divine beast. The legendary western divine beast has long been extinct, and this 9-tailed sky fox is the only divine beast in the world. Shen Jilin was shocked and angry. This little beast had actually advanced to become a divine beast. Could it be that he was just pretending before? But no matter what, I have to recontract with it quickly to avoid being abducted by that bitch Fangxi. Thinking of this, she looked like she was crying with joy. Xiao Bai, you have finally advanced. My hard work is not in vain. I usually punish you a little bit in order to urge you to advance as soon as possible. Now this wish has finally come true. You are so smart that you must understand my painstaking efforts, right? Come to the master and we will renew the contract. Fangxi felt that she was quite shameless, but compared to Shen Jilin, she was really too shy. How did she say such shameless words? The 8-tailed snow fox, to be precise, is now the 9-tailed sky fox. It looked down at Shen Jilin and sneered. Are you talking about the painstaking efforts of using my blood to make talismans every once in a while? What you mean by painstaking is that if you don't get your way, you'll leave me covered in bruises. The painstaking efforts you are talking about mean that there are other ways to open the barrier, but you insist on my painstaking effort. Shen Jilin, even if you did this to me, because you hatched me in the first place, I never thought about seeking revenge from you, I just wanted to escape from you. But I am no longer the same person now. Everything yesterday is in the past. From now on, you are my enemy and I will kill you. When the 9-tailed sky fox said this, the 9 foxtails behind him suddenly swelled, and then they were drawn towards Shen Jilin. Shen Jilin wanted to escape, but found that she was enveloped by huge pressure and could not move at all. In the blink of an eye, Shen Jilin was strangled by a foxtail. She screamed in horror, "Help, help, help me." Only then did her admirers react. Before they could get close, they were whipped away by the other tails of the 9-tailed sky fox. Yu Waiyu and others had no intention of getting involved at first, and it was even less possible for them to step forward at this time. When Shen Jilin saw this, she actually shouted, "Fangxi, save me. As long as you save me, I will tell you a big secret." Fangxi looked up at the sky. "I've been deaf recently and can't hear what you said." Seeing that Fangxi was not going to intervene, the 9-tailed sky fox tightened its tail, and Shen Jilin's struggle became smaller and smaller. Just when everyone thought Shen Jilin was bound to die, a golden light suddenly shot out from her body and flicked the foxtail away. The 9-tailed sky fox snorted and shrank rapidly, finally returning to its original size. The only difference is that there is an extra tail. But this tail is obviously much shorter than the other tails. Fangxi really wanted to step forward and kill Shen Jilin with a sword, but now that Shen Jilin was shrouded in golden light, she couldn't get close at all. It seems that the aura of the original heroine is not very strong, and it is not easy to kill her. But it's okay to keep her and use it as bait to catch the big fish behind her. You can also change your mood when you have nothing to do. While Fangxi was thinking about it, she asked the 9-tailed sky fox with concern, "Xiao Zuhu, are you okay?" The eyes of the 9-tailed sky fox fell down. "Master, I'm fine, but you have to worry about me again. I'm so useless, I'm a waste." "Fangxi, weren't you quite domineering just now? Why did you become a little crybaby again? Less than bridge. Is it possible that your courage is directly proportional to your size?" Now the 9-tailed sky fox can speak human words, so everyone can hear what it says, and Shen Jilin, who is in the golden light, naturally hears it too. Oh no. Could it be that that bitch Fangxi has contracted with the 9-tailed sky fox? She had spent a lot of cultivation and consciousness in order to open the barrier before, and she was choked to death by the 9-tailed sky fox just now. Now she was so angry that she spurted out a mouthful of blood. If it weren't for the blessing of golden light, he would have fainted on the spot. However, when she saw the golden light around her, a sneer appeared on her lips. "Fangxi, sooner or later I will kill you." At this time, the golden light gradually dissipated. Shen Jilin's admirers were really devoted to her. They were afraid that Fangxi and the others would take action, so they kept Shen Jilin in the middle. Shen Jilin stared at Fangxi. "Fangxi, I will repay you 1,000 times as much as you took away your spiritual pet today." Fangxi curled her lips. "Don't worry about it anymore, just fight with me today." "You don't dare, right?" Shen Jilin. Fortunately, an admirer came to the rescue. Junior sister Jilin just vomited blood. "Fangxi, you are taking advantage of others' danger." Shen Jilin glanced at the other party gratefully and said, "There's no need to waste time here, let's go." After that, he took the people away. Fangxi shouted, "Senior brother you, when Shen Jilin was trapped by the 9-tailed fox just now, you didn't come forward to help, she must hate you to death. I advise you to part ways with her as soon as possible, otherwise be careful of her plotting against you. Furthermore, you have also heard that she can even abuse her own spiritual pets, which shows that her character is very low, and following her will be harmful but useless. Don't think that she has good intentions when she leads you to find some treasures. This is the bait for fishing. If you continue to follow him, maybe it will happen soon. You are all smart people, make your decision quickly where to go." Yu Waiyu and others did not want to continue to follow Shen Jilin before, and they became more determined after hearing Fang Zai's words. However, they have not left the barrier yet, so naturally they will not say it stupidly. Arriving at the edge of the barrier, Shen Jilin still used the previous method to open the barrier. Yu Waiyu took out some of the treasures of heaven and earth and said, "Junior sister Shen, thanks to you we can enter the barrier this time. These heavenly materials and treasures belong to my heart. However, I want to find some opportunities of my own, so I won't be with you next time. When the Haushan mirror is released, I will visit you again to express my thanks. Hearing what he said, many people agreed and gave some of the treasures of heaven and earth to Shen Jilin. Shen Jilin forced a smile and said, everyone has his own ambitions. If you want to leave, then leave. Take care. She was filled with resentment. There is no sincerity and no good people in this world. They are all out for profit. If it weren't for the fact that these people were of some use, they would all be damned. Her admirers saw that their sweetheart was a little disappointed, and they all comforted each other. Junior sister Jilin, there are not too many of them, but there are not too many of them, so you don't have to worry about it. There will be times when they will regret it. Although that Feng Shi got the nine-tailed sky fox, I think the nine-tailed sky fox is just a showpiece, otherwise it won't return to its original size and is of no use at all. Junior sister, you have golden light to protect your body. You are the daughter of destiny at first glance. Your future will be limitless. Not to mention anything else, we have mined all the good stuff in this barrier, so Feng Shi and the others can just pick up some leftovers. Ellipsis. When Shen Jilin heard what they said, the depression in her heart was swept away. That's right, I am the daughter of destiny, and the bitch Feng Shi is destined to be trampled under my feet. At this time, Feng Shi was looking at the nine-tailed sky fox in disbelief. Xiao Shuihu, you said this is just the periphery of the medicine garden, all worthless junk. Is the real medicine garden inside? Next chapter around 9 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 970. It turns out that it is not waste. The nine-tailed sky fox nodded its little head desperately. Yes, the outside is all junk, used to confuse people, but the inside is the real medicine garden. I will take you in now. Feng Shi. Sure enough, good things come to good people. Jiang Yan bared his teeth and asked, Little fox, how do you know this? The nine-tailed sky fox explained, this is the medicine garden of the fox tribe. Originally, I was only qualified to enter the outside. Now I can enter inside. When it said this, it looked at Feng Shi gratefully. Originally, there was no way for it to advance. After all, it was just an eight-tailed snow fox. It may be that he cannot be broken or established. After his cultivation fell to the chi refining stage, he took a large amount of beast cores, which inspired his ancient bloodline and advanced to the nine-tailed sky fox. If there was no owner, it would have fallen into Shen Jilin's clutches again, let alone any advancement. Therefore, it will definitely repay its owner well, even if it means risking its life. The nine-tailed sky fox led Feng Shi and the others forward for some distance. When it saw that there was no way to go, it began to form seals. This time, instead of using blood from his heart, he bit his claws. Feng Shi thought to herself, it seems that there are hierarchies everywhere, and the fox clan is no exception. Not to mention anything else, the requirements for blood are different. As the nine-tailed sky fox dripped blood into the void, Feng Shi and others' eyes suddenly became clear. Xiao Hui even screamed like a duck. Quack quack. So much delicious food. I originally thought that being chosen by the Bird King to follow Feng Shi was bad luck, but now it seems that there is smoke coming out of the ancestral grave. This trip back, their cultivation levels will definitely improve a lot. The golden pig's eyes also widened. Originally he was feeling sorry for himself, but the nine-tailed sky fox was right in front of him, but he could only look at it but not eat it. Unexpectedly, there was an unexpected surprise. It has already begun to figure out how to secretly hide its food reserves. If it shows off like this every day, its body might grow out soon. When the time comes when its gluttony returns, no one will be able to escape its mouth. Just like Shen Jilin, she could dazzle her with her eyes closed. At this moment, Luo Chen and the other two people just felt like they were dreaming, because everything was so unreal. The Wyming frame is slightly better, and Luo Chen and Jiang Yan really look like wood carvings and clay sculptures. At this time, Feng Shi said to the nine-tailed sky fox, Little snow fox, these things belong to your fox clan. Are you sure you will give them all to us? The nine-tailed sky fox twitched and said, 99% of it will be given to you, and the rest will be given to a few of them. You heard a few people. Okay, even though they're just helping others, it is still rich enough. Besides, even if they don't have a share in it, they don't have any objections. Feng Shi saw that the nine-tailed sky fox sincerely wanted to give it to her, so she was not polite. Anyway, what's hers belongs to it, so just keep it for it. Besides, they only pick ripe fruits and herbs, and the medicinal gardens are still there. So, Feng Shi waved her little paw, and everyone started to get busy. When Xiao Hui and the others were about to feast, the nine-tailed sky fox stopped them and said in a cry. You are just the master's temporary spiritual pets, so you just watch from here. Xiao Hui and the others. You whining vixen. Why didn't you say that when we helped you stop Shen Jilin? When they were angry, the nine-tailed sky fox cried and said. If you follow the master forever, you are my brothers and sisters, and you can eat whatever you want. Make your own decision. Xiao Hui and the others were caught in a conflict. Who wants to lose their freedom? Who wants to leave their hometown? Besides, if you follow Feng Shi, taking an ice bath will be the norm. Maybe they will no longer be golden-winged rocks but golden-winged giant penguins. But the treasures of heaven and earth in front of me are so tempting. Nee. Why should they face such a harsh choice? At this time, the voice of the little black ball sounded in their sea of consciousness. If you stay in the clan, you will only be the decoration of a mirror in this life. If you follow our master, you will experience the diversity of the outside world, and you will still have the opportunity to cultivate the great road. Don't think I'm lying to you, but you haven't seen what kind of spiritual pets the master is surrounded by, such as Turtle, Phoenix, and nine-tailed sky fox. It's your honor to be among them. If you miss this opportunity, you will definitely regret it for the rest of your life. Xiao Hui and the others were stunned by what little black ball said, and they even felt that they were being heartless if they didn't agree to Jane's head. Immediately his blood boiled up. If you stay, stay. Anyway, we are all single, so we will go wherever we go. But if the Bird King doesn't let us go by then, we will have no choice. Little Black Ball immediately said, don't worry about this, the master has many ways to make the Bird King agree. Xiao Hui and the others immediately expressed their loyalty to Feng Shi and changed from temporary workers to regular workers. Feng Shi is naturally very happy. As a spiritual pet, you can raise 1 or 10. The more the better. Anyway, just give me some bigu pill when the time comes. As for eating meat, it depends on your own ability. How did Xiao Hui and the others know this? They thought they would live a good life eating meat every day from now on. Feng Shi praised the 9-tailed sky fox alone, and the 9-tailed sky fox was so happy that its 9 tails were wagging. It turns out that it is not a waste, it can also contribute to its owner. Thinking of this, it cried with joy. Feng Shi. You cry when you are sad and you cry when you are happy. You have so many tears. However, she didn't say anything. After all, the 9-tailed sky fox was too fragile now, so she could only praise and encourage him. While everyone was busy working happily, a whirlwind appeared out of thin air. When the wind stopped, Feng Shi and others had disappeared. But this time, they were staring at everything in front of them with their mouths open. In front of them was a huge skeleton. Judging from the 9 tailbones, it was the skeleton of a 9-tailed sky fox. Even if it was just a skeleton, the pressure emanating from it made everyone break out in cold sweat and even make them breathless. Feng Shi didn't feel anything at all, and looked at the skeleton curiously. The golden pig's voice sounded in his consciousness, Master, can you let me out and let me eat 2 bites of the bones of the 9-tailed sky fox to satisfy my craving? Feng Shi, get out. Golden pig, it's okay to roll it and chew it. It's okay to crawl it. Feng Shi. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 971. He is an honest boy. Feng Shi finally understood why the golden pig could show off itself. Its only interest was eating. Therefore, it is impossible for there to be 2 gluttons in this world, because they both want to show off each other. In the end, only one survived. She scolded the golden pig, and then the golden pig calmed down. But this time, the 9-tailed sky fox said to Feng Shi, Master, please let me out. When the wind started blowing just now, Feng Shi put all the spiritual pets into the spirit beast bag for safety reasons, including the 9-tailed sky fox. Feng Shi immediately released the 9-tailed fox. The 9-tailed sky fox walked to the skeleton, knelt down, and kowtowed 9 times. Feng Shi thought to herself that after all, they had taken someone else's treasure, so they should bow to their feelings and reasons. Although the other party is not a human race, he is still a great demon, so it doesn't matter if he salutes. So, Feng Shi took Jun Wen and others to perform a junior ceremony. But this time, there was a gentle sigh. Even if it is just a sigh, people can hear the charm of the soft intestines. Fortunately, the few people present were not familiar with it. They just thought the sound sounded good and had no other thoughts. The only one with complex ideas is Feng Shi. Suddenly I thought of many beautiful vixens, Daji, Xin Shi Shi Niang, Ying Ning. With the sound of sighing, a woman wearing a veil suddenly sat on the skeleton. Although he was just sitting there quietly, without even showing his face, he made people feel that he was extremely graceful and graceful. The sealed wooden sword suddenly shouted, Fox. It's a pity that no one else can hear this sound except itself. It thought to itself, a little vixen just came, and now an old vixen comes. Has the unscrupulous owner stabbed the fox's den? It's a pity that it can't exert its energy even if it is anxious, so it can only watch. But this time, the woman spoke. Nanny, are you here? Everyone was stunned. Because I couldn't figure out for a while who the Nanan, the woman was referring to was. Is it the 9-tailed sky fox or Feng Shi? But if you think about it carefully, it must be the 9-tailed sky fox. After all, they are the same kind. The 9-tailed sky fox knelt there and looked at the woman with tearful eyes. Are you the ancestor of the fox clan? The woman chuckled lightly. I'm not that old, but I'm older than you. Please call me aunt. Feng Shishin said, this fox must be hundreds of thousands of years old at least, but it is not considered old. It seems that no matter what species, as long as they are female, they want to stay young forever. But this time, the woman sighed again. Nanny, you must be very confused about your life experience, right? I will answer your questions now. In the past, all the great western divine beast families were wiped out. The leader of my 9-tailed fox clan had a premonition of the impending disaster, so he began to prepare for a rainy day. I scattered and hid several unhatched eggs in secret places, and cast the secret spell of my fox clan on the eggs. When it breaks its shell, it only has 8 tails to avoid causing trouble. When we find the place where our clan's bones or treasures are hidden, we may have a chance to break the secret curse and restore the bloodline of the 9-tailed fox. If it cannot be found, there is no need to restore the QB. Later, in response to the clan leader's guess, our 9-tailed fox clan also suffered a disaster, no one was spared, and everyone was killed. Relying on my obsession, I waited and waited here for countless years. Finally waiting for you, I can leave with peace of mind. Remember, Nanan, your mission is to find the truth of the past and avenge the blood feud of the 9-tailed fox clan. The woman's figure became fainter and fainter, and was about to disappear. The 9-tailed celestial fox was already sobbing and could not speak at all. When Feng Shi saw this, he quickly shouted, Senior, don't leave in a hurry, just hold on for a while. Woman, why do you tell me not to leave in a hurry? Do you think I want to leave? I would like to hold on a little longer, but I can't. Feng Shi also knew that the woman was at the end of her tether, especially when she saw that the 9-tailed sky fox clan had descendants, and she could no longer hold on to her obsession after it was gone. Feng Shi rolled her eyes and had an idea, and shouted, You don't know, this little snow fox recognized its master before and suffered a big crime. That vicious woman used its blood to make a talisman and beat it severely when it didn't go well. When I saw it before, it was all injured. That's a tragedy. If it hadn't risked its life to break the contract with her and met me again, it probably wouldn't have survived for a few days. The woman suddenly became furious, her long hair flying behind her, and her whole body exuded a cold aura. The descendants of my nine-tailed fox clan who dare to abuse me like this are really worthy of death. Is she also in this medicine garden? I will kill her. Because she was resentful again, the woman's figure became obviously more solid. Fang Shi sighed. She left. Originally, Xia Shuihu had a chance to kill her, but a golden light suddenly appeared on her body, which allowed her to escape. Do you know what that golden light is about? The woman shook her head. Maybe it's a divine weapon or something, or maybe there's another reason. Little girl, did you just say that you saved my daughter? Fang Shi bared her little white teeth and said, that's right, but I also wanted to enter the medicine garden to pick the treasures of heaven and earth. We complement each other and go to each other. The woman nodded. You are a very honest little girl. You are an honest child. Jungwon and others lowered their heads silently. Everyone in the world says he is a vixen, but he doesn't seem to be the vixen in front of his junior sister, Captain. Fang Shi looked at the woman. You just said that the nine-tailed fox clan suffered a disaster. Can you elaborate on it? I can also help the little snow fox to take revenge. The woman shook her head. It's been so long that I can't remember many things. I only remember that our nine-tailed fox suddenly can use many of our magical powers, even our natal magical powers. Then, the woman covered her head with her hands, obviously in agony. The nine-tailed sky fox subconsciously stood up and stretched out its paws to comfort the woman, but in vain. After a while, the woman calmed down. Fang Shi asked, then do you know about the Tiank Alliance? The woman covered her head and said, I don't know, is the Tiank Alliance a sect of your human race? Fang Shi frowned. Could it be that the annihilation of the Western Great Divine Beast and the nine-tailed fox has nothing to do with the Tiank Alliance? Of course, it's also possible that the Tiank Alliance is very secretive, so this woman doesn't know. At this time, the woman's figure became faint again, and her voice became intermittent. Little girl, take good care of my daughter, you will have a surprise. Before she finished speaking, Fang Shi shouted, don't leave, I'll introduce you to a wife. The woman's figure immediately became solid, and she said angrily, am I that old? Fang Shi. I just said that when Xia Shuihu was suffering, I never saw you solidify so quickly. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 972. Don't forget your current identity. Fang Shi tilted her little head and looked at the woman. Sister, I can't speak, so don't be the same as me. I just feel that a peerless beauty like you shouldn't just disappear like this. You should at least see hundreds of handsome young men before you leave. The woman suddenly giggled, her laughter soft and clear. Even a stupid young man like Jiang Yan found this laughter particularly pleasant. You, little girl, are really good at talking. Please teach your daughter a lesson from now on, lest she fall into the name of my nine-tailed celestial fox clan. If you have anything else to ask, please ask, I really can't hold on anymore this time. Fang Shi suppressed the amusement on her face and asked, do you know the devil? The woman smiled bitterly. Who doesn't know the name of the demon god? It's just that God doesn't respond to every request. We knelt down to worship heaven and the demon god, but in the end we were exterminated. So, remember, little girl, you can only survive by yourself, don't expect others, even if the other person is a god. Fang Shi wanted to ask again, but the woman disappeared. Fang Shi was unwilling to give in and shouted, sister, I will introduce the devil to you. As soon as she finished speaking, she shuddered. She glanced furtively to the west, and then breathed a sigh of relief when she saw nothing unusual. She thought to herself that the devil was a bit evil, so she should stop talking about it in the future. It wasn't anything else, it was mainly that she was afraid that she would catch a cold. The nine-tailed fox knelt on the ground again, cut out 9 times, and then burst into tears. Fang Shi sighed, Xiao Shuihu, he is gone. Don't be too sad. In the future, we will find a way to find the real culprit and take revenge. After hearing this, the nine-tailed sky fox stood up, but still twitching. Fang Shi persuaded her a few more times, and then thought of a very crucial question. This looks like a stone room. They were brought in by a whirlwind just now. How can they get out now? That beautiful girl who is hundreds of thousands of years old is so irresponsible. You should send us out first and then you can do it. There was no other way, Fang Shi and the others could only find their own exit. But I don't know how this stone chamber was built. It looks seamless and has no exit at all. Everyone placed their hopes on the nine-tailed sky fox. After all, it and the woman were of the same race. The nine-tailed sky fox thought for a long time but couldn't think of a way, and suddenly burst into tears. The wooden sword in the seal couldn't help but curse and cry. Just know how to cry. You might as well stop calling him nine-tailed sky fox and call him nine-tailed kettle instead. That's right, it's a kettle. If you have nothing to do, you have to pour some water out, otherwise you will panic. At this time, Jinzhu used his spiritual consciousness to say to Fang Shi, Master, we won't be able to get out for a while anyway. You let me out, and I will go to the skeleton and smell it. Mujin is even more energetic now. Do you hear this pig talk? How long has it been and you still want to eat it? Neither of these two is useful. Again, without it, the master's family will be broken up. Fang's eyes heart moved, and her eyes fell on the huge skeleton. Xiao Shuihu, what do you plan to do with your senior's bones? The nine-tailed sky fox has been abused by Shen Jilin since it broke out of its shell. It has no experience at all. When asked by Fang Shi, it looked confused. Master, what do you think we should do? Fang Shi said, you should have your own space, right? Put these bones away. After taking revenge in the future, I will bury him in the clan land of your nine-tailed sky fox, and my soul will return to my hometown and rest in peace. The nine-tailed sky fox didn't know where the clan's territory was, but now it obeyed Fang's eyes words, so it didn't say anything. It walked to the skeleton, knelt down, and said according to what Fang Shi taught her. Auntie, I can't bear your bones to be left here. I want to take your bones out of the Haushan mirror and bury them in the clan of our nine-tailed sky fox, so that your soul can return to your hometown and rest in peace. The juniors will start picking up the bones now. Please forgive me for any offense. After the nine-tailed sky fox finished speaking, he cut out 9 times before trying to pick up a toe bone. Seeing nothing unusual, it continued to pick up. Fang Shi and others watched solemnly on the spot. In fact, a careless person like Jiang Yan wouldn't have thought of that many things, but he could just do whatever Fang Shi did, just follow the god's example. At first, all the skeletons were taken into their own space by the nine-tailed sky fox, and a teleportation array suddenly appeared under the skeletons. Fang Shi thought to herself, that beautiful girl who is hundreds of thousands years old has so many thoughts. If the golden pig hadn't been addicted to pigs, she might not have thought of letting it return to its hometown and rest in peace. Fang Shi asked Zhun Wen and others to get on the teleportation array, and Jiang Yan asked how to activate this teleportation array. Fang Shi thought that the blood of the nine-tailed sky fox would probably be needed, so he let it bite its front paws and drip the blood on the array plate. Sure enough, the teleportation array opened the next moment. Fang Shi thought to herself that she would have to replenish the little snow fox when she got out. She had been bleeding all day. When they regained their sight, Fang Shi and the others were surprised to find that they were already outside the barrier. Fang Shi thinks this is good, otherwise she would have to use the blood of little snow fox to open the barrier. Huai Mingzhen asked, Captain, where should we go next? Fang Shi was about to speak when Xiao Hui said weakly, Master, you have collected so many medicines inside, can you go back and refine the dying gold elixir? Fang Shi said calmly, do you think the herbs I picked are enough? Small Grey. I think it must be enough. But I'm a little afraid to say it. The little black ball used his spiritual consciousness to send a message to it, don't forget your current identity. Small Grey. Yes, I'm a regular now. I forgot. So, he said numbly, Master, I don't think it's enough, we have to keep working hard. If nothing happens, I'll take an ice bath. You have to soak it in the morning and in the evening, soak it early and you will get the benefits. Fang Shi was very satisfied with Xiao Hui's realization and agreed with a smile. Fang Shi dismissed Xiao Hui and said to Huai Mingzhen, just keep going and see. Chance is all about letting things happen. Huai Mingzhen said in a nonchalant manner, Captain, what you said makes so much sense. Listening to your words is worth 10 years of reading. Zhun Wen said quietly from the side, since listening to you is better than 10 years of reading, you should listen more to what I say, not what my junior sister says. Wai Ming frame. How, if your surname is Zhun, then I have to listen to you. At this time, Luo Chen smiled and said, actually, we have obtained enough heavenly materials and earthly treasures now. Even if there is nothing to gain later, this trip to Haushan Mirror will also be fruitful. Jiang Yan echoed. Yes, this is all thanks to the captain. If we had it ourselves, we wouldn't even be able to get a small change. The captain is really our lucky star. Fang Shi looked at Jiang Yan in surprise. This guy actually started talking in human language. Growing up so fast. Jiang Yangson said, I dare not grow up. I'm afraid you'll dig holes for me again. I still have holes from picking berries. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 973. This is the card of the ancestor of 10,000 swords. Fang Shi called out a few big grey birds that had not taken a bath in ice water, chose a random direction, and set off. The nine-tailed sky fox was still unwilling to enter the spirit beast bag, so Fang Shi hugged it and sat on the bird's back. The wooden sword slipped in the seal will turn sour into vinegar. This vixen is not only a kettle but also a teapot. 2T. If you don't want to enter the spirit beast bag, who will? Who doesn't know that it's better to stay outside? It was angry and anxious, and finally the sword trembled slightly again. Mu Jian's brain, which he thought was very smart, suddenly started to work. In the past, it relied on scolding to exert its strength. Could it be that in order to break through the seal, it relied on anger? Look, this is the card of the ancestor of 10,000 swords. How different. After figuring it out, Mu Jian started to find anger on his own. This is not difficult for it at all. Anyway, none of the spiritual pets it saw in Fang Shi were pleasing to the eye. Needless to say, the donkey dung ball was obviously the ancestor of all swords who was the first one to follow the unscrupulous master. However, it was unable to speak at the time, allowing the donkey dung ball to take the lead. This is a lifelong pain. That idiot, the golden pig, does nothing but eat all day long. He is just a bastard. Not to mention that road idiot, the funniest thing is that it is only in the past tense. If the current one is not killed, it will never see the light of day. Yan Ho Shu does nothing but sleep. Although Zhao made a small contribution a few days ago, he is back to his original form now. Besides, so what if it's a unicorn? The unscrupulous owner believed it when he said she was his mother. What a fool. Ellipsis. The wooden sword soured all the spiritual pets, and suddenly felt refreshed, and the sword trembled several times. Fang Shi was overjoyed when she noticed the movement of the sword. She placed a lot of magic sword residue on the sword and said a lot of words of encouragement. Mu Jian's heart is warm, the master still loves me and loves me the most. No matter how scheming the little T-Fox is, he can't shake my position. Fang Shi encouraged Wanmu Jian and used his spiritual consciousness to say to the nine-tailed sky fox. Xiao Shuihu, can you tell me something about Shen Jilin? For example, what's going on with that golden light? Or is there anything you think is strange? When the nine-tailed sky fox heard Shen Jilin's name, its body trembled slightly. Although it was now out of the clutches of the devil, the haze in its heart could only be left to time. It calmed its mind and then said, she will cut off contact with my consciousness most of the time. She said this is to allow me to practice with peace of mind. Fang Shi thought to herself, she was not trying to let you practice with peace of mind. She was using this method to torture you and make you listen to her more. The nine-tailed sky fox continued, I know she has no good intentions, but I would rather fall into loneliness than have her regain spiritual contact, because this means that she will either make me sacrifice my life, drain my blood, or torture I. Having said this, the nine-tailed sky fox's tears fell again, and his small body twitched, looking very pitiful. Even the jealous Mu Jian felt uncomfortable because this little T-fox was so miserable. Shen Jilin is really nothing. Seeing that the nine-tailed sky fox was sad, Fang Shi decided not to continue asking. Unexpectedly, the nine-tailed sky fox twitched and said, "Because she often cuts off the connection with my spiritual consciousness, I know very little about her, but she will talk to herself when she tortures me. I guessed from some words that she really wants to gain other people's attention and favor. It seems that this is beneficial to her cultivation. But this is also my guess, I don't know if it is correct." Fang Shi fell into deep thought after hearing the nine-tailed sky fox's words. She recalled the plot in the book. Her 5 dog-licking brothers all ended badly, but Shen Jilin became more and more lucky. Could it be that she could absorb other people's luck? As long as someone else's favorable impression of her reaches a certain level, she can absorb the other person's luck. If this is the case, she will have to continue to solidify her reputation as a badass star and make people avoid her. Fang Shi thought about it for a while and asked the nine-tailed sky fox. Is there anything else in her consciousness? Well, how should I put it? It's not necessarily a spiritual pet. Anyway, it's something that doesn't belong to her consciousness. Is there anything? The nine-tailed sky fox shook his head. No, her sea of consciousness only has the mark of the contract between her and me. Fang Shi originally suspected that Shen Jilin had a plug-in system or something, but now it seems that it shouldn't be the case. Of course, it is also possible that the other party has a way to avoid the nine-tailed fox's consciousness. Fang Shi saw the nine-tailed sky fox's tearful eyes and did not ask any more questions, but let it sleep for a while. The nine-tailed sky fox didn't want to sleep because it was afraid that when it woke up, Fang Shi would disappear. Fang Shi did not force it, but took out a pill and let it eat it, saying that it could repair its consciousness. After the nine-tailed sky fox ate it, he fell asleep the next moment. Mu Jian felt relieved when he saw the little T-fox was knocked unconscious by the medicine. You see, the conscience of an unscrupulous host will only come home occasionally to visit, but will run away from home most of the time. He can't stand you for too long. Fang Shi couldn't help it. The nine-tailed sky fox was very weak now, and falling asleep would help restore his consciousness. Furthermore, Fang Shi, I don't like people crying all the time. If there is a problem, just solve it. Is there any use in crying? She has been very tolerant of the nine-tailed sky fox, after all, it is so pitiful. Of course, the nine-tailed sky fox is also good-looking, and it doesn't bother him even if he cries. If it was Xiao Hui, he might have been scolded by Fang Shi. Xiao Hui, who was taking a bath in ice water, sneezed. Grandma is such a bear, it's so cold. You won't be exposed to the cold, right? Fang Shi put the nine-tailed sky fox into the spirit beast bag. She remembered that when she was in the underground palace, she mentioned the Tiank Alliance when chatting with a beautiful girl hundreds of thousands of years old. At that time, Luo Chen and 3 people were also present. Although the 3 of them were nothing I didn't even ask, but I must have doubts in my heart. Did she make up a lie or tell the truth? When Fang Shi was hesitating, Bai Li Hao said, Captain, I will definitely keep secret what happened in the underground palace before. I, Bai Li Hao, hereby swear that if I tell the story of the underground palace without the permission of the captain, my soul will be destroyed and I will never be reincarnated. Jiang Yan scratched his head. You are not as big-mouthed as Huaiming Zhen. Do you need to swear poison? Huaiming frame. Should I put my big mouth aside for now? You are so indebted. At this time, Luo Chen also swore a poisonous oath. When Jiang Yan saw this, he could only follow the god's pattern and swore a poisonous oath. After swearing, he muttered. It doesn't matter whether I say it or not. I know that I don't have any ideas, so I don't make any noise when I can, and I'm too lazy to talk to others. At this time, Fang Shi said, the wind is so strong that I can hear you clearly just now, otherwise I would have stopped you even if I said anything. Luo Chen and the other 3. You might as well not say this. You didn't even think of stopping me. Next chapter around 9 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 974. Are you polite? Fang Shi really didn't want to stop her. Although she hadn't decided whether to tell the truth, the actions of Luo Chen and the others made her feel relieved. Zheng Wen watched from the side and thought to himself, he just said that Bai Li Hao and Jing Laoshi were from the same family. They looked taciturn, but in fact they had a lot of thoughts. Sure enough, biting dogs don't bark. Cough. Although these words were somewhat inappropriate, the meaning was quite the same. Anyway, he preferred fools like Jiang Yan. Say what you have to say, there are not so many twists and turns. At this time, Fang Shi said sternly, 3 senior brothers, the Tiank Alliance is of great importance. If you speak out, you may be killed, so I didn't stop you. As for the details, I will tell you when the time is right. Jiang Yan gritted his teeth and said, Captain, whatever you say is whatever you say, I will listen to you. Luo Chen and Bai Li Hao also said a few polite words, and this matter was settled. Everyone took the time to meditate and adjust their breath. Early the next morning, Fang Shi saw the mountains below and wondered, could there be a chance for this place? Just as I was thinking about it, I heard a few panic cooing sounds. The voices of several big grey birds sounded in the consciousness. Master, no, we can't fly. Fang Shi. Fortunately, you still call yourself Grey-Winged Rock, but now you tell me that you can't fly. There's probably something fishy down there, and even a big grey bird can't fly. The most important thing now is self-rescue. Even a bird can't fly, let alone a sword. Sure enough, Huaiming Frame panicked and said, Captain, you can't control the sword at all. Fang Shi comforted us, don't worry, even if we fall, we will still have these birds as meat pads, so our death will not be too ugly. Several people from Huaiming Frame, they were not comforted. Several big grey birds, are you polite? When Fang Shi said this, he tried the talisman seal and the array disc, but they both failed. Fortunately, the huge wings of the big grey bird played a certain role in slowing down the attack and bought some time. Finally, Fang Shi took out 7 huge grass balls and let several people live in them. This grass ball was made by honey badger beasts. On the one hand, it is addictive, and on the other hand, Fang Shi thinks that the grass ball has a good shock-absorbing effect and might be useful, so she will make a few more when it is fine. Furthermore, weaving the dragon grass into balls is easier to store, and also helps her keep an eye on it to prevent the golden pigs from stealing it. Still about 20 feet away from the ground, Fang Shi put several big grey birds into the street beast bag. The hearts of Luo Chen and others were in their throats. Can this grass ball really work? Several people worked hard to add spiritual shields to their bodies, and all defensive spiritual weapons were activated. In their panic, the grass ball hit the ground, bounced up, hit the ground again, and bounced up again. After doing this several times, it finally stopped. Luo Chen and others stumbled out of the big grass one after another, and Jiang Yan even fell to the west. Although everyone was shaken and dizzy, fortunately, they were all okay. Jiang Yan gritted his teeth and said, "Thanks to the captain's good idea, otherwise we would have been smashed into meat patties." Zhang Wengsun said, "Forget it about others, you, a clumsy person, started to take my job." 1069 She never cares about these false names. Lin Xiangchuan was talking with saliva flying all over the place. Wen Shan and others secretly cursed him for being a flatterer in their hearts, but they had to admit that this was also a kind of skill. Apart from anything else, this old guy's soul is more stable than theirs, because Fang Zhu always gives him special treatment when he has nothing to do. Zhu Zhiyun and the others already had an expression of astonishment on their faces. If he had not been shocked once before in the screening array, he would not only be stunned, but would also shout. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. As the pride of the Changsheng sect, their sense of superiority and arrogance had been shattered to the point where not even a slag was left. Lin Xiangchuan continued. Do you know why I brought you here? Because we will give you joint lessons, and strive to improve your cultivation by a large margin in about a month. Zhu Zhiyun and others were almost knocked out by this huge surprise. Even if they could get a little guidance from these ancestors, they would benefit a lot, let alone accept a month of joint teaching. This is more precious than any opportunity they had previously obtained in the Haoshan Mirror. When they were getting excited, Lin Xiangchuan raised his voice. You should thank Fang Zhu, because this is the opportunity she fought for you after going through so much hardship and overcoming numerous difficulties. As the saying goes, when you drink water, remember its source. Why don't you hurry up and thank Fang Zhu? Upon hearing this, Zhu Zhiyun and others immediately bowed to Fang Shi to express the gratitude. This time the gratitude was much more sincere than before. Fang Shi nodded slightly. Children, get up. Xiang Xuan's words are a bit too much. As the third-generation ancestor of the sect, I should support you younger generations. Zhu Zhiyun and others. Although they had already accepted the fact that Fang Shi was the third-generation ancestor, they were still unable to adapt to Fang Zai's elder-like tone for a while. Especially the word, kids, which almost made several people fall down. After they stumbled to their feet, Fang Shi did not continue talking, but read their faces one by one. It's okay for people like Zhu Zhiyun who have stronger psychological qualities. Although they feel a little uncomfortable, it is still within their tolerance range. Some people were already feeling anxious because they had offended Fang Shi before, and they broke into cold sweats when Fang Shi looked at them. If they had not had a trace of rationality left in them, they would have probably knelt down before Fang Shi. Wen Shan and others watched from the side, wondering why Fang Zhu's pressure seemed to have suddenly become much stronger. Fang Shi glanced around and then said, The Nine Nether Continent is in a precarious situation right now. If we are not careful, we will be doomed to failure, so we must prepare for a rainy day. You are all the best of the younger generation of the Changsheng sect. You are outstanding in both qualifications and cultivation. You are responsible and have a sense of the overall situation. You are the pillars of the Juyu continent. It can be said that you are the spark of the Juyu continent. You are the hope of the Juyu continent. That's why I tried every possible means to secure this opportunity for you to pursue further studies. I hope you can cherish this hard-won opportunity, practice well, and don't let me down, and don't let down the people of the Juyu continent's high hopes for you. Did you hear everything clearly? Zhu Zhiyun and the others were so excited by Fang Zai's words that they shouted, Fang Zhu, we heard it clearly. We must cherish this opportunity. We must practice well. Ellipsis. Fang Shi nodded in satisfaction. When she was about to let Wen Shan take Zhu Zhiyun and others to study, Zhu Xuan appeared out of nowhere and kept coughing. Fang Shi. She glanced at Lin Xiangchuan. Lin Xiangchuan understood immediately, cleared his throat, and said to Zhu Zhiyun and others. Let me introduce you to a great hero from the Nine Nether Continent. Perhaps you have never heard of his name, but back then his name was so powerful that it shocked the 3 tribes. It can be said that everyone knew him. He is Fang Zhu's grandfather, the leader of the demon clan, blood-devouring ancestor. He risked his life to suppress the deadly atmosphere of Langyunyuan, save the demons, save the people of the world, and save the Juyu continent. How heroic, how great. Why don't you kneel down and worship him? After hearing what Lin Xiangchuan said, Zhu Zhiyun and the others felt that the blood ancestor in front of them was 28 feet tall and radiant. Because it's true. At this moment, someone was indeed over 28 feet tall, and he had secretly opened the light of the sun. There's nothing I can do, the image burden is just too heavy. When Zhu Xuan saw Zhu Zhiyun and others looking at him in admiration and kneeling down to him, he was so happy that he was bursting with joy. Shaoanzi is really good. No matter what, let Shaoxi take him out. Zhu Xuan suppressed the urge to smile and said a few high-sounding words, then left. It's not that he didn't want to say a few more words, but he hadn't recharged enough today, and he can maintain his 6 feet 8 inches figure anymore. Fang Shi was speechless. Her cheap grandfather is good in every way except that he is too vain. She is different, she never cares about these false reputations. As she thought about it, she secretly strengthened her saintly light. Okay, time is running out, let's get started. When Shan and others had arranged targeted courses in advance, Fang Shi gave an order and immediately led Zhu Zhiyun and others to class. Jing Yan, Luo Chen and the others did not join them because they were making faster progress, but continued to have their own special meal. Zhang Wen went to learn Kendo from Xiang Ji. He was not interested in other aspects and only wanted to concentrate on studying Kendo. Besides, if he wanted to learn, he could just take the class of his junior sister. The content of her course was much more refined than others. In addition to studying courses, Fang Shi devoted all his energy to refining the power of time. Because she was so excited, she didn't feel tired at all. Instead, she became more energetic as she practiced. When she was practicing vigorously, the little mirror said. News came from the dream eating taper. Shen Zhilin and the others have already entered the fantasy world of desire and hope. Fang Shi was worried that if Shen Zhilin and the others were teleported to the vicinity of the Forbidden Realm, it would accidentally expose the existence of the Forbidden Realm, which would be disastrous, so he asked the small mirror to teleport the dream eating taper to the Spring Realm. Let the dream eating taper weave illusions of desire and hope for Shen Zhilin and the others in the Spring domain. Due to the long distance, Fang Shi has no way to communicate with the dream eating taper and can only use a small mirror to convey messages. After hearing what Xiao Jingzi said, Fang Shi asked, what desire is being magnified for Shen Zhilin? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1070, Junior sister's eyes are really pretty. After hearing what Fang Shi said, Little Mirror said, her desire is for everyone to love her. She is so shameless. Who would love her with her unlucky appearance? If you are like me, my master, anyone who is not a madman or a fool will love you. I love you so much. I love you very much. Fang Shi, in your eyes, I'm a time shuttle stone, of course you love me. But this is not important. What is important is that Shen Zhilin's desire is that everyone loves her. Is he too narcissistic or does he have other intentions? Besides this, what else have you discovered? The little mirror said immediately. That useless dream eating taper has only found out these things so far. The key is that the Jinx is not picky about food. She will hook up with anyone, whether they're human or demon, as long as they are her direct disciples. What about the flowers and the moon? What about the endless lovey-dovey talk? Fang Shi nodded, then let the dream eating taper continue to explore. We have plenty of time anyway, so take your time and don't rush. After sending the small mirror away, Fang Shi continued to practice the power of time. Because no one has ever practiced the power of time, Zhu Zhiyun can only provide some suggestions based on her feeling, and most of the time she still has to rely on her own exploration. So her practice was also bumpy and her speed naturally could not be increased. 10 days passed and the amount of water in the puddle only increased a little. So Fang Shi cursed the 5 dog spirit roots. 5 dog spirit roots. We have helped you purify so much, power of time, and now you can't refine the waste yourself, so you blame us. Why are you so unreasonable? Fang Shi was not a person who would dwell on trivial matters. Since her practice was not going well, she stopped temporarily and began to think about how to transform the power of time into a means of attack or defense. Otherwise, what's the point of repairing it? As luck would have it, Zhang Wen came running over excitedly at this time. Junior sister, I just comprehended a new sword style. Now I have comprehended 3 sword styles since entering the Forbidden Guard realm. I told the ancestor that he had mastered a total of 6,636 sword moves. I think I will be able to master at least 779 in the future. Fang Shi, 5th senior brother, you are being conservative. I think you can comprehend 9981 kinds. Zhang Wen. Are you sure you don't mean the 9981 difficulties? Correct. Junior sister has not mastered any sword moves so far, isn't he stabbing a knife into her heart? He laughed dryly twice. Junior sister, once you use the power of time, it will be useless even if I comprehend 10,000 sword moves. You will trap me in an illusion in the blink of an eye. I can only let you sword to me. Fang Zai's heart moved. 5th brother, tell me in detail what happened that day. Zhang Wen was eager to divert Fang Zai's attention, so he immediately started talking in great detail. 5th brother, so, after you saw my eyes, you fell into the past. Zhang Wen nodded like a chick. Yes, I even remembered the time when I secretly put bugs into Rong Lao San's cup when I was a kid. Fang Shi, how did 3rd senior brother deal with you after he found out? He didn't do anything to punish me, but he kept repeating the sect rules in front of me every day, causing me to talk nonsense in my dreams and all I heard were the sect rules. Fang Shi. The voice of Mu Jian sounded in the sea of consciousness. Master, I still have to tell you. It takes a dream eating taper a lot of effort to weave the illusion of desire and hope, but you can make anyone fall into the past just by looking at him casually. The past is something that actually happened. No matter how strong your mind is, you have to get stuck in it. Isn't this a surefire killer? Others have a pair of flesh eyes, but you have the eyes of time. Fang Shi. You say you are a swordsman, but you don't practice well, and you just flatter others all day long. Have you gone astray? Mu Jian continued to chatter. Master, you have just started practicing the power of time and you already have such power. If you master it, you might be able to send people over in the first place. For example, if you don't like the golden pig, just look at it and it will go back to its original state and turn into an egg. Golden pig. Why don't you use yourself as an example? When your unscrupulous master takes a look at you, you will first turn into a piece of ore, or a broken ore thrown into a toilet. Fang Shi was moved when she heard Mu Jian's words. Although Mu Jian's words were exaggerated, if she could use the power of time to freeze the opponent's time, wouldn't she have the upper hand? She immediately decided to start from these 2 directions. One is to make the other party fall into the past, and the other is to find a way to freeze the other party's time. Of course, the solidification time must be very short, maybe just a breath or a few breaths, but this is enough to determine the outcome of a battle. The idea was good, but without any experience to draw on and no one to guide him, Fang Shi didn't know where to start. After much thought, she decided that practice is the only way to gain true knowledge. So, she called out all the little fat birds and let them take turns looking into her eyes, while she activated the power of time in her meridians. Unfortunately, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and the little fat bird and the others did not feel anything about the past that Zhang Wen mentioned, let alone the stagnation of time. Fang Shi thought that maybe the target was not right and they should experiment on someone else first, so Zhang Wen, the lucky guy, was chosen. Zhang Wen was naturally willing to serve his junior sister, but his eyes were almost blinded and he didn't feel anything unusual. Instead, he found that his junior sister's eyes were really beautiful. His eyes are beautiful too. They are really destined to be together as senior and junior brothers and sisters. When Fang Shi was at a loss as to what to do, Zhu Xuan, his cheap grandfather, jumped out. The old man has been very busy these days. Apart from spending most of his time in the passage absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, he used the rest of his time to instruct Zhu Xiun and the others. With his vision and cultivation, he could see their shortcomings at a glance, almost to the point. Whenever he saw these little guys showing their admiration and respect, Zhu Xuan felt as if he had taken a gas-relieving pill, and he felt so comfortable. Of course, these are all additional. He mainly cares about the younger generation and contributes to the fight against the Tiank Alliance. Right, that is it. The old man was busy for several days before he remembered that he had a granddaughter, so he walked over with his hands behind his back. After listening to Fang Zai's explanation of the situation, Zhu Xiun pondered for a moment and said, "Although I have never practiced the power of time, I believe that all methods of practice are essentially the same. For example, your storage ring contains both spirit stones and magic crystals, and when you go shopping, you can just take whichever you need." Although Zhu Xuan's words were a bit confusing, Fang Shi still understood what he wanted to express. No matter it is demonic energy, spiritual energy, or the power of time, as long as it is absorbed by you, it is the energy you store. When you want to use it, just call it first. Fang Shi suddenly understood. She had been bound by preconceived ideas before and thought that only by figuring out the formula of the power of time could she use the power of time. In fact, there is no need to go through so much trouble. You can just try the existing human or demon magic. Thinking of this, Fang Shi looked at Zhu Xiun with great admiration. My cheap grandpa is truly a god. Seeing his granddaughter's admiring eyes, Zhu Xuan felt a little guilty. He was just saying it casually. It's ambiguous anyway, so it's up to you how you interpret it. The main focus is on imagination. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1071 Am I in Shen Jilin's illusion? Fang Shi didn't know that her cheap grandfather had also learned how to deceive people. The more she thought about it, the more she felt that what Zhu Xuan said made sense. He immediately began to try to use the power of time to cast human magic. The idea was good, but reality gave her a heavy blow. I tried dozens of spells in succession, but all ended in failure. She changed the magic spell of the demon clan, but still failed. Seeing that the situation was not good, Zhu Xuan quickly slipped back into the passage to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Upon seeing this, Zhang Wen also ran to ask Ji Yi for advice on swordsmanship. Fang Shi. I treat you two as my closest relatives, and this is how you treat me. She continued to trying almost every spell she could think of, but still to no avail. Even so, she still felt that Zhu Xuan's theory was correct, but it was just missing something, but she couldn't figure out why for a moment. She felt that it was pointless to ponder over it. This kind of thing required an opportunity, so it would be better to put it aside for the time being and seize the time to learn from the old ghosts in the Forbidden Realm. After figuring it out, Fang Shi no longer obsessed with studying the power of time, but spent most of his time on studying. That day, Little Mirror reported the situation on the Dream Eating Taper's side. Shen Jilin's fantasy of desire and hope is still full of romance and romance. From the human race, the satyr race, to the demon race, all the elite disciples are attracted by her and are devoted to her. The Dream Eating Taper tried to test it several times, but no matter how it weaved the illusion, Shen Jilin would eventually turn it into a love story. The Dream Eating Taper was about to vomit after watching this. Fang Shi was also speechless about this. She felt that it was unlikely that Shen Jilin was in love, and it was most likely related to absorbing good luck. Thinking of destiny, Fang Shi asked the little mirror, ask the Dream Eating Taper if I am in Shen Jilin's fantasy world. The small mirror quickly brought a negative answer. Fang Shi sighed. She originally wanted to guess some clues, but she didn't expect that Shen Jilin didn't mention her at all in her illusion. We are enemies after all, so please give me some roles. How can we have fun in the future if you value beauty over your enemy? A few days later, Xiao Jingzi told Fang Shi that Shen Jilin had somehow figured out the illusion of desire. All her lackeys died. Now, Fang Shi was even more certain that Shen Jilin might be relying on the other party's favor to absorb luck, otherwise how could it be such a coincidence? In a blink of an eye, Zhu Xiun and his companions have been in the forbidden area for a month and a half. The small mirror has carefully hinted to Fang Shi several times that the extension time has expired, but unfortunately Fang Shi ignored it. Little Mirror Chief Jane is so angry. Fang Shi, you pervert. If it weren't for the sake of Shisuo Stone, I would make you pay no matter what. That day, Fang Shi came to see his senior brother Lu Bushi. Brother, how are those disciples doing? Lu Buyi said immediately, even if they have extraordinary talents, it is difficult for them to learn everything in such a short time. They can only learn the basics, and the rest depends on themselves. Fang Shi felt that the surface was enough. It was equivalent to helping them break the window paper. How much they could see depended on their own abilities. Besides, they have already been in the Haoshan Mirror for 2.5 months and cannot delay any longer. So Fang Shi said to Lu Buyi, brother, then give them 3 more days. 3 days later, I led my men away from the Haoshan Mirror. If you need anything, please let Little Mirror tell me at any time. Although Lu Buyi had not spent much time with this little sister who had fallen from the sky, he still felt a little reluctant when he heard that she was leaving. But there was nothing we could do. We couldn't let her, a living person, stay here. What's more, the Jiu continent is counting on her to save it. After Fangxi and Lu Buyi had discussed it, they found an empty space to sit down and said to the golden pig with their spiritual sense. Tell me the method you use to cultivate your physical body. You can set any conditions you want. The golden pig said nothing. This is not a matter of conditions, it is a matter of principle. How could they tell others the secrets of the Tati clan? Isn't this asking too much? 10 black beast cores. The golden pig's ears moved. 20 black beast cores. The golden pig couldn't help but shake its tail twice. 30 black beast cores plus a sack of heavenly talismans. If you agree, then agree. If you don't agree, forget it. The golden pig swallowed his saliva and said, I want half of the ginseng whiskers. Before, Yue Ling Wushen broke his whiskers in the illusion of desire and hope, so Fangxi put the Paishu into the storage ring, and Jinzhu was still thinking about it. Fangxi nodded, okay, deal. The golden pig was very happy. Although it was still somewhat reluctant, it knew that even if it disagreed, Fangxi would have a way to force it to agree, so it would be better to get some benefits and make everyone happy. As the most intelligent of the great beasts in the West, it has never lost when it comes to weighing the pros and cons. Mu Jian saw that golden pig had got a bunch of good things and felt envious and jealous. HMPH, don't be happy too soon. You took the things but lost the owner's favor. Whose good pet would cheat its owner of things? Just wait for your master to banish you to the cold palace. The golden pig snorted in anger, but after thinking about it carefully, it seemed that what Mu Jian said made sense. Should I take this thing or not? All the good mood just now turned into entanglement. After seeing this, Mu Jian was secretly happy, as it was the best at adjusting people's mentality. Fangxi ignored the golden pig's hesitation and asked it to tell him the technique quickly. The reason why she spent so much money to get the skills from the golden pig was to help the people in the blood-devouring world and the forbidden world recover their bodies quickly. Even if I can't restore my physical body, it would be fine if I can restore most of my soul. When the time comes, she will make some puppets and use them as their bodies. An old person in the family is like a treasure, let alone so many old treasures. They are outstanding in both experience and vision. With their support, we will be more confident in dealing with the Tiank alliance. After Jinzhu finished explaining the technique, he made up his mind. Master, I was mistaken just now. What's mine is yours, and I should offer my skills to you for free without asking for any benefits. You take all these beast cores, talismans and ginseng whiskers back. When Jinzhu said this, his heart was bleeding. But you still have to distinguish between one meal being full and another meal being full. Fangxi smiled and said, it's enough that you have this intention. What you deserve will still be given to you. This is not a condition of exchange, but a reward for you. But since you said so, I will take back half of the black beast core, and the rest will remain the same. The golden pig had been prepared to get nothing, but he didn't expect Fangxi to only take back half of the beast core. He was so moved that he burst into tears. He immediately expressed his loyalty and even offered to personally demonstrate and answer questions for Zhu Shuan and the others. Fangxi naturally wanted it very much, and he immediately gathered the people from Zhu Shihun and Jin Shouji together and asked Jinzhu to demonstrate to them the method of physical cultivation. Zhu Shuan was fine, as he had been mentally prepared for this, but Lu Bui and the others were stunned by this huge pie. Even if they thought with their heels, they knew that Tati's physical training method must be extraordinary. Even if it was not 100% compatible, it would still give them a lot of inspiration. They looked at Fangxi with eyes full of gratitude. Not to mention that Fangxi called them kids, even if he called them turtle calves, they would feel extremely cordial. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1085. He wanted to refuse, but he didn't dare. After all, Elder Huai is the right-hand man of Sect leader Sima, and his ability to adapt to changing circumstances is quite good. After hearing what Elder Bai said, he immediately asked with a flattered look on his face. Elder Bai, do you recognize me? If it was someone else, they might have just followed this thread and backed out, but this rich Elder Bai was obviously not an ordinary person. He curled his lips. Of course I recognize you, after all, you are the only lackey around King Hong. Your other abilities are ordinary, but your ability to catch a fart in the wind is outstanding. However, the sectors need talents like you. After all, shameless people like you are too rare. Elder Huai. For a moment, I didn't know whether you were praising me or scolding me. Elder Bai turned his attention back to Sect Master Sima. After not seeing you for so many years, you have really grown up. You have learned how to talk about your wife's tongue. You are really promising. Sect leader Sima. He might be unlucky today, otherwise why would he be slapped and scolded? Mr. Jian is so unlucky. He knew that if he didn't admit his mistake, this uncle would never let him off, so he had no choice but to kneel on the ground and say, Uncle Master, I offended you with my rude words. Please punish me. Elder Bai snorted coldly, sat down on the main seat, and said while playing with the silver needle in his hand. I know you have complaints against me and think that I should help you deal with that old loser in Haoshan Holy Land, but have you ever thought about what the consequences would be if I did so? Internally, even if the leader of the West Peak does not dare to rebel openly, he will be alienated from you inwardly and may even join hands to deal with you. Outside, that old waste from the West is the trump card of the Changsheng sect. If they get into trouble, not to mention the northern region, all the major families in the West will not be at peace. If Exafeng and the Exeter family join forces, even if Yin Yu and I stand on your side, what do you think your chances of winning are? Even if you win in the end, the Changsheng sect will be riddled with holes and its vitality will be severely damaged. Is this the result you want? Maybe you think that even if I can't show up in public, I should stay in the Changsheng sect and take charge, so that you will feel more confident. However, if I stay in the sect, you will always be dependent on me and will never grow. Whether in the secular world or in the world of immortals, wherever there are people, there will be conflicts. As the leader of a sect, you should accept this kind of training and master the skills of balance and control. You have done a great job over the years, and now you have finally grown into a qualified sect leader. It's worth all my hard work. I have been paying close attention to the sect situation over the years. If you are in trouble, I will crawl back without you having to tell me. I didn't expect you to slander me behind my back. It's really chilling. Sect leader Seema. Although what you said makes sense, why do I feel like there is a mix of truth and falsehood in these words? However, he also heard that Elder Bai was indeed somewhat sincere towards him, and it seemed that he had indeed misunderstood him before. He immediately said ashamedly, Uncle Master, I was mistaken. I'm sorry. Elder Bai placed the silver needle on the table and sighed. All right, get up. We men don't need to talk about this. Before your master died, he specifically asked me to take care of you, so I naturally have to fulfill my responsibility as your uncle. Sect leader Seema. Can't we speak more politely? What do you mean before my master died? Even if you say you'll die, it's fine. When Sect leader Seema saw Elder Huai still kneeling there, he asked, Uncle Master, what do you think of Elder Huai? Elder Bai glanced at Elder Huai and said, you should get up too. Elder Huai then stood up, looked at his nose with his eyes, his mouth with his nose, and his heart with his mouth, and decided not to speak easily. This Elder Bai is too difficult to deal with. You never know what he might say to step on his tail. Apart from anything else, those silver needles are still on the table. If he raised his hand, wouldn't he be stabbed like a hedgehog? Strange, didn't the sect master say that this person was struggling in the secular world? Why did his cultivation seem unfathomable? Sect leader Seema was too nervous just now, but now that he has calmed down, he has returned to his usual graceful demeanor. The table was filled with tea, cakes, and spiritual fruits, and they asked Elder Bai about his well-being. Elder Bai took a silver needle and pierced the fruit, took 2 bites, and said with emotion, this spiritual fruit is still delicious. I have been practicing in the secular world for these years, eating simple meals and almost forgetting what this spiritual fruit tastes like. King Hong, I have nothing now. Shouldn't you double the resources you have given me as the elders who have protected the sect over the years? Sect leader Seema. You didn't do anything, and I still have to give you money. Double it. How can you be so shameless? He wanted to refuse, but didn't dare. He said against his will, Uncle Master, even if you didn't mention it, I've been thinking about it. I'll send the supplies to you when you're settled. Nee. These 2 elders who protect the sect are going to pull him bald. Elder Bai was very satisfied with his answer and finally put the silver needle into the storage ring. Sect Master Seema changed his mind and said, Uncle Master, I thought you would be back in a few days, but I didn't expect you to come back just after I received the message, so I was not fully prepared. I originally wanted to choose a place in the West Peak to build a cave for you, but now there is no time. Why don't you settle down in Haoshan Holy Land first, and then move there when I find a suitable place? Elder Bai frowned slightly. Go to Haoshan Holy Land. Are you planning to let that idiot know of my existence? Do you want to show off your power? Sect leader Seema thought to himself that it seemed that his Uncle Master only heard the words he complained about, and not the previous words. Just as he was wondering whether he should tell the whole story, Feng Zai's voice rang out from outside the study. Master, are you in there? Sect leader Seema wondered why Feng Shi came again. As he was thinking, Elder Bai rolled his eyes. That little girl outside must be Feng Shi, right? I've heard her name a lot in the Northern Territory, the light of the Northern Territory. She really dares to flatter herself. Please let her in, I want to see what the light of the North is like. Out of a subtle psychological state, Sect leader Seema just nodded and said nothing. He opened the door of the study and welcomed Feng Shi in. As soon as Feng Shi came in, he saw Elder Huai and an old lady. No, why is there an old lady in Sect leader Seema's house? A twilight romance. Or was it Elder Huai who made the connection? Due to lack of information, Feng Shi did not know about the existence of Elder Bai. Although Lin Xiangchuan knew Elder Bai, he never dreamed that Elder Bai would disguise himself as a woman, so naturally he did not associate it with Elder Bai. When Sect leader Seema saw the appearance of his Uncle Master, he almost stumbled. Although he knew that Elder Bai had transformed into a woman in the secular world, hearing about it and seeing it with one's own eyes were 2 different things. This shock was too great. When Master Seema was wondering how to introduce them, Aunt Bai said kindly, You are Feng Shi, right? Your Master Xiao Beidao and I are old acquaintances. It's a pity that we missed each other back then, otherwise our granddaughter would be older than you. Sect leader Seema. Uncle Master, I know you are being outrageous, but could you please not be so outrageous? Elder Huai pinched his thigh hard and managed to remain calm. The crow of a bloodthirsty rooster was heard in Feng Shi's consciousness. Why are these 2 lovers all in the Changsheng sect? The Changsheng sect should just change its name to the Heihuan sect. Feng Shi. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1086 Phoenix Ancestor calms down his anger. Feng Shi thought to herself, this cheap grandpa is such a mean person. Let alone having 1 or 2 lovers, even if there are 8 or 10, you can't change the Changsheng sect into the Heihuan sect. Besides, the old lady in front of me is obviously talking nonsense. No matter from which angle you analyze it, this is nonsense. First, Sect leader Seema and Elder Huai were both standing, and only this old lady was sitting there, which showed that her status was higher than both of them. If Xiao Beidao really had such a capable lover, given his personality, he would have clung to her like an octopus. How could they go their separate ways? She wasn't saying bad things about his master behind his back. If he could accept a useless disciple like her for 50 million spirit stones, then he would naturally be able to sell himself for the sect. Second, Sect leader Seema and Elder Huai looked very calm, but it was this calmness that was wrong. How could I not be shocked when I heard such shocking gossip? Third, although the old lady looked flawless, her eyes were cunning and it was obvious that she was a fellow traveler. Not a single word of truth was told. But this time, everyone in the room was waiting to see Feng Shi's reaction. Especially Elder Bai. He was not bragging, his ability to transform into other people had become more and more perfect over the years, and no one could detect any flaws. Not to mention the yellow-haired girl in front of me. Are there geniuses in this world? Of course there are, like him. However, experience and knowledge must be accumulated over time, so he felt that even though Feng Shi had some abilities, they were limited. Just then, he saw Feng Shi's eyes suddenly light up. You are Aunt Jia Qingcheng, right? My master has mentioned you, and more than once. It is said that you were in love with each other at the beginning, and wished to be a pair of wings in the sky and a pair of branches on the ground. You can be said to be a pair of immortal lovers. Unfortunately, fate played a trick on us and we ended up parting with regret. I didn't expect that we would meet here today. It's really fate. Elder Bai. Jia Qingcheng, fake Qingcheng. This girl is sincere. Is this a flaw? Snort. So what if you can see it? As he was thinking, he heard Feng Shi say. Aunt Jia, when my master mentioned you to me, he also said that you borrowed 10 billion strud stones from him, and that if you couldn't pay it back, you would use the Changsheng Sect to pay off the debt. Do you want to pay me back or give me the Changsheng Sect? Elder Bai. I'll give you a daddy. I'm good at making up stories, but you're even better than me. If it was someone else, they might feel embarrassed or angry at this moment, but after a moment of surprise, Elder Bai burst into laughter. But the hearty laughter was really inconsistent with the image of an old lady. Feng Shi, she-male. At this time, Elder Bai returned to his original appearance. Feng Shi, so you're a crossdresser. Zhu Xuan's voice rang out in his sea of consciousness. This old fellow is quite capable. I didn't even realize he was actually a male. Feng Shi. The words and sentences her chief grandfather used always opened her eyes. Elder Bai thought that the identity of the guardian elder was a secret of the sect, and it would be fine if Elder Huai, this lackey, knew it. Feng Shi was an outsider after all, so it would be better not to let her know. So what kind of identity should he give himself? While he was pondering, Lin Xiangchun's voice rang out from Feng Shi's sea of consciousness. Ancestor Feng, I remember now. This person's name is Bai Lycan, and he is one of the two elders who protect the sect. Lin Xiangchun thought to himself, when he was in the Forbidden Realm before, this person looked normal, why does he look like a pervert now? Feng Shi suddenly realized. She said that this person's status must be higher than that of Sect Master Sima. It turns out that he is the elder who protects the sect. With his personality, he should have jumped out and caused trouble a long time ago. Since he didn't, it was probably because he had not been in the sect before. Besides, he probably didn't know her identity, otherwise he wouldn't dare to play tricks on her. Feng Shi is a very petty person sometimes. And usually, revenge is taken on the spot. So, her little face suddenly became gloomy. Bai Lycan, is it fun? Do you want to play again? Elder Bai was a little slow to react at first. After all, no one had called him by his real name for a long time. By the time I realized what was happening, I was shocked and angry. How did this little girl know his name? And her tone was too rude. The next moment, Sect Master Sima and Elder Huai both knelt on the ground. Elder Bai thought that the two of them saw that he was angry and wanted to plead for Feng Shi. When he was about to show off, he heard the two of them say. Phoenix Ancestor, calm down. Phoenix Ancestor, calm down. The first sentence was said by Sect Leader Sima, and the second sentence was said by Elder Huai. He didn't want to stutter, but it was his first time and he was somewhat uncomfortable with it. However, to be able to do what he did is already excellent. Elder Bai was so shocked that he stood up from his chair. Are Sima King Hong and his lackeys crazy? Kneeling down to a little girl. What other nonsense are you talking about? Feng Zhu. Where did Feng Zhu come from? At this time, Sect Master Sima said to him, Uncle Master, this is the direct disciple of the second generation ancestor. He is our third generation ancestor. We respect him as the Phoenix Ancestor. Elder Bai. Crazy. Totally crazy. I guess he was driven crazy by too much pressure in recent years. Nee. If he had known this, he would have come back earlier. No, even if he is crazy, his lackeys shouldn't go crazy with him. Is there really something fishy going on here? When he was in doubt, Feng Shi took out a photo of her and a group of old ghosts from the Forbidden Realm. Elder Bai felt it was ridiculous as he watched the ancestors kneeling on the ground to pay their respects to Feng Shi and shouting, Ancestor Feng. Fake. It must be fake. This little girl could become the light of the Northern Territory, so she must have used some unusual means, such as fraud. This image must have been faked by her in some way. But why is the scene here exactly the same as that in the Forbidden Realm? How did she know? As he was thinking, he saw Feng Shi take out an identity token, and a familiar voice came from it. Bai Lycan, you ignorant boy. How dare you disrespect Phoenix Ancestor? Why don't you kneel down and apologize? As he spoke, Lin Xiangchun's head appeared. He didn't want to do this either. He was afraid that revealing his entire figure would attract thunder from the sky, so it was better to be cautious. Elder Bai looked at Lin Xiangchun's big head in shock. Lin, Ancestor Lin. Lin Xiangchun snorted coldly. Do you also suspect that I'm fake? Then let me tell you about your interesting experiences in the Forbidden Realm. When you first entered the Forbidden Realm, you offended the ancestor Xiang Ji, and he changed your name to Bai Yuqian. And next chapter around 10 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1087. I think women's clothing suits you better. Elder Bai's voice suddenly rose. Ancestor Lin, stop talking. The days in the Forbidden Area were the memories he least wanted to mention in his life. Before he entered the Forbidden Realm, he felt that the ancestors of the Forbidden Realm were all amiable and respectable seniors of the sect. However, he later discovered that he was totally wrong. Let's put it this way, changing the name is a small matter, let alone the suffering he suffered in the Forbidden Realm. He was puzzled. Since they were also being trained, why didn't they attack Yin Yu but only him? Is it because he is too good? The trees that are beautiful in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Lin Xiangchun glanced at Elder Bai. You said don't say it, so don't say it. You have the final say. It depends on what Feng Zhu thinks. Although Elder Bai was very confused and reluctant, he still knelt on the ground with his back teeth gritted. Because he knew that if he wanted Lin Xiangchuan to shut up, he had to give in to Xiang Fengxi. Even Lin Xiangchuan has become Fengxi's lackey, which shows that Feng Zhu's plan is a done deal. It was in vain for him to struggle any further. Feng Zhu, I just said something rude and offended you. Please punish me. Fengxi snorted lightly and sat on the main seat. King Hong, Xiao Huai, both of you get up. Sect leader Sima was fine, but Elder Huai was startled by the word, Xiao Huai. He thought it was a great fortune for Fengxi to become Elder Yin's direct disciple, but it turned out that he was so unlucky. Fengxi looked at Elder Bai and said calmly, I think women's clothing suits you better. Elder Bai. No, what do you mean by that? Soon, he knew what Fengxi meant. Fengxi said slowly, from now on, our Changsheng sect's guardian elders will be one man and one woman. Yin and Yang complement each other, which is more in line with the way of heaven and earth. Elder Bai. I just teased you a little bit, and you changed your sects. Although I have played the role of a woman many times in the secular world, it was only temporary and no one knew me. Now you want me to appear in public as a woman from now on, where can I put my face? Fengxi continued, the image you transformed into just now is very good, so let's just use this face. Elder Bai and Chief Jian were so angry that they were about to die. He already had a bad impression of those old ghosts in the Forbidden Realm, and now he felt that they were even more crazy. Why did they bring out the Phoenix ancestor to cause trouble? Did they think the Changsheng sect wasn't chaotic enough? Fengxi added, don't call me Bai Lycan or Bai Yukin anymore, just call me Bai Zumei from now on. Elder Bai. I want to call Bai Zui. I shouldn't have been so mean and teasing you just now. Thinking of this, he simply hated his nephew Sima Zongzhu. Good on you little Sima boy. You knew Fengxi's identity but didn't tell me. You were deliberately setting a trap for me. And Elder Huai's lackey is not a good guy either. Sect leader Sima felt the resentment from his uncle master and quickly came out to plead for mercy. Ancestor Feng, my uncle has been training in the secular world for many years, so he didn't know your identity before, which is why he offended you. I beg you to be lenient with him. Fengxi nodded. If someone else begged me, I would definitely not agree, but since you said so, King Hong, I can't refuse your face. However, if you make a mistake, you have to pay the price. Xiaomei, please show your sincerity. Elder Bai. Goddamn Xiaomei. What else is sincerity? You are trying to blackmail me. I've always been the one to blackmail others, but now the situation has changed and someone actually dares to blackmail me. But the seniority was too much, so he could only grit his teeth and say, Ancestor Feng, I have been training in the secular world for these years, and I don't have anything good on hand. However, junior brother King Hong has promised to pay me 10 times the amount of materials I have been cultivating for these years. I will select the best ones and send them to you when the time comes. Sima Zongzhu, #% and *#. If he didn't have a trace of rationality left, he would have killed his own relatives for the sake of justice. Okay, Feng Zhu is blackmailing you, and you are blackmailing me. Are you playing the game of big fish eat small fish eat shrimp here? I need not plead for you. You should let Elder Lin expose all your embarrassing stories. To be honest, he was very curious about what this uncle master had experienced in the Forbidden Realm. Could it be that someone in there forced him to wear women's clothes, so he is now keen on transforming into a woman? At this time, Fengxi said to Elder Bai, Xiao Mei, it's good that you have this intention, but now the Changsheng sect is all mine. Isn't it inappropriate for you to use my things to honor me? Elder Bai. How did the Changsheng sect become yours? Even if you are of a higher generation, you shouldn't say such shameless words, right? Sect leader Sima found these words very pleasing to the ear. When the time comes, he will use this as an excuse and only give Elder Bai a set of training supplies. Fengxi tapped the desk with his fingers a few times. Xiao Mei, what you just said may fool others, but it won't work with me. You said you were training in the secular world. Even if you use the spiritual stones and elixirs to practice, what about the spiritual tools, the array plates, and the talismans? Do you not want to give it or are you reluctant to give it? Elder Bai. I neither want to give nor am I willing to give. How come Fengxi is just as cunning and greedy as me? But he also knew that if he didn't bleed, he wouldn't be able to get through this today. He had no choice but to reluctantly take out a few decent spiritual weapons and formation plates and give them to Fengxi as a present. Fengxi accepted it with a smile and said to the Sima sect leader. He has been neglecting his duties for many years. Just give him half of the training materials, and send the remaining half to me. Sect leader Sima nodded quickly in agreement. Elder Bai cursed Sima Brat hundreds of times in his heart. Fengxi did not ask Elder Bai to stand up immediately, but asked Lin Xiangchuan to recount her heroic deeds. This time, Lin Xiangchuan did not show his big head, but only his voice came out. He described it vividly and lively, and added several layers of filters to Fengxi in the process of narration. At the end, he also mentioned Zhu Xuan and praised him highly. Zhu Xuan was quite satisfied. Xiao Chuanzi was really good. I'll have to talk to Shaoxi about this someday and ask him to absorb more spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Elder Bai was stunned when he heard this. Whether he knelt down to Fengxi, admitted his mistakes and paid compensation, he was only forced to do so. After hearing what Lin Xiangchuan said, he suddenly felt that Feng Zai's figure had become much taller, and even had his own light. How could he know that some people have already secretly opened the light of the Sect, and it is an enhanced version? Elder Bai said with shame. Ancestor Feng, I apologize for offending you before, please forgive me. Fengxi waved her hand. Forget it, ignorance is not a crime. Hey, why are you still kneeling? King Hong, help your uncle up quickly. Elder Bai. Why am I still kneeling? Don't you know? He took back what he said before. Some people can be shrewd and calculating even if they're young. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1088. What do you think of the new name I gave you? Sect leader Sima quickly stepped forward and helped Elder Bai up. Elder Bai really wanted to slap him in the face, but he held back. Ugh. Before he left the sect, he was at the top of the sect's power chain. After he went out to show off and came back, he had an ancestor above him. Where can I go to reason? Feng Shi said with a smile, we are all family, there is no need to be so particular, just sit down and talk. Although Elder Bai had just been tormented by Feng Shi, he was a carefree person by nature, so he didn't care whether Feng Zai's words were genuine or false politeness, and sat down on the chair. Sect leader Sima first observed Feng Shi's expression, then sat down below Elder Bai. When Elder Hui saw that both of them had sat down, he also sat down, but his buttocks only touched the edge of the chair. Feng Shi looked at Elder Bai, Xiaomei. Elder Bai could no longer bear it and interrupted Feng Shi. Feng Zhu, if you are still angry, please punish me. Any punishment is fine. There is only one thing, can you please stop calling me Xiaomei? Feng Shi was embarrassed. I wanted to call you Dame, but it's already been taken by my pet. Elder Bai, I don't want anything, you can just call me by my name first. Feng Shi thought for a moment and said, speaking of your name, Xiang Ji is too unreliable. How could he change your name so easily? This was the first time that Elder Bai felt that Feng Zai's words were so pleasant to the ears. Correct. Xiang Ji, that disrespectful old fellow. Just because he said a few words that offended him, his name was changed. It seems that Feng Zhu is sometimes quite fair. Just as he was thinking about it, he heard Feng Shi say, it would be fine if I didn't know about this, but now that I know about it, I will naturally correct the wrongs. From now on, don't call yourself by Yukin anymore. Call yourself by Fakai. Elder Bai. Is there any difference between the two? What sin have I committed that I can't even decide what my own name is? Feng Shi said with a smile, get rich, what do you think of the new name I gave you? What could Elder Bai say? He could only say against his conscience, very good, you are a great talent. Whatever. Better than Xiaomei in every way. Seeing that Elder Bai was so understanding, Feng Shi's smile became even brighter. Fakai, you must have had a lot of interesting experiences in the secular world over the years. Tell me about them to cheer me up. Elder Bai. Not only will you change my name, but I will also have to tell you stories to entertain you. Just then, he frowned slightly. The next moment, Elder Yin appeared in front of everyone. Although Sect Master Sima opened the barrier, it was useless to Elder Yin. Although Elder Hui knew Elder Yin, he had never met him before. However, with his smart brain, he immediately guessed the other party's identity and quickly stood up from the chair. This person is not only the elder who protects the sect, but also the master of Feng Zhu. We can't afford to offend him. In the past, he thought Feng Shi was just unlucky to have the support of Elder Yin. But now the situation is reversed, Elder Yin is relying on Feng Zai's power. At this moment, Elder Yin's attention was all on Elder Bai, and he snorted coldly. You can't make it out there anymore, so you came back with such a thick face. Elder Bai had been feeling very humiliated here in Feng Shi, and now he finally found someone to vent his anger on. He immediately said with a smile, no matter how thick-skinned I am still better than you. After all, I have saved the sect a lot of training materials over the years. You are different. I had everything I needed to eat and use, but I didn't work at all. Poor nephew King Hong, not only does he have to worry about the affairs of the sect, but he also has to support an old loser like you. Elder Yin was so angry that his head was shaking, but he had a lot to say but couldn't say anything. When it comes to talking, he has never been better than Elder Bai. It was the same in the Forbidden Realm before. All the old seniors surrounded Bai likened and talked and laughed, but they were not polite to him. The two of them are natural enemies. If Elder Bai knew that Elder Yin thought this way, he would definitely cry out in injustice. Those old guys were talking and laughing around him. You're obviously teasing him, okay. Being honest with you is the real teaching. At this time, Feng Shi stood up and said to Elder Yin, Master, calm down and sit down to talk. Elder Bai's eyes widened. Feng Zhu, what did you call him? Feng Shi smiled. Master. You heard it right, Elder Yin is my master. When I first entered the Changsheng sect, I had no relatives and was isolated and helpless. My master taught me the eternal life sword technique in private and helped me a lot. Therefore, even though my current status has changed, I still insist on taking him as my master. After hearing this, Elder Bai felt as if he was struck by lightning. He feels a little regretful now. If he had known this earlier, he should have rushed back without stopping when he heard that Feng Shi had entered the Changsheng sect. With his intelligence, he will definitely be able to win over this little girl before Yin Mutu does. If that were the case, he would now be Feng Zhu's master. Return to them all the humiliation I suffered from the old ghost in the Forbidden Realm. One wrong step, one wrong step. While he was feeling very upset, Elder Yin's mood suddenly brightened up. Sunny. What a good day today is. He had never taken advantage of Bai Yukin before, but today he finally got his revenge. This is all thanks to him for having a good apprentice. He was in a good mood, and Elder Bai didn't look so hateful to him anymore. Although the two of them didn't get along, Elder Yin felt a bit like meeting old friends after not seeing each other for so many years. That's it. We are all old now, there is no need to compete with each other anymore. If nothing else, at least you shouldn't put your apprentice in a difficult position. Thinking of this, Elder Yin sighed. Brother Bai, I was sorry for what I said just now. Elder Bai Jianshu thought there was something wrong with his ears. Yin Mutu could actually speak human language, and apologized to him. Could it be that someone has taken over his body? But on second thought, as the saying goes, when the granaries are full, one will know etiquette. Yin Mutu now has a good apprentice, and he is very happy. Naturally, he will know etiquette. How come Yin Mutu's luck is so good? He doesn't have to do anything, good things come to him. It was like this in the Forbidden Realm before, and it is still like this now. Is this the legendary saying that fools are blessed? Next chapter around 10:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1089 seemingly unreliable but actually very reliable. Elder Bai said to Elder Yin with mixed feelings. Junior brother Yin, you are too kind. My words just now were also a bit inappropriate. Let's put this matter behind us. We can have a drink when we have time. I miss you so much after not seeing you for so many years. Elder Yin looked at Elder Bai's raised index finger and his face froze. I don't dare drink with you. You might do something weird to me halfway through drinking. In fact, Elder Bai did it on purpose, just to disgust Elder Yin. There was no other way. Now that he had a good disciple, he could only use this little trick to vent his anger. Elder Yin perfunctorily said a few words to Elder Bai, and then said to Feng Shi. Shaoxi, I went to your yard to look for you just now, and Zheng Wen said you were here, so I followed you. Here, these natural treasures are specially prepared for you by the master, take them and nourish yourself. Sect leader Sima. You didn't mention my contribution at all. Feng Shi thanked Elder Yin, put the things into the storage ring, and then said to Sect Master Sima. King Hong, I came to you to discuss the matter of Exafeng. Sect leader Sima thought to himself, nowadays more and more people are calling me, King Hong. He originally wanted to find Feng Shi to discuss the matter of Exafeng tomorrow. After all, she had just come out of Haoshan Mirror today. He didn't expect that she would come to him on her own initiative. It must be said that this Phoenix ancestor is very responsible and accountable. As he thought about it, he asked, Feng Zhu, what are your plans? Based on his understanding of Feng Shi, you must have some plan in mind. As expected, Feng Shi said, in order to avoid unnecessary casualties, it is better to adopt a gentler approach. Although Exafeng had some conflicts with you before, it was just a dispute over interests after all. Now that the overall situation is involved, I believe that most people can see clearly. Of course, there is no need to fight for someone with corrupt personal morals like Master Han Feng. So I plan to talk to the heads of the three peaks first. If they are positive, that would be the best. If they are not cooperative, then I will first replace them with someone else as the head of the peak. In fact, Sect leader Sima also thought so. It is best to make a big thing small and a small thing nothing, so as to minimize the losses. As for the feud between him and Exafeng, they were both for their own interests, and he had done many things that made the other party grit their teeth, so no one should blame anyone else. He asked Feng Shi, how do you plan to talk? Are you going to call the three of them here? Feng Shi curled her lips and said, if I only ask the three of them to come over, Master Han Feng will definitely get suspicious, so I'll go meet them. When the time comes, let my master and Fa Kai accompany me. I believe all three of them will be very polite. Sect leader Sima. If you bring two evil stars with you, they won't be able to be rude to you even if they want to. Next, they discussed the details and decided to wait until dark, and Feng Shi would take Elder Yin and Elder Bai to talk to Master Mo Feng and the other two. At this time, Elder Hui asked cautiously. Master, you said earlier that you would announce the two guardian elders and Elder Yin's acceptance of Feng Zhu as his disciple. Do you need to invite some people to watch the ceremony? Without waiting for others to speak, Elder Yin said, of course. Notify all the important people so that it will be lively and exciting. Elder Bai thought to himself, don't you always hate crowds? Snort. Don't think I don't know that you just want everyone to know that you have a good apprentice. So vain. Seeing that Feng Shi had no intention of objecting, Sect leader Sima said, then let's do as Elder Yin wishes. Let's discuss the list of guests now. The head of the Western Grade family is definitely on the list, and the rest are some large and small sects. After the list was drawn up, Elder Bai circled three of the sects with his finger. There's no need to notify these three. Sect Master Sima asked in confusion, Uncle Master, although Shaya Sect, Zizai Sect and Wuxan Palace have not been established for a long time, their strength should not be underestimated. To put it in an exaggerated way, these three sects can even be compared with the Western Grade sect of the Northern Territory. Why do you exclude them? Elder Bai said in a casual tone. There's no special reason, the key is that I created these three sects when I had nothing to do. I just need to notify them. Sect leader Sima. The remaining people. Elder Yin had the biggest reaction, he stood up and said, what did you say? Did you create these three sects? Didn't you go to the secular world to gain experience? Elder Bai yawned. I can't stay in the secular world all the time, so I come back to hang out occasionally, and I help support a few small forces. Who knew they would become so powerful later on? Ugh. I am extremely regretful now. Those people always send me messages asking for instructions for no reason. It is so annoying. Elder Yin. I thought you were traveling around the world, but you ended up living on your own. All three mountains. At this time, Elder Bai put away the joking expression on his face and said to Sect Master Sima. King Hong, I established these three sects not out of selfishness, but for other reasons. I am a person who likes to daydream. When I was in the Forbidden Realm before, I felt that the founder must have a deep meaning in creating such a place, and it should not be as simple as protecting the Haoshan Mirror. So, when I had made some progress in cultivation, I left the Changsheng sect under the pretext of gaining experience in the secular world. On the one hand, it is to train you, and on the other hand, it is to conceal your tracks. Even if someone knew the existence of the Guardian Elder, they would not take me seriously, let alone track me down. You know what, hard work pays off and I actually found some clues. Several years ago, I discovered a valley in the back mountain of Wuxan Temple. Compared with other places, the spiritual energy there was very poor and no grass grew. I originally thought that there might have been a spirit stone mine underneath, and this situation occurred after it was mined. But I found a cave in the valley, from which came out some mist that could corrode spiritual power and vitality. I originally planned to go in and find out what was going on, but I had to retreat after entering a few hundred feet because the fog became thicker the deeper I went and I couldn't bear it. In order to keep an eye on the fog and prevent anyone from accidentally entering, I built the Wuxan Temple nearby and sent people to patrol and guard the area. I originally thought this was just an isolated case, but unexpectedly two similar places were discovered later, so the Shaya sect and the Zizai sect were established nearby. The fog in previous years did not change much and only affected a small area around it, so I did not mention it to you rashly. However, recently the fog in these three places has a tendency to spread. I feel that this is unusual, and I came back this time to discuss this matter with you. Now that I think about it, that mist should be the air of death that Phoenix Ancestor mentioned. There was deathly silence in the study. Everyone had mixed feelings. The voice of Zhu Shihuan rang out in Feng Zai's sea of consciousness. I felt that something was wrong before. After all, he was carefully selected and trained by the Forbidden Guard. How could he be so irresponsible? This old guy's personality is very similar to ours. He seems unreliable, but he is actually very reliable. Feng Shi. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1090. She is not only reliable, but also very reliable. Feng Shi felt that her grandfather was just a hindsight expert. Besides, who seemed unreliable? She is not only reliable, but also very reliable. However, she did not expect Elder Bai to be so reliable. She was better off. After all, she had never heard of Elder Bai's glorious deeds before. However, the shock to sect leader Sima and his companions was too great. Especially the leader Sima. He had always thought that his uncle was a person who did not do his job properly, but it turned out that he had accomplished great things quietly. It was only because Feng Shi was such a brilliant talent, otherwise his uncle might have become a great hero of the Jiyu continent. No, he is also a hero now, a great hero who is willing to bear the infamy. Elder Yin was in mixed feelings. He had thought that the senior brother was a willful and selfish person, but he did not expect that he was a man with the world in his heart. Not only did he have a grand vision, but he was also able to establish the Shaya sect, the Zizai sect and the Waxen Palace in a short period of time, which shows that his ability is extraordinary. As for his cultivation, I'm afraid I'm now above him. Elder Yin was somewhat frustrated. He practiced all day long, but he still couldn't beat the other party. Wasn't he just an old loser? However, when he saw his beloved little apprentice, all his frustration was swept away. Even if my senior brother has 1,000 abilities, he can't catch up with him as a disciple. Feng Shi broke the silence in the room with her words. Li Chen, tell us in detail about the 3 places of deadly aura. Elder Bai. Is this the restoration of my real name? Don't call me Bishamei anymore. This Feng Zhu is very clear about rewards and punishments. While thinking about it, Elder Bai told Feng Shi everything he had discovered. Feng Shi felt that the situation was similar to that in the Northern Territory. It is estimated that someone was suppressing the center of the formation, but it is loose now, so the air of death and silence is overflowing. The most urgent task is to go in and investigate, and then find a way to stabilize the formation. But how to get in? According to Elder Bai, the aura of death and silence in the 3 places was so strong that even a person with a high level of cultivation like him could not go deep into it, let alone others. Unless she turns into a ghost. But both times she turned into a ghost, she did it without any reason and she had no idea why. Just when she was at a loss of what to do, Mu Jian said in a sly voice. Master, you can't turn into a ghost now, but you have a ready-made ghost to use. Aren't there a lot of them in the Forbidden Realm? They're wasting the spiritual energy of heaven and earth in the Forbidden area. It is better to send them all to suppress the center of the formation. Feng Shi. Putting aside whether this is a bit unethical, the key point is that I don't know whether the ghost she transformed into before is the same as those ghosts in the Forbidden World. At this time, the little black ball said, Master, I thought of something. Do you still remember the anomaly in the core area of the Misty Forest? Feng Zai's heart moved. Are you talking about the origin of Zeman? When they were in the Misty Forest, they discovered a piece of land full of vitality in the core area. Later, they found the original vines that had been eaten bare by monsters underground. Later, after careful cultivation by the Exler sect, the Benyuan Zivine had grown 2 leaves. If she carries these 2 leaves with her and chews a little when she feels unwell, it probably won't be a big problem. However, the journey is too long, and even if the people over there work day and night to deliver it, it will take at least a month. Who knows what unexpected events will happen in this month? Feng Shi was in trouble again. Since everyone present was her family, she did not hide anything and told them the situation. Lin Xiangquan's big head suddenly popped out. Feng Zhu, let me try. Maybe the dead air has no effect on the soul. Lin Xiangquan did not hear the conversation between Mu Jian and Feng Shi. This was entirely out of his own will. Although he is a little sly and has some ulterior motives, he is never vague on important matters. Feng Shi couldn't help but sigh, not to mention other aspects of the Changsheng sect. They really had good vision in choosing the sect master and the guardian elders. Of course, it is also possible that the unreliable ones have been eliminated. After all, the number of people in the forbidden area does not match the number of successive leaders and elders who have protected the Changsheng sect. Feng Shi decided to take 2 approaches. On the one hand, she tried to find a way to get the leaves of the Benyuan Zeman. On the other hand, she went to the nearest Waxen Palace to find out what was going on. As for the originally planned ceremony of elders protecting the sect, it was postponed for the time being as business was more important. In order to ensure the safety of the Benyuan Zeman leaves, Feng Shi decided to let Elder Yin go to the Northern Territory. Elder Yin can now be said to be the top combat force in the Jiyu continent, and he can escape even if he encounters some critical situations. In addition, it was a good opportunity for Elder Yin to inform Xiao Beidao in person about the matters concerning the Tiank League and the Forbidden Realm. Feng Shi also gave the skills developed by those old ghosts in the Forbidden Realm to Elder Yin, asking him to pass them on to Xiao Beidao. In addition, Feng Shi also gave Elder Yin a storage ring, saying it was a small gift for Xiao Beidao. Elder Bai crossed his legs and said, Yin Mutu, that's a gift from Feng Zhu for my dear master, don't peek at it halfway. Elder Yin was so angry that his face turned red and his neck became thick. Bullshit. How could I do such a shameful thing? Elder Bai smiled meaningfully and said nothing. Elder Yin wished he could slap him away. The reason is simple, Elder Bai was right. Elder Yin was indeed curious about what his beloved disciple brought for Xiao Beidao. It was not because he was greedy, but mainly because he wanted to compare the importance of himself and Xiao Beidao in his disciple's heart. He also knew that he was definitely not as good as Xiao Beidao, but he also wanted to know by how much. Now that Elder Bai had said this, he felt too embarrassed to peek even if he was curious. Elder Bai glanced at Feng Shi and saw that he slightly curled the corners of his mouth, and knew that he had made the right move. Are you kidding? If he didn't have this much common sense, he would have been driven crazy by those old ghosts in the Forbidden Realm. Next chapter around 10:30. Wanted to explode. He was afraid of Feng Shi. After weighing the pros and cons, he sat back in his chair. Feng Shi, why are you visiting me so late at night? Feng Shi chuckled. The junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1091, Master Mo has been petrified. Feng Shi decided to talk to the three peak masters before leaving to avoid any trouble in the backyard. So she immediately took Elder Bai and Elder Yin to Qinglong Peak. By this time, the sky had completely darkened. With the help of Elder Bai and Elder Yin, Feng Shi quietly arrived at the study of Master Mo of Qinglong Peak. Master Mo Feng was in a very bad mood at this time. This time, a total of 10 disciples from Qinglong Peak entered the Haoshan Mirror for training, but only 6 came out, and the rest all died. This is a direct disciple. Not to mention that it was almost the same after all the strength of the peak was put into cultivating it, but it died in an instant. How can he feel good? He had just asked Captain Shi Yuanzhang what happened in there. Shi Yuanzhang explained the situation in detail. Of course, he didn't say anything about the Forbidden Realm. After listening to this, Master Mo Feng said, from what you said, all of them were with Shen Zhilan. Shi Yuanzhang nodded. Yes, I took people away at that time, but they insisted on staying with Shen Zhilan, so I couldn't force them. After sending Shi Yuanzhang away, Master Mo Feng called Shen Zhilan over. Shen Zhilan first threw some dirty water on Feng Shi, saying that Feng Shi had forcibly taken her street pet, and that Feng Shi had bullied her by relying on her large numbers, and then she said that she did not know the whereabouts of the Westerner. Peak Master, I was deeply trapped in an illusion at that time. I was ejected after finally seeing through the illusion. Seeing your brother Zue may have died in the illusion, or he may have died at the hands of some people. The implication of her words was very clear, that is, it might be Feng Shi who killed the Westerner. If Master Mo Feng had not asked Shi Yuanzhang first, he might have believed it to some extent. Master Mo Feng did not point it out. After asking a few questions, he let Shen Zhilan go back. He was extremely confused at the moment. On the one hand, it was because of the death of Ziming's disciple, and on the other hand, he vaguely felt that the sect's direction had changed. He couldn't say exactly what the reform was going to be. This is a first perception. When he was feeling anxious, he heard someone say with a smile. Master Mo Feng, I haven't seen you for a few days. Are you doing well? Master Mo Feng was startled and immediately summoned his spread sword to take defensive measures. He looked carefully and saw that it was Feng Shi, and she was the only one there. How did you get in? Feng Shi casually pulled over a chair and sat on it. He walked here. Or did he fly here? Peak Master Mo. Is this what I'm asking? He was full of caution and was very puzzled as to why Feng Shi could appear here without any sound. Feng Shi took out a teacup and cakes from her storage ring and placed them on the coffee table. She drank 2 sips of tea and then said slowly, don't stand there. Sit down and talk. Peak Master Mo. Whose study is this? Although Master Mo Feng wanted to explode, he was afraid of Feng Shi. After weighing the pros and cons, he sat back in his chair. Feng Shi, why are you visiting me so late at night? Feng Shi chuckled. Master Mo, it's only 1500. It's still early in the evening. You are so young, why is your brain not working so well? Peak Master Mo. You little girl, you say I'm young. Did Feng Shi take the wrong medicine or what? Why is she speaking so recklessly? He took a deep breath and said, don't talk about these nonsense. What do you want from me? Feng Shi ignored him and picked up a piece of cake and ate it slowly. Master Mo Feng looked at the plate of 7-leaf lotus crisps and felt even worse. Because this is what he gave to Elder Beth. Feng Shi had eaten in front of him once before, so what was the meaning of her coming here in the middle of the night to repeat the same thing? Could it be telling him that Elder Bo has completely sided with the Sect Master? In fact, Feng Shi didn't mean that at all. She just picked up a plate of pastries. Purely coincidental. Finally, when Master Mo Feng's patience was about to run out, Feng Shi stopped eating. I came here this time mainly to introduce 2 people to you. You may not know that our Changsheng sect has 2 elders who protect the sect. They will not show up easily unless the sect is facing life and death. Now that you, Hexafeng, want to establish your own mountain, the sect leader has no choice but to invite him out. I calculated that today is a good day, so I brought the person here for you. As soon as Feng Shi finished speaking, 2 old men appeared on her left and right. One is as thin as a skeleton, and the other has an elegant temperament. But, without exception, both of them have extremely strong coercion. If Master Mo Feng had not been on full alert, he would have been brought to his knees by this pressure. Even so, cold sweat broke out on his forehead. Feng Shi said with a smile, let me introduce you. The one on my left is Elder Yin, and the one on my right is Elder Bai. Please meet them. Elder Bai and Elder Yin threw the identity token to him. Although Master Mo Feng had never seen the identity token of the Guardian Elder, the materials of the Changsheng sect's identity tokens were all graded. When he saw that this grade was better than the Grand Elders, he knew it was probably real. Furthermore, there is no need for the other party to tell such a big lie. After all, it can be easily exposed. His mind was buzzing now. The sect actually has elders who protect the sect. Or 2. Then wouldn't the Elder Bo whom he had been protecting for so many years be just a useless piece of shit? Although it may sound a bit unfair to say this, the cultivation levels of these two people in front of us are obviously much higher than that of the Western Supreme Elder. The fact that they were able to bring Feng Shi in silently is enough to prove this point. Many thoughts flashed through his mind at once, and finally he knelt on the ground and saluted. Greetings to the two Sect Guardian Elders. Elder Yin and Elder Bai remained silent. The sweat on Master Mo Fang's forehead was about to form a waterfall. He even wondered, could it be that Feng Shi came here today to silence him? No, that's not right. If he was here to silence me, there would be no need to waste so much time talking to him. It seems that they want him to surrender. This is not a multiple choice question for him, but a compulsory question. If he fails to answer it well, it could be a fatal question. He immediately said ashamedly, it's all my fault for being narrow-minded. That's why I did something that was not conducive to the unity of the sect. In fact, I was forced to do so. The three peaks were all against the sect leader. If I didn't join them, they would jointly target me. No matter what, I have made a huge mistake and alarmed both of you. I really deserve to die. If you two want to punish me, I will accept it. Feng Shi felt amused. This Lord Mo Feng was really good at passing the buck. But it's okay this way, it's interesting. She glanced at Elder Bai. Elder Bai understood immediately. He snorted coldly, how to deal with you is not up to us two to decide. It depends on what Feng Zhu wants. Peak Master Mo. Feng Zhu. Where did Feng Zhu come from? Then his eyes fell on Feng Shi's greedy little face. Only then did he realize that Elder Yin and Elder Bai were both standing, with only Feng Shi sitting there. The status of this person is obvious. But how come Feng Shi suddenly became Feng Zhu? At this time, Elder Bai recounted the affairs of the Tiank League and the Forbidden Realm. While he was speaking, he recorded it with a recording stone. Because he might have to say it several times, he just doesn't want to bother. Lin Xiangchuan, who was hiding inside the identity token, felt a little lost. This used to be his job. But now it has been stolen by Xiaomei. He is about to fall out of favor. I didn't expect the track for sycophants would be so competitive. At this time, Master Mo Feng had already turned to stone. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? After asking the three soul-searching questions, he looked at Feng Shi with a dull gaze. I don't know why, but when I look at her again, I feel that the little girl in front of me exudes the radiance of humanity and justice. It illuminated his uneasy old face. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1092 Feng Shi, it's terrifying. No one knew how long it had been before Master Mo Feng finally came to his senses. The voice trembled as he spoke, greetings to the Phoenix ancestor. He was already kneeling, so it was easier. Feng Shi said calmly, Xiao Mo, do you admit your guilt? Peak Master Mo. Xiao Mo, what a name that makes you look younger. In an instant, he felt like he had regained his youth. He said with a face full of shame, Feng Zhu, I was blinded by lard before, which is why I made one mistake after another. I plead guilty and will let you deal with me as you wish. Regardless of whether he really feels that he is wrong, at least his attitude is acceptable. Feng Shi didn't want to ask further questions, but seeing that he was quite tactful, he said. Logically speaking, the death of your soul is the lightest punishment for your crimes, but you have made a lot of contributions to the sect over the years, and you have also realized your mistakes, so I will let you go this time. If you do it again, you will be killed without mercy. Master Mo Feng thought to himself that the destruction of the soul is a light punishment. What else do you want? But he only dared to say this in his heart, with an expression of gratitude on his face, and he kowtowed repeatedly. Thank you Feng Zhu for forgiving me. I will definitely change my ways and follow your lead. Feng Shi's face suddenly sank. You are such a rude person. What do you mean by only following my lead? Everything should be based on the interests of the sect and the people of the world. Master Mo Feng quickly said, yes, I was clumsy at the time and said the wrong thing. Thank you Feng Zhu for your guidance. He was not stupid, of course he knew that Feng Shi was just speaking for show, and she was happy for him to be loyal to her. Feng Shi scolded Master Mo Feng a few more times, which made Master Mo Feng stand up. She took out a jade slip from her storage ring and said to Master Mo Feng. Here are some recipes for making talismans. Consider it a gift from me, your elder, to you. Master Mo Feng was immediately flattered. When he saw that the talismans recorded in the jade slip were all heavenly grade talismans, Feng Shi shone even brighter in his eyes. At this time, Elder Bai sneered, Phoenix ancestor loves the younger generation, shouldn't you, a younger generation, also show some filial piety? Peak Master Mo. You are an elder who protects your sect after all. Is it appropriate for you to rob people so openly? However, he changed his mind and realized that Feng Shi was holding his power. If he didn't obey, his position as the Peak Master would be over. There's no need for these two sect elders to work together, one of them can kill him. No, to be precise, any one of the Western Supreme Elders could kill him. He always thought he could call the shots in the Changsheng sect, but in the end he was just a small ant. Besides, Feng Shi has the Forbidden Realm behind him, so if some good stuff slips through his fingers, such as martial arts techniques, it will be enough for him to benefit endlessly. Isn't this better than those material possessions? Thinking of this, he made up his mind. Elder Bai, you are teaching me a lesson. I was not thoughtful enough. After that, he said to Feng Shi, Feng Zhu, I don't have anything worth giving you, so I will give you the spiritual stone mine in the Bakang Mountain as a gift. Feng Shi. She was only planning to fleece some sheep, but Xiao Moshu unexpectedly gave her a flock of sheep. This little Mo can't be dealt with. Feng Shi pretended to refuse, but finally accepted it reluctantly. Next, she drew a basket of pancakes for Master Mo Feng. Let's put it this way, Master Mo Feng's blood was boiling at this moment, and even if Feng Shi asked him to deal with Elder Yin right now, he would dare to give it a try. Elder Bai watched from the side and thought to himself, I am good at fooling people, but compared to this Phoenix ancestor, I am still a little inferior. If she were him, she would probably have founded not just 3 sects over the years, but a bunch of them. Fang Shi gave Master Mo Fang some more instructions before leaving. Master Mo Fang wiped the cold sweat from his head and let out a long breath. This level has finally passed. No wonder Shi Yuanzhang always supported Fang Shi in his words and deeds. It turns out he knew all this a long time ago. This guy is quite tight-lipped. But it's also true that if he hadn't kept his mouth shut, he wouldn't have been chosen by Fang Shi. He thought of Shen Jilin again. Fortunately, he did not believe her words. Otherwise, he would have rashly gone to Fang Shi to settle the score. Master Mo Fang couldn't help but shudder. That was a close call. That was a close call. It's all Elder Zhang's fault for bringing such a disaster like Shen Jilin to Qinglong Peak. In the future, he would have to send someone to keep an eye on the place and report any signs of trouble to Fang Zhu immediately. At this time, Fang Shi had already rushed to Baihu Peak. Now that she has the 2 generals Heng and Ha to protect her, she feels very confident. With her hands behind her back, she walks with the wind. The style is captured to perfection. Unfortunately, because his figure was hidden, others couldn't see it at all. The 2 Peak Masters of Baihu Peak and Xuanwu Peak were also very tactful. Their process was similar to that of Peak Master Mo. Under Fang Shi's kindness and power, they all surrendered happily. Not only did he surrender, he also, willingly, showed his filial piety. Of course, this is all thanks to the cooperation of Elder Bai. She was very satisfied with Elder Bai, who was perceptive and capable. Lin Xiangchuan is also capable of doing things, but due to his lack of a physical body, he cannot be seen in public most of the time. Although Zhang Wen can see the light, his fighting power is not enough. Elder Bai does not have these shortcomings, and his style of doing things is similar to hers, unconventional and free and easy. Jian Shou is the perfect supporting role. After strolling around Fang Shi, it was already the second half of the night. She returned to her own courtyard under the escort of Elder Yin and Elder Bai. Zhang Wen and Jing Yan were waiting for her, and only went back to their respective residences after seeing her come back. Fang Shi was now sleepy and tired. After a quick wash, he fell asleep. Half asleep and half awake, she dreamed of the long river again. She stood on the shore looking at her reflection. She didn't know what went wrong in her brain, but she jumped into the river. Then, with a start, he woke up. She looked down at her hands, then inexplicably formed a spiritual seal with her right hand and threw it toward the window. I swear to God, she didn't even know what the seal was, but she just thought it should be done this way. The spiritual seal was completed and nothing happened. She yawned and fell back to sleep. In the fish pond outside the house, the red carps were blowing bubbles and cursing Fang Shi, but then for some reason, their bodies froze. The mouth was frozen in an O shape. The water from the pond gurgled into my mouth. By the time they regained consciousness, their stomachs were swollen like balls. They were terrified. If they had come to their senses a little later, would they have been the first fish to drown? What happened just now? Why don't you know anything? Immobilization method. Wrong. If it is the immobilization method, only the body cannot move, but the mind is still clear. But they didn't know anything just now. Is it because he was punished by God for scolding Fang Shi? Fang is a pervert. It's terrifying. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1093. It seems that it was just pretending before. The red smoke carps became more and more frightened the more they thought about it, and they were shaking like sieves. It seems that I'd better not call Fang a pervert in the future, otherwise I won't know how I died. Fang Shi, who was sleeping, knew nothing about this. When she woke up in the morning, she vaguely remembered that she seemed to wake up once in the middle of the night and made some spiritual seal, but she couldn't remember it. She asked Zhu Shihuan, "Grandpa, do you remember the spiritual seal I made when I got up in the middle of the night last night?" Zhu Xuan yawned and said, "I fell asleep too. Besides, why would an old man like me spy on a little girl like you sleeping?" Fang Shi. She had no choice but to ask Lin Xiangchuan, and Lin Xiangchuan also said that he was not in good spirits last night, so he also fell asleep. Fang Shi asked her spirit pets again, but they all said they were asleep and no one saw them. Mu Jian said in a bewildered tone, "Master, there is something wrong here. There must be something wrong. Just think about it, how could so many of our pets fall asleep at the same time? Especially me, I wanted to stand guard for you last night, but ended up being so confused that I didn't know anything. However, it only took a short moment for me to wake up. What a coincidence, I missed the spiritual seal you mentioned. I'll bet my golden pig's head that there's something fishy going on here. Golden pig. First of all, I didn't provoke you. Secondly, I didn't provoke you. Finally, you are such a bitch." Fang Shi also felt that something was wrong. She couldn't count on the 2 old ghosts and a group of spirit pets, so she could only try her best to recall. Unfortunately, after thinking for a long time, I could only come up with a little bit. At this moment, the identity token vibrated. It turned out that Sect Master Sima had called a meeting with the West Peak Master, elders, and disciples who had previously entered the Haoshan Mirror. Fang Shi knew that this was just a formality, performed for outsiders and those who were interested. She put the matter of the spiritual seal aside for the time being, ate something, and then called Zhang Wen and Jing Yan to go to the meeting hall of Wudao Peak. When they arrived, most of the others had already arrived. Seeing Fang Shi coming in, the knees of those disciples felt weak and they wanted to kneel down to pay their respects. Fortunately, he still had his wits about him and didn't reveal any clues. After a while, when everyone was present, Sect leader Sima made a few opening remarks and asked Qi Yuanzhang and the other 2 to talk about their situations inside the Haoshan Mirror. After they finished speaking, the West Peak Master asked some more questions. Then, no one spoke. This was not what Patriarch Sima had expected. He thought that Master Han would take the opportunity to cause trouble. After all, 5 disciples from Suzaku Peak died in the Haoshan Mirror this time. Of course, he was not naive enough to think that Master Han Fang had suddenly become reasonable. This only meant that the other party was planning to launch an attack in the near future, so he did not want to create any more trouble. At this time, Shen Jilin stood up. Master, in the Haoshan mirror, Fang Shi stole my spiritual pet, the eight-tailed snow fox. Please seek justice and let her return my spiritual pet to me. Sect Master Sima looked at Fang Shi. Is this true? Fang Shi curled her lips and said, Sect Master, there is a contract between the spirit pet and the owner. If Shen Jilin and the eight-tailed snow fox hadn't terminated the contract, I wouldn't be able to snatch it away even if I had great abilities. Since they have terminated the contract, the eight-tailed snow fox has the right to choose a new master, so how can it be considered a snatch? I didn't want to mention this matter, but since Shen Jilin brought it up herself, let the little snow fox tell us why it terminated the contract with her. Fang Shi released the eight-tailed snow fox as he spoke. Actually, it would be more appropriate to call it the nine-tailed celestial fox now, but Fang Shi just called it that because it came easier to her and she was too lazy to change it. As soon as the eight-tailed snow fox was released, it started to cry. It cried and told about the abuse Shen Jilin had inflicted on it. It already looks adorable, and now it looks so pitiful, which makes people feel even more sympathetic. It can be said that those who hear it are sad and those who listen to it cry. The wooden sword secretly complained to the little fat bird. This little T-fox must have practiced some kind of martial arts, which is why it has such an effect. This is the same principle as the saintly light of our master. I will figure out a similar set of skills someday, and when I perform it, people will think I am the sword among swords, the king among kings. The fat bird thought to himself, you are the one who is the sword among swords. You are the most despicable among the despicable. Shen Jilin noticed that everyone was looking at her with disapproval, and she was furious. The stupid eight-tailed snow fox was silent all day long when she was in his hands, but when he was with Fang Shi, he became sharp-tongued. It seems that I was just pretending before. It didn't even consider her as its master. What a bastard. She interrupted the eight-tailed snow fox's statement and said to Sect Master Sima. Now that the eight-tailed snow fox has signed a contract with Fang Shi, these words must have been forced by Fang Shi. Before she could finish, King Long Peak's captain Shi Yuanzhang said, Sect Master, I can vouch for Fang Shi that everything she said is true. The eight-tailed snow fox terminated the contract with Shen Jilin first, and then signed a contract with Fang Shi. There was no so-called coercion at all. It was entirely the eight-tailed snow fox's own choice. Furthermore, the eight-tailed snow fox was very weak when it was in Shen Jilin's hands, but now it looks very healthy, which also shows the difference between the two masters. The captains of the other three peaks also came out to testify. Are you kidding me? How can Shi Yuanzhang have such a great opportunity to perform alone? It's a pity that we were a step late and let him get there first. Although Shen Jilin had expected this, she was still so angry that her head was buzzing. As soon as Fang Shi appears, her supporters will abandon her. It was like this in the Northern Territory before, and it is still like this in the Southern Territory now. Fang Shi, I will kill you sooner or later. In fact, Fang Shi was a little confused. Shen Jilin knew that revealing the matter of the eight-tailed snow fox would be humiliating, so why did she say it in public? Could it be that he wanted to be abused by her every once in a while? They can be considered as loving and hating each other, right? At this time, Sima Sect leader said, Shen Jilin, whether it is the eight-tailed snow fox or Shi Yuanzhang and others, they can prove that Fang Shi is innocent. What do you have to say? Shen Jilin smiled bitterly. Fang Shi is good at winning people's hearts. I have nothing to say now. Then, she said with a determined look. Master, since I joined the Changsheng sect, I haven't made any contribution to the sect, so I plan to donate the Yunsha sect sword formation diagram to the sect. There was a commotion in the hall. As everyone knows, there is no sword formation inheritance in the Northern Territory nowadays, but it is rumored that the sword formation of the Yunsha sect was on par with that of the Changsheng sect, or even slightly better. I didn't expect that Shen Jilin would be willing to hand over the Yunsha sect sword formation diagram. This is a priceless treasure. Fang Shi suddenly realized that the eight-tailed snow fox was just a prelude to pave the way for the sword formation. To outsiders, it seemed that Shen Jilin offered up the sword formation diagram out of reluctance and the desire to gain the sect's respect. The sword formation diagram is naturally not given away for nothing, there must be additional conditions behind it. This additional condition is her ultimate goal. What additional conditions would she put forward? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1094, he is a punching bag. Sect leader Sima did not expect Shen Jilin to do such a thing. He was certainly not naive enough to think that Shen Jilin was kind-hearted, but he showed an expression of appreciation on his face. He first praised Shen Jilin, and then said, Shen Jilin, you have made such a great contribution to the sect. It is only right that the sect should reward you. If you have any requests, just let us know. Shen Jilin immediately said, Sect Master, I really want Fang Shi to return the eight-tailed snow fox to me, but I know this will be very difficult for you. Therefore, I would like to take Elder Ji as my teacher, and I hope you can help me. Sect leader Sima was shocked. He wanted to take Elder Ji as his master. Does she want to use this to ascend to a high position, or does she want to get closer to the Haoshan mirror? Elder Ji, who was watching the situation here through the video wall. What sin had he committed to be chosen by such an unlucky star? What did she like about him? Couldn't he change it? Of course he wouldn't agree. I heard that this disaster star severely injured her master Bailey Muchen before leaving Hunyuan sect. Isn't he an ungrateful person? If he accepts this ungrateful guy, he will definitely suffer from him in the future. Besides, Shen Jilin is Fang Zhu's mortal enemy, and taking her in would cause endless trouble. He immediately sent a frantic message to sect leader Sima, saying he disagreed, he absolutely disagreed. Unfortunately, sect leader Sima didn't even read the message, but looked at Fang Shi's expression. Seeing Fang Shi's face was normal, he said, logically speaking, there is no precedent for the Grand Elder to accept disciples, but you have made a huge contribution to the sect this time, so you deserve special treatment. However, my opinion on this matter is not final. I need to seek the opinion of Elder Ji. After getting his reply, I will inform you. If Elder Ji agrees, everyone will be happy. If he doesn't agree, I will give you a corresponding reward. Shen Jilin immediately nodded and behaved very appropriately, which was completely different from the previous time when she reported Fang Shi to the police. Many elders had a much better impression of her. Sect leader Sima said a few polite words and then dismissed the people. As soon as he returned to the study, Elder Yin and Elder Bai came with Fang Shi. The silent kind. Patriarch Sima bowed and bowed. There was nothing he could do as they were all his elders. I heard that the leaders of the major sects in the western part of the northern territory all have the final say. In comparison, he, the leader of the sect, is just a punching bag. After pouring tea for Fang Shi and the other two, he asked Fang Shi. Ancestor Fang, what do you think about Shen Jilin wanting to take Elder Ji as her master? Fang Shi looked at Elder Bai. Li Chen, tell me what you think. Elder Bai said immediately. Shen Jilin should have made two preparations. If we agree to let her take Elder Ji as her master, not only will her status be elevated, but she will also have the opportunity to enter the Haoshan Holy Land and get in touch with the Haoshan Mirror. If we disagree and she asks for it again, it will be difficult for us to refuse. Fang Shi nodded. I think so too. Shen Jilin is much smarter this time than before. I guess someone is giving her advice from behind. I just don't know if that person is Elder Zhang or someone else. So what do you think, should we agree or not? Elder Bai pondered for a moment. If I agree, the other party might get suspicious. After all, everyone knows that the duty of the Western Grand Elder is to guard the Haoshan Mirror. How could they make an exception just for Shen Jilin? Why don't we take advantage of the situation and let her put forward the second condition, so as to see what her real purpose is? Fang Shi nodded. Okay, then do as you say. Elder Yin standing by was so jealous that he was bubbling with jealousy. Why did the beloved disciple only ask Bai Lycan and not him as his master? Isn't it obvious that he doesn't think highly of his brain? Even though he is certainly not as smart as the guy named Bai, he should still go through the motions. Not only he felt jealous, but Lin Xiangchuan also felt jealous. Ever since Bai Xiaomei came back, his position as military advisor is no longer secure. He must have a conflicting horoscope with Yuan Qinghe. Yuan Qinghe snatched the position of sect leader from his disciples, and Yuan Qinghe's senior brother Bai Xiaomei snatched his position as military advisor. The most ruthless one is Yuan Qinghe's beloved disciple. Sima Xiao had just used the trick of letting the wolf into the house to kill both the master and his disciples. After the discussion, sect leader Sima sent someone to call Shen Jilin to the study. In addition to her, sect master Sima also called the master of the West Peak. Sect master Sima came straight to the point and said to Shen Jilin. Although Elder Ji admires you very much, he cannot accept you as his disciple due to ancestral teachings. He asked me to give you a bottle of heavenly elixir as a reward. Please accept it. Shen Jilin showed disappointment on her face, but she still thanked Sect master Sima and asked him to thank Elder Ji on her behalf. Sect master Sima nodded and said, I promised you before that if Elder Ji does not agree to accept you as a disciple, I will give you other rewards. What do you want? Shen Jilin did not answer immediately. She thought for a while before saying, I recently found a sword technique in the Yunsha Sect's classics, and I think it's very suitable for me, but this sword technique requires two swords. I only have the Fei Hong sword in my hand now. I originally wanted to go to the East Sword Pavilion to choose a sword, but ordinary spirit swords simply cannot match the Fei Hong sword, so I want to get a chance to enter the Underground Sword Pavilion to choose a sword. Sect leader Sima was stunned when he heard this. The Sword Pavilion is divided into the East and West Sword Pavilion. The West Sword Pavilion is mainly used to teach high-level sword formations, while the East Sword Pavilion is used to place spiritual swords. Some of these magic swords were left by the ancestors, some were collected by successive disciples from all over the place, and some were donated by successive disciples after death. The inner disciples and direct disciples of the Changsheng sect all have an opportunity to go to the Sword Pavilion to choose a sword. The quality of the chosen sword depends on personal luck. But what most people don't know is that the East Sword Pavilion is only open to the public at the ground level. There is also an Underground Sword Pavilion. The spiritual swords placed here are all extraordinary items, and only a very small number of people have the opportunity to enter the Underground Sword Pavilion to choose swords. This extremely small number of people means that only one direct disciple in a peak has this opportunity. The younger generation has now used up this opportunity. Wudao Peak was given to Luo Chen, Baihu Peak was given to Huang Baoli, Xuanwu Peak was given to Zhu Zhiyuan, Qinglong Peak was given to Shi Yuanzhang, and Suzaku Peak was given to Yu Waiyu. Sect Master Sima was not surprised that Shen Jilin knew about the Underground Sword Pavilion. After all the disciples and elders in the sect knew the news. I didn't expect her ultimate destination to be the Underground Sword Pavilion. Was she going there for a certain sword, or was she going there for another purpose? To agree or not to agree? He looked at the West Peak Master. What do you think? Master Mo Fang and the other two thought, does it matter what we think? We are all lambs to be slaughtered now, so you still have the final say on what to do. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1095. He can publish a book of idioms. Although Master Mo Fang and the other two complained in their hearts, they still expressed specious, vague and ambiguous opinions. Sect leader Sima. Your level of smoothing things over has really improved. He looked at Master Han Fang. Master Han Fang, how do you think this matter should be decided? Master Han Fang's eyes flickered. Master, Shen Jilin has made great contributions to the sect this time, and we can't refuse her requests again and again. Besides, although there is a limit on the number of people in the Underground Sword Pavilion, there have been exceptions in the past. I think it is better to agree to her. Sect Master Sima nodded and said, let me ask the Western Grand Elder for instructions before making a decision. He immediately sent a message to Elder Bo. On the surface, he was asking Elder Bo, but in fact, he was asking Elder Bo to ask Fang Shi for his opinion. Although the Western Grand Elder is not very good at handling things, they have a master who is. The Western Supreme Elder had already given Fang Shi a special communication talisman that allowed him to contact them, so Elder Bo was able to get in touch with Fang Shi. Soon, Elder Bo gave a positive reply to sect leader Sima. Sect Master Sima then said to Shen Jilin, since the Western Grand Elder has agreed, I will make an exception and reward you with a chance to enter the underground sword pavilion. You can go there tomorrow morning. Shen Jilin immediately showed a look of joy, and thanked Sect Master Sima and the Master of Ziwei Peak. Sect Leader Sima said a few more polite words and let the people go. Shen Jilin came out of the courtyard of Sect Leader Sima and met Fang Shi not far away. Fang Shi was holding the 8-tailed snow fox in her arms. Shen Jilin's good mood disappeared instantly. Fang Shi blinked her eyes. Shen Jilin, you just came back from the Sect Master. Did Elder Ji agree to take you as his disciple? Shen Jilin sneered, what does it have to do with you? Fang Shi said with a smile. Hearing what you said, I know that Elder Ji definitely didn't agree. This is also what I expected. Who would accept an ungrateful person like you as a disciple? I guess the Sect Master will just give you some strud stones and elixirs to get rid of you. After all, that's all you're worth. Shen Jilin suddenly became angry. I'm really sorry to disappoint you. The Sect Leader rewarded me by letting me go to the underground sword pavilion to choose a sword. I heard that the spiritual swords there are all divine weapons. Any one of them is enough to attract people. Unfortunately, you will never have the chance to enter the underground sword pavilion in your life, let alone choose a sword. Fang Shi, do you think you win just because you had the upper hand before? Then you are totally wrong. We are not practicing the same way. I will not compete with you for a temporary victory or defeat. The one who laughs last must be me. Fang Shi said with a sigh, what you said sounds very high-sounding. In other words, you can't beat me, so you are comforting yourself. Shen Jilin. Fang Shi added, isn't it just going to the underground sword pavilion to choose a sword? If you can do it, so can I. Just wait, I will soon be able to get the Sect Leader to agree to let me go to the underground sword pavilion to choose a sword. After Fang Shi finished speaking, he turned and left. Shen Jilin curled her lips. She thought Fang Shi was just bragging and didn't take it seriously at all. Their conversation was overheard by the Master of West Peak because they were not far from Shen Jilin. Master Mo Fang thought, let alone that ancestor just wanting to go to the underground sword pavilion to choose a sword, even if she wanted to live in the underground sword pavilion, no one would dare to object. What a pity, Shen Jilin, you don't know. However, he was somewhat puzzled as to how Fang Shi could rationalize this matter. After all, outsiders did not know her identity as Fang Zhu. Soon, Master Mo Fang knew what method Fang Shi used. Fang Shi presented to the Sima clan leader the Jun family sword formation diagram. Although it may be slightly inferior to the sword formation diagram of the Yunxiao sect, it is more suitable for the swordsmanship of the Shangsheng sect, so it is more practical. Sect Master Sima did not want to favor one over the other, and after consulting with the Western Grand Elder, he agreed that Fang Shi and Shen Jilin would go into the underground sword pavilion to choose swords early the next morning. When Shen Jilin heard the news, she was so angry that she smashed everything in the house to pieces. In the past, she could vent her anger on the 8-tailed snow fox, but now she can only throw things. When Elder Zhang came in, he saw a mess. He frowned, Jilin, you are too impatient. What did I teach you before? Don't fight for short-term gains, take a long-term view. If you care too much about Fang Shi, you will always be led by her. You are already at the 3rd level of the spiritualization realm, but what about her? She's not even at the nascent soul realm. Why do you care about her? Master, I also know this truth, but... No buts, you should take a good rest. Once you obtain the soul-severing sword, I will teach you the unparalleled sword technique. By then, your cultivation will break through the bottleneck. Shen Jilin took a deep breath. Yes, Master, I understand. Ellipsis. On the other side, Fang Shi was listening to Lin Xiangchuan giving her a brief introduction to the situation of the underground sword pavilion. Ancestor Fang, your grandson, took the sword from the underground sword pavilion that day. Every sword in the underground sword pavilion has a great origin. But I think Shen Jilin is most likely going for the soul-slaying sword. It is said that this sword is very ferocious, so the founder personally placed a seal on it. Only those who can break the founder's seal are qualified to obtain the sword. As the name suggests, this soul-slaying sword can kill a person's soul. For those people in the Tiank League who have their souls projected, this is a very powerful weapon. However, the seal of the ancestor cannot be broken by ordinary people, and Shen Jilin may not have this ability. Furthermore, even if she could break the seal, the sword spirit of the soul-slaying sword might not be willing to make a contract with her. Even if the soul-slaying sword wants to make a contract with someone, it will definitely choose you. After all, you, Fang Zhu, are a man of great talent, wisdom and courage. Lin Xiangchuan said dozens of idioms to praise people in one breath. Fang Shi felt that he could publish a collection of idioms. She did not have the blind confidence of Lin Xiangchuan. Since Shen Jilin made this request, it meant that she was confident of getting the soul-slaying sword, just like she had taken the Feihong sword. But with her involvement, this certainty will be greatly reduced. As for why he didn't ask Sect Master Sima to reject Shen Jilin's request first, it was because what Lin Xiangchuan said were all speculations and the facts might not be so. Furthermore, since you want to use Shen Jilin as bait, you have to give her some sweet treats so that you can hook the big fish behind her. At this time, the atmosphere inside Fang Shi's strip beast bag was very harmonious. Golden Pig spoke first. Mujian, congratulations, you will soon have a big brother. When the time comes, the power of your 2 swords combined will not be underestimated. Tao Wu said meaningfully. The 2 swords are definitely 2 swords, but whether they can be combined is not certain. They're soul-severing swords, their power must not be underestimated, and you, Mujian, hee. The little black ball said, Mujian, don't blame the master for being fickle, you are like a rolling pin now, the master must get a sword to show off. What's more, this is also related to the Tiank alliance. For both public and private reasons, the master has to find a new lover. Ellipsis. Wooden sword, %% and #. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1096 Don't come over. Mu Jianju was so angry that he was about to die. You are a bunch of ungrateful bastards. It's a pity that I'm so nice to you guys on a daily basis. You guys are actually adding insult to injury. It felt like there was a fire burning in its heart, and the sword was about to explode. The next moment, it jumped out of the spirit beast bag. It is different from other spirit pets. Even without Feng Shi's summons, it can leave the spirit beast bag or storage ring on its own. But after being taught a lesson by Feng Shi several times, it no longer dared to do so. However, this time it couldn't care less. It felt that if it didn't go out, it would explode. Because of its previous experience, it knew that it had to release its spiritual power in this situation, so after it got out of the spirit beast bag, it rushed out of Feng Shi's house and headed for the back mountain of Wudao Peak. At this time, Qiongqi was eating and drinking inside the barrier. It was muttering to itself that it heard that Feng Shi had returned from training in the Haoshan mirror, but had not used the beast armor it had given her. This damn girl is quite defensive. However, no matter how cunning you are, you will understand my way sooner or later. We'll see. Just when it was full of confidence, it suddenly looked up and saw a golden light shooting towards it in the distance. Qiongqi. What the hell is this? Is it Feng Zai's broken sword again? It didn't curse out loud, couldn't it just mutter a few words in its heart? The pressure on it became stronger and stronger, and it couldn't help but shout. Don't come over. Although the wooden sword heard Qiongqi's cry, it had no way to control itself. I can only say in my heart, I'm sorry, brother. I don't want to either. But my sword has its own ideas. I guess your name conflicts with your unscrupulous master. What she hates most is, poor. Why do you call yourself Qiongqi? Aren't you just asking for trouble? As the wooden sword thought about it, it slashed towards the barrier uncontrollably. The barrier was instantly split in half. The speed of the wooden sword did not slow down at all, and it went straight down to chop towards Qiongqi. Qiongqi Jandu was so scared. But my body seemed to be under a spell and couldn't move. At the critical moment of life and death, its small wings that looked like chicken wings suddenly grew several times larger, and with a flap, Qiongqi glided more than 10 feet away. The body dodged, but the tip of the tail did not, and was nailed to the ground by the wooden sword. Qiongqi let out a scream as brutal as a pig being slaughtered. Elder Mei outside the barrier was immediately shocked and turned into Elder Mu Mei. Although he wished to see Qiongqi get into trouble, he also didn't want Qiongqi to actually die. Besides, this scene is too scary. Although the small golden sword in front of him was completely different from Feng Zai's black and red sword, Elder Mei felt that this was Feng Zai's sword. After all, only she has such an abnormal sword. When he was confused, Qiongqi shouted angrily. You old fool, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and take out this broken, but rather unique sword. Qiongqi now has a psychological trauma. Not to mention scolding Feng Shi, he even didn't dare to scold the sword, for fear that he would break it one day. Elder Mei cursed in his heart, it's not like you don't have claws, just pull them out yourself. Why let me pull it out? However, he quickly guessed what Qiongqi was thinking. It was obvious that the golden sword was out of control, and it might even have a seizure when it was pulled out. So should he pull it out or not? I would rather die than let my friend die. He hasn't lived enough. So, Elder Mei agreed verbally, but he took 3 steps forward and 2 steps back, and after hesitating for a long time he didn't get very far. Qiongqi was so angry that he almost died. He cursed at Elder Mei and cursed all 18 generations of Elder Mei's ancestors and grandchildren. Elder Mei thought to himself, you can curse me as much as you want, I will just pretend I didn't hear anything. After all, I only have 1 life, and it will be terrible if I lose it. Fortunately, Feng Shi caught up at this time. When the wooden sword flew out, she followed it, but the sword was too fast and she had to hurry to catch up. I didn't see this dog flying very fast when he was flying the sword, but now he's flying faster than her. Feng Shi didn't even have time to greet Elder Mei and went straight to Qiongqi. The wooden sword is still firmly nailed to the tip of Qiongqi's tail. There are no cracks and no dullness. Feng Shi breathed a sigh of relief immediately. She was actually a little worried that the wooden sword would seal itself again this time. She guessed that the wooden sword might have run out of spiritual power, otherwise it would have pulled itself out of the soil upon seeing her coming. She bent down and reached for the wooden sword, but failed to pull it out. She increased her strength but still couldn't pull it out. Finally, I used all my strength and tried several times but still couldn't pull it out. Qiongqi screamed in pain. Because every time Feng Shi pulled it out, the wound would get bigger. It even suspected that she did it on purpose. Feng Shi really didn't mean it. When he drew the sword, it was inevitably tilted at some angle, which caused Qiongqi to be hurt twice, 3 times. I don't know how many times. In the end, Qiongqi didn't need her to pull it out anymore, and he bit off the base of his tail. Even though it hurts, it's better than suffering like zero. I never expected that one day, Qiongqi would become a gecko that had to cut off its tail to survive. How sad. Feng Shi felt a little guilty when she saw Qiongqi's accusing look. The wooden sword got into trouble, and she, as its owner, was somewhat responsible. What's more, he has already stabbed Qiongqi twice. She quickly took out the pills to stop bleeding and relieve pain and gave them to Qiongqi, apologetically saying, I'm sorry, the wooden sword didn't do it on purpose. It's just like a possessed person now, and it can't control itself. Qiongqi thought, I'm sorry, but will it help? Can it keep my tail intact? You guys don't do that. You just gave me a shot last time, and now you're trying to prick me again. Am I that attractive to you? Although he was extremely resentful in his heart, he said, Sio Shishi, it's too polite for you to say that. Not to mention just piercing the base of my tail, even if you pierced me like a hornet's nest, I would have no complaints. Who made us the best in the world? The wooden sword that was trying to control the blade. I thought I was cheap enough, but you are even cheaper than me. This really proves the saying, there is no the most despicable, only more despicable. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1097 Noble Sword. Feng Shi felt even more guilty when she saw Qiongqi was so tactful. Don't worry, I'll study the final pill after I finish this period of work. Not only can your tail be restored to its original state, but it can also let you grow more tails. As many tails as you want. Kyongchi. No, why would I need so many tails? For sweeping the floor. If you have this intention, why not get me some beautiful girls to play some instruments and sing? Although I thought so in my heart, I said against my will, Xiao Shishi, I know you treat me the best, so I will wait for your Shengwei pill. Kyongchi and Fengshi were chatting happily here, while Lin Xiangchuan in the identity jade token was already stunned. Is this thing really the evil beast Kyongchi? It's not someone's pug. There's not a single bit of the aura of a ferocious beast in this. However, thinking of the golden pig, Lin Xiangchuan fell silent. Well, as long as it gets close to Phoenix Ancestor, no matter what it is, indescribable changes will occur. Fengshi chatted with Kyongchi for a few words, then greeted Elder Mei. Although she is now the Phoenix Ancestor, it has not been made public, so Elder Mei does not know about it. Fengshi frowned as he looked at the wooden sword with a piece of Kyongchi's tail nailed to it. Logically speaking, the part of the wooden sword that was stuck in the ground was not very deep, so why couldn't it be pulled out? At this moment, the voice of the golden pig sounded in the divine consciousness. Master, I have a good idea. If you let me out, I will bite off the tip of Kyongchi's tail. By then, all that will be left is a bare wooden sword, and maybe you'll be able to pull it out. Fengshi. If you are greedy, just say you are greedy. However, this is also a solution after all, and it can also scare Kyongchi. So, I agreed. The golden pig immediately flew out and began to gnaw on the tip of the tail at lightning speed. The reason why it was so quick was that it was afraid that Kyongchi would react and not agree. Even if the tip of the tail is broken, it is still its property. Kyongchi really didn't react. On the one hand, the incident happened suddenly, and on the other hand, the golden pig's current image was too different from its original image. Kyongchi never dreamed that Tutti would turn into a pig. By the time it finally recognized it, the golden pig had already gnawed off the tip of its tail. Not only did he eat it, but he also commented on it. I thought this Kyongchi meat was delicious, but it tasted like chewing wax. It may also be that raw meat doesn't taste good. If I had known this, I should have marinated it with salt, grilled it over a fire, and brushed some oil on it. Kyongchi was furious. You are an idiot who only cares about eating. How dare you even eat my flesh? You are courting death. The golden pig showed no fear at all and pointed at himself with his little pig's hoof. I'm looking for death, come and beat me up. You may not know this, right? I don't have a physical body now, so you can't kill me. Also, if you dare to touch me, my dear and respectable master will definitely make you suffer. Kyongchi was so angry that he flapped his wings that had just grown bigger. After flapping twice, he was stunned. It was so scared just now, and then it only thought about how to deal with Fengshi, that it didn't even notice that its wings had grown. It turned its head in disbelief to look at its wings, and they had actually grown bigger. It was so excited that tears welled up in its eyes. It finally said goodbye to the pair of chicken wings. Finally it has regained its majestic and domineering appearance. A surprise came from the sky, and now the golden pig doesn't look so hideous to it anymore. In its eyes, Fengshi is a noble person. A great noble person. Even the wooden swords stuck in the ground are precious swords. Fengshi is so good. Seeing Kyongchi's movements and expressions, he immediately guessed what was going on. Unexpectedly, the wooden sword actually helped Kyongchi a lot this time. There is no such thing as doing a favor without expecting anything in return in Fengshi. If you do good things, you should let people know about it, or at least provide some emotional value. So, she smiled and said, Kyongchi, I didn't want to say it originally, but since you have already discovered it, I will tell you the truth. When I first saw you, I knew you must have been badly injured, otherwise your wings wouldn't have turned into chicken wings. Kyongchi. Chicken wings are just chicken wings, why do you add a small word? Fengshi continued, you may not know that I have subdued Tao and Tati before, and they know you quite well. They told me that if they want your wings to recover, they have to find a way to stimulate you. The more stimulation, the faster you will recover. The golden pig on the side, did I say such a thing? Yes, Master is right. It was me who gave Master a good idea. I told her to find a way to stimulate you. Kyongchi. Do you two think I'm a fool? How could I believe such a flawed statement? Also, Tao, who has a poor sense of direction, was also conquered by her. So useless. Fengshi knew that everything she said was flawed, but so what? It won't delay her from repaying the favor. She immediately began her closing statement. Anyway, it's all my credit that your wings were restored to their original state. Shouldn't you sign a contract with me in exchange for your body? Kyongchi. I was not wrong at all when I said that you were the leader of the ferocious beasts. Your spiritual sword almost killed me, and you still have the nerve to ask for a payment. You are so shameless. But why does it kind of like this tune? It has been searching for so many years and finally found someone who is even more immoral and shameless than it. Others admire the strong, but it admires the bad. Especially those who look like good people but are actually full of bad intentions. Oops. It's a heart-pounding feeling. Calm down. You can't agree to her so easily, because things that are easily obtained are destined not to be cherished. Just look at how worthless the golden pig is and you will know. After a series of complex psychological activities, Kyongchi snorted coldly. You and I both know exactly what's going on. Morals and conscience are nothing to me, so your trick of asking for favors won't work on me. You can ask me to sign a contract with you, but unless you can become the leader of the Changsheng sect, forget it. Fengshi frowned when he heard this. Isn't your request a bit too much? Is it too much? I don't think it's too much at all. If you can't do it, it only shows that you are incompetent. After saying this, Kyongchi proudly swung his tail, then grimaced in pain. Feng's eyes face looked a little unhappy. Does it have to be the sect master? Is it okay if his status is higher than that of Sect Master Sima? Kyongchi didn't care whether his tail hurt or not, and laughed wildly with his mouth wide open. This Fangxi is really arrogant. His status is higher than that of Sect Leader Sima. Do you still want to be the supreme elder of the Shangsheng sect? What about dreaming? It laughed and said, of course you can, I'm just afraid you don't have the ability. Fangxi curled her lips, then we'll see. Kyongchi thought, forget about walking and watching, even if I lie down and watch, you can't do it. Elder Mei, who was standing aside, thought that Fangxi said that just to save face. As the saying goes, it's better to lose the battle than to lose the person. Fangxi ignored Kyongchi and began to study the wooden sword that was still stuck in the ground. Inspired by the golden pig, she removed all the dirt around the wooden sword. In the end, the wooden sword still stood there. To be precise, it was hovering there. Fangxi pulled and kicked but couldn't pick it up. Mu Jian was very touched. Beating is love, scolding is love, and when love reaches its limit, kicking is the way to go. The owner must love it so much. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1098. Are you implying that I am a man of steel and copper? Kyongchi felt uncomfortable when he saw that Fangxi's attention was all on the wooden sword. It was clearly the victim, but Shashishi cared more about that broken wooden sword. It turns out that those who are favored are fearless. It was angry but didn't dare to vent it on Fangxi, and it couldn't do anything to the golden pig, so it imposed its good luck on Elder Mei. At this time, Elder Mei was staring at the golden pig with his old eyes. Although only Fangxi and Kyongchi could hear what the golden pig said, Elder Mei just heard Fangxi say that she had subdued Tao and Tao Ti. After a quick analysis, he knew that the golden pig in front of him was the famous ferocious beast Tao Ti. On the one hand, he was shocked that Tao Ti looked like a pig. On the other hand, he was shocked that Fangxi had actually tamed two ferocious beasts. Is this what he should hear? When he was feeling very nervous, Kyongchi suddenly appeared behind him and patted him on the head with its wings. Elder Mei was slapped on the butt first. Under normal circumstances, Elder Mei would not have acted like this, but he was just busy thinking about Fangxi's affairs. By the time he reacted, Kyongchi had already sprayed him with spit. You old fool, I gave you so many good things before, but you just watched me die without helping me. If I had known you were such an ungrateful person, I would have slapped you to death with one paw. Hurry up and give me back what I gave you before, or I will kill you today. Ellipsis. Elder Mei admitted that he had indeed gained a lot of benefits from Kyongchi, but they were just taking what they needed and they could not be considered ungrateful. But he couldn't say this to Kyongchi. As for the benefits, he certainly didn't want to return them. Just because of taking care of Kyongchi, his living father, he was so worried that his hair fell out in clumps. If Fangxi hadn't appeared, he might have become bald by now. It's only right that he gets some benefits. When Kyongchi saw that Elder Mei didn't say anything, he cursed even more harshly. You old thing, stop pretending to be dead. You old thing, worse than a pig or a dog. The golden pig was immediately unhappy. If you want to scold Elder Mei, just scold Elder Mei. Why are you scolding me? He rushed over and took a bite on Kyongchi's wings. Kyongchi cried out in pain. He turned around and started fighting with the golden pig. While Elder Mei breathed a sigh of relief, he couldn't help but look at Fangxi with gratitude. He thought the golden pig was sent by Fangxi to rescue him. Fangxi must have considered him as her own, otherwise she wouldn't have let him know that she had subdued Tao and Tao Ti, let alone helped him. Fangxi didn't know that Elder Mei had already thought of her as one of his own. The reason why she revealed the matter of Tao and Tao Ti just now was, on the one hand, because she had something to say, and on the other hand, she was now fully grown and there was no need to hide some things. Of course, there is another important reason, that is, Elder Mei had already boarded the Kyongchi incident, so she didn't have so many concerns. Fangxi tried to pull and kick the wooden sword but failed, so he had to try to communicate with the wooden sword with his spiritual sense again. Unfortunately, although I could feel the presence of the wooden sword, I couldn't communicate with it. She was already in a bad mood, and when she heard the sound of Kyongchi and the golden pig fighting, she couldn't help but yelled angrily, "Shut up." The golden pig disappeared in an instant. The first priority at this time is to reduce your presence so as to avoid being blamed. Kyongchi who endured Fangxi's angry glare alone. Fortunately, Fangxi didn't say anything else. He used his spiritual sense to ask Zhu Xuan, "Grandpa, what do you think is going on?" Zhu Shihuan said absent-mindedly, "It was fine last time it cracked, so it's definitely fine this time, so there's no need for you to worry about it. Instead of spending this much time, I might as well go back and call Jun Wen over to me so that I can study the Yunshao sect sword formation diagram with him. This Yunshao sect is really something. I can't figure out a few things. I need Jun Wen, that idiot, to give me some inspiration." Fangxi. She said, "Why is the sheep grandfather who is usually so noisy so quiet?" It turns out that his attention is all on the sword formation diagram of Yunshao sect. However, Zhu Xuan's words made her feel a little more relaxed. The condition of the wooden sword was indeed much better this time than last time, and it was probably not a big deal. Although Mu Jian could not communicate with Fangxi through spiritual consciousness, he heard Zhu Xuan's words clearly. "I was cursing in my heart. I usually call you blood ancestor, but in the critical moment, I am not as good as a sword-breaking formation diagram in your eyes. Just wait for me. In the future, I will definitely instigate that unscrupulous master to recognize a few more grandfathers and banish you to the cold palace. However, what is more important now is to control the sword to avoid being sucked into the ground. It must be that damn scabbard. No wonder it flies here when it loses control. Snort. My life is in my own hands, not the scabbard. You want me to surrender? That's wishful thinking. I just don't believe that I, the ancestor of all swords, can't control myself." At this moment, it found that its control over the sword was slightly stronger than before. It felt something in its heart. It must have been stimulated by what old Ghost Zhu said. Yup. The worse its mood, the more resentment and anger it has, the stronger it becomes. This is the big resentful one. So, it began to recall what little black ball and the others had said before, and it misinterpreted it, and suddenly the negative emotions in its heart exploded. The sword suddenly flashed with golden light, and the wooden sword flew into Feng Shi's hand. Not only that, the sword was half an inch longer. Although it still looks about the same length as a rolling pin, it is still progress. Feng Shi was surprised and happy. Before she could ask, Mu Jian said in a crying voice. Master, I am so sorry for making you worry. I will definitely repay you in the future, even if you melt me into toothpicks, I will be willing to do it. Feng Shi. Let's not talk about anything else for now. Why would I have an iron toothpick for no reason? No, you are harder than iron. Are you implying that I am a tough guy? When Feng Shi was about to ask in detail what was going on, Lin Xiangchuan said. Feng Zhu, Yin Yu and Bai Xiaomei are here. Feng Shi looked at Qiongqi and said, don't forget what you said before. I will come to hold your hand in a few days. Qiongqi. What do you mean you come hold my hand? Do you think I'm a dog? Besides, you are really confident in yourself. Don't even mention a few days. If you can become the sect leader in a few years, I'll think you're awesome. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1099 Sisters are united, their strength is invincible. Feng Shi walked up to Elder Mei and helped him up from the ground. In fact, Elder Mei could stand up, but he was afraid that if he stood up he would irritate Qiongqi, so he just sat on the ground. It's nice, the ground is cool. Feng Shi said with a smile. Elder Mei, I'm sorry to have frightened you. Please keep what happened today a secret for me, I will talk to the sect master. Elder Mei realized something belatedly at this moment. With such a big commotion here, it should have alarmed the sect's people long ago. Why didn't anyone come? Seeing the calm look on Feng Shi's face again, I felt for some reason that she might really come to take Qiongqi away in a couple of days. Feng Shi said a few more polite words, then walked away humming a little tune. Elder Mei looked at the barrier that was split in half, and then looked at the Qiongqi that looked like a husband-waiting rock, with a look of confusion on his face. Qiongqi was actually even more confused than him. Others cannot see Elder Yin and Elder Bai, but it can. What puzzled it was why the two old men were so polite to Feng Shi. Especially the one with a strange face, he is as attentive as a lackey. How is this going? Not long after Feng Shi disappeared, Sect Leader Sima arrived. Elder Mei felt a little uneasy, and just when he didn't know how to explain, Sect Leader Sima said. It must be Qiongqi causing trouble again. Check if the array is damaged. If not, just reopen it. Elder Mei. Just let it go so lightly. It seems that there must be something going on between the sect master and Feng Shi. The sect leader is here to clean up the mess for her. What happened? By the way, Feng Shi was the one who was brought into the Changsheng sect by the sect leader against all odds. Could it be that they are relatives? He was daydreaming here, and Qiongqi started asking questions right away. Master, I want to ask you something. Who are the two old men who just left with Feng Shi? Sect leader Sima was shocked. Could Qiongqi actually see Elder Yin and Elder Bai? But on second thought, Qiongqi is a ferocious beast after all, so it is normal for it to have some special abilities. He looked confused. Two old men. I only saw Feng Shi just now, and didn't see anyone else. Qiongqi rolled his eyes and said nothing. Elder Mei didn't take it to heart and thought Qiongqi was talking nonsense. After checking the formation plate, he found that it was only slightly damaged, so he reopened the barrier. He felt that this barrier was just a decoration. Not to mention that Feng Shi's sword can split it. In fact, Qiongqi can also come out by himself. Sect leader Sima gave Elder Mei a few words of advice and left. As soon as he left, Qiongqi flapped its wings and flew around in the barrier. It's been a long time since I felt this free-flying feeling. This is all thanks to Xiaoxishi. Even if she cannot become the sect leader in the future, it will still make a contract with her, not only because it admires Huai, but also because Feng Shi has made a contract with Tao and Golden Pig. Although those two were a bit stupid, they were still fierce beasts after all, and they had the instinct to seek good fortune and avoid danger. Since they chose Feng Shi, it meant that the little girl had great luck. On the other side, Feng Shi brought the two elders back to their residence. Feng Shi first briefly introduced the situation, and then asked Elder Yin. Master, when will you leave for the Northern Territory? Elder Yin felt a little uncomfortable. Was his disciple trying to drive him away? Although they had agreed to set off today, Feng Shi had to go to the underground sword pavilion to get the sword tomorrow morning, so he wanted to stay and escort his apprentice, and set off again after the matter of getting the sword was settled. Elder Bai on the side said. Yin Mutu, Feng Zhu wants you to go and come back quickly so that we can announce our identities and the fact that you have accepted her as your disciple. Of course, if you are not in a hurry, you can delay your departure for another 2 or 3 days. When Elder Yin heard this, he quickly said a few words to Feng Shi and disappeared in a flash. Feng Shi. Her master's brain was sold out by Elder Bai, and he still had to help him count the money. At this time, Elder Bai asked, Feng Zhu, what are you going to do tomorrow? Feng Shi said, I will wait and see what Shen Zhilan's intention is. If she is really going for the soul-severing sword, I will definitely try to stop her. If you can't stop her, wait for her to come out and then forcibly snatch the soul-slaying sword. Although this might alert the enemy, it is the lesser of two evils and is the only thing we can do. Solve this matter quickly so that we can rush to the Heartless Palace to check on the situation of the dead Silence Aura. Elder Bai nodded and said, Feng Zhu, it would be best if you could get the soul-severing sword. I vaguely feel that the soul-severing sword may be able to restrain the aura of death. Feng Shi also thought so, because the Fei Hong sword that Shen Zhilan had taken away before was used to suppress the aura of death, and this soul-slaying sword might have a similar use. The two discussed for a while before Elder Bai left. As soon as he left, Zhu Xuan urged Feng Shi to call Zhun Wen over. After a while, Zhun Wen came over happily. Zhu Xuan has absorbed a lot of spiritual energy from heaven and earth recently, so there is no need for Feng Shi to act as a mouthpiece. he first used his voice to discuss the sword formation diagram of Tiank League with Zheng Wen. To say that we are discussing this is actually a bit of a compliment to you, but it's mainly Zhu Shihuan who is talking and you are listening. Zhu Xuan was a good teacher, while Zheng Wen was eager to learn, so they soon forgot about Feng Shi. Feng Shi originally wanted to ask Mu Jian about what happened just now, but he fell asleep, so Feng Shi began to think about the next arrangements. As I was thinking, I felt a little sleepy and fell asleep on the rattan chair. Even though Zhu Xuan and Zheng Wen were talking there, it did not affect her sleep quality at all. When she woke up, Zhu Xuan and Zheng Wen were still discussing the Yunsha Sect sword formation diagram. Zheng Wen scratched his hair and said, "Grandpa, I don't know why, but I feel that these parts are a little inconsistent, but I can't tell what's wrong." Zhu Xuan's eyes lit up. Because what Zheng Wen said were exactly the things he couldn't understand. He couldn't help but sigh that the silly boy was ordinary in other aspects, but he was much better than Shaoxi in Kendo. He said to Zheng Wen, "Think about it carefully and find out what's wrong." Zheng Wen nodded, but after thinking for a long time he still couldn't figure it out. Zhu Xuan also knew that this was not a matter of urgency, so he let him think about it slowly and told him when he figured it out. The next morning, Feng Shi strolled to Shijianj. When she arrived, many people had already come to West Sword Pavilion. All of them were high-ranking officials of the Shangsheng Sect. Sect Master Sima and the West Peak Master are both here. Shen Jilin had also arrived a long time ago. "Feng Shi, you are so arrogant that you made so many of us wait for you." Feng Shi glanced at her and said, "Are you envious of me? Then why don't you come later?" Shen Jilin. "I envy you. Can't you even tell the difference between good and bad words?" Sect Master Sima coughed lightly and said, "Now that everyone is here, let's get started." Elder Ji, who was in charge of West Sword Pavilion, led everyone to a stone chamber. The stone chamber looked ordinary, but as Elder Ji formed seals, an entrance to the barrier appeared on the ground. Feng Shi and Shen Jilin entered the barrier at the same time and entered the underground sword pavilion. What appeared in front of the two was a huge stone door with a sharp sword carved on it. Almost as soon as the two of them appeared, the sharp sword shot out from the stone gate. Shen Jilin was thinking about how to take this opportunity to kill Feng Shi when she heard Feng Shi shout, "Let's go together, sisters united in purpose can break any obstacle." Then, he retreated behind Shen Jilin in a flash. Shen Jilin, % and *% hash hash ad. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1100. This is the card that only I, the ancestor of 10,000 swords, can have. Shen Jilin wished she could cut Feng Shi into pieces. But what is more important at this moment is to deal with the sharp sword that is coming at him. She summoned the Fei Hong sword and engaged it in a fight with the sharp sword. Feng Shi hid behind her and kept encouraging her. "Xiao Lanlan, my good sister. Try harder. I'm rooting for you. You are a divine transformation cultivator. You can't be a coward. Charge, charge." Ellipsis. Shen Jilin couldn't stand it any longer. "Feng Shi, don't just talk nonsense, why don't you come over and help?" Feng Shi immediately shouted, "Okay, I support you mentally." Shen Jilin. "How did a useless scoundrel like you get to where you are today? Is it just because you are shameless?" At this moment, the eyes of everyone in the stone chamber on the ground were focused on the stone wall opposite. This looks like just an ordinary stone wall, but it is actually a screen wall that allows you to see what is happening below in real time. Everyone was speechless when seeing Feng Shi's outrageous move. Master Han Feng snorted coldly, "What else can this Feng Shi do besides being sneaky and cunning? I don't think any spiritual sword will choose her." Immediately, several elders echoed his words. The mouths of Master Mo Feng and the other two seemed to be sewn shut with needles, and they didn't say a word. Let's not talk about whether Sect Master Sima will tell tales. Maybe the two elders who protect the sect are watching in secret. Only a fool would speak ill of Feng Zhu. Besides, is this called being sneaky? This is called adapting to circumstances. This is called using the opponent's force to your advantage. This is called wisdom. Han Jide, you old beast who disregards human ethics, you know nothing. However, they were a little worried. Although Feng Zhu was very cool and awesome, could she get the sword she wanted? It's not that they doubted Feng Zhu's strength, it's mainly because the sword she used before was really not that good, so maybe she didn't have any affinity with swords. Otherwise, as both of them are disciples of Xuanshan Sect, Zheng Wen and Jing Yan are both very good at swords, so why did she only get a rolling pin? In a blink of an eye, half a quarter of an hour passed and Shen Jilin had the absolute upper hand. The sword's attack became weaker and weaker, and finally flew back to the stone gate. The stone door slowly opened. Feng Shi said with a smile, "Xiao Lanlan, you have made great contributions, please go first." Shen Jilin. "You want me to lead the way for you?" She glared at Feng Shi fiercely and entered the stone gate first. She was not afraid of Feng Shi, but she was afraid that the delay would be too long and would cause trouble. As soon as she stepped into the stone gate, a sky full of sword shadows swept over. Fortunately, Shen Jilin was prepared, and although she was a little embarrassed, she was not injured. As for Feng Shi behind her, she was even fine because she waited until the sword shadows had dissipated before coming in. Shen Jilin was so angry. But in order not to delay important matters, I had to endure it. She looked west and saw a huge stone palace with tens of thousands of spiritual swords carved on the surrounding walls. These spiritual swords have different shapes, some are long, some are short, some are wide, some are narrow, and the colors are also different. Mu Jian said to Feng Shi proudly, "Master, did you see that? There are so many swords but none of them are like mine. What does this mean?" "It means I am unique. This is a card that only I, the ancestor of 10,000 swords, can possess." The golden pig immediately sneered, "They are all real swords, but you are like a rolling pin transformed into a straight wooden sword." Although it really wants to quarrel with the golden pig, as the owner's favorite pet, it knows when to do what and when not to do what. Now is the time to consider the overall situation. So, Mu Jian ignored the golden pig and continued to talk to Feng Shi. Master, don't be fooled by the number of swords on the wall. Many of them are just for show. Only a few hundred are real. Master, let me point them out to you. The top one on your left hand is the real one. As the wooden sword was making a clanging sound, Zhu Xuan yawned and said to Feng Shi. You don't need it to point it out to you. You can tell it's the real sword by just using your spiritual sense to sense it. Wooden sword, %#%. You old bastard. No one will think you are dumb if you don't speak. I finally got a chance to show my affection, but you ruined it. Feng Shi followed Zhu Xuan's instructions and immediately released his spiritual sense. Sure enough, there was a discovery. There are subtle fluctuations of spiritual consciousness on the real sword, but there are none on the fake one. While Feng Shi was observing here, Shen Jilin had already released the Feihong sword. The Feihong sword made a humming sound in the air, and most of the spirit swords on the surrounding walls also made a humming sound, as if they were singing in unison. Many people in the stone chamber above immediately exclaimed in surprise. Shen Jilin's sword is not simple. Yeah, I didn't notice anything special about it before, but now it seems that this sword must have a great origin. On the one hand, it shows that this sword is not simple. On the other hand, it also shows that Shen Jilin has good qualifications. I guess she will be able to choose a good sword this time. Ellipsis. Master Mo Feng and the other two remained silent. Ah. So what if Shen Jilin picked all the swords in the room? She can even climb over Feng Zhu's head. Elder Bai, who had hidden in the darkness, frowned. It was obvious that Shen Jilin came prepared. It seemed that she might really be coming for the soul-severing sword. I don't know if Feng Zhu can ruin her plan. At this time, Feng Shi was listening to the wooden sword making noises. Master, I tell you, this is just a flower stand, it's useless. If I exert my strength, I can even knock down those fake swords, not to mention the real ones. Feng Shi, then you try it. Mu Jian, I don't think it's time yet. Feng Shi, I don't want to know what you think, I want to know what I think. Mu Jian, I'm a little confused about that. I need to get some sleep. Feng Shi, haha. Feng Shi continued to observe Shen Jilin's every move while joking with Mu Jian. Shen Jilin obviously did not achieve her goal, because she activated the Feihong sword again, making it emit a louder buzzing sound. This time, there are more spirit swords responding. After several times, Shen Jilin looked at one of the swords. This sword did not match the Feihong sword, and it looked ordinary. But many people in the stone chamber took a deep breath. Could it be that Shen Jilin wants to take the soul-severing sword? It should be. After all, her Feihong sword is extraordinary. Only the soul-slaying sword can match it. She is quite ambitious, but the soul-severing sword is not only sealed by the Grandmaster, but the sword stroke must also be extremely vicious. I don't think she can get it. Ellipsis. Just as everyone was talking, Feng Shi ran to the sword, took out a pen and drew a circle. There were big words written next to it, Sword of Feng Shi. Shen Jilin, %#%#%. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1101 Origin. Only the new sword laughs, who hears the old sword cry. Shen Jilin thinks Feng Shi is very childish. If you draw a circle, the sword will be yours. If that's the case, why don't you just write it on the stone door? This underground sword pavilion will be yours. She looked at Feng Shi with disdain, and then continued to urge the Feihong sword to make a buzzing sound and circle around the Zhanhan sword. Mu Jian said to Feng Shi. Master, I knew Shen Jilin was not a serious person. She actually wanted to use the Feihong sword to seduce the Zhanhan sword. Your method is the best. It's the same as a puppy peeing to mark its territory. Feng Shi, get out. Mu Jian didn't expect that his flattery would hit the horse's hoof, and he immediately fell silent. It is actually very conflicted. On the one hand, he didn't want Feng Shi to get the soul-slaying sword. After all, he didn't want to have another person competing for his favor. On the other hand, he also hopes that Feng Shi can get the soul-slaying sword to prevent it from being taken away by the unlucky Shen Jilin. Which one should we choose, self-interest or justice? It's such a difficult decision. Ugh. If only it were the soul-slaying sword. This way you don't have to choose. Unfortunately, it couldn't be the soul-severing sword. After all, it had always been lying under the 10,000 swords wall of Xuanshan Sect, and it had nothing to do with the soul-severing sword. While Mu Jian was daydreaming, Feng Shi had already used his spiritual sense to surround the soul-slaying sword and began his old routine. Soul-severing sword, are you feeling lonely and cold staying here? Why don't you follow me out for a stroll? I'll take you to see the colorful world outside. I'll take you to experience the warmth and coldness of life. I will take you to see all the prosperity in the world. I will take you across mountains and rivers, up to the sky and into the sea, and make this life worthwhile. Ellipsis. The routine doesn't have to be new, as long as it works. Unfortunately, after she kept bellowing for a long time, there was no movement from the soul-slaying sword. Shen Jilin was not idle either. In addition to making the Feihong sword emit a buzzing sound, she also tried to use her spiritual sense to contact the soul-slaying sword. She wanted to get closer to the soul-slaying sword, but unfortunately there was a movable obstacle, Feng Shi, so she couldn't get close at all. But Feng Shi still looked confident. You jinx, can't you read? Can't you see that the sword is already mine? Go where you want. Shen Jilin. Did you forget that you just called me your good sister? A good sister when there is trouble, a jinx when there is no trouble. You are so shameless. Besides, how did this sword become yours? Shen Jilin was already full of anger, and now she completely exploded. Feng Shi, I have been putting up with you for so long. The sword is meant to be obtained by those who are destined to obtain it. Just because you wrote a few words, you think you can monopolize this sword. Get out of the way immediately, or else don't blame me for being rude. Feng Shi tilted her head. How can you be so rude? Do you want to fight me? Come on, I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Shen Jilin clenched her fists so tightly that they made a creaking sound, but she didn't dare to make any move. She really had no idea. Although she always said that Feng Shi was a waste, she was afraid of Feng Shi in her heart because every confrontation ended in her defeat. Not to mention anything else, Feng Shi's pets alone are very difficult to deal with. For example, the little T-Fox who surrendered to the enemy. Last time she was almost killed by the nine-tailed fox. Besides, today's main purpose is to obtain the soul-slaying sword, so there is no need to create unnecessary complications. After some complicated mental activities, she snorted coldly. Feng Shi, this is the underground sword pavilion, not a place for competition. If you have the guts, wait for me to get the sword, and then we'll go to the Dao discussion stage to decide the winner. Feng Shi curled her lips. You said so much just because you don't dare to fight with me. I think you should stop calling me Shen Jilin from now on, just call me Shen Song Song. Shen Jilin, ###%. She used all the vicious words she could think of on Feng Shi. But I still feel like I'm at a loss for words. There was even a moment when she wanted to fight Feng Shi regardless of the consequences. Even if I was beaten to death by Feng Shi, it would be better than being angry to death by her. She held the Fei Hung sword and was about to attack when her expression paused for a moment, then she took a deep breath and said, I don't want to argue with you. Let's just rely on our own abilities. Feng Shi is so discouraged. Originally, she thought that if she provoked Shen Jilin again and again and made her fight with her, she would naturally be unable to take the sword. In the end, Shen Jilin was more tolerant than that bastard and actually just let it go. Next, Shen Jilin did not deliberately approach the soul-slaying sword, but continued to activate the Fei Hung sword. The humming sound of the Fei Hung sword echoed throughout the stone hall. Feng Shi suddenly had a new idea. She separated a part of her spiritual consciousness and surrounded the Fei Hung sword. Xiao Fei Hung, you may not know your own life experience, right? Let me tell you about it. Back then, you also came from a prominent family, and were tasked with suppressing the aura of death. It is no exaggeration to say that you are the best among swords, the great hero among swords. However, I don't know what conspiracy or tricks this jinx used to get you, making you bear the crime of desertion. You may not know that those swords that responded to you just now are scolding you. They are all scolding you for not knowing people well and taking a thief as your mother. Fei Hung sword. It is not an ordinary spiritual sword, it has a very high intelligence. Naturally, I could understand what Feng Shi said. Its first feeling was anger, thinking Feng Shi was talking nonsense. To be honest, it has no memory of what happened before. It only knows that Shen Jilin is its owner. As a spiritual sword, it naturally has to be loyal to its master. It didn't even bother to make a buzzing sound and immediately stabbed towards Feng Shi. Feng Shi was prepared and released the wooden sword. Mu Jian had accumulated a lot of anger since Feng Shi hooked up with Fei Hung's sword. This unscrupulous master is so fickle. It's understandable that you took the soul-slaying sword, but you actually set your eyes on the Fei Hung sword. It really is true what the saying goes, only the new sword laughs, who hears the old sword cry. Feng Shi, you're a scumbag. You are a heartless woman. You big carrot. So, as soon as it was released by Feng Shi, it shot a golden sword light towards the Fei Hung sword. The Fei Hung sword did not look down on the wooden sword and underestimated the enemy. The first was forced back several feet by the golden sword light and fell to the ground. This time the wooden sword is really awesome. Master, how is it? I just want to ask you if I am powerful or not. I'm not bragging, but with the Fei Hung sword, I can beat 8 people by myself. And that soul-slaying sword, I think it's just a gimmick, it's useless. If you ask me, don't try to take it. As long as I'm here, all swords should retreat. Feng Shi. You are really good at showing off. You will shine when you get some sunshine. However, she was also very satisfied with the performance of the wooden sword. It seemed that this bastard had really become more capable. She was happy, but Shen Jilin was furious. She picked up the Fei Hung sword and said to Feng Shi angrily. Feng Shi, I have been tolerant of you again and again, but you keep pushing me. I will fight you today. After saying that, he swung the Fei Hung sword and stabbed Feng Shi. Feng Shi. I've been looking forward to it for a long time, and finally Shen Song Song took action. Come. Let the storm come harder. Mu Jian was also very excited. The battle to restore its reputation as the ancestor of all swords is about to begin. Then, it lost control of the sword and fell to the ground with a thud. Wooden sword. I don't want to live anymore. Come and kill me with a thunderbolt. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1102. Do you still have a heart? Mu Jian felt that he must have done something wrong in his previous life. Otherwise, why would he always embarrass himself at the critical moment? It tried hard to regain control of the sword, but to little avail. Feng Shi didn't expect such a change to happen. She wanted to put the wooden sword into the storage ring but failed. Shen Jilin's Fei Hung sword was about to appear in front of her again, so she had no choice but to release 7 split swords to form the 7 stars killing formation. Shen Jilin was soon caught up in the sword formation. The people in the stone chamber cried out in surprise. Among these people, only Sect Master Sima had heard Elder Yin mention this matter before, while the others had never heard of or seen it before. They looked at the screen in disbelief. Feng Shi formed a 7-person sword formation by himself. Is this a person? Those elders who had previously said that Feng Shi had no real ability felt red in the face. If they don't have this ability, they'd just be useless. Master Mo Feng and the other two couldn't help but straighten their heads. To be honest, although they all knew about Feng Shi's great achievements, they had only heard about it, so they were somewhat skeptical. How old is this little girl? Is he really that capable? Especially since Shen Jilin seemed to have performed more brilliantly just now, they felt even more unsure. Now it seems that Feng Zhu is indeed Feng Zhu. Smart and brave, unrivaled in the world. Elder Bai in the dark couldn't help but nodded. Feng Zhu was indeed quite capable. In addition, her method of provoking the opponent was also successful. Shen Jilin's attention is now on her, so she has no energy to take the soul-slaying sword. If you delay any longer, it will be time. Shen Jilin had seen Fang Shi forming a formation by himself in the Haoshan mirror before, so she was not too surprised. Besides, Chief Jian was about to be pissed off, so she couldn't care less. She wielded the Fei Hong sword, and she moved with the sword, and the sword moved with her, so she did not fall behind. Fang Shi raised her eyebrows. Shen Songsong, you are really good at this. Shen Jilin snorted coldly and ignored her. Fang Shi chuckled. Shen Songsong, let's talk about your Fei Hong sword. Did you use some shady means to fool it in the first place? Shen Jilin said angrily. Stop talking nonsense here. I got this Fei Hong sword from the Hunyuan Sect Sword Mountain. It's fair and square. Fang Shi curled her lips and said, just forget it. You know better than anyone whether there is something fishy going on here. At the beginning, Master Bailey interrogated you about this matter. If you hadn't cried, made a scene, and threatened to hang yourself, the Fei Hong sword would have been confiscated. This Fei Hong sword is unlucky for you. A good sword has turned into a broom sword. Fei Hong sword. How come I am a broom sword? Shen Songsong, let's discuss something. Since you gave me the little snow fox, why don't you give me the Fei Hong sword as well? Shen Jilin was so angry that her head was buzzing. When did I give you the little snow fox? You obviously stole it. Are you eyeing my Fei Hong sword again? You are so shameless. Shen Songsong, if you don't say anything I will take it as your consent. This Fei Hong sword will be mine from now on. I'll leave it with you first, please keep it well for me. If there is any mistake, I promise to make you bankrupt. Shen Jilin's face was so angry that she twisted her face. Fang Shi, shut up. Fang Shi was really obedient and didn't say anything. Then, he began to use his spiritual sense to seduce the Fei Hong sword. Xiao Fei Hong, you saw it all, right? Shen Jilin didn't dare to refute what I said. What does this mean? It means she is guilty. It's unlucky for a good sword to be followed by a jinx. Besides, you also know how she treats the little snow fox. If you become useless one day, she will definitely treat you the same way. She might even put you back into the furnace and rebuild you. Let's not talk about the distant future, let's just talk about the present. She already has you, why does she come to get the soul-slaying sword? Isn't this clearly an indication of abandoning you? Are you trying to say that I'm here to get the soul-severing sword as well? I'm different from her. I've always been philanthropic. Look at all the spirit pets I have. Am I not just as kind to the little snow fox? My love is like the sea. Even if there are more fish, they can all be embraced by my love. I am serious about every one of them. Ellipsis. Fang's eyes pets. Let's just say that it's not corny or embarrassing when you say it yourself. Don't you think what you said is in line with what a scumbag says? The wooden sword that was lying dead on the ground was even more furious. I'm in this state, and you're still thinking about hooking up with Xin Jian. Do you still have heart? The Fei Hong sword was already a little dizzy after being struck by the golden light of the wooden sword, and now after being yelled at by Fang Shi, it felt like its mind was in a mess like porridge. As its attention was distracted, Shen Jilin was in trouble. He dodged a little too slowly and was stabbed in the left arm by Fang Shi. She couldn't help but scold Fei Hong sword with her spiritual sense. The Fei Hong sword now fits the bill even better. It seems that what Fang Shi said might be right. It is useful now, and the owner treats it well, but if it is useless in the future, maybe he will really throw it into the refining furnace. Fei Hong Jian was even more distracted this time. Shen Jilin suddenly became very passive and was in danger. She felt a little regretful that she shouldn't have been impulsive and fought with Fang Shi. Regardless of winning or losing, the main reason was that it wasted time. Now that we are in a dilemma, what should we do? At this time, inside the stone chamber, Master Han Fang said to Master Sima. Sect Master, disciples of the sect are strictly prohibited from fighting in private, not to mention that the two of them are now in the underground sword pavilion. It would be terrible if they caused any damage to the underground sword pavilion. So, quickly order them to stop. Sect leader Sima was moved. Before, leader Han Fang had spoken for Shen Jilin, and now he had intervened again. It seemed that they were colluding in private. However, Shen Jilin had been training in the Haoshan mirror before and had no time to contact Master Han Fang. It was most likely planned by Elder Zhang. Elder Zhang usually keeps a low profile, which really proves the saying that a biting dog doesn't bark. At this time, several elders of Janj also spoke up and asked Sect Master Sima to order Fang Shi and Shen Jilin to stop. Sect leader Sima felt that these people were not trying to support Sect leader Han Fang, but were just worried about the underground sword pavilion. When he was about to delay for some more time, something unexpected happened in the underground sword pavilion. The wooden sword that was originally lying on the ground suddenly jumped up and down like a rabbit. At the same time, the scream of a wooden sword slaughtering a pig rang out in Fang Shi's sea of consciousness. Master, help, help. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1103, the wooden sword returns to its sheath. Fang Shi heard the wooden sword's cry for help, and while using his spiritual sense to control the 7 spirit swords to surround Shen Jilin, he turned his head to look at the wooden sword. Sect leader Sima, who originally wanted to delay for a while, suddenly changed his mind. He said to Elder Ji, tell them to stop immediately, otherwise they will be disqualified from taking the sword. Elder Bai in the dark thought that his nephew was much more lively than his brother. Look, the timing is just right. The serious voice of Elder Ji was immediately heard from within the underground sword pavilion, ordering Fang Shi and Shen Jilin to stop immediately. Fang Shi was eager to check the condition of the wooden sword, so naturally he wanted it more than ever. Shen Jilin also breathed a sigh of relief. She had just been in danger because of Fang Shi. If she had delayed any longer, she might have been seriously injured. Besides, she still has to find a way to get the soul-slaying sword. So, the two of them stopped fighting immediately. Fang Shi took 2 quick steps and came closer to the wooden sword. The wooden sword was still bouncing around, and it was getting closer and closer to the stone wall. Master, hurry up, catch me. Fang Shi immediately reached out to grab the wooden sword, but the sword was sucked in by a huge force and stuck to the stone wall like a big pancake. Fang Shi hurried to pick it out. Unfortunately, he couldn't get the wooden sword off after trying for a long time. Shen Jilin was stunned. What is this loser Fang Shi doing? However, she quickly recovered and took advantage of Fang Shi's distraction to get closer to the soul-saying sword. She bit her index finger at an extremely fast speed, dripped blood onto the soul-saying sword, and then began to form seals quickly with both hands. As she formed seals, the soul-saying sword began to tremble and gradually separated from the stone wall. Although Fang Shi noticed the scene out of the corner of her eye, Mu Jian was screaming like a pig being slaughtered, so she could only think of a way to save Mu Jian first. The soul-saying sword is important, but in her heart, the wooden sword is obviously more important. Mu Jian was so moved that he cried out in tears. Its master is so good to it, it can't be so selfish. It's good enough that the unscrupulous owner can do this for it. A gentleman will die for his friend, and of course it can return to its sheath for its unscrupulous master. Isn't it just freedom? For the sake of loyalty, this freedom would be better off without it. It used its divine consciousness to say to Fang Shi, Master, don't worry about me. I'm just going to sheath my sword. I'll come find you when I can control the sword again. You must wait for me. Don't forget your old sword when you have a new one. Don't be a heartless person. Fang Shi was stunned. Return to the sheath. Could it be that the scabbard of the wooden sword is hidden inside the stone wall? Before Fang Shi could react, Mu Jiangxin made up his mind, stopped resisting, and suddenly disappeared into the stone wall. At the same time, Fang Shi also completely lost the spiritual connection with the wooden sword. Fang Shi had previously wanted to find the scabbard of the wooden sword, because only by finding the scabbard could it be restrained and its cultivation level could be rapidly improved. But she never thought that this would be the situation now. If she knew that sheathing the wooden sword meant that it would leave her, even if only temporarily, she would not choose to sheath it. But it's too late to say anything now. The little black balls and the others didn't expect that the wooden sword would just leave like that. And from the looks of it, it won't be back for a while. Although this guy is quite mean, they still feel sad when he really leaves. At this time, Zhu Shihun snorted coldly. Shaoxi, it just returned to its sheath, not to the west. Stop being sad and grieving. It's important to get down to business. Fang Shi. In fact, Zhu Xuan's worries were a bit unnecessary. Although Fang Shi felt empty inside, she was still paying attention to Shen Jilin's situation. The reason why she didn't interrupt her was to intercept her. She had no way to unlock the seal of the founder of the Changsheng sect, so of course she had to seek help from her good sister Shen Jilin. Even Zhu Xuan couldn't guess Fang Zai's thoughts, let alone Shen Jilin. While she was making seals, she was paying attention to Fang Shi's situation. Seeing that Fang Shi seemed to have lost his soul, she felt very gloating. Should live it. I told you to sow discord between me and Fei Hong's sword just now, and you got what you deserved, didn't you? When I obtain the soul-saying sword and my strength increases greatly, I will kill you openly on the forum. As time passed, the soul-saying sword finally broke free from the stone wall. Shen Jilin was overjoyed and started the contract immediately. At this moment, Fang Shi rushed over, dripped blood on the soul-saying sword, and started the contract. Shen Jilin, #%#%. She really wasn't prepared for Fang Shi to snatch the item, because Fang Shi looked so distraught just now, and didn't seem to pay any attention to the situation here. Although Shen Jilin cursed Fang Shi in her heart, she felt that the soul-saying sword must be hers. Because she was the one who broke the seal on the soul-severing sword, and she was the one who made the contract first, the soul-severing sword would definitely choose to form a contract with her. Sure enough, things developed just as she expected, and the soul-saying sword chose her. The deal is done. She wanted so badly to laugh out loud. Fang Shi, this time I finally got you under my feet. In order to prevent Fang Shi from snatching the sword, she activated the defensive spiritual weapon on her body the moment the contract was formed, and immediately used her spiritual sense to put the soul-saying sword into her storage ring. This is definitely foolproof. Seeing Fang Shi's shaking hands and the shocked expression on her face, Shen Jilin felt extremely refreshed. She had never been so happy in her life. Even the wound on my arm doesn't hurt anymore. She smiled triumphantly at Fang Shi. Fang Shi, no matter how many schemes and tricks you have, I still got the sword. Do you know what this is called? You are just drawing water with a bamboo basket and getting nothing. You have planned everything. Ellipsis. In fact, Fang Shi had the opportunity to snatch the soul-saying sword just now, but the sound of the wooden sword suddenly sounded in his consciousness. Master, let me tell you a great piece of news. I am the soul-severing sword, and the soul-severing sword is me. I was just like the impoverished prince in the storybook, I lost my memory. It must be destiny that led me to meet you. This is our destiny. Master, please let Jinx make a contract with me. I'll be undercover for you. Don't you want to know her secret? I promise to find out everything for you. I'm much smarter than the little T-Fox. Don't worry, she only contracted the scabbard. Even if she forcibly cancels the contract, it will only damage the scabbard and will not affect me. Master, do you think I am smart? Am I very selfless? Am I great? Ellipsis. Fang Shi never thought that the wooden sword was the soul-saying sword, and even more never thought that the wooden sword would choose to be an undercover agent. Not only did she not expect this, but the little black balls didn't expect this either. Mu Jian is usually so mean, but I didn't expect him to be so decisive at the critical moment. It's not easy to be an undercover agent. You can get into trouble if you're not careful. Mu Jian is really courageous. Zhu Shihun also said with emotion, Xiao Shi, I really didn't expect this rolling pin to be so brave and resourceful. With it as an undercover, the next plan will go much more smoothly. Fang Shi was more worried. Although the wooden sword is a little clever, it's not much. Don't try to find out any secrets before getting yourself into trouble. As she was thinking, the wooden sword's shrill cry rang out in her consciousness. Master, save me, save me, save me. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1104. It is in urgent need of a warm and safe embrace. Fang Shi thought to himself, whatever you fear will come true. She said wooden swords are unreliable. Sure enough, something happened. She first felt that it was related to the golden light that saved Shen Jilin before. However, there is no time to think too much now. Saving Jian is the most important thing. But how to save him? At this time, the intermittent sound of the wooden sword sounded again in the divine consciousness. Someone, Dong, Shi, wants to kill me. Fang Shi made up his mind and released his spiritual power like a brick, hitting Shen Jilin, who was still giving her acceptance speech. She didn't stop after the first hit, but continued to hit. Because she knew that if Shen Jilin's life was in danger, Jing Guang would definitely take action. In this way, Mu Jian had the opportunity to terminate the contract by force. Sure enough, when Fang Shi hit her for the 5th time, golden light burst out from Shen Jilin's body. At the same time, a black light flew out from Shen Jilin's storage ring. Fang Shi looked carefully and found that it was a wooden sword. However, the original golden color turned into black. Mu Jian hurriedly got into Fang Shi's strip beast bag and buried his head in Tao Wu's arms. Tao Wu. No, have you forgotten that you're a sword? If I wasn't thick-skinned, you would have killed me by now. The wooden sword was really scary. It is in urgent need of a warm and safe embrace. Too scary. It was almost wiped out. If this is wiped out, it will be completely ruined. Fang Shi stared at Shen Jilin, who was enveloped by the golden light with vigilance, and asked Mu Jian with his spiritual sense. Are you okay? Mu Jian thought Fang Shi would blame him, but he didn't expect Fang Zai's first words to be about whether he was okay. He was immediately moved beyond words. What is this if not true love? Although the master says that he treats every strip pet the same, it knows that it is unique in the master's heart and is the most special existence. It sobbed and said, Master, I'm fine. You've been so good to me. I have no way to repay you except to pledge my love to you. From now on, I will take your last name, and my name will be Fang Jian. Fang Shi. Stop talking nonsense. Let me ask you, where is the scabbard? Is it still with Shen Jilin? Fang Shi felt that this was a big hidden danger. It can be seen from previous events that the scabbard seems to be able to control the wooden sword. If Shen Jilin gets the scabbard, she will be passive. Unexpectedly, Mu Jian said gloatingly. The scabbard was on my outer layer. It was wiped out before I could do anything. It has no effect on me anymore. From now on, I am completely free. Also, that is not a scabbard at all. I don't know which wicked person sealed it for me. Nowadays, seals have become spirits. Where can we seek justice? No wonder I was so resistant to the scabbard before. It turns out it wasn't my problem, but there was something fishy about that thing. So, I really have to thank Shen Jilin. If it weren't for her, I would be worried all day long. This time, I can finally sleep well. This is a blessing in disguise for me. Thank God, thank the earth, thank the unlucky star. Fang Shi. These twists and turns were really unexpected. According to the wooden sword, it has 2 seals. The first layer is the seal that Shen Jilin unlocked, and the second layer is the soul-slaying sword, which is the scabbard of the wooden sword. According to Lin Xiangquan, the seal that Shen Jilin unlocked should have been set by the founder of the Changsheng sect. Then who set the second seal? What was the purpose? Why was Shen Jilin able to unlock the first seal? Also, why doesn't the wooden sword have a scabbard? Was there not enough material when it was built? Is it actually a semi-finished product? Or is it a defective product? Fang Shi threw all these questions to Mu Jian, and Mu Jian's answer was, Master, I have only recovered a little memory, so I can't answer your questions for now. Give me some more time, and maybe I will remember it. As for the scabbard you mentioned, no one stipulates that a sword must have a scabbard, just like some people like to wear clothes and some people don't. I like to be naked. Is there anything wrong with that? Fang Shi, there's nothing wrong, as long as you are happy. As for Mu Jian's talk of recovering memory, Fang Shi didn't have any hope at all. Because each and every one of her pets basically has only incomplete memories, and there is no sign of recovering their memories. At this time, blood-devouring Huan said, I didn't expect this rolling pin to be a soul-slaying sword, but looking at its current state, I guess it's of little use. It's just a useless piece of shit. Wooden sword. What happened to me now? Didn't I just turn black again? How come it is of no use? If I accumulate some resentment, maybe it will turn into gold again soon. Then, it thought that this was originally a chance to show off, but it kept embarrassing itself. Jian Shou was a coward opening the door for his coward father. It was such a coward. People like Donkey Dung must be secretly laughing at it. Even the little mirror and other concubines must be tickling it. It has completely lost face. For a moment, resentment surged up, and it felt like it was about to explode. The first time is new, the second time is familiar. This is the third time, and it is even more familiar with it. It knew it had to find something to chop with. The wooden sword immediately flew out of Fang Shi's strip beast bag and headed towards Shen Jilin. To relieve the hatred in your heart, draw your sword and kill your enemy. However, when it saw the golden light covering Shen Jilin, it turned the corner abruptly. It's not that it's cowardly, the point is that if it gets hurt, its owner will be so sad. It can't be unfilial. Mu Jian felt that he can pierce the stone wall. If he damaged a few spiritual swords, those people from the Changsheng sect would definitely cause trouble for Fang Shi. Even if Fang Shi is the Phoenix ancestor, it is better to have less trouble than more. So, it dived towards the ground. Anyway, the floor is paved with bluestone slabs, so it won't cost much even if it is damaged. Even at this time, it can still think about its master. It is really a good sword that does its job well. With a loud sound of heaven collapsing and earth splitting, a big pit appeared under the stone hall. The stone walls of the Western Zhou dynasty rattled and the spiritual swords on them fell one after another. Even the fake spirit swords fell off. Wooden sword. It seems like I have fulfilled my boasting in another way. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1105 Feng Shi Mine. Feng Shi's first reaction was to pick up a bargain. All those Strid swords have fallen down. Are we going to keep them for the new year? Of course, because those Strid swords have intelligence, Feng Shi has to make a contract with them before he can collect them. If it was someone else, they would definitely be stumped. After all, it would take a long time to contract the sword, and it might not be successful. It was much easier here in Feng Shi. She cut her hand and then threw it away. Any sword with blood on it is the fish in her net. Forced contract. If you don't accept it, wait for a fight. Feng Shi was making a contract while taking blood replenishing pills. She never thought that a contract could be such a blood-damaging job. Everyone in the stone chamber was stunned. The main thing is that one unexpected thing happened after another, leaving them no chance to react. Now seeing that something had happened in the underground sword pavilion, everything was in chaos. Elder Ji was about to open the entrance to the barrier when, for some reason, he felt his head sink and fell to the ground. There was chaos again. How clever is Sect leader Sima? I guessed that it was Elder Bai who took action, with the purpose of stopping everyone from entering and interfering with Feng Shi's good deeds. After all, the ancestor is still in the contracted Strid sword. This guy entered the Forbidden Realm and packed up his ancestors, and now he has entered the underground sword pavilion and packed up the spiritual swords. He is truly a Pai Shu. She really should be sent to the Tiank League. They probably won't even need to get involved. She can take down the Tiank League by herself. Sect leader Sima was maintaining order at the scene while having wild thoughts in his mind, and he turned a deaf ear to Sect leader Han Feng's suggestion to ask other elders of Jiangji to open the entrance to the barrier. It's a mess here, isn't it normal that he didn't hear it? Not only did he pretend not to hear, but Master Mo Feng and the other two also pretended not to hear, and even deliberately spoke loudly to cover up the voices of Master Han Feng and several elders. Are you kidding? If they don't even have this little bit of perspective, then all these years as the Peak Master have been in vain. Inside the stone hall, Feng Shi worked for a while and finally collected all the Strid swords scattered on the ground into the storage ring. Not only did he collect the spiritual sword, but he also collected the fake swords. These fake swords are so realistic, it's a shame to just leave them here. After finishing her work, she went to the edge of the pit and looked inside. It was pitch black down there, so she threw a few illuminating talismans in, and then she saw that there were golden stones all underneath. Feng Shi. Could it be gold? However, I became discouraged in an instant. In the secular world, gold is valuable, but here it is no different from stone. At this moment, Lin Xiangquan's voice sounded in his consciousness. Ancestor Feng, I see those stones are Taichuan soul stones. This kind of stone can not only be used to refine weapons, but is also a great material for refining puppets. And judging from the color and size of these stones, there should be a large mine underneath, and the output must be considerable. Feng Shi's starry eyes lit up again. Refining equipment is secondary. It's great to be able to use it to refine puppets. Even if those old ghosts in the Forbidden Realm are blessed with the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and have the cultivation method of the golden pig, it is impossible for them to cultivate a physical body in a short period of time. But you can possess a puppet. When the time comes, we will form an old ghost puppet team. Jian Shou will be a powerful weapon to deceive people. Today's trip to Janj was really rewarding. She immediately took out a piece of red cloth, wrote, Feng Shi Mine, on it and threw it into the big pit. Sima Zongzhu and others who witnessed everything. Let's just say, could you please not be so greedy? Even if you discovered this mine, I'll just give you a share of it. Why do you want to keep it all to yourself? At this time, Shen Jilin finally woke up. Her eyes gradually changed from emptiness to anger, and she glared at Feng Shi. Feng Shi, you sneak attack me. Feng Shi looked innocent. When did I sneak attack you? It was clearly you who overestimated your own abilities and forced the soul-slashing sword into a contract, causing you to be attacked by your spiritual consciousness. Xiao Lanlan, I have to talk about you. People must know themselves. Do you think you have the face to contract the soul-slashing sword? If you force a contract with it, aren't you asking for trouble? By the way, putting aside other things, what's going on with the golden light in your body? Is it something shameful? Or have you been possessed by someone else? You are no longer my Xiao Lanlan. Shen Jilin's face turned green with anger. What does it mean to put the blame on someone else and what does it mean to confuse right and wrong? This is it. She gritted her teeth and said, you also know that I got the inheritance of Yunshao Sect before, and this golden light is one of them. I don't need to explain the details to you. Stop talking nonsense here and give me the soul-severing sword right back. Feng Shi was speechless. Hasn't the soul-severing sword been contracted by you? What soul-severing sword do you want from me? Are you trying to scam me? Shen Jilin was so angry that her head trembled. That wooden sword of yours is the soul-severing sword. Feng Shi spread his hands. I think you are crazy. I got this wooden sword from Xuanshan Sect. How could it be a soul-slaying sword? Even if you want to frame me, you should make up a reasonable reason. Shen Jilin took a deep breath. Then how do you explain that your wooden sword flew out of my storage ring? Feng Shi snorted coldly. Do I even need to ask this? You must have used some tricks to occupy my wooden sword, but the wooden sword was smart enough to escape. The wooden sword beside Feng Shi kept nodding in agreement. Shen Jilin and Zheng Capital are going crazy. But she couldn't mention the golden light too much. She stared at Feng Shi. If looks could hurt people, Feng Shi would probably be turned into a sieve. Feng Shi sighed. Xiao Lanlan, we are good sisters, so I'm just giving you some advice. You can't always look sad or you'll become ugly. If you don't believe me, look in the mirror and see your ugly face. Shen Jilin had already been hit hard by Feng Shi's big brick, and now she was irritated by Feng Shi. She was so angry that she choked and fainted again. Feng Shi sighed again. It must be the sequelae left by the forced contract with the soul-severing sword. People should not be greedy. I am not greedy, not at all. Everyone in the stone chamber. You are not greedy for a little, you are greedy for billions. At this time, Elder Ji finally woke up. Sect leader Sima had every reason to suspect that Elder Bai had used some means to make Elder Ji wake up whenever he wanted. His uncle Master and Fengxi really work in perfect harmony. The first thing Elder Ji did when he woke up was to look at the screen wall. When he saw that the western wall of the stone hall was empty, he almost fainted again. He staggered to his feet and quickly opened the entrance barrier. Everyone filed in. Then he saw a sharp sword shooting out from the stone gate. Everyone. For a moment, I didn't know whether to praise the stone door for being so solid or for being so in the way. Fortunately, this sharp sword was a piece of cake for these people, and everyone soon entered the stone hall smoothly. Fengxi saw everyone coming in and said with a blushing face, "Master, did you all see what happened here just now? Shen Jilin took the soul-slaying sword, and all the other spirit swords voluntarily chose me. Although I didn't want so many burdens, they all came to me with overwhelming enthusiasm, and I agreed in a moment of weakness. Everyone. Do you think we are blind?" Fengxi pointed to the deep pit on the ground again. "I just accidentally discovered this Taixuan soul stone mine. Although whoever discovers it owns it, I am a generous person, so I decided to cooperate with the Sect to mine this Taixuan soul stone mine. As for the profit sharing, I take 90% and the Sect takes 10%. I provide the resources and you provide the effort. Everyone. Are you sure that the 10% is a share of the profits and not labor money? Your abacus beads are about to collapse towards your Xuanshan sect. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1106. This Sima kid is really smart." Master Han Feng said with a gloomy face. "Fengxi, you are too arrogant. These spiritual swords are the property of the sect, how can they be monopolized by you alone? And this Taixuan soul stone mine, although it was you who discovered it, it is ultimately owned by the sect. How dare you say that you will take 90% of it? Do you think we are just decorations?" After hearing what he said, Sima Zongzhu, Mo Fengzhu and the other two said silently in their hearts, "Yes, you are right. We are just decorations." Not to mention that Fengzhu only took 90%, even if she asked us to give her 90%, we would have to agree with a smile. Who can blame him for being our ancestor? Besides, she didn't take these things for herself. She didn't know what she wanted to do with those spiritual swords, but the Taixuan soul stone mine was definitely used to forge puppet bodies for the ancestors. They're dedicated to the public good, we applaud them, how dare we have any opinions? Fengxi was actually too lazy to waste time talking to Master Han Feng. After all, there was no need for her to compete with a dying person. Yes, she is so generous. But if she didn't say something in public, it would seem like she was in the wrong. So, she smiled and said, "Master Han Feng, you are wrong. First, the rules of the underground sword pavilion only state that you can take swords within a specified time, but there is no rule on how many swords you can take, right? So is it okay if I take a few more? If what you just said is true, does that mean you have to give a spiritual sword to the disciple who didn't get the sword? Secondly, going to the underground sword pavilion to get the sword is actually an experience. According to the sect rules, everything obtained during the experience belongs to the disciple himself, so this Taixuan soul stone mine is mine both morally and legally. I gave 10% of the share to the sect out of justice, but instead of praising me, you blame me. Aren't you a little greedy? Master Han. Other people. Let's just tell me, how did you come up with all these twisted ideas? Don't you feel guilty when you say these things?" Fengxi certainly had no guilty conscience. Just as Sect Master Sima thought, she did not take these things for herself, but to save the Juyu continent. She has a clear conscience. At this time, Zhu Shihuan said darkly, "You don't need to flatter yourself. Even if there was no Tiank League, you would have done the same thing. Fengxi. Can we two still have fun together?" At this time, Sect leader Sima came out to smooth things over. He said with a serious face, "Fengxi, although what you said just now makes some sense, these spirit swords are prepared for the sect's disciples. If they all belong to you, what will happen to the other disciples? Also, this Taixuan soul stone mine was discovered on the sect's territory after all. It is really unreasonable for you to only give the sect 10%. Go back to the yard and think carefully about what to do. Come out when you have figured it out. Master Mo, Master Wu, you two send her back." To others, it seemed that Sect leader Sima had put Fengxi under house arrest in disguise, and the so-called sending was actually escorting her away. But Lin Xiangchuan saw it clearly. Sect Master Sima had Fengxi under house arrest in order to provide cover for her to go to Waxen Palace. After all, she hadn't been seen for several days, so some people should have become suspicious. As for whether the spirit sword has been returned or not, just put it off. At worst, we can give a larger share of the Taixuan soul stone mine to the sect. In the end, it will be used for the ancestors in the Forbidden Realm anyway. Whether it was taken out by the sect or by Fengxi, isn't it the same? This Sima kid is really smart. How could Yuan Qinghe, that idiot, accept such a smart person? Then think about his apprentice. Forget it, it's better not to think about it to avoid worrying. When Master Mo and Master Wu were preparing to escort Fengxi away, Shen Jilin woke up. In fact, she woke up when Sect Master Sima and the others came in. She thought someone would stand up for her, but in the end no one paid any attention to her, not even Elder Zhang. She almost fainted from anger again. Why? Why is it that wherever Fengxi is, everyone's attention is focused on her? If she had known this would happen, she should have killed her earlier in the Hunyuan sect and not given her the chance to go to the Xuanshan sect. She said with a look of grief and indignation, "Master, Fengxi used despicable means to steal the soul-severing sword and severely injured me. Please help me." Many people only remembered this matter at this time. Fengxi wiped out the underground sword pavilion and dug a big hole on the ground. They had no time to think about other things. Now, after hearing Shen Jilin's words, he remembered the soul-saying sword. At this time, Elder Zhang also said angrily, "Master, Fengxi severely injured my disciple and stole the soul-severing sword. Please give us justice." Master Han Feng said immediately, yes, Sect Master, the soul-severing sword has been contracted by Shen Jilin. It is neither reasonable nor proper for Feng Shi to forcibly seize it. If Shen Jilin is not given justice in this matter, won't it make the sect's disciples feel disheartened? Sect leader Sima looked at Feng Shi. Feng Shi, what do you say? Feng Shi sighed. I thought that those who are innocent will be innocent, but now it seems that I have to prove my innocence. It is really difficult to be a good person. Everyone. Aren't you embarrassed every time you brag about yourself? Feng Shi took the wooden sword in his hand and asked Shen Jilin, you said this is the soul-severing sword. Shen Jilin sneered, you ask even though you know the answer. Of course it is. Feng Shi chuckled, all right, even if the wooden sword is the soul-severing sword, it is originally my sword. How can you say it is stolen? You should return the item to its original owner. You should read more books in the future, so as not to be a vase with a beautiful appearance but rotten inside. Shen Jilin, it's not your original wooden sword, this is the soul-severing sword, your wooden sword was swallowed by the soul-severing sword. Feng Shi spread his hands, the soul-severing sword swallowed my wooden sword. Is there any problem with it giving itself to me as compensation? Shen Jilin, it's not, it is, no, it is, not. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1107. It won't be long before the Changsheng sect changes. Feng Shi curled her lips. It's terrible to be uneducated. You can't even speak clearly. But it's true, you are not right. Shen Jilin was so angry that her head was buzzing. But I don't know how to say it. She pointed at Feng Shi and said, let's not talk about the soul-severing sword first. How about your sneak attack on me? Feng Shi blinked her eyes. When did I sneak attack you? Shen Jilin gritted her teeth. You used your spiritual sense to sneak attack me, causing my spiritual sense to be severely damaged. Feng Shi nodded. Okay, as long as you are willing to let the sect master check your sea of consciousness and prove that your consciousness was indeed injured by me, I will admit the crime. Shen Jilin was so angry that she almost died. The bitch Feng Shi knew clearly that she didn't want anyone to explore her spiritual consciousness, but she still suggested that sect master Sima examine her injuries. This was clearly an attempt to make things difficult for her. At this moment, Feng Shi said again, if I remember correctly, you were the first one to start. You are the one who started it first, and you have to take full responsibility. Not only do you have to apologize to me, you also have to compensate me for mental damage. Since we are good sisters, I won't ask for much. Just compensate me 100 million strut stones. If you really don't have money, you can use the Fei Hong sword to pay off your debts. Shen Jilin could no longer bear such humiliation. Her eyelids fluttered and she fainted again. Elder Zhang glared at Feng Shi. Feng Shi, you are really going too far. Everyone can see clearly what is right and wrong. It is obvious that you are bullying my disciple, but you are confusing right and wrong here. Feng Shi covered her heart with her hands. Isn't it obvious what's right and what's wrong? Shen Jilin was afraid that it would be too conspicuous if she got the soul-slaying sword, so she put the blame on me. You must say that my sword is a soul-slaying sword. Let's say my sword is even a little bit like the soul-severing sword. Is it the dark color or the length of the rolling pin? She even said that I had seriously injured her. She was a divine transformation cultivator, and I was just a small golden core. How could I have hurt her? Before you slander me, why don't you explain what the golden light is? Maybe this Shen Jilin is no longer the Xiaolan and I know, and she has been possessed by someone else. You and your disciple must have some ulterior motive, maybe it is to overthrow the Changsheng sect. Before she could finish her words, blood started flowing from all her orifices and she fainted on the ground. There was a sudden commotion. Although everyone did not believe what Feng Shi said that Master Zhang's disciples had any ulterior motives, they were very interested in the golden light and speculated about its origins. Elder Zhang secretly resented Shen Jilin, but there was nothing he could do, so he had to use Shen Jilin's previous excuse to prevaricate. On the other side, after Sect Master Sima checked on Feng Shi's condition and saw that her life was not in danger, he fed her a pill that nourished her spiritual consciousness, and then asked Sect Master Mo and Sect Master Wu to send her back to the yard. Anyway, he knew that Elder Bai would definitely protect him secretly, so he was not afraid of any danger on the road. He thought to himself, this Phoenix ancestor is truly a talent, even the bleeding from his 7 orifices is so perfect. Now, the matter of the underground sword pavilion has become a mess, and he has to clean up the mess. Next, some busy work. Shen Jilin was also sent back to her residence by Elder Zhang. She was so angry that her eyes turned red and her face looked hideous. I thought that this time of getting the sword would be smooth, but in the end not only did I fail, but my arm and consciousness were seriously injured, and the golden light was exposed. All this is thanks to that bitch Feng Shi. She gritted her teeth and said, Master, Feng Shi must die. I must kill her. Elder Zhang said in a cold tone, don't worry, she will die sooner or later. Tell me in detail what happened, especially the situation of the wooden sword. Shen Jilin immediately told the whole story. Master, I don't know what happened. I had already contracted it, but it escaped when Feng Shi attacked me. Elder Zhang frowned. So, Feng Shi's sword is indeed the soul-severing sword. Strange, how did the soul-severing sword end up in her hands? He thought for a moment and said, this matter needs to be considered carefully. You didn't get the soul-severing sword this time, and you were seriously injured. The sect will definitely compensate you. Don't make any requests yet. Wait until your injury is healed. As for Feng Shi, remember what your master told you, don't argue with her for a while, or she will be in trouble in the future. In fact, Shen Jilin felt that Elder Zhang's words were a bit self-deceiving. Even after being bullied like this, he didn't do anything to Feng Shi. But he didn't dare to say anything, so he just nodded. Elder Zhang saw what Shen Jilin was thinking and said, don't worry, it won't be long before the Changsheng sect changes. Shen Jilin's eyes lit up. You mean Master Han Feng? Elder Zhang gave her a silencing look, then gave her a few more instructions and left. Shen Jilin's mood instantly improved a lot. Feng Shi now relied on the Sima sect master. Once the Han Feng sect master took over, how could she still be so arrogant? The reason why she was so confident was because she felt that the Western Grand Elder and the other 3 Peak Masters were all on Peak Master Han's side. Although they were not of the same mind, they at least wanted to bring down Sect Master Sima. In addition, Elder Zhang gave her a feeling of being unfathomable, so he must be sure of what he said. When he thought that Feng Shi would soon fall into the dust, even his consciousness and the wound on his arm no longer hurt. When Fei Hongjian saw her like this, he didn't know why he always felt that things were not that simple. Then I thought of what Feng Shi had said to it. What broom sword? It will be thrown into the refining furnace sooner or later. The more it tried not to think about it, the more it couldn't help but think about it, just like a magic sound transmitted into its brain, circling in its mind. At this time, Feng Shi had already woken up. Although she felt a little weak after bleeding from all 7 orifices, she became lively again when she thought of the spiritual swords she had picked up in the huge Takshan Soul Stone mine. Of course, the biggest gain this time is knowing that the wooden sword is a soul-slaying sword. The wooden sword is now blowing loudly. What do you think? I said before that I am the ancestor of 10,000 swords. Do you still think I am bragging? Now you know how humble I am. I am the Shangsheng Sect's treasure. Soul-slaying sword. Listen to how majestic and domineering this name is. Those old ghosts in the forbidden area can't withstand my scratch. It would be fine if those trash from the Tiank League didn't come, but if they dare to come, I will kill them one by one with my sword. No, I will sweep a large area with one sword. With just that few people, they're not enough for me to deal with one sword. Hearing the whirring sound of the wooden sword, the little fat birds wished they could plug their ears. It's also strange. They had thought that this wood bastard was going to leave them, and they felt very sad. But now that this guy has come back, they can't wait for it to get out of here. At this time, the little black ball said lightly. Mu Jian, since you are so capable, when we get to Waxen Palace, you can stay there to suppress the deadly aura. Wooden sword. Do not. This is not what I want. It suddenly felt that the whole sword was in trouble. Because it feels that what the little black ball said is very likely to become reality. The Waxen Palace is now filled with a deadly aura. There must be something wrong with the suppression formation. Maybe it just lacks a sword like this. The more it thought about it, the more uneasy and frightened it became. Stop showing off, I don't want to say a single word. Sometimes it thought that its unscrupulous master would not be so cruel to it, but sometimes it thought that its master might cruelly leave it there for the sake of the overall situation. How to do? If I had known this would happen, I would have helped the unscrupulous master to steal the Feihong sword. When the time comes, let it guard the heir of death. By the way, the master collected a lot of spiritual swords this time, maybe there is one that can be used among them. If all else fails, let the Strid Sword Phantoms that the master collected before possess it. There must be a suitable one among so many Strid Sword Phantoms. If all else fails, let those old ghosts from the Forbidden Realm get into the sword and become sword Strids. Just make use of the waste. Mu Jian thought he was really smart. Just a little thought can solve the problem. Snort. Donkey Dung Egg still wants to see its joke. Dream on. I am the only spiritual pet that bears the master's surname, how can I be compared to a Donkey Dung Egg? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1108 Feng is rich. Feng gets rich. Feng Shi was too lazy to pay attention to the quarrels between the Strid pets. She said to Jing Yan and Zhang Wen. Senior brother Shi, senior brother Wu, I will rush to Waxen Palace with Elder Bai after dark. After I leave, you can stay in my yard under the pretext of accompanying me to recuperate. I have already informed the Sima clan leader, and he will send someone to protect you. Jing Yan reminded Feng Shi to be careful and then said nothing. Zhang Wen rolled his eyes. Junior sister, I think it's fine for Jing Laoshi to stay alone, I'll go with you. Although Elder Bai is a good person, we have known each other for too short a time, and we don't have the tacit understanding that we have as senior brothers and sisters. Some things are more convenient for me to do. Besides, I can continue to discuss the Yunsha sect sword formation diagram with my grandfather on the way, which is much better than staying here to practice. Before Feng Shi could speak, Zhu Xuan said. Take this kid with you. We men are all smart. Bringing a fool might be useful. Feng Shi. When she was a little hesitant, Jing Yan said, little junior sister, you can take 5th junior brother with you. More people will help take care of him. Although Jing Yan is not as cunning as Zhang Wen, he is thoughtful. He knew that the reason why Feng Shi kept Zhang Wen was mostly because he took his thoughts into consideration. In fact, he thought very clearly. 5 fingers can't even be aligned on one side, let alone brothers and sisters. Lao Wu and the junior sister have similar personalities and have spent more time together, so it is normal that she is closer to him than he is. Feng Shi shook her head. Brother Shi, Master Han Feng is likely to cause trouble recently. Although the general direction is under our control, there will inevitably be omissions. If Brother 5 is with you, he will be able to take care of you. It is better to let him stay. After hearing this, Zhang Wen felt very happy that his junior sister valued him, but on the other hand, he felt disappointed because he couldn't go with her. How can he live without his junior sister? At this time, Lin Xiangchuan said. Ancestor Feng, why don't you let my useless eldest disciple come over? He can protect your senior brother Shi and help you guard the yard. After all, there is the red smoke carp here. The eldest disciple Lin Xiangchuan mentioned is Elder Bo. Among the disciples, Elder Bo is relatively more stable. He had good intentions in making such a suggestion. Although for his sake, Feng Shi did not intend to pursue the guilt of the Western Supreme Elder. But there must be a gap in my heart. This is a good opportunity to repair the relationship and improve the favorability. After hearing what he said, Feng Shi nodded and agreed to let Zhang Wen follow. In fact, she was also willing to take Zhang Wen with her. Although Elder Bai had good cultivation, her trust in him was far less than that in Zhang Wen. She felt more at ease letting Zhang Wen take care of some things. Zhang Wen was so overwhelmed with joy that he expressed his love as a fellow apprentice to Jing Yan. Jing Yan really couldn't bear his enthusiasm. He wished it would get dark soon and he would get out of here. Before leaving, Fang Shi went to the fish pond and fed the red carps 2 large pancakes. The red carps accepted her kindness with tears in their eyes. When they heard that she was going on a long journey, they were so happy that their cheeks were swollen. Let's go, let's go, let's go quickly. Better not come back again. Under the reluctant gazes of the red carps, Elder Bai took Junwen and Fang Shi and left the Changsheng Sect without anyone noticing. When they arrived outside the mountain gate, Elder Bai summoned his flying sword. Although the flying bird saves more energy, it is too conspicuous. Flying a sword is more flexible. Junwen also summoned the Jingshan sword. Fang Shi silently took out the wooden sword. Then, he silently took out a belt. Elder Bai was confused. You were just controlling a sword, why are you holding the belt? The next moment, he saw Fang Shi tied himself to the wooden sword, and then the wooden sword suddenly flew away, leaving only a small black dot. Elder Bai couldn't help but be shocked. This soul-severing sword was indeed amazing. Its speed was truly astonishing. However, he still didn't understand why Fang Shi tied himself to the wooden sword. However, he soon understood. Because in Fang Shi, he relived the acrobatics he had seen in the secular world, such as kite flips, carp somersaults, and wild boars climbing trees. This method of controlling a sword is unheard of and unseen before. Fang Zhu is truly a remarkable man. The wooden sword actually wanted to fly more steadily, but it was powerless. It thinks there is nothing wrong with this, because others can only see the scenery from one angle, but its unscrupulous owner can use its light to enjoy the beautiful scenery from 360 degrees without blind spots. Fang Shi originally still had a glimmer of hope for the wooden sword. After all, he hadn't flown a sword for a long time, and he thought that the wooden sword had made some progress. Now it seems that she is overthinking. Later, she simply rode on the swords of Elder Bai and Junwen, which was stable and convenient. The wooden sword was therefore mocked by the little black balls. Mu Jian just thought they were envious, jealous and hateful, and instead of feeling ashamed, he felt proud. After leaving the Changsheng Sect's sphere of influence, Elder Bai took out a small flying boat and rushed to the Wuxan Palace. On this day, the 3 of them arrived at Wuxan Palace. Elder Bai led them into the forbidden area of Wuxan Palace with ease. He had already greeted the people in the sect before he came in, so even if there was some movement inside, no one would come to check. Fang Shi looked around Western Zhou and found that it was just as Elder Bai had said, with no grass growing and the place was desolate. Elder Bai quickly led him to find the cave. It was pitch black inside, and filled with a cold and gloomy air. Fang Shi released the 10,000-year-old fire marrow and let it provide light and warmth in front while also exploring the way. Although the boss of 10,000-year fire marrow is not happy, he still has to obey. With the 10,000-year fire marrow, Fang Shi and the other 2 felt a lot more relaxed. Elder Bai thought to himself, this Phoenix ancestor really has a lot of good things. The 2 names he originally had should have been given to her. Fang Yuqian, Fang Fakai. At first, the 3 of them moved forward easily, but the further they went inside, the thinner the spiritual energy became. Not only that, but because their vitality is being consumed bit by bit, people become tired and weak. This is most evident in Elder Bai. The old man began to wheeze. Fang Shi only felt slightly uncomfortable, and although Junwen looked a little embarrassed, he was much better than Elder Bai. Elder Bai, who has been strong all his life, is very confused. Why? Why is that? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1109 thanks to Brother 5 as the mascot. Fang Shi and Junwen didn't know why, they could only attribute it to their youth. Young people are definitely more energetic than old people, so even if a part of them is devoured, they're still full of energy. Fang Shi saw that Elder Bai was in a worrying state, so he said to him, Li Chen, please wait for us at the cave entrance. Elder Bai was a little worried, and told Fang Shi not to force it if she couldn't bear it. Anyway, Elder Yin had already gone to get the leaves of the origin Shi-Man, so it was not necessary for Fang Shi to go in. Although Fang Shi is the elder in terms of generation, Elder Bai still treats her as a junior and takes care of her. Fang Shi said with a smile, don't worry, I cherish my life the most, and I will definitely not show off my strength. After hearing what she said, Elder Bai turned around and left. In fact, Fang Shi also wanted Junwen to go out with her, but she knew it was useless to say it, and Junwen was in good condition now, so she didn't mention it. After Elder Bai left, Fang Shi and Junwen continued to walk inside. The light of the 10,000 years fire marrow was getting weaker and weaker, and I felt like giving up. Then I heard Fang Shi say to the small mirror, give us 3 some spiritual energy to replenish ourselves. The 10,000-year-old fire marrow suddenly turned into the shape of a smiling face. Tell me earlier. If I knew there was spiritual energy from heaven and earth that I could eat, I would accompany you till the end of time. Although the spiritual energy of heaven and earth cannot restrain the aura of death, it can at least slow down the loss of vitality. After walking for a while, Junwen couldn't bear it anymore. His face was pale, his legs and feet were weak, and he was gasping for breath. Zhu Xuan said, give that silly boy a beast core and try it. I think the reason he is more resilient than Bai Xiaomei is probably because he absorbed a lot of beast cores before. Fang Shi was now trying to save the situation, so he immediately gave Junwen a red beast core. She didn't dare give him the purple or black ones, fearing that Junwen couldn't bear it. Junwen immediately swallowed the red beast core. You know what, it has indeed eased a bit. Fang Shi gave him a few more red beast cores. In fact, Junwen himself also has a beast core, but how can he refuse the love of his junior sister? Fang Shi saw that the beast core was useful, so he said to Zhu Shihuan, Grandpa, do you think the time shuttle stone can also suppress the deadly aura? Zhu Shihuan said lazily. What you said is nonsense. Don't you think about what the main array core in the Haoshan mirror consumes? Isn't it the time shuttle stone? Therefore, even with my heals, I can guess that the time shuttle stone can definitely restrain the deadly silence. Fang Shi. You are so smart, why didn't you say it before? Isn't this something you just thought of? But no matter what, it's not too late to think about it now. If this inference is correct, it can explain why she was not affected much, because she ate much more beast cores than Zhang Wen. And she also cultivated the power of time. She couldn't help but sigh. No wonder Grandpa said to bring along senior brother as a mascot. He really does play an important role. Fang Shi thought about it while digging in the time shuttle stone, and finally found the smallest piece, about the size of a peanut kernel. After she took it out, she activated it. Almost instantly, Wanyan Huosui and Zhang Wen both felt a lot more relaxed. Fang Shi was delighted. It seems to be really useful. If that's the case, she can improve the formation that suppresses the aura of death, just like the formation inside the Haoshan mirror, and use the time shuttle stone to maintain operation. The effect will definitely be much better than it is now. The more Fang Shi thought about it, the happier she became, and even her steps became lighter. Zhang Wen was also very happy. He has accomplished another remarkable feat. No matter whether it was active or passive, he has made a contribution anyway. The brother and sister continued to walk inside. On the way, Fang Shi activated another time shuttle stone, and Zhang Wen stuffed the beast core into his mouth from time to time, just like eating candy beans. He felt strange. If he had eaten like this outside, he would have been unable to bear it. Why is it that here, I don't seem to feel much after eating? It was probably consumed by the deadly silence. The two walked for 2 hours and finally saw a little light ahead. It looks like it's coming to an end. The two of them couldn't help but quicken their pace. As they got closer to the light, Lin Xiangchuan said, "Ancestor Feng, the situation ahead is unclear and there may be danger. Please let me out. I, your little grandson, will lead the way for you." Zhang Wen. He used to compete with his senior brothers and sisters for the favor of his junior sister, and later competed with his master and grandfathers for the favor of his junior sister, and now he has to compete with his grandson. Fang Shi did not let Lin Xiangchuan go ahead to explore the way, but released the golden pig. Golden pig. Master, you love me so deeply. Whenever there is this kind of work that is not suitable for humans, you can think of me first. However, after hearing Fang Shi's promise of a purple beast core, the golden pig rushed out at lightning speed. It doesn't matter whether it's an animal core or not, the main thing is that I want to share my master's worries. After a while, the voice of the golden pig rang out from Fang Shi's consciousness. Master, there is only a battle array and a broken skeleton here. Come over here. Upon hearing this, Fang Shi immediately took Zhang Wen and rushed over. This should also be a cave. The difference from the previous one is that this cave is very high and has a very small hole on the top, allowing a little light to project in from above. There is a formation platform in the center of the cave. Wisps of grey mist emanated from around the array. There is a broken skeleton on the platform. Beneath the skeleton's scattered right-hand bones was a dull spiritual sword. Judging from the scattered shape of the skeleton, this skeleton was still holding the spiritual sword before death. Fang Shi and Zhang Wen couldn't help but stand in awe. The two of them knelt on the ground at the same time and kowtowed 3 times respectfully. Even Zhu Xuan couldn't help but sigh. This guy is also a character. It's a pity that I don't have a physical body now, otherwise I would also like to show my respect to him. Lin Xiangchuan immediately said, Ancestor Zhu, you and this senior are kindred spirits. You are both great heroes with vision and courage. Zhu Xuan was extremely satisfied with Lin Xiangchuan. He didn't even dare to think about how much fun he would have lost without Xiao Chuanzi. At this time, Fang Shi said to Xiao Jingzi, release some spiritual energy from heaven and earth to this skeleton senior and see if it works. Little Mirror thought to himself, my spiritual energy from heaven and earth didn't come from the wind. I could have given it to you 3 before, but now I am going to waste it on a skeleton. Don't you think this is a waste of resources? But he didn't dare to disobey, so he had to painfully provide spiritual energy from heaven and earth to the skeleton scattered on the ground. Fang Shi swallowed a purple beast core and then activated a small piece of time shuttle stone. The dead silence around them had visibly thinned a lot. Soon, a quarter of an hour passed. However, the skeleton scattered on the ground did not change at all. Fang Shi asked Xiao Jingzi to stop. It seems that the senior is completely dead. Mu Jian was afraid that Fang Shi would suggest that it stay here to suppress the deadly aura, so he quickly gave her a bad idea. Master, I see that the skeleton has not a single bone missing. Why don't you let Xiao Chuanzi possess it and let him suppress the deadly aura here? It just so happened that he had his own spiritual sword, which was easy to use. With the blessing of the time shuttle stone, there will definitely be no problem at all. Lin Xiangchuan. Listen to me and thank you. Because of you, Shiji is warm, bullshit. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 11:10. In fact, Mu Jian was worrying too much. Lin Xiangchuan finally understood why Fang Shi's pet's called the wooden sword, Mujian. This bastard is so cheap. Although he had been prepared to sacrifice himself, taking the initiative and being forced by a sword are 2 different things. The key point is that he has never provoked this Mu Jian. What an unexpected disaster. However, he was well versed in the ways of dealing with people, and even though he cursed Mu Jian in his heart, he said to Fang Shi, Ancestor Feng, Mu Jian's words make sense. Why don't you let me, your little grandson, suppress the aura of death? If we succeed, that would be the best, but even if we fail, we can still learn some experience. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Shihuan said, let someone else from the Forbidden Guard come instead. You are still very useful and cannot stay here. Mu Jian thought, what's the big use? Isn't it just to flatter you? But for it, it doesn't matter whether Lin Xiangchuan or other people from the Forbidden Realm suppress it. They all have their own spiritual swords anyway, so they just don't need to use it. In fact, Mu Jian was worrying too much. Even if there were no other spiritual swords, Fang Shi would not leave the wooden sword here to suppress the aura of death. Putting aside the emotional factors, Fang Shi felt that the wooden sword itself was an uncontrollable dangerous factor and was too unreliable. Leaving it here might just backfire. Unfortunately, Mu Jian didn't know Fang Zai's thoughts, and it was extremely scared. When Feng Shi was thinking about what to do, Zhang Wen suddenly said, "Junior sister, his finger bones seemed to have moved." Feng Shi looked over immediately and saw that the skeleton's fingers were trying to come together, obviously trying to grasp the already dim spiritual sword. Feng Shi felt a surge of bitterness in his heart, followed by respect. She guessed that either the spiritual energy of heaven and earth had an effect, or the time shuttle stone had an effect, so she tried both. While letting the small mirror continue to supply spiritual energy from heaven and earth to the skeleton, it also activated the time shuttle stone. As time passed, the broken skeleton reconnected itself, stood up with difficulty, and looked at Feng Shi. Feng Shi and Zhang Wen knelt on the ground again. The third-generation disciple of Changsheng Sect, the head of Yunsha Sect for who knows how many generations, and the 33rd-generation island master of Langyunyuan of the Demon Clan, Feng Shi, greets you, senior. Zhang Wen. Junior sister, let's say you mention so many titles, aren't you afraid of scaring the skeleton to pieces? Also, now that you've said that, how do you want me to introduce myself? He rolled his eyes and said loudly. Feng Shi's fifth senior brother Zhang Wen, greets you, senior. Feng Shi. Apart from anything else, fifth brother's painting style is getting more and more off track. The skeleton didn't react at all and continued to look at Feng Shi. Zhu Shihuan said to Feng Shi. It's good enough that he can get up. How smart do you expect him to be? I think you should stop doing these nonsense and quickly replace him with a useful spiritual sword. Mu Jian became extremely nervous when he heard what Zhu Xuan said. I was afraid that Zhu Shihuan would mention it in the next sentence. Fortunately, Zhu Shihuan said, pick a sword from the sword pavilion in the underground sword pavilion. Feng Shi immediately selected one of the spiritual swords, wiped his own spiritual consciousness, and handed it to the skeleton. Senior, please. The skeleton seemed confused, looked down at the dim spirit sword in his hand, and slowly loosened his hand bones. The dim spiritual sword fell to the ground. The skeleton was stunned for a moment, then reached out and took the spiritual sword that Feng Shi handed over. Feng Shi asked the small mirror to continue supplying spiritual energy from heaven and earth to the skeleton. Little mirror said weakly, Master, it's not that I'm stingy. I think the spiritual energy of heaven and earth is useless to it, it is mainly the power of time that is useful, you should activate a larger time shuttle stone. Feng Shi thought about what happened just now and did not force the small mirror. He activated another time shuttle stone. After a moment, the skeleton waved the spirit sword in his hand and began to practice swordplay. At first it was slow, even funny looking, but it quickly picked up speed. As the sword light shot westward, the deadly aura emanating from the formation platform was significantly weakened. Feng Shi breathed a sigh of relief. Mu Jian also breathed a sigh of relief. It's safe. Feng Shi felt that the next thing to do was to hurry up and create a formation that could activate the time shuttle stone at a uniform speed, so as to ensure that the skeleton could continue to suppress the aura of death here. Of course, this is only for emergency use. In the future, when we have time, we will study a more complete formation that can suppress the aura of death even without the use of skeletons. Feng Shi asked Xiao Jingzi to take Zhu Shihuan to the Forbidden Realm and let him work with those old ghosts to study the emergency formation. Although Zhu Xuan really wanted to say that he could do it alone, he swallowed the words back. After all, this concerns the safety of the Jiyu continent, so it is better to be cautious. After practicing sword techniques 3 times, the skeleton began to meditate. Zhang Wen pondered for a while, then picked up the Jingxian sword and practiced. He was practicing the same sword technique that the skeleton had just practiced. Except for a few minor details, everything else is exactly the same. When he was practicing hard, the skeleton suddenly stood up and stabbed towards Zhang Wen with a sword. Zhang Wen was shocked and thought, is this skeleton crazy? Feng Shi said with a smile, fifth senior brother, the senior should want to give you some pointers. Zhang Wen was delighted and immediately started fighting with the skeleton. To be honest, although Feng Shi always criticizes him, Zhang Wen is still feeling elated. After all, he was indeed very talented in swordsmanship, and even Zhu Xuan came to him to discuss the Yunsha Sect sword formation diagram. In addition, he had just seen the skeleton practicing swordplay. Although the swordplay was very sophisticated, the skeleton's sword drawing speed was very slow and even looked a little clumsy. So, Zhang Wen didn't really take it to heart. As a result, after this fight, he finally understood what it meant to be simple yet still clever. The skeleton clearly looked like it was about to fall apart, but it was able to accurately attack his vital points. If he hadn't dodged quickly, he would have been stabbed into a sieve. Zhang Wen did not dare to underestimate the enemy now. He was fully prepared and put all his abilities into play. Lin Xiangchuan looked at him and thought, this Zhang Wen is indeed a genius in swordsmanship. It's just that the brilliance of Phoenix Ancestor is too bright, otherwise the name Zhang Wen would definitely be famous in both the north and the south. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog, chapter 1111 who isn't a proud baby. Zhang Wen had a great time playing. Although he had a good fight with Xiang Ji in the Forbidden Realm before, Xiang Ji was too competitive and would always suppress Zhang Wen. Not to mention Zhu Xuan, the whole fighting process is a stage for him to brag about himself. The key is that you have to agree with him. However, the skeleton in front of him was intentionally guiding Zhang Wen on how to counter the attacks, making Zhang Wen feel as if the clouds had been cleared and the answers to some of his previous confusions were found at this moment. Feng Shi watched from the side and thought, it seems that one cannot become a good teacher just by having high cultivation level. Her cheap grandfather's sword skills must be higher than the skeleton in front of her, but he is far inferior to him in teaching sword skills. He didn't even have to say anything, just the guidance of sword moves was enough to benefit fifth senior brother a lot. Of course, this is also because Zhang Wen is very talented. If it was someone else, even if the skeleton was busy and broken into pieces, the other party would not be able to understand his intention. Feng Shi was looking at it, and suddenly she looked up and saw the small hole on her head, and her heart moved. She let the golden pig out and let it fly up to take a look. If I knew the geographical location of this place clearly, I wouldn't have to go into the cave next time. I would just find a way to get down from it first. Golden Pig did as he was told. Unfortunately, it couldn't fly any further halfway through. Master, there is a barrier blocking this place. Fang Shi thought about it and it was true. If there was no barrier, the aura of death would have dissipated outside from here long ago. She had no choice but to give up her previous idea and continue watching Jun Wen and the skeleton fight. She noticed that the skeleton's movements were slower than before and guessed that it might be unable to hold on. So, she shouted to Jun Wen, "Fifth senior brother, you've been asking Senior Skull for advice for quite some time, you must be tired, take a rest first." Jun Wen actually wasn't tired at all. If he were asked to do something else, he might be tired, but the more he practiced sword, the more energetic he became. However, he also realized that the skeleton could not keep up with the speed, so he stopped fighting. The skeleton was stunned for a moment, then slowly walked back to the formation platform and sat cross-legged in meditation. Jun Wen wiped the sweat off his face, ate 2 more snacks, and then continued practicing with the Jingxian sword in hand. If you don't die from practicing, keep practicing. Although he admitted that he could not catch up with junior sister even if he worked himself to death, he would never allow himself to fall behind others. Who isn't a proud baby? Fang Shi approached the skeleton and chatted a few words about the Tiank alliance, but unfortunately the skeleton did not respond. The wooden sword said, "Master, I think this skeleton was a sword fanatic when he was alive, so after he died, in addition to suppressing the aura of death, he was only interested in swordsmanship." Fang Shi tried a few more times, but finally had to give up. After a while, the skeleton stood up and walked towards Jun Wen. Jun Wen wiped his sweat and was about to fight with the skeleton when Fang Shi said, "Fifth brother, let me ask Senior Skeleton for advice." Fang Shi also came up with the idea on impulse. She still hadn't comprehended any sword moves. Perhaps this skeleton senior could help her solve her puzzle. As a qualified and good senior brother, Jun Wen would certainly not refuse the request of his junior sister. He stepped aside and began to cheer Fang Shi on. One person managed to create the atmosphere of hundreds of people. "Fang Shi. I just want to ask someone for advice, but you make it seem like I'm going to tear them apart." Fang Shi glanced at Jun Wen disapprovingly, and Jun Wen suddenly became as quiet as a chicken. Fang Shi then bowed to the skeleton as a junior, "Senior, I have not been able to comprehend the sword's power. I hope you can give me some pointers." The skeleton didn't react. Jun Wen shouted from the side, "Junior sister, this skeleton senior is good at giving advice during a fight, so just take the lead." Fang Shi immediately summoned out the wooden sword and stabbed the skeleton. The skeleton seemed to be stunned for a moment when he saw the wooden sword, but he still avoided it calmly. Mu Jian immediately said to Fang Shi, "Master, this skeleton seems to know me. He must be older than the founder of the Shangsheng sect. What does it mean that he knows me? This means that my identity is definitely not as simple as the soul-saying sword. I am not even qualified to be the ancestor of all swords. I might be the first spiritual sword in the world. To put it bluntly, I am the sword ancestor. Fang Shi. I think you are the most despicable person in the world." He is not good at anything but bragging. I don't know who was shouting, "Save me, save me." Before. Fang Shi listened to the clanging of the wooden sword while fighting with the skeleton. Just like he had given instructions to Jun Wen before, the skeleton also gave Fang Shi instructions during the fight. But this is not what Fang Shi wants. As they fought, she said to the skeleton, "Senior, nowadays everyone can figure out a powerful sword move, but because it consumes a lot of spiritual energy, it is difficult for ordinary people to use the big move twice in a short period of time. I can use my ultimate skills in succession, but I can't comprehend the sword's power." Fang Shi kept talking for a long time, but the skeleton didn't respond. Jun Wen shouted from the side, "Junior sister, even if you say so much, Senior Skeleton won't understand. Just use your ultimate move first." Fang Shi thought about it and it made sense, but she felt that using the word, kneel, first was a bit disrespectful to Senior Skeleton, so she decided to use a little slap. So Fang Shi reminded him, "Senior, I'm going to use my ultimate move, please pay attention." After saying that, he released several small slaps. Then, there was a loud crash, and skull bones scattered all over the ground. Fang Shi. No, do skeletons also commit fraud these days? She didn't slap the skeleton very quickly and didn't use much spiritual power, so how could she have broken the skeleton apart? Jun Wen did not expect such a change to happen. He saw it clearly from the side. When the little slap came, the skeleton did not show any intention of dodging. Was he distracted or was he startled by his junior sister's ultimate move? Just when he was about to say a few words to comfort Fang Shi, the skeleton pieced itself together again, displayed a sword move, and signaled Fang Shi to continue fighting. Fang Shi couldn't figure out what the skeleton meant for a moment, and tried to attack again. Then she noticed that the skeleton's big, empty eyes were staring at her, as if revealing dissatisfaction. I swear to God, Fang Shi really felt this emotion from his skull. Fang Shi pondered, could it be that this skeleton senior still wanted him to slap him? Thinking of this, she shouted, "Senior, I'm going to use my ultimate move again, please be careful." After saying that, he released a small slap. She still didn't use her full strength, and she didn't even dare to get her little slap too close to the skeleton, for fear of breaking it apart again. The skeleton swung the magic sword in his hand and used the sword light to disperse the small palms one by one. The skeleton grinned. Fang Shi. You'd better stop laughing. The main reason is that it's really scary to see a skeleton making such movements. However, she also noticed that the skeleton was very interested in her little slap. So Fang Shi didn't need any other tricks and just used his little slaps to fight the skeleton again and again. The skeleton was not very fast in the beginning in dispersing the small palms, but later on it became very fast. Fang Shi could only see the afterimage of the opponent's sword. The ultimate move that she was so proud of seemed to have no power in front of this skeleton elder. She decided to try the word, kneel. I just beat the other party to pieces, so it doesn't matter whether I respect him or not. So, she shouted, "Senior, I'm going to change my tactics, please be careful." After saying that, a huge word, kneel, fell from the sky. The next moment, the skeleton knelt on the ground. Fang Shi. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 11-12. You turn all those strokes into eggs. Fang Shi really didn't expect that the skeleton would cooperate with her so well. She said the word, kneel, and he knelt down. If she said the word, death, wouldn't he just slit his throat and commit suicide? No, it's no use even if you wipe your neck. Originally, Fang's eyes, kneel, move had a next step, which was to transform it into 13 strokes to attack the opponent. Now that the skeleton knelt down, she could only retract the move. Not only that, she also jumped to the side, avoiding the direction the skeleton was facing. She couldn't bear the kneeling of this skeleton senior. While she was thinking about how to resolve the awkward situation, the skeleton sat down on the ground. Fang Shi suddenly understood. The skeleton might have been frightened by the kneel move just now, and coupled with the fact that the skeleton's body was not very strong, it knelt on the ground. But why was he so resilient when he was fighting with Zheng Wen, but when it came to her he either fell apart or knelt down? Is it because I'm too tired? Fang Shi felt that this possibility was very high, so he did not continue to fight with the skeleton and let him rest where he was. Zheng Wen came over and said, "Junior sister, I think you don't need to worry about the sword moves. You might as well spend your time thinking about what other moves you can transform the word kneel into." Fang Shi felt that there was some truth in what Zheng Wen said. Since she was free anyway, she might as well think about it. Before she could start to think, Mu Jian said, "Master, since you can transform the word kneel into a slap, you can definitely transform it into a foot. Get a few more feet out, and then when the time comes, I'll crush one to death, a pair to death, a group to death." Fang Shi. Mu Jian continued in a nasty tone, "Otherwise, you can turn all those strokes into bastards, and then you can throw the eggs." Fang Shi. "I think you should be the first one to be contacted. When the time comes, I will humiliate the other person to death." At this moment, the skeleton suddenly stood up and hooked his hand towards Fang Shi. Fang Shi. "Let's say you were like a mummy when facing my 5th senior brother, why are you so lively when facing me? They can actually hook their fingers." Despite complaining in his heart, Fang Shi still walked to the other side of the skeleton with the wooden sword in hand. Without waiting for Fang Shi to speak, the skeleton raised the sword in his hand and stabbed Fang Shi. Fang Shi quickly dodged. She thought the skeleton might be interested in her ultimate move of kneeling, so she used the word kneeling again. The word, kneel, fell from the sky, then turned into 13 strokes and stabbed towards the skeleton. Seeing this, the skeleton's jaw kept moving, making a crackling sound. Fang Shi. Are you simulating a cat and bird game? I don't think you look like a serious skeleton. Although the skeleton doesn't look very serious, its abilities are quite good. Fang Shi didn't see him make any big movements. It seemed that he just waved his hand a few times, and the 13 strokes were dispersed. Seeing this, Fang Shi used his kneeling skills continuously. The skeletons kept making crackling sounds, dissolving one by one. Zheng Wen was enjoying the show from the side so much that his hands turned red from clapping. "Junior sister, keep using your ultimate moves. Let's see how many times this senior can kneel down after you do that." Fang Shi did as he was told and used his ultimate move 32 times in the blink of an eye. Although the skeleton's movements had slowed down, he still looked very capable. Fang Shi felt that there was no point in using it again, as the opponent had obviously mastered the essence of breaking the kneeling move. Perhaps it was the desire to win that was aroused, or perhaps it was a flash of inspiration. She suddenly thought, what would happen if she added a little power of time when releasing the kneeling skill? Just do it. When releasing the kneeling skill again, Fang Shi added 10% of the power of time into it. Then, she found that the 13 strokes of the word, kneel, flew towards the skeleton tremblingly as if they had epilepsy. To say that they fly is an exaggeration. In fact, they're just like caterpillars, with cricket pupae forming one after another. Fang Shi. The skeleton was obviously a little confused, but it didn't stop him from drawing his sword. However, although he had clearly calculated the landing point of his sword, it kept going off target and missed the target every time. All 13 strokes are firmly fixed on the skull. In fact, Fang Shi did not use his full strength, only about 30%. After all, it's just a fight, not a life and death battle. Even so, the skeleton fell apart. Fang Shi felt very sorry for this skeleton senior. He either made him kneel down or broke him apart. She said apologetically, "Senior, I'm sorry. I just added some time power. This is my first time trying it. I didn't know it would be like this. Are you okay?" Zheng Wengson, who was standing by, said, "This isn't the first time the skeleton has fallen apart. What could possibly happen? The first time is new, the second time is familiar. You will get used to it after a while." However, Junior Sister's epilepsy version of the kneeling move seems to be very powerful. He wants to try it. So, after the skeleton was reassembled, Zheng Wen shouted, "Junior Sister, let Senior Skeleton rest for a while, and then we can have a sparring match. Just use your epilepsy-like kneeling skill." Fang Shi. You know how to name it. However, she felt that instead of calling it the epilepsy version of the kneeling move, it would be better to simplify it to seizure kneeling. She complained inwardly as she unleashed the convulsion kneeling technique, but she only used half of her strength, and the corresponding amount of time power injected was even less. Because she still didn't understand the situation, let alone being able to control herself, she was afraid of hurting Zheng Wen. When Zheng Wen saw that the strokes of the word, kneel, were not trembling as violently, he knew that his junior sister was holding back. However, this did not prevent him from responding with full concentration. He soon found out why the skeleton lost. Because he had clearly determined the landing points of those strokes, but when his sword touched the strokes, the landing points of the strokes changed. So, his attack missed. When he wanted to attack again, other strokes had already stabbed at him, and he could only dodge. This was because Fang Shi restrained his strength and was prepared, otherwise he would have been stabbed by the strokes. No need to ask, this must be caused by the power of time. Zheng Wen could not help but be shocked. Junior sister only added a little bit of the power of time and she was so powerful. If she used all the power of time, how powerful would it be? Fang Shi heard his words and shook his head. Fifth brother, you think too much. First, I know very little about the power of time now, and I may not even be considered an entry-level expert. It's okay to add a little when releasing a big move, but if I add too much, I'll probably fail. Second, this is your first time fighting, so you have no experience. You should be able to find the pattern after a few more fights. Once you find the pattern, the window paper will be broken, and it should not be very powerful. Zhang Wen scratched his head and said, anyway, I think your power of time is very powerful. Even if it is not powerful now, it will definitely be very powerful in the future. Junior sister, come on, let's continue, I'll see what's going on. Fang Shi and Zhang Wen continued to spar. The two of them communicated while fighting, both trying to find the pattern of seizure kneeling. At this time, the skeleton came jumping over. Fang Shi felt that capital Jian was too shameful to watch. Originally in her imagination, this skeleton must be an experienced and steady senior, but the style of the painting became more and more off the track. He pushed Zhang Wen aside and started fighting with Fang Shi. Zhang Wen. No, what do you mean? Do I have to compete with the skeleton for my junior sister in the future? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 11-13. She thinks Zhang Wen is more worry-free. However, Zhang Wen's attention was soon drawn. The skeleton was actually able to break Fang Shi's convulsion kneeling. Zhang Wen was a genius in swordsmanship. He quickly figured out the trick and immediately showed a look of sudden enlightenment. The difference between Fang Shi's convulsion kneel and the normal kneeling skill is that there is a delay. To put it bluntly, the landing point you judged is not the end point of the attack trajectory. If you want to crack it, the solution is very simple, which is to delay the time of attack. The prerequisite is that you move fast enough, otherwise the strokes will pierce your body. Fang Shi also saw it, and couldn't help but feel moved. He estimated that the more time power was added, the longer the delay should be, and the less time left for the opponent to counterattack. If one day she can completely replace spiritual power with the power of time, the opponent will have almost no time to fight back. She immediately began to experiment to see how much she could increase the power of time, but found that she could only increase it by 10%. Fang Shi is so discouraged. After all this effort, the first fight with the skeleton was her limit. After all, there is too little time power in her body, so she needs to work harder. At this time, Lin Xiangchuan suddenly said, Ancestor Feng, I have discovered that ever since you used the sword move that added the power of time, the aura of death has not dissipated at all. When Fang Shi heard what he said, he immediately looked towards the formation platform. After the skeleton practiced swordsmanship several times, the aura of death was significantly reduced, but some of it still dissipated. At this time, there was nothing left. Was it the effect of the time shuttle stone, or was it, as Lin Xiangchuan said, the result of kneeling due to convulsions? It is very simple to confirm this. Just wait for a while and wait for the aura of death to dissipate again and then you will know. However, after waiting for a long time, Elder Bai finally arrived. Elder Bai waited at the cave entrance for a long time but didn't see Fang Shi come out, so he felt a little uneasy. Fang Shi shoulders the heavy responsibility of the Juyu continent. If he is really trapped in it, he will be the sinner of the Juyu continent. In addition, the Haoshan mirror is also on her, and the ancestors of the Changsheng sect are inside it. How to do? Just waiting. Then he discovered that the deadly aura emanating from the place had obviously decreased. Could it be that Fang Shi has already repaired the formation that suppresses the aura of death? Since there isn't much dead air in the cave anymore, he should be able to go in. After careful consideration, he decided to go find Fang Shi. Elder Bai made up his mind and re-entered the cave. There was still a lot of dead air in the cave, so he was taking a big risk by coming in. But in order to confirm Fang Shi's safety, he didn't care about that. When Fang Shi met Elder Bai, this originally elegant teacher now looked like a dying man. Fang Shi quickly let the small mirror release some spiritual energy from heaven and earth to him, and then took out a white beast core and stuffed it into his mouth. The white beast core contains the least amount of time power, so there will be no danger even if Elder Bai takes it for the first time. Zhang Wen watched from the side and thought to himself, this Elder Bai is really scheming. He risked his life to come in this time, and the junior sister must be very touched. She will be able to include him in the group in the future. It is true that old people become cunning and sly, and he still has a lot to learn. Fang Shi was indeed very touched, but she felt that Zhang Wen was less of a worry to her. Do whatever you are told to do and don't act on your own. If it was Zhang Wen, he would definitely wait outside the cave obediently and would not risk coming in because of concern for her. Because Zhang Wen has absolute trust in her. While Fang Shi was treating Elder Bai here, Skeleton was meditating on the array platform. At this moment, he seemed somewhat stable. After a while, Elder Bai finally recovered. Fang Zhu, I'm so glad you're okay. I was in a hurry at the moment, so I came in on my own initiative. Zhang Wen said on the side. Elder Bai, your intention is good, but don't set out next time. Tell me, what if you disrupt my junior sister's deployment? Remember, the most important rule when following my junior sister is to be obedient. Even if she tells you to cut your throat right away, don't hesitate, just do it. Elder Bai. Fang Shi glared at Zhang Wen, and Zhang Wen shut up. Fang Shi asked Elder Bai about his health, and when he saw that he was not seriously injured, he told him exactly what had happened here. Elder Bai was very curious when he swallowed the beast core just now. Now after hearing what Fang Shi said, he became even more curious. He immediately asked to see Fang Shi's convulsion kneeling. Fang Shi demonstrated it to him immediately. Of course, in order to avoid hurting Elder Bai, she only used half of her strength. After Elder Bai realized the mystery, he said, Ancestor Feng, your current power of time has a delaying effect. If it has an accelerating effect, the power would be unimaginable. Zhang Wen's eyes suddenly lit up. Junior sister, Elder Bai is right. If it works at an accelerated speed, when others see you just unleashing your ultimate move, it will actually already be in front of them. Oh my, I can't even imagine how destructive this is. Fang Shi was somewhat speechless. You guys think too highly of me. I haven't even figured out the power of delayed time, let alone the power of accelerated time. Zhang Wen said immediately, Junior sister, what you said is wrong. Nothing is impossible for you. Sin Fang Shi's eternal life is not just talk. The corner of Elder Bai's mouth twitched. He had heard people in the Northern Territory mention the phrase, believe in Fang Shi and you will have eternal life, before, and thought that these people were possessed by demons. However, he thought of the ancestors in the Forbidden Area. Originally, those ancestors could only eat and wait for death in the Forbidden Area, until they were completely wiped out. But since they met Fang Shi, they can practice the method of physical body. Maybe in the near future they will be able to possess a puppet and go out and have fun. Isn't this eternal life? And this skeleton, it was falling apart before, but it became full of life as soon as Fang Shi came. So, he silently repeated, believe in Fang Shi and you will have eternal life, several times in his heart, and decided to recite it several times every day. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 11:14 We love you. Fang Shi had no idea that Elder Bai was possessed by a demon. She was having an equal and friendly exchange with the 5 dog spirit roots. You all heard it, right? If you want me to become stronger, you have to work hard to purify the power of time for me. The 5 dog spirit roots thought, we have helped you purify so much, power of time, it's just that your own refining speed can't keep up, you still have the nerve to blame us. Then I heard Fang Shi say, I think the reason why my refining speed is too slow is because the power of time you purified is not pure enough. So, you have to find a way to solve this problem quickly. Putting aside the fact that I provided you with a shelter, you should compensate me for losing my golden elixir. 5 dog spirit roots. Your 90% new master Duanmo Weizhang has told you that you broke the elixir and became an infant. Do you still have the nerve to offend us? How can you be so shameless? Just when they were about to put up a bit of resistance, they heard Fang Shi say, Don't worry, I won't use you for nothing. After returning to the Changsheng sect, I will go find the Western Grand Elder to get you some more grass for building thatched houses, so that you can live a good life eating grass every day. The 5 dog spirit roots suddenly bent themselves into the shape of a heart. We love you. Fang Shi, haha. It's true, although the 5 dog spirit roots are a bit dog-like, they're really hard-working after getting the benefits. He immediately began to make various efforts, trying to find a way to purify the power of time so that Fang Shi could refine it more easily. Then, Fang Shi was in bad luck. Because the 5 dog spirit roots were also crossing the river by feeling the stones, they themselves didn't know whether the purified power of time was pure or not, let alone whether it could be convenient for Fang Shi to refine it. Thus, a 3-way battle between spiritual power, demonic energy and the power of time started again within Fang Shi's veins. Not only did blood flow from all his orifices, but even his clothes were stained red. Elder Bai was so frightened. Fortunately, Zhang Wen had seen this once before, and while reminding Fang Shi to quickly sort out her meridians, he also comforted Elder Bai who had never seen the world. By the way, he also had to appease the skeleton senior who was jumping over. But he is very busy. How can the little apprentice sister live without him? The skeleton tilted its head and stared at Fang Shi for a while, then pointed at the wooden sword that Fang Shi placed aside. Fang Shi's heart moved, and he immediately picked up the wooden sword and started to use the convulsive kneeling technique continuously. The effect was immediate. As the spiritual power and the power of time were consumed, the pain in the tendons and veins calmed down. Mu Jian felt that this was the same as when it went crazy. It is better to block than to open up. Just vent it out. It and its owner are truly a perfect match. Going crazy from time to time. Elder Bai breathed a sigh of relief when he saw Fang Shi was fine. I thought to myself, if someone has a poor psychological endurance, he would be scared to death by this phoenix ancestor. At this time, the skeleton hooked his finger at him. Zhang Wen kindly translated for Elder Bai, this senior skeleton wants to fight with you. Elder Bai has almost recovered now, so this is naturally what he wants. So, he and the skeleton began to fight. Zhang Wen was watching from the side. He had previously guessed that Elder Bai's cultivation was higher than Elder Yin's, and now he saw that it was indeed true. The key point is that Elder Yin was practicing in the Changsheng sect while Elder Bai was busy outside, but Elder Yin was still more skilled. So, sometimes hard work can only determine your lower limit, while talent can determine your upper limit. Fortunately, he is a genius and his ceiling is very high. Hey. In the next few days, thanks to the diligent efforts of the 5 dog spirit roots, Fang Shi encountered several situations of internal power chaos, but fortunately he got through them safely. The work of purification of the 5 dog spirit roots was not in vain. Finally, a more suitable method of purification was found. The purified power of time is easier for Fang Shi to absorb. In order to reward them, Fang Shi fed them 5 black beast cores. The 5 dog spirit roots were so happy that they turned around for the first time. When I thought about returning to Changsheng sect and having food to eat, I suddenly felt that Fang Shi was the best person in the world. No wonder Zhang Wen said that believing in Fang Shi would lead to eternal life. This is truly a wise saying. On this day, Zhu Shihuan finally returned from the Forbidden Realm. He and the old ghosts in the Forbidden Realm worked out a formation reinforced with time shuttle stones. After several rounds of deliberation and testing, they found no problems and made sure it was foolproof, so they came back. He had originally wanted to create a formation to replace the skeleton suppression, but unfortunately there was no way to come up with it in a short period of time. He could only let the old ghosts in the Forbidden Area continue to study it, and he came out first. In order to better command Fang Shi to install the reinforced array disk, Zhu Xuan flew out from the Blood Demon Clan's token. The skeleton who was originally meditating on the array platform was startled by the sudden appearance of Zhu Xuan, and his skull fell to the ground with a thud. He quickly picked it up with his hand bone and put it on himself. He accidentally put it on the wrong way. He twisted it hard and it finally returned to normal. Fang Shi thought that Zhu Xuan would say something earth-shattering and heart-wrenching when he saw the scene, but what she didn't expect was that Zhu Xuan walked to the front of the formation platform and respectfully performed the salute of a junior. Blood Demon Clan's blood-devouring Huin greets the senior. I don't know if the skeleton has regained some of his intelligence in the past few days, or if he simply likes Zhu Shihuan more, but the skeleton actually stood up and helped Zhu Shihuan up with his own hands. Zhu Shihuan immediately used his spiritual sense to say to Fang Shi, Xiaoxi, did you see that? This is called heroes respecting heroes. Naturally, I am treated differently from you guys. Fang Shi asked in confusion, Grandpa, but I haven't told Senior Skeleton about your heroic deeds. Zhu Shihuan didn't care and said, do you even need to ask? When he saw that I was now just a soul, he naturally guessed that I sacrificed my body for the 9 nether continent. As soon as he finished speaking, he saw the skeleton looking at Zhu Shihuan with its empty eye sockets, up and down, left and right, and even looking at him in circles. Now, not to mention Fang Shi, even Zhu Xuan felt that his previous guess might be wrong. The skeleton looked at him for a long time, then hooked his hand bone at Zhu Shihuan. Fang Shi explained, Grandpa, Senior Skeleton wants to fight with you. Although Zhu Xuan was full of questions, he immediately became excited when he heard about the fight. Before he could say anything, Zhang Wen happily handed over his earth-shaking sword. Grandpa, please use this sword. Zhu Xuan was very satisfied with the vision of this candidate grandson. This kid is a bit stupid, but he is quite capable of handling things. Zhu Xuan said please to the skeleton, indicating that the skeleton should attack first. The skeleton didn't hesitate and stabbed with his sword. Because Zhu Xuan had just returned and Fang Shi hadn't had time to tell him about the skeleton, so Zhu Xuan didn't really take the skeleton seriously. Only after this fight did I realize that this old skeleton had something special. It looked so and leisurely, but it didn't fall behind. Of course, Zhu Xuan is still very confident in himself. Although the two are evenly matched for the time being, this skeleton will inevitably lose over time. Zhu Xuan really likes the feeling of meeting a worthy opponent. Although the opponent is a little weaker than him, this feeling is already rare. Ugh. Blame it on him being too strong. Degu Chubai. Next chapter around 9 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 11:15 Unintentional intention. It was the first time that Elder Bai saw Zhu Shihuan take action. To be precise, it was the first time he saw the true appearance of blood-devouring Huin. To be honest, Lin Xiangchuan had praised Zhu Shihuan highly before, and he felt that the other party was exaggerating a bit too much. Even if Zhu Xuan has some abilities, he is not as Lin Xiangchuan said, that he can single-handedly challenge the Forbidden Guard realm. This Lin Xiangchuan has lost all his dignity in order to curry favor with the boss. Now it seems that Lin Xiangchuan was not exaggerating. This Zhu Shihuan is indeed too powerful. He has always been conceited, but now he realizes that there are always people better than you. Zhang Wen was fascinated by what he saw. He felt that he would be able to reach such a level one day, or even better. After all, when he was in the Blood Family secret realm before, he saw his future self. The power of that sword was earth-shattering. A gentleman's sword is known throughout the world, and that's not just talk. Half an hour later, blood-devouring Huin and skeleton was still evenly matched. Of course, this was also because Zhu Xuan did not try his best. He wanted to fight with the skeleton for a while longer. Unfortunately, the skeleton lacked spiritual power and jumped out of the circle on its own initiative. Zhu Shihuan thought to himself that this old skeleton was his senior after all, and he had to give him some face. While he was thinking about saying a few polite words, the skeleton hooked his finger at Fang Shi and pointed at Zhu Xuan. Zhang Wen rolled his eyes and said, Junior sister, Senior Skeleton must want you to fight with Grandpa, so use your convulsion kneeling skill. The skeleton gave Zhang Wen a thumbs up. Zhang Wen was overjoyed. Now I am better, and even the skeletons recognize my intelligence. Zhu Shihuan was confused. What do you mean by kneeling like crazy? Fang Shi wanted to explain, but the skeleton stretched out his hand and placed it on his mouth, signaling her to be quiet. Fang Shi. She immediately understood what the skeleton wanted to express. Zhu Shihuan, aren't you capable? Then let you experience what it means to be caught off guard and unprepared. Fang Shi was speechless. Let's just say, is it appropriate for a skeleton like you to have so many thoughts and ideas? Although Zhu Xuan doesn't like to beat around the bush, he has a sharp mind and guessed something by looking at the skeleton's movements. He stood with his hands behind his back and said calmly, Xiaoxi, you don't need to say anything, just use the kneeling thing of yours to fight me for a few moves. Fang Shi also wanted to test the power of the convulsion kneeling technique. If even Zhu Shihuan fell into the trap without knowing it, then others would definitely fall into the trap as well. She immediately summoned the wooden sword and said to Zhu Shihuan, Grandpa, I'm going to do it now, so be careful. After saying that, he immediately released the convulsion kneeling move. Mu Jian was so excited. It has long disliked Zhu Shihuan. You keep calling me a rolling pin, who are you embarrassing? Snort. Today I will show you how powerful my sword ancestor is. When Zhu Xuan saw the word kneel, he wondered, this is no different from before. However, when he saw the 13 strokes of cricket pupa, he knew that things were not that simple. Even though Zhu Xuan may not be very smart in other matters, he is definitely smart enough when it comes to swordsmanship. He did not attack the 13 strokes, but used the sword to attack Fang Shi, and at the same time retreated a big step. The purpose of doing this is to observe if there are any abnormalities in the strokes. At first glance, you can see that although the strokes are written one by one, the speed does not seem slow. Could it be that the cricket pupa was just to distract him? He quickly denied this speculation, because Fang Shi's kneeling move was already very strange, and there was no need to attract attention with the strokes. What's the trick here? As he looked at it, he found that the landing points of the strokes did not match his judgment. He is very confident in his judgment and will never make mistakes. Then the problem lies in those strokes. Then he thought of Fang Shi's ability to cultivate the power of time. Could it be that this little girl injected the power of time when she used her ultimate move? She had tried to use the power of time to cast spells but failed repeatedly, but she didn't expect to use it for a big move. What is this called? That's right, if you try hard to plant flowers, they may not bloom, but if you plant willows by accident, they may grow into a shade. Even though he guessed all this, he did not rush to attack those strokes, but focused on dodging. When Fangxi released his third kneeling move, Zhu Xuan counterattacked. I saw a sword shadow flash by, and the strokes of the word, kneel, disappeared one by one. Immediately afterwards, the sword light of the earth-shaking sword shot straight towards Fangxi. Fangxi dodged and jumped out of the circle. Zhu Xuan has already figured out the trick of kneeling down due to convulsions. If she continues to fight, she will lose. Fangxi couldn't help but sigh, her cheap grandfather is so awesome. No wonder he is so arrogant, he has the capital to be so arrogant. At this time, the skeleton started clapping. It's just that he didn't control the strength well and his hand bones fell to the ground. Fangxi. Let's say, can you please consider the condition of your skeleton before you do anything? Lin Xiangchuan used his spiritual sense to say to Zhu Shihuan. Ancestor Zhu, it has to be you. That skeleton still wants to laugh at you, what a pipe dream. A hero like you who is both wise and brave will always be invincible. Zhu Shihuan was extremely proud. I feel that this tactic of careful planning before taking action was used brilliantly. He put his hands behind his back and said to Fangxi. Xiaoxi, your kneeling like a convulsion is indeed unexpected, but it's a pity that it's of no use to me. I'm not bragging, but forget about kneeling down because of a convulsion, it's useless even if you kowtow. Thinking back to the time when I was still a disciple in Lang Yinyuan, I was able to challenge 7 supreme elders alone. What did I rely on? It's the keen intuition and unique vision. Your tricks can't fool me. Of course, not everyone has my ability, so this trick of yours can still come in handy. Don't use the convulsion kneel right away. Use a few normal kneeling skills to confuse the opponent first, and then use the convulsion kneel. The effect will definitely be very good. Fangxi nodded. Grandpa, that's what I was planning too. Or maybe we are father and son. When it comes to being cunning and treacherous, we are from the same bloodline. Zhu Xuan nodded. You are right, we men are all experts in cheating people. After saying that, the grandfather and grandson burst into laughter. It sounds so sinister. Zhang Wen felt that he couldn't fall behind, so he followed suit. Seeing this, the skeleton, which had just fixed its hand bones, began to make crackling sounds in its jaw. I didn't control the strength well and it dislocated. He quickly used his hand bones to support it and put it in place with a click. Elder Bai. You are all so crazy, what should I do? How about I transform myself into an old lady to entertain you guys? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 11:16 Elder Yin met Xiao Dao. Elder Bai finally gave up the idea of going crazy together. It's not that he has the burden of being an elder, but that the crazy guy has returned to normal. It was a bit inappropriate for him to be crazy at this time. If you want to blame someone, blame him for reacting too slowly. He needs to work harder to integrate next time. Zhu Xuan commented on Fang's eyes kneeling again, and when he saw the skeleton staring at him with his eyes, he said to Fangxi. Xiaoxi, I see that senior skeleton is very curious about me, so you can tell him about my heroic deeds. Just keep it simple and focus on the key points. Fangxi knows this cheap grandfather too well. Even though he asked her to speak briefly, he would be very angry if she really summarized it in a few words. So she gave this glorious task to Zhang Wen. You will never get what you want. He is still a registered grandson now, and is worried that he has no chance to show his abilities. So, Zhang Wen began to brag about Zhu Shihuan's great achievements in various ways. As he was boasting, the skeleton yawned and accidentally dislocated his jaw. With a push of my hand, it was installed with a click. Then, he lay down on the platform. Blood-devouring world. His heroic deeds were so wonderful, but the old skeleton actually fell asleep. Did he not understand, or was she deliberately making fun of him? When Zhu Xuan was gritting his teeth, Zhang Wen mentioned that he sacrificed his body in order to guard the aura of death, and then separated a small part of his soul and returned to the Zhu family. The old skeleton immediately jumped up. I don't know if his skeleton has been in disrepair for a long time or if he moved too much, but the bones are scattered all over the ground. The old skeleton assembled it in a mess, perhaps in a hurry, and put the head on the hand bones. He didn't care about all these anymore. He held the skull in his hands and walked close to Zhu Shihuan, looking at him with his empty eye sockets again. The humiliation that Zhu Xuan had been holding in his heart finally dissipated. He just said it. His heroic deeds are so wonderful that even a skeleton would be moved. After Zhang Wen, briefly, introduced Zhu Xuan's heroic deeds, the skeleton slowly put its bones back in place. Then, he gave Zhu Shihuan a thumbs up. Zhu Xuan's vanity reached its peak at this moment. He grinned and said, Senior, you are too kind. We cultivators must be responsible. When the 9 nether continent is in trouble, it is our duty to help. Besides, isn't that the case with you? I should learn from you and pay tribute to you. The skeleton waved his hand, and Zhu Xuan guessed that he was being modest, so he said a few more polite words. The skeleton's jaw moved a few times, and then it returned to the platform to meditate. Zhu Xuan ignored him and directed Fangxi and Elder Bai to install the reinforced formation. Although the test had been conducted in the forbidden area, in order to be absolutely sure, Fangxi decided to observe for another 2 days and make sure there were no problems before leaving. At this time, Xiao Beidao, the head of Xuanshan Sect who was far away in the northern territory, met Elder Yin who came from afar. Fangxi had already informed Xiao Beidao of the news before, so Xiao Beidao was not surprised. To be honest, Xiao Beidao didn't want to meet Elder Yin at all. Are you kidding me? Whose wife would want to see a concubine? But now that the other party has come, he has to act like a real master. Therefore, Xiao Beidao smiled as if he was bathed in spring breeze. Elder Yin, you have come from afar and you must be thankful for your hard work. Please take a seat. As he spoke, he poured Elder Yin a cup of hot tea. Elder Yin looked at Xiao Beidao and thought, you just took advantage of the fact that you came first. If I had met Shaoxi first, would you have been her master? Although I felt sad inside, I didn't show it on my face. The two exchanged a few polite words, and then Elder Yin handed the storage ring that Feng Shi had asked him to bring to Xiao Beidao. Xiao Beidao did not immediately check what was inside, but asked. Elder Yin, Shaoxi, I'm sorry to trouble you to come here, but is there anything else that matters to you? Although Xiao Beidao's cultivation level could not compare with Elder Yin, he was much better than him in terms of going around in circles. It is impossible that the beloved disciple asked Elder Yin to come just to deliver some things. After all, he is the guardian elder of the Changsheng sect. There must be something going on, and it must be a big thing. Elder Yin felt a little sour in his heart. This Xiao Beidao was actually quite smart. No matter how sour it is, it shouldn't interfere with important matters. Elder Yin then revealed everything about the Tiank Alliance and the Forbidden Realm. He has no talent for storytelling and his first narration is completely flat. Even so, Xiao Beidao was stunned. It's not that he has poor self-control, anyone would be the same. He even pinched himself secretly, and the pain made him feel that this was real. His first reaction was not worry about the impending disaster on the Juyu continent, nor was he shocked that Feng Shi had become the third-generation ancestor of the Changsheng sect, but rather heartache and guilt. It turns out that my beloved disciple has been silently shouldering so much. And this useless master not only did not help her share the burden, but also felt at ease enjoying the good things she gave him. How dare he be jealous of the 20th solar term? How dare he say that Elder Yin is a concubine? He is not worthy of his position. He wished he could slap himself twice. Xiao Beidao's face looked very heavy because of his heartache and guilt. Elder Yin had been worried that Xiao Beidao would get carried away after learning that Feng Shi had become the phoenix ancestor of the Changsheng sect, but now seeing him like this, he thought that the Xiao Beidao did have some good qualities. Be calm in the face of praise or criticism, and have a broad perspective. Therefore, he looked at Xiao Beidao with a higher opinion. Xiao Beidao naturally didn't know all this. He was still immersed in his guilt towards his beloved disciple. Elder Yin continued, in addition to telling you these things, I also plan to take a few leaves of the origin Shi-Man. Xiao Beidao calmed himself down. Without further delay, let's head to the Misty Forest. I just happened to ask the leaders of the other three factions to go over there and tell them about the Tiank League in person to prevent the news from being leaked. Elder Yin nodded, okay. The two were about to go out when the voice of the second disciple Pei Zhou came from outside. Master, are you in there? When Xiao Beidao was trying to find a reason to get rid of Pei Zhou, he discovered that Elder Yin had disappeared. Xiao Beidao guessed that the other party had hidden his identity, and he felt more and more like a useless old man. He thought that since Elder Yin had taken the initiative to hide his figure, he wouldn't mind Pei Zhou coming in. It was a good opportunity for him to give his disciple some instructions. After all, he has to leave the sect for a few days, and if he leaves like this, his disciples will definitely miss him. So, Pei Zhou was allowed in. As soon as Pei Zhou came in, his eyes rolled around. Master, did you entertain guests just now? Xiao Beidao hadn't decided yet whether to tell his three disciples at home about the Tiank League, so he subconsciously said, no. Pei Zhou was happy. Master, the teacup is still here, and the tea is still steaming. Xiao Beidao. It's not good for the disciple to be too smart. The little apprentice is really honest. It's another day of missing my little apprentice. Next chapter around 9:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 11:17. He is so smart. Xiao Beidao coughed. There was indeed a guest just now, but the guest has left. What do you want to see me for? Pei Zhou's eyes flashed. Master, why do I feel like there are other people in this room besides us, the master and the disciple? Xiao Beidao. Elder Yin's invisibility skills are so advanced that even he can detect him. How could his second disciple actually detect him? Elder Yin did not expect Pei Zhou to discover him. Out of curiosity, he immediately revealed himself. Xiao Beidao. Shaoxi's new master seems to be not very smart. Let's not talk about whether Pei Zhou really discovered you. Even if he really discovered you, you don't need to show up so quickly, right? With someone like you, you would feel sorry for me if I sold you because I sold you too cheaply. Pei Zhou was also stunned. He is a member of the Yan tribe, and his spiritual sense is naturally stronger than that of humans. He vaguely sensed the presence of a stranger in the house, but he was not sure. I just said it casually, but I didn't expect that I could actually trick the person out. He looked at Xiao Beidao and said, Master, who is this? When Xiao Beidao was thinking about how to introduce him, Elder Yin spoke first. I am Yin Yu, the guardian elder of the Changsheng sect, and the master of your senior brother Jing Yan, your fifth senior brother Zhenwen, and your junior sister Feng Shi. Pei Zhou. The three people who went to the southern region were all killed. Could it be that this Elder Yin came here to demonstrate to the master? However, my master didn't seem to be abnormal, which means he had known the news for a long time. Yes, junior sister is a prudent person and she must have calmed down the angry master long ago. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, he bowed to Elder Yin as a junior. Junior Pei Zhou greets Elder Yin. Elder Yin looked at Pei Zhou and thought, this Xiao Beidao is really good at choosing disciples. Pei Zhou's good looks are secondary. The key is that his spiritual awareness seems to be quite strong. Yes, Shaoxi said that Pei Zhou is actually the prince of the Yan clan. It is normal that he has a strong spiritual awareness. It is said that he is also quite talented in making talismans. Looking at Pei Zhou, an idea came to Elder Yin's mind. He has already snatched 3 of Xiao Beidao's disciples, so this one won't make a difference. If the other 2 are good, I'll take them as well. So as not to make it obvious that he is shorter than Xiao Beidao. Thinking of this, he said kindly. No need to be so polite, Shaoxi has mentioned you to me many times, saying that you are a talent for making talismans. She also said that she missed you, her second brother, very much. Why don't you come with me to the southern region for a stroll this time? Not only can you and your fellow brothers and sisters meet each other, but we in the Changsheng sect also have a 10,000 talismans refining heart cave. If you can take a walk in there, it will be of great benefit to your talisman making skills. What do you think? Co Beidao, %##. Look at you look like a possessed rat. It turns out that I can't change my bad habit of stealing other people's things. You have already stolen 3 of my disciples, and you actually want to lure Pei Zhou to the southern region as well. You are so shameless. Pei Zhou actually wanted to go to the southern region. It's so boring staying in Xuanchen sect. If Co Beidao hadn't refused to give in, he would have gone to the southern region to find his junior sister long ago. But he also knew that if he agreed now, it would be too disrespectful to his master, so he had to be more strategic. He bowed and said, "Thank you, Elder Yin, for your kindness. Although I do miss my junior sister and the other 2 junior brothers, the sect has many affairs to deal with, so I have to stay and share the worries for master." Co Beidao felt relieved immediately. Pei Zhou is a good guy. To be honest, before Fengxi joined the family, Pei Zhou was the most favored. Because he is sweet talker, knows how to deal with people, and can make money. Elder Yin was naturally unwilling, but for a moment he didn't know how to persuade Pei Zhou to agree. At this time, Pei Zhou asked, "Elder Yin, please forgive me for being so rude. You have gone through so much trouble to come to Xuanchen sect, but what is going on with my junior sister?" He is not stupid. With Elder Yin's high status, he would not travel all the way to the northern territory unless there was something serious. After Elder Yin tells the truth, he will go to the southern region under the pretext of helping junior sister, and the master will not blame him. He is really smart. Elder Yin didn't think so much about it. He felt that since Zhang Wen and Jing Yan knew about the Tiank League, Pei Zhou, as Feng Zai's second senior brother, naturally had the right to know. So, he told the whole story like a bamboo tube pouring beans. Co Bai said at the side, Shaoxi, it's okay that you recognize the 20th solar term as your master before, after all, those people have brains. Why did you choose another idiot as your master? Even if Pei Zhou is trustworthy, shouldn't I have the final say on whether to speak or not? You are a guest, what are you talking about? But now that he had said it, he can say anything else. Besides, I have to tell Pei Zhou sooner or later, so I might as well tell him. Pei Zhou was so shocked that his eyes almost popped out. His first thought was, regret. If he had known that following junior sister would be so exciting, he would have followed her to the southern region even if he had to cry, make a fuss, or even commit suicide. However, it's not too late. He immediately knelt down to Co Beidao. Master, now that the great catastrophe of the 9 nether continent is approaching, I must find a way to quickly improve my cultivation. If I continue to stay in the sect, it will be difficult to make rapid progress in a short period of time. In addition, although junior sister has junior brothers West and 5 to help her, she is still alone and powerless. Therefore, I want to follow Elder Yin to the southern region Changsheng sect to help my junior sister. Please allow me to do so, master. When Pei Zhou asked Elder Yin, Co Beidao knew that the second disciple was not holding back, and now he heard it and it turned out to be true. I thought to myself, it's really too late to keep a son when he grows up. 1, 2, 3, and the other are all going to abandon him. Although he felt jealous, he also knew that Pei Zhou would definitely see greater improvement if he went to the southern region. Apart from anything else, those old ghosts in the Forbidden Realm are a huge fortune. As he was thinking, he heard Elder Yin say, Master Co, I think what Pei Zhou said makes sense, so let him come back to Changsheng sect with me. If you are worried, I will accept Pei Zhou as my apprentice right now, and I will definitely not let him get hurt. Co Beidao. You idiot, you idiot. The one I'm most worried about is you, okay. In the past, he tried to steal my apprentice secretly, but now he does it openly. He looked at Pei Zhou. Elder Yin wants to take you as his apprentice, what do you think? Pei Zhou knew that this was a life-threatening question. If he said he was willing, Co Beidao would definitely deal with him. If he said he was unwilling, he would offend Elder Yin again. So, he said, Master, I will listen to you. Co Beidao. This second disciple is so smooth-talking and cunning. I miss the honest little Lao Yu for the 10,000th time. The whole sect is a dog-licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1118, Changsheng sect's rules are in name only. Co Beidao certainly didn't want Pei Zhou to take Elder Yin as his master. If it weren't for the Tiank League, he would never agree to it. But now that we are facing a powerful enemy, we must improve our disciples' cultivation as quickly as possible. The spiritual energy in the southern region is richer than that in the northern region, and there are also the big guys from the Forbidden Realm to guide us, which is definitely better than staying in the Xuanchen sect. If you want to gain a foothold in the Changsheng sect, you naturally have to find a powerful backer. Elder Yin, the rat spirit, is undoubtedly the best candidate. In addition, although Shaoxi has now become the phoenix ancestor of the Changsheng sect, those people are not on the same page with her after all, so it is more convenient for her to use her senior brother. And so, just when Elder Yin was anxious and wanted to urge him, Co Beidao said with a smile, Elder Yin, even if you didn't mention it, I would have wanted Pei Zhou to become your disciple. There is no need to say much about your cultivation level. The key is that Shaoxi and his fellow brothers and sisters have a deep relationship, and they can take care of each other when they're together. I think you shouldn't just accept Pei Zhou, you should also accept my other 2 disciples. Elder Yin obviously didn't expect Co Beidao to be so generous. Buy one get 2 free. He suspected that he had misheard and asked, Master Co, are you asking me to accept Shaoxi's other 2 brothers as well? Co Beidao nodded and said with a smile, yes, that's what I was thinking. I wonder if Elder Yin is willing. Of course Elder Yin is willing. Although I didn't see Jiangji and Rongzheng, Xiao Beidao's 3 disciples are so outstanding, so those 2 must be no bad either. Besides, he just wanted to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Only in this way can you be on equal footing with Xiao Beidao. So, Elder Yin burst into laughter. Yes, of course I am willing. The sweeter his smile was, the more bitter Xiao Beidao felt in his heart. But for the sake of his disciple's future, he had no choice but to send him away with great reluctance. To be honest, if he wasn't the leader of Xuanchen Sect, he would have wanted to go to the southern region. It's not for cultivation, but to see my beloved disciple. Such a long time has passed, and I don't know if Shaoxi has lost weight or grown taller. As for the other 2 disciples, they're both rough guys and nothing good to look at. Xiao Beidao immediately sent a message to his eldest disciple Jiangji and 3rd disciple Rongzheng, asking them to come over immediately. While waiting, Pei Zhou attentively poured tea for Xiao Beidao and Elder Yin, and also demonstrated his stamping skills. Pei Zhou had already found his position clearly. He was the puppet of the junior sister. There's no such thing as emotion. As long as junior sister needs him, he can be on duty anytime and anywhere. Therefore, in addition to practicing, he also worked hard to practice his stamping skills. Although not as perverted as Fengxi, he can also stamp with both hands at the same time. The speed is also very fast. Elder Yin nodded frequently as he watched. If he had said that he accepted Pei Zhou as his disciple previously in order to compete with Xiao Beidao, now he really liked this new disciple. Besides, people all like beautiful things. Pei Zhou is good looking, and even the stamp looks pleasing to the eye. The more Elder Yin looked at this new disciple, the more he liked him and the more he admired him. Xiao Beidao cursed Pei Zhou in his heart, calling him a lackey. An ungrateful wolf. But it was not appropriate to say anything in front of Elder Yin, and the second disciple was not inattentive and was very attentive to him. When Pei Zhou was showing off his talent, Jiangji arrived. Ever since Fengxi and the other 2 went to the southern region, Jiangji has become more calm and steady. He felt ashamed that as the eldest senior brother, he was unable to provide support for his fellow brothers and sisters. Since I can't follow junior sister into battle, I have to guard the rear. So during this period of time, in addition to practicing, he spent most of his time following Xiao Beidao and learning how to handle sect affairs. Xiao Beidao was very satisfied with his eldest disciple. He is down to earth and steady, and is capable of taking on important tasks. After Jiangji bowed, he smiled and said, Disciple, let me introduce you to this person. This is Elder Yin, the guardian elder of the Changsheng sect, and the master of your fellow disciples. You can call him Elder Yin for the time being, and when your 3rd junior brother comes over, the 3 of you can perform the ceremony of paying respect to him as a disciple. Jiangji. Master was talking in his sleep in broad daylight. Where is this going? But he has always been obedient, and even though he had many doubts in his mind, he still performed the junior's etiquette to Elder Yin. Elder Yin was very satisfied when he saw that Jiangji behaved in a very steady manner. He thought to himself that Xiao Beidao had a very good eye for selecting disciples. These disciples were all outstanding talents, and they were obviously good seedlings. I just wonder how the remaining 3 disciples are doing. Just as he was thinking about it, someone outside the door said, Master, your disciple Rongzheng wants to see you. Xiao Beidao immediately said, Come in. Elder Yin looked up and saw a young man coming in from outside the door with a serious look on his face. Rongzheng saluted Xiao Beidao politely, then lowered his hands and waited for Xiao Beidao's instructions. Xiao Beidao's teeth hurt a little. Among these 6 disciples, the one who gave him the most headache was not Jingyan. Although Disciple West has a gloomy personality, he is actually quite easy to worry about. Apart from going out for training, he spends most of his time practicing in his own yard. He just needs some regular guidance. But this 3rd disciple always causes trouble for him. Apart from the sect rules, he knows nothing about the ways of the world. To be precise, it's not that I don't understand, but I feel that everything is secondary compared to the rules of the sect. Originally, Xiao Beidao had hoped that his young disciple could change Rongzheng's temper, but unfortunately, just when there were signs of improvement, Fengxi took Jingyan and Zhang went to the southern region. Ever since Fengxi left, Rongzheng has returned to his old ways. Originally, the direct disciples from the other 3 sects would come to visit occasionally, but ever since he punished them according to the sect rules, even Xingwu stopped coming. This is a good opportunity to pack up this little old-fashioned guy and send him to the southern region. Let Shaoxi take care of him. He thought so in his mind, but looked amiable. He first introduced the identity of Elder Yin, and then asked Elder Yin to tell him about the Tiank League and the Forbidden Realm. Jiangji and Rongzheng were both extremely shocked. It took me a long time to recover. Jiangji was more worried about the future of Juyu continent, and he also admired and loved his junior sister Fengxi. In addition to these, Rongzheng also felt a little sad that the Changsheng sect really has no rules at all. Although the junior sister is very powerful, it is not necessary to let her be your 3rd generation ancestor, right? Isn't this generation all messed up? The Changsheng sect's rules are meaningless. Next chapter around 9 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 11:19 How can a master accept a master on behalf of his apprentice? Xiao Beidao gave Jiangji and Rongzheng some time to buffer, then said. Now your West junior brother, 5th junior brother, and little junior sister have all worshipped Elder Yin as their master, so I plan to let the 3 of you worship Elder Yin as your master as well, and then follow him to the Changsheng sect to help Shaoxi. Although Jiangji was very shocked when he heard this, he could also understand his master's painstaking efforts, so he didn't say much except nodding in agreement. Rongzheng's face was full of disbelief. Master, what did you say? You said that the 3 of us should worship Elder Yin as our master. Article 12, Clause 8 of our Xuanchen sect's rules clearly states that a disciple can only have one master, let alone someone from another sect as his master. Furthermore, the heaven, earth, the emperor, parents and teachers are all important to you. Becoming a disciple is the most important thing in the world. How can it be treated as a joke? I, Rongzheng, only have you as my master in this life. Even if you kill me, I will never accept anyone else as my master. Xiao Beidao. How about that? I'll tell you. This third brother is a mushroom head, a troublemaker who offends people. Of course, apart from being speechless, he still felt somewhat comforted in his heart. No matter what, the third brother is really loyal to his master. This is much better than Pei Zhou, the ungrateful man. He immediately went to see Elder Yin. Originally, Elder Yin was stroking his beard and baring his teeth and laughing, but when he heard Rongzheng's words, he suddenly froze. He looked at Rongzheng and thought of someone. Ancestor Wen Shan who guards the Forbidden World. Although he didn't suffer much at the hands of Patriarch Wen Shan in the Forbidden Realm, Bai Xiaomei suffered a lot. Let me put it this way, later on, even Bai Xiaomei was breaking the rules when she was walking. Elder Yin was a little reluctant to take Zheng in. He doesn't want to find a sect rule breaker for himself. Anyway, 5 disciples are enough, and this one won't make a difference, so just keep it for Xiao Beidao. He was about to speak when Xiao Beidao slammed the desk. You were so brave, you bastard. You also said heaven, earth, the emperor, parents and teachers. Since I am your master, you have to listen to me. Don't say that I only ask you to worship one master, you have to worship him even if he is 100. Stop talking nonsense and kneel down to pay homage to your teacher. Rongzheng wanted to say something, but suddenly someone slapped him on the back with a talisman, and he became speechless immediately. Pei Zhou smiled and put his arm around his shoulders. Third junior brother, I know you follow the rules, but no rules are more important than filial piety, right? Stop talking about these nonsense and quickly follow me to become my disciple. As he said that, he kicked Rongzheng's hind leg with his foot and exerted force with his hands, and Rongzheng fell to his knees on the ground. If Rongzheng had resisted hard, he could have broken free, but Xiao Beidao stared at him with a cold face, so he had no choice but to give in. He thought to himself, just worship. This is a good opportunity to remedy the chaos in the Changsheng sect. When I thought about showing off my skills, I suddenly felt that having another master didn't seem like a big deal. After all, compared with the chaotic Changsheng sect, their Xuanshan sect has been very strict in observing the sect's rules. Seeing this, Elder Yin could no longer say no to Rongzheng. He smiled and drank the tea offered by Jiangji and the other two, and also gave them a valuable gift. Xiao Beidao breathed a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that his third apprentice would be a burden to him. After sending this guy away, he can finally have some peace and quiet. Just as I was thinking about it, I heard Rongzheng say to Elder Yin. Master, could you give me a copy of the Changsheng sect's rules? Elder Yin. He rummaged around in his storage ring for a long time before he found a book of sect rules in a corner. This was the book he received when he first joined the sect, so it was quite old. Rongzheng immediately felt like he had found a treasure. He took it respectfully and then carefully put it into his storage ring. For a moment, Elder Yin almost thought that this sect rule was a heavenly grade spiritual weapon. He could imagine how wonderful his future life would be. Xiao Beidao watched with a smile, thinking, since you have already drunk the apprenticeship tea, it is impossible to return it even if you want to. Elder Yin did want to return the goods, but then he thought, even Patriarch Wen Shan was won over by Shaoxi, so Rongzheng was even more of a piece of cake. Maybe there's no need for Shaoxi, because Bai Xiaomei can make him obedient. Thinking of Fengxi, Elder Yin became eager to return home and urged Xiao Beidao to take him to get the leaves of the Benyuan Zeman. Xiao Beidao handed over the sect's affairs to his 3 disciples. After obtaining the origin Zeman leaves, Elder Yin would come to pick him up. At the same time, Xiao Beidao sent messages to the leaders of the other 3 sects, asking them to meet in the Misty Forest, saying that he had important matters to discuss. When Xiao Beidao and Elder Yin arrived at the Misty Forest, Bailey Muchen and the other 2 also arrived. Xiao Beidao told everything about the Tiank League and the Forbidden Realm. Bailey Muchen and the other 2 all looked shocked. In addition to being shocked, Hu Wangkui, the leader of the beast-taming sect, grinned. Old Xiao, I said before that I would take Shaoxi as my apprentice, but you tried to stop me. Due to the relationship, I couldn't say anything. What's the result? Shaoxi now has more than 20 masters. If you stop me again, I won't care. Don't be partial, accept me as well on behalf of Shaoxi. Xiao Beidao. Is this what you call human language? How can a master accept a master on behalf of his apprentice? At this time, Lu Zhengquan, the head of the Wanjin sect, said with a smile, Old Xiao, please take me in as well. The head of Hunyuan sect, Bailey Muchen, looked a little unnatural and rubbed his hands. Well, Lao Xiao, we in the west sector of the same blood and share the same hardships. I can't fall behind, don't you think? Xiao Beidao. In the face of a disaster, instead of thinking about how to resist the enemy, you are thinking about stealing my apprentice. Can you guys still have some shame? However, when he saw the rat spread beside him, he had the urge to throw away the whole thing. Anyway, there are already so many masters who love their precious disciples, so 3 more won't make a difference. Moreover, this will help Shaoxi to consolidate the power of the Northern Territory. Shaoxi's taking in a master is almost the same as forming a marriage alliance with the secular world. Thinking of this, he looked at Elder Yin. Elder Yin, Shaoxi told me before that she has great respect for these 3 sect leaders. If she hadn't been so bound by sectarian prejudices, she would have worshipped them as her teachers long ago. Now that we are united in the 9 Nether Continent, there is no longer any sectarianism. I think we should just agree on behalf of Shaoxi. Although Elder Yin was not well versed in the ways of the world, he thought that Xiao Beidao's words were reasonable and well-founded, and he also gave him enough face, so even though he felt jealous, he still agreed. Thus, Fengxi, who was far away in the southern region, had 3 more masters. At this time, Fengxi was about to leave the cave. After a few days of observation, I found that the reinforced formation developed by those old ghosts in Zhu Shihuan and the Forbidden Realm is very useful and has no flaws. Therefore, Fengxi planned to leave here and go to 2 other places where the aura of death was suppressed. She bowed respectfully to the skeleton and said, Senior, we're leaving now. I will come back to pick you up after we develop a formation to suppress the deadly aura on your behalf. Please take care. After Fang Shi finished speaking, he planned to take Elder Bai and Junwen away. Unexpectedly, the skeleton howled with its jaws bared. And he pounded the ground with his hand bones. In the end, he even started rolling on the ground, with bones scattered all over the floor. Fang Shi. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 11:20. Who will replace? Fang Shi looked at the bones scattered on the ground and thought, this skeleton elder is really lively. After much persuasion, she finally managed to put the skeleton back together. Senior, are you reluctant to let us go? The skeleton nods like a chick pecking at rice. Fang Shi sighed, Senior, it's not that we don't want to stay with you, but there are still many things waiting for us to do. I just told you that I will come to pick you up when the Forbidden Realm develops a formation to suppress the deadly aura on your behalf. Now that there are some clues, it probably won't take too long. Fang Shi was talking here, and the skeleton was dismantling its own parts over there. One moment the toe bone was broken, the next moment the fibula was lost. Fang Shi couldn't continue. She was afraid that if she continued speaking, there would only be a skull in front of her. She looked at the skeleton. What do you want? The skeleton's hand bones pointed at the wooden sword. Wooden sword, at #% and asterisk. You useless old skeleton. Don't you have a sword in your hand? You still covered me. Even if I die, I will never let you get me. When it was about to cry and tell Fang Shi, the skeleton's hand bones moved to the side and pointed at Junwen. Junwen, who was originally watching the fun, said. He jumped to the side in a flash. When you are out, you have to give yourself the direction. The skeleton's hand bones tilted again and pointed at Elder Bai. Elder Bai wanted to hide, but when he thought about his ranking, he stood still. Fang Shi couldn't let Junwen stay, nor could she give up her spiritual sword, so she could only keep him. Just when he was feeling discouraged, he never expected that the skeleton's hand bones would move back and finally point to Fang Shi. Fang Shi, Senior, although we two get along well, I have a heavy responsibility and I really can't stay here with you. In fact, she wanted to ask Skeleton to consider the overall situation, but she really couldn't say it. Senior Skeleton has risked his life to guard here for who knows how many years. What right does she have to ask him to put the overall situation first? It wouldn't be too much if the skeleton asked her to suppress the deadly aura on his behalf. But this time, Zhu Shihuan floated down from the Blood Demon Clan's token. He attacked the skeleton with a series of attacks. That's enough, stop whining all the time. Shashi and the others respect you, so they tolerate you again and again, but I don't have that much patience. Don't think that you are so great just because you suppress the deadly silence, as if you are the only hero in the world. I never talk about suppressing the dead silence, because no one forced me to do it, it was my own choice. If you don't want to continue suppressing them, just say so and stop making a scene here. While Zhu Shihuan was talking, the skeleton nodded vigorously and gave Zhu Shihuan a thumbs up. Blood-devouring world. Okay. The topic is over. He turned to look at Fang Shi. Shashi, find someone to replace him. Fang Shi. I shouldn't have expected anything from someone who almost caused such a disaster. She was a little embarrassed. Who should replace the skeleton? There are quite a few people in the Forbidden Realm, but who should we choose? If you are not careful, this bowl of water will spill. The wooden sword said to the small mirror secretly. Why are you still standing there like an idiot? Why don't you tell those old ghosts in the Forbidden Realm about the situation here? Maybe someone will volunteer. Although Xiao Jingzi thought that the wooden sword dog was catching a mouse, he had to admit that it was right. Rather than putting Fang Shi in a difficult position, it would be better to let someone from the Forbidden Realm step forward. So, it told the old ghosts in the Forbidden Area about the situation here. No one expected that as soon as Xiao Jingzi finished speaking, Wen Shan took the initiative to offer to replace the skeleton to guard the aura of death. Xiao Jingzi didn't care what he thought and quickly went to Fang Shi to take credit. Fang Shi then used the small mirror to teleport Wen Shan out. After Wen Shan came out, he bowed to Fang Shi politely. Greetings to Phoenix Ancestor. Before Fang Shi could do anything, the skeleton quickly came to Wen Shan, helped him up, and touched his head. Wen Shan, who had seen big scenes before, had a somewhat stiff expression on his face. He never thought in his life that he would be touched on the head by a skeleton. And it's the kind of feeling that elders have towards younger people. Fang Shi had no choice but to introduce Wen Shan. This is the senior who guards the aura of deathly silence. Wen Shan immediately saluted the skeleton again. The skeleton helped him up again. Fang Shi didn't beat around the bush and asked Wen Shan. Little Mirror said that you are willing to take senior skeleton's place to guard the aura of death. Wen Shan nodded. Fang Zhu, I have long wanted to help you solve your problems, but I can't help you in other areas. I am proficient in formations, so I am capable of staying here to guard the deadly aura. Of course, I did this out of selfish motives. I have been trapped in the forbidden world for so many years, and both my state of mind and cultivation have stagnated. It would be better to change the environment, perhaps there will be some benefit. Please allow me to do so. Ever since Wen Shan came out, Elder Bai, who had been pretending to be a little coward, secretly curled his lips. I never expected that Wen Shan, who always sticks to the rules, would actually become a flatterer. After saying so much, the ultimate goal is to ask Fang Zhu to take better care of him and give him more spiritual energy from heaven and earth so that he can regain his freedom sooner. However, it must be said that this old man is indeed smarter than other old ghosts in the forbidden world. He sees this excellent opportunity. Fang Shi could also guess Wen Shan's thoughts. She did not make a decision immediately but asked Lin Xiangchuan for his opinion. Lin Xiangchuan was flattered. Before in the Forbidden Realm, he was always bullied by the hypocritical ancestor Wen Shan, but he didn't expect that now he has the other party's fate in his hands. However, he did not lose his composure because of this. After thinking for a while, he said to Fang Shi, Ancestor Fang, that skeleton elder is not in good condition. Not to mention his mental state, his skeleton is not very strong either. If you leave him here, there will actually be a lot of variables. Ancestor Wen Shan has a calm personality and is proficient in formations. Even if there are unexpected situations, he can handle them. Besides, he won't have any bad intentions towards you in his current state, so I think you can keep him. Of course, these are just my humble opinions, and the final decision is up to you. Fang Shi asked Zhu Shihuan again, Grandpa, what do you think? Zhu Xuan said, let him replace the skeleton. Also, leave him a few puppets to facilitate his daily actions. Speaking of puppets, the best ones are naturally made with Taishuanyan's soul stone, but Fang Shi came out in a hurry, let alone puppets, there is not even a piece of ore. Fortunately, there were puppets made of other materials in her storage ring, so they could be used as a makeshift. So Fang Shi said to Wen Shan, since you are so sincere, I won't try to persuade you anymore. You will take over from Senior Skeleton to suppress the deadly aura here. But don't worry, I'll come pick you up once the new suppression formation is developed. As Fang Shi spoke, she picked out 3 puppets made of fine materials from her storage ring and gave them to Wen Shan. In addition to that, she also asked the small mirror to infuse some of the energy of heaven and earth into him. Wen Shan knew that this was just a deposit and there would be a large balance in the future. This deal is a guaranteed profit. Those idiots in the Forbidden Realm, go and regret it. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1121, Rebirth. Fang Shi said to the skeleton. Senior Skull, please teach the sword skills to Wen Shan. The skeleton pointed at Zhang Wen. Zhang Wen, okay. As long as he is not allowed to stay in this godforsaken place, I will let him do anything. Zhang Wen began to teach Wen Shan the sword skills conscientiously. Zhu Shihuan said to Fang Shi. I think the sword technique is not that important. The key is the time shuttle stone, or more precisely, the power of time. But at the moment we haven't figured out a perfect formation yet, so we can only use swordsmanship for now. When Fang Shi heard his words, an idea flashed in his mind. Grandpa, why can the power of time suppress the aura of death? Does this mean that the channel of dead silence is related to the power of time? By the way, I remember that when I was in the ancient battlefield, those people from the Tiank League gave off some dead air after they died. You said, could this deadly aura come from Tiank continent? Zhu Xuan said immediately, it is very likely. If this is the case, the Tiank League's occupation of the Juyu continent may not be as simple as an invasion. There must be other conspiracies involved. However, no matter how many conspiracies and tricks there are, they're not enough in front of us men. After all, we men are more insidious and cunning than them. Fang Shi nodded, you are right. We are the only ones who can dig holes for others. If others want to trap us, forget it. When the time comes, we will let them know what it means to be unscrupulous and what it means to be ruthless. Lin Xiangchuan, who watched the whole process, said. Let's just ask, can you two read more books and learn what are positive and negative words? Wen Shan quickly learned the skeleton's sword skills, but Fang Shi stayed for another day to be on the safe side. Seeing that Wen Shan was indeed capable of doing the job, he decided to leave. The skeleton patted Wen Shan on the shoulder. Although he didn't say anything, everyone understood what he meant, which was to give the important task of suppressing the deadly aura to Wen Shan. Wen Shan said solemnly, Senior, don't worry. I will definitely not let you down and do my best to suppress the deadly aura. The skeleton nodded, then produced a storage ring from somewhere, and then took out a puppet from it. This puppet is much better looking than the one Fang Shi gave to Wen Shan. He is an old man with white hair and a youthful face. Wen Shan felt warm in his heart. It seems that the skeleton elder felt that the 3 puppets given to him by Phoenix Ancestor were of average quality, so he gave him the best puppet. He was just about to say a few words of gratitude when he saw the skeleton tap the old man puppet's brow with his finger. The old man puppet went to the platform to meditate. Wen Shan, Fang Shi and others. What does this mean? The skeleton's jaw moved with a crackling sound, and its hand bones kept gesticulating. Others would not understand it, but Fang Shi had experience playing guessing games with pets, so after some guessing, she finally understood what the skeleton meant. The skeleton was inspired by blood-devouring Huan before, so he separated a part of his own spirit and injected it into the old man puppet. Originally, he was thinking of leaving his main body here to guard the aura of death, and letting the old man puppet follow Fang Shi out to wander around. But he didn't expect Wen Shan to take the initiative to stand up. Then he could let the old man puppet stay to assist Wen Shan, and his real body followed Fang Shi out to hang out. Fang Shi was silent. She was narrow-minded and she underestimated Senior Skeleton. When they first saw each other, the bones of Skeleton Elder were already scattered all over the ground, but his hand bones were still in the posture of tightly grasping the spread sword. After gaining consciousness, the first thing to do is to practice swordplay. How could such a righteous person abandon his duties just to go out with her? Just like Zhu Xuan, even though she could now find someone to replace him in suppressing the deathly aura of Lang Yinyuan, he had never made such a request. Fang Shi bowed respectfully to the skeleton. Senior, I have made many assumptions about you before. I was mistaken. I apologize to you. The skeleton stretched out his hand, probably wanting to stroke his beard, but unfortunately he ended up stroking nothing. He nodded, helped Fang Shi up with both hands, and then touched her head. Inside the Xiangyun hairpin, Jilei really wanted to fly out to give the old skeleton a surprise, but he held back. It is now a mature and steady thunderbolt, so it should do less childish things. Seeing that everything was arranged properly, Fang Shi gave Wen Shan some instructions and then took his people away. When Shanjian saw that everyone had disappeared, he looked at the old man puppet meditating on the platform and smiled bitterly. The clone of this skeleton elder, to put it nicely, is assisting him, but in reality, it is just supervising him. Even skeletons are playing tricks these days. But it didn't matter, he had no ulterior motives. He looked up at the tiny bit of sky above his head and couldn't help but smile. Anyway, he finally saw the sky outside. I believe that in the near future he will be able to see the outside world. Even without a physical body, it can be considered a rebirth. Sure enough, Sin Fang Shi gained eternal life. But this time, Fang Shi was worried. After walking for a distance, she realized that she seemed to be carrying a burden. Although the skeleton fell apart from time to time when it was in the cave, it seemed quite flexible. But after entering the tunnel, its bones seemed to become less obedient. One moment its arms fell off, then its legs broke, and after a while its head fell off. He simply jumped onto Jun Wen's back and asked him to carry him. Jun Wen couldn't refuse either. After all, the other party was an old senior and had also taught him swordsmanship. But the skeleton is quite heavy. He was so tired that he was panting and sweating. Mu Jian used his spiritual sense to say to Feng Shi, "Master, if it were me, you should just sign the contract with the old skeleton and put it into the spirit beast bag first." "Feng Shi, is what you said a human language? Senior skeleton is a human, not a spirit beast." Mu Jian said seriously, "Master, I am not speaking human language, I am speaking sword language." "Feng Shi, get out." At this time, Zhu Shihun snorted coldly, "I think that old guy is taking advantage of his age to tease people. It's just walking, it won't consume much spiritual energy. If you don't believe me, just let the fool throw him to the ground and leave him alone. I guarantee he will run faster than a rabbit." Feng Shi actually guessed some of it, but was too embarrassed to expose it. At this time, seeing Jun Wen staggering a little, he said, "Senior Skull, I see that you are not in good health. After we return to the Changsheng Sect, I will arrange a place for you to stay and you can rest there. Don't worry about other things, just take care of your health first." As soon as he finished speaking, the skeleton jumped off Jun Wen's back and ran to the front. Just as Zhu Xuan said, he runs faster than a rabbit. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1122 I am a person with a bottom line. Jun Wen looked at the skeleton that left an afterimage and felt like a fool. But it's hard to say anything, after all he is my senior. After Feng Shi and his companions got outside safely, Feng Shi discussed with Elder Bai and decided to go to Zizai Gate first and then to Shaya Sect. So, several people took a flying boat to the forbidden area of Zizaiman. In front of me is a sparkling lake. Apart from the fact that there is no grass on the shore, there is nothing special about it. Elder Bai said to Feng Shi, "Ancestor Feng, there is a ruined wall at the bottom of the lake, and the dead air is escaping from it. I tried several times to get in but failed." Quote. Feng Shi nodded, and when she was about to ask the skeleton if he could swim, the skeleton jumped into the water with a somersault and began to demonstrate various swimming styles. Feng Shi. After several people dived into the water, they soon saw the ruins that Elder Bai had mentioned. The area of the ruins is quite large, and you can't see the end of it at a glance. There were barriers all around, and although they failed to block the aura of death, they did block Feng Shi and the others outside, preventing them from getting in at all. Feng Shi looked at the skeleton that was performing the dog paddle and said, "Senior, do you have a way to get in?" The skeleton pointed at the wooden sword in Feng Shi's hand with his hand bones. Mu Jian was suddenly delighted. "It seems that my previous guess was correct. The old skeleton must know my origins and knows that I am the best weapon in the world. That's why my master asked me to break the barrier of these broken walls." Then, it saw the skeleton bend its two hand bones and gesture towards Feng Shi twice. Feng Zai's heart moved. "You want me to kneel down with convulsions?" The skeleton gave Feng Shi a thumbs up. Zhu Shihuan said to Feng Shi, "This old skeleton thinks the same thing as I do. The aura of death and silence is probably related to the power of time. Since the aura of death and silence can dissipate, the power of time should be able to break this barrier." Feng Shi thought to himself, "I don't know whether you really thought of it or it's just hindsight." Feng Shi asked several people to step back for a distance, and then performed the convulsion kneeling technique. The 13 strokes approached the barrier like a cricket pupa, and then crawled in. When Feng Shi saw that there was a way, he quickly released a few more convulsion kneeling moves. Finally, a crack appeared in the barrier. Elder Bai went in first. Jun Wen took out a rope and tied his arms and Feng Zai's arms together. Seeing this, the skeleton got a rope from somewhere and tied his hips around Feng Shi's waist. Feng Shi. With a speechless look on her face, she took her two followers into the barrier. Elder Bai saw the appearance of the three people. Feng Shi asked Jun Wen and the skeleton to untie the ropes, looked around Zizhu, and soon discovered that the aura of death was escaping from the southwest. She activated a time shuttle stone and asked Jun Wen and Elder Bai to take the beast core before continuing to move forward. Unexpectedly, the skeleton stopped her, then stretched out his hand bones with his palm facing up. Feng Shi. It's not that she treated them differently, but the skeletons were unable to take the beast cores, so she didn't give them any. Now that the skeleton asked for it, she had no choice but to give him a white beast core as well. The skeleton extended 3 hand bones. Feng Shi. She had no choice but to give the skeleton 2 more white animal cores. The skeleton then continued to jump forward happily. Feng Zai's consciousness resounded with the voice of Xi Xuan. "This old skeleton is really shameless. My dear granddaughter, you can't indulge him. Find a way to cheat all the good things in his storage ring." Feng Shi. "Grandpa, I have a bottom line." Zhu Shihuan snorted coldly. "You decide how high your bottom line is. When you need it, it's higher than the sky, and when you don't need it, it can send you to the 18th level of hell." Feng Shi. Zhu Xuan added, "Also, I don't think he is a law-abiding person. The key is that he is different from other spirit pets. You can't put him into the spirit beast bag. Do you have to carry a skeleton with you wherever you go in the future? We just came here on a flying boat. What if we were flying a sword? Think about it, wouldn't it be too eye-catching for others to see a skeleton flying in the sky? So you can't be too nice to him, lest he become dependent on you." Just as Feng Shi was imagining how beautiful the scene of the skeleton flying the sword would be, Elder Bai said in surprise, "Ancestor Feng, look." Feng Shi looked in the direction of Elder Bai's finger and actually saw a broken plaque. Although it is incomplete, we can still tell that the words, "Scripture Library," were originally written on it. Jun Wen asked in confusion, "The Sutra Library, could it be that this place was originally a Zen temple?" After hearing Zhang Wen's words, Elder Bai and Fang Shi indeed found some clues on the other ruins, such as some decorative patterns used in temples, and even a few broken cushions. Fang Shi asked Elder Bai curiously, "Do we have Zen practice in the Nine Nether Continent?" Elder Bai shook his head. "I have never heard of it. Even if there is, it should be some insignificant small sect." Fang Shi asked Zhu Xuan and Lin Xiangchuan again, and they both said they had never heard of it. At this moment, the skeleton raised his little finger to Elder Bai. "Elder Bai." Fang's eyes lit up, and he asked Skull, "Senior, do you mean that there was a Zen sect at your time, and it was a powerful sect?" The skeleton ignored her and stared at the ruins, wondering what he was thinking. Fang Shi has gotten used to it. The skeleton's intelligence is just like fifth senior brother's IQ, fluctuating. Fang Shi guessed that the ruins were most likely from the same time as the skeleton. At this time, the sound of wooden fish was heard from afar. Almost in an instant, the scene before Fang Shi and the others changed drastically. At this time, they were at the foot of a towering mountain, with a dilapidated mountain gate in front of them. There are 3 big words written on it, Ku Zen Sect. It can be seen that these 3 words should have been golden originally, but they have faded due to wind and rain. When Fang Shi was looking at the 3 words, the mountain gate opened and a monk in tattered clothes walked out. The monk said solemnly, "Dear donors, hello. Our sect does not accept outsiders, please go back." After saying this, the monk flicked his sleeves, and Fang Shi and the others involuntarily took a few steps back. Elder Bai was shocked. This monk had such a high level of cultivation. This is just a gatekeeper monk, one can imagine the level of cultivation of the monks inside. Now that they have been turned away, forcing their way in is definitely not going to work. How can they get in? At this time, Fang Shi put his hands together and said, "Amitabha, Master, your robes and shoes are all open to welcome guests, why do you have to keep us thousands of miles away?" The monk silently looked down at his monk's robe which had several tears in it, and his monk's shoes which had several holes in them. After a while, "Donors, please." Next chapter around 10 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 11:23. We are from the Eastern Tang dynasty. Elder Bai thought to himself, this Fang Zhu is really good at talking nonsense. Just because a monk's robe has a few tears and his shoes have a few holes, does that mean he should open his robes and choose to welcome guests? Aren't you pushing it too far? But the monk actually fell for it, it's really weird. At this time, Zhu Xuan was also asking Fang Shi the same question. "Xiao Shi, what you said is too far-fetched. Why did this monk agree to let you enter the mountain gate?" Fang Shi immediately said, "Grandpa, you said this illusion appeared for no reason. Didn't they just want us to get in? So I just gave them a ladder and they took it. What if we really turn around and leave? Wouldn't their work be in vain? Besides, what I typed is called Zen words, which are Zen ideas. You have killed too many people, so it is normal that you cannot feel it. Blood-devouring world. You little bastard. It must be revenge for what I just said about your bottom line being able to be high or low." Fang Shi joked with Zhu Xuan while following the monk into the mountain gate. Just after passing the mountain gate, Fang Shi saw a building on each side of the east and west. East Bell Tower, West Drum Tower. Morning bells and evening drums. When Fang Shi saw the bell and the drum, he immediately felt that the former Xuanshan sect was considered a wealthy family. The big bell on the bell tower is covered in rust, and there are gaps all over the edges, almost becoming jagged. The drum skin was covered with patches, and I don't know how many times it had been patched. But I have to say that the bell and drum are big enough, otherwise Fang Shi wouldn't be able to see them so clearly. Fang Shi thought to himself, this Bitter Zen sect really lives up to its name, it really practices Bitter Zen. When Fang Shi was about to continue following the monk stopped. "My dear donors, I forgot to ask you just now, where are you from?" Fang Shi immediately put his hands together and said, "Amitabha, we are from the Tang dynasty in the east." Elder Bai and Zhang Wen. The monk nodded and said, "So you are the donors from the Eastern Tang dynasty. Are you here to worship Buddha or to seek the true scriptures?" Fang Shi said with a pious look, "We are here to beg for alms." Monk, "Then please follow me to the dining hall." The monk led Fang Shi and the others around the Heavenly King Hall and the Great Hall, and then around the West Hall, the Zen Room, the Dean's Courtyard, and the Abbot's Courtyard. Fang Shi also realized along the way that although the Kuchen sect was poor, it had all the necessary pomp and circumstance. At least the various courtyards were fully equipped. Fang Shi asked, "I forgot to ask, what is the master's Dharma name?" The humble monk stops at the dust. It turned out to be Master Zhichen. "The body is like a body tree, the mind is like a bright mirror, always wipe it diligently, do not let it be covered with dust, the master's Buddhist teachings are profound, even the Dharma name contains hidden Zen, we admire it." Monk Zhichen. "I heard that when my master named me, he just happened to see a feather duster and casually gave me this Dharma name. How come it sounds so profound when it comes to you?" This female donor was able to come up with Zen ideas off the cuff. She is indeed someone who has a connection with Buddha. As they were talking, they arrived at the dining hall. The dining hall was deserted and empty. Zhichen then remembered that it was not yet time for lunch, so he said to Fang Shi and the others, "Dear donors, there is still an hour before lunchtime. Why don't you come to the meditation room first? I will have someone prepare some tea and snacks to fill your stomach for the time being." Fang Shi nodded in agreement. Zhichen was a little puzzled. Among these people, this female donor was the youngest, so why did she seem to be the one who had the final say? Zhichen led a few people into a meditation room. Although the tables and chairs were in tatters, the room was still very clean. "Please take a seat, benefactors. I don't know what your names are." Fang Shi said with a smile, "My name is Fang Shi." Zhang Wen. Bai Lichen. Zhichen looked at the silent skeleton and asked, "What is the name of this Nirvana cultivator?" Fang Shi. 3 people. They thought Ji Chen was talking about the evil cultivator. I thought, why is this monk cursing for no reason? The skull's empty eye sockets glanced at Zhichen and said nothing. Of course, he couldn't say anything even if he wanted to. Fang Shi immediately said, Master Zhichen, my senior is temporarily unable to speak. What do you mean by evil cultivator? Zhichen wondered, isn't he cultivating the path to Nirvana? Fang Shi was even more confused now. What does Nirvana mean? Just when Fang Shi was about to hint at the problem, two young monks came in, one holding a teapot and teacups, and the other holding 2 plates of snacks. Although the teapot, teacups and plates were all chipped, the aroma of tea was still wafting and the pastries were emitting a sweet fragrance. Zhichen poured tea for the group and said with a smile, donors, please. Fang Shi thanked him and took a sip from the teacup. It tastes slightly bitter at first, but the sweet aftertaste is long-lasting. Great tea. She ate another dessert, which was not amazing but delicious. Zhang Wenyi stared at Fang Shi, and when he saw that she had no reaction after she finished eating, he also started eating and drinking. Elder Bai didn't move. Firstly, I'm not hungry, and secondly, if there's something wrong with the snacks, I'll have to leave some room for recovery. You can't just count on a skeleton to play with its bones. That's right, the skeleton is removing bones. After dismantling it, he placed it on the ground and pointed at it with his fingers. It was obvious that he was counting. Elder Bai thought, what's the matter, do you have to count your own bones to see if they're missing? Fang Shi observed Zhichen's reaction calmly, and seeing that he didn't look strange, he thought, it seems that in their time there are quite a few Nirvana practitioners, that is, people who practice the path to Nirvana. At this moment, she suddenly remembered that the several places of deathly silence she had encountered before seemed to be guarded by skeletons. Could it be that they are all Nirvana? Thinking of this, she asked Zhu Shihuan, Grandpa, was the deadly aura in Lang Yin Yuan also originally suppressed by the skeletons? Blood-devouring Huan said immediately. No, there was only one formation plate at that time. Your grandfather is a genius. I created a sword technique entirely by myself to suppress the deadly aura. Don't worry about Nirvana or evil beasts for now, just take it one step at a time, maybe Zhichen is deceiving you. Fang Shi thought about it and it made sense. The appearance of Ku Chanzong was very strange, so Zhichen's words could not be fully believed. Fang Shi smiled and said to Zhichen, Master Zhichen, you just said that my senior is practicing the path of Nirvana, can you tell me more about it? Zhichen was wondering, don't these people even know the path to Nirvana? Yes, they came from the Tang dynasty in the east, which must be very far away from here, so it is normal that they don't know the path to Nirvana. Then, he said, the Nirvana path was created to imitate the phoenix's Nirvana and rebirth. When a person who practices the Nirvana path reaches a certain level, all the blood and flesh on his body will be transformed into spiritual energy and flow into the bones, and the original mortal bones will then become spiritual bones. If the spiritual bones are further cultivated from the 1st grade spiritual bones to the 9th grade spiritual bones, flesh and blood will grow again, and the path to Nirvana will be achieved. However, as far as I know, no one has yet achieved Nirvana. Fang Shi raised his eyebrows, then what grade is the spirit bone of this senior of mine? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog, chapter 1124 Skinny Beauty. When Zhichen heard Fang Shi's words, he immediately said, I don't know much about the path to Nirvana, and my cultivation is limited, so I can't tell what grade of spiritual bone this donor has. However, since this donor did not have any hindrance to himself after disassembling the spirit bones, he should be at least of the 6th rank. The skeleton who was counting bones immediately gave Zhichen a thumbs up. Unexpectedly, Zhichen changed the subject, however, it is rumored that when the spirit bone is cultivated to the 3rd level or above, it will have a bright and lustrous light. The spirit bone of this donor is dull and lifeless, so it must not be more than the 3rd level. The skeleton silently turned the thumb that was raised up to point downward. After seeing this, Zhichen put his hands together and said, Amitabha, I am a humble monk with limited knowledge. If I have offended you, please forgive me. The skeleton glared at him with its empty eyes and continued counting bones. Fang Shi thought that it was probably because senior skeleton had been guarding the aura of death for many years that his spirit bones had lost their lustrous glow. However, there is no need to tell Zhichen these. At least, there is no need for this for now. While Fang Shi was thinking about all this, Zhu Shihuan's excited and boastful voice rang out in his consciousness. Shaoxi, didn't Chai Lao tell you about how I suppressed the aura of death? In a moment of desperation, I came up with a good idea to use the dead air to conceal the truth, that is, to create the illusion of burning vitality. The old skeleton's Nirvana path of transforming the flesh into spirit bones is rebirth after death, and the burning vitality I pretended to be is essentially rebirth after death. The two have the same purpose. What a genius I am. Do not. Genius is not enough to describe my wisdom. I am a genius. That's not right, I am a talented person. Even worse, what am I good for? Fang Shi, you are a genius. Blood-devouring world. Don't worry about what kind of talent it is, just tell me if I'm smart or not, right? Fang Shi said sincerely, Grandpa, you are not only smart but also very smart, a very smart one. Blood-devouring world. Why do I feel like something is wrong? However, he couldn't care about these things now, and said to Fang Shi, Shaoxi, my original body is now a skeleton. I must have accidentally entered Nirvana. You should quickly ask this little monk for a set of Nirvana cultivation methods. Maybe my original body will be able to cultivate to the 9th level soon. By then, I will be the first person to achieve Nirvana. Fang Shi. Not to mention anything else, when it comes to self-confidence, my cheap grandpa dares to claim 2nd place, and no one dares to claim 1st place. You just learned about the path to Nirvana today, and you think you can become the first person to reach Nirvana. Grandpa, we are new here after all, so it is not convenient for us to make too many requests for the time being. It will not be too late to ask for more after I get to know you better. Besides, since Senior Skull is a Nirvana practitioner, he must know the Nirvana path. When he is conscious, I will ask him. Zhu Shihuan's real body was far away in the forbidden area of Lang Yin Yuan, so he was not that anxious. Besides, he was still immersed in his own intelligence and talent, so he didn't say anything. Seeing that Zhichen was well informed, Fang Shi thought of his own golden elixir that had run away from home, and asked with a smile. Master Zhichen, what do you think of my cultivation level? Zhichen clasped his hands together and said, Amitabha, Mr. Feng has not yet succeeded in breaking the elixir and becoming an infant. His cultivation is roughly equivalent to the early stage of the nascent soul. When Fangxi saw that Zhichen said the same thing as Duanmo Weizhang, she thought that Zhichen was indeed quite capable. The key point is that Zhichen is just a monk who receives guests. She couldn't even imagine how profound the cultivation levels of the abbot and elders of the Ku-chan sect were. At this time, Zhichen said, Dona Feng, I am not well informed. I have never heard of the Great Tang of the East before, nor have I read any relevant records in the classics. Could you introduce it to me? I might as well write it down for everyone in the sect to read. Zhichen said this and took out the jade sip. Fangxi put his hands together and said, the Great Tang of the East is a blessed land in our hearts. The details of it, as Buddha said, cannot be explained. Zhichen immediately showed admiration on his face. Every word the donor says is full of Zen wisdom. It is true that you have a connection with Buddha. I admire you. Jun Wen on the side almost laughed out loud. What Zen clue? Junior sister is just too lazy to make up lies to deceive you. As we were talking, it was time for lunch. Zhichen accompanied Fangxi, 3 others and the skeleton to the dining hall again. At this time, many monks were already sitting in the dining hall, all with their hands folded and chanting scriptures. Zhichen took Fangxi and the others to find an empty seat and motioned for them to sit down. Immediately afterwards, Zhichen also began to put his hands together and chant scriptures. Fangxi didn't want to recite the scriptures and didn't know how to recite them, so she just stared at the empty bowl in front of her and silently said, I'm hoeing the field at noon, my sweat is dripping, but who knows that every grain of rice on the plate is the result of hard work. Anyway, every meal is hard to come by, so this is the truth for her. At this time, a monk from the dining hall came over with a large wooden barrel and added rice and vegetables to everyone's bowls one by one. A spoonful of rice and a spoonful of watery vegetable soup. The monks began to eat immediately. No one spoke and it was very quiet. Fangxi ate slowly and leisurely. Jun Wen saw that his junior sister was not poisoned to death, so he also picked up his chopsticks and started eating. Elder Bai hesitated for a long time and ate it. He finally figured it out. Ji Chen alone was enough to take care of all of them, so there was no need for him to poison the food. Besides, Fang Zhu is smarter than a monkey. If she dares to eat it, why shouldn't he dare? The skeleton looked at the food in the bowl, then looked at his own ribs, as if there was no difference between eating or not eating, as they both looked skinny and beautiful anyway. So should I eat it or not? The key is how to eat it. There seems to be no difference between putting it inside the jawbone and putting it on the ground. While he was hesitating, Fangxi handed his bowl to Zhichen. Zhichen didn't say anything and started eating quietly. It's not easy. After all these years, I finally eat half full. Dona Feng is truly a kind-hearted bodhisattva. Next chapter around 10 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 11:25 Morning bells and evening drums. Fangxi originally thought there would be 2 more refills of rice, because generally speaking vegetarian meals would be refilled 3 times. The result is not. When I think about the fact that these monks do not eat after noon, I sigh from the bottom of my heart that the life of Zen Buddhism is really hard. Now she finally understood why Zhichen looked at her with such a friendly look after she handed the skull's bowl to him. After everyone finished their meal, the monks put their hands together and chanted again, and Fangxi once again recited, Song of Pity the Peasants, silently in his heart. After the chanting was finished, the monks lined up and left the dining hall. After all the monks had left, Zhichen took Fangxi and the others out of the dining hall. My fellow donors, you must be very tired from the journey. Why don't you go to the meditation room and rest first? I will accompany you to meet the elder of my sect's temple tomorrow morning. Fangxi nodded in thanks. Zhichen originally wanted to arrange 2 meditation rooms for Fangxi and the others, but Fangxi politely declined and only asked for 1. Zhichen looked at Fangxi with a more friendly look. This donor Feng must be trying to save money for their Ku-chan sect. He is indeed a kind-hearted person. In fact, Fangxi just felt that the situation was unclear, and it would be helpful for the 3 of them and the skeleton to live together and have someone to look after them. Zhichen said some polite words again and told them that if they had any questions, they should bring the wooden fish in the meditation room and a young monk would come in to answer them. After Zhichen left, Jun Wen asked Fangxi, Junior sister, we have already finished our meal, why did he let us stay here overnight? And why did he allow us to meet the abbot? Fangxi, 5th senior brother, Master Zhichen and I were talking about begging for alms, not vegetarian food. He certainly won't send us away with just a vegetarian meal. Jun Wen. While Fangxi and Jun Wen were talking, the skeleton jumped into the inner room of the Zen room and crushed the only wooden bed. Fangxi saw that one of the bed legs was broken. When she was about to take out a piece of wood from the storage ring, the skeleton took off his calf bone and put it on the broken bed leg. Then, she lay down on the bed happily and crossed her legs. It's incredible that he can perform such difficult movements even though he's missing a part of his tibia. Fangxi 3 people. Fang's eyes consciousness resounded with the voice of Xe Shawan. This old skeleton is really disrespectful. If you don't teach him a lesson, I think he will go to heaven sooner or later. Fangxi said slowly, Grandpa, I wanted to take advantage of his good mood to ask him about Nirvana. Since you think we can't spoil him, I will kick him out of bed now. Shaoxi, that's wrong. This old skeleton is a senior after all. Do you youngsters have the nerve to fight with him for his bed? Besides, look at him, he is so thin that only bones are left. It would be very uncomfortable for him to sleep on the ground. Respecting the old and loving the young, caring for the weak and pitying the poor are the virtues of our Laozu family, you can't lose them. Fangxi, haha. You also said that my moral bottom line can be adjusted at any time, what do you think of that? Fangxi was too lazy to complain about blood devouring. She asked the skull with a smile, Senior, are you really cultivating the path to Nirvana? The skeleton crossed his legs and gave Fangxi a thumbs up. Senior, do you have any Nirvana skills in your storage ring? I want my grandfather to practice this as well. The skeleton looked at Fangxi with its empty eye sockets, then put down its crossed legs, turned over, and turned its head towards the wall, and then there was no movement. Fangxi, do you understand or not? Or is your IQ off again and you didn't understand what I said? Zhu Xuan snorted coldly. Shaoxi, I think he is just trying to get rid of Kiao. Instead of asking him, you might as well ask the little monk Shichen. Fangxi didn't want to force the skeleton, so she didn't ask any more questions. She saw 2 cushions on the ground, so she took one and sat cross-legged on it to meditate. Zhang Wen and Elder Bai were meditating and practicing in the outer room. In the evening, the sound of drums was heard outside, followed by the sound of bells. The morning bells and evening drums in the temples are different from those in the secular world. Both bells and drums are rung in the morning and evening, but in a different order. In the morning, the bell is rung first and then the drum. In the evening, the drum is rung first and then the bell. Fangxi thought, even though the bell and drum look very broken, their sounds are actually ancient and powerful. In fact, Fangxi really wanted to go out for a stroll, but this was the Kuchen sect after all, so she couldn't be too rash. Soon, it got dark. Elder Bai was a little nervous, feeling that something was going to happen. Zhang Wen comforted him, don't worry, everything will be fine with junior sister here. Upon hearing this, Elder Bai silently repeated it in his heart several times. Believe in Fangxi and you will have eternal life. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 11:26. When you're not talking about serious matters, you're always so lively. After Elder Bai silently repeated several times that Sin Fangxi would gain eternal life, he felt much more at ease. Even so, he remained vigilant. In the middle of the night, there was a knock on the door. Elder Bai was startled. Who? Before he could make any move, the door opened. An old monk walked in from outside. The monk's robe is patched up with patches and the fabrics are of different shapes, just like a patchwork quilt. There was a murderous look between the old monk's brows, and he glared at Elder Bai and Zhang Wen. What is your Dharma name? Elder Bai and Zhang Wen were both confused. Dharma name? No, can't you see that we are secular people? When they were at a loss, Fangxi came out from the inner room, smiling. My name is Zhicheng. The old monk immediately looked at Fangxi. Why stop being poor? Fangxi put his hands together and said, although my bitter Zen sect is called bitter, it actually means that after suffering, happiness will come. After experiencing enough suffering in the world, the Buddhas will appear. Poverty and hardship go hand in hand. If you want to overcome hardship and gain happiness, you must first stop being poor. That is why I am called Zhicheng. The old monk looked confused and pondered for a long time before asking, can you tell me in detail? Fangxi clasped his hands together. Amitabha, Zen requires personal understanding, so don't talk too much about it. The evil spirit between the old monk's eyebrows obviously dissipated a lot, and he put his hands together. Amitabha, good, good. After saying that, he turned and left the Zen room. When Elder Bai arrived at the door, he saw that the old monk was gone. To be honest, Elder Bai had seen many storms, but at this moment, he felt a little scared. He closed the door and asked in a low voice, Fang Zhu, what's going on with that old monk? Why do I feel like he's not normal? Could he be a ghost? Fangxi was somewhat speechless. Li Chen, aren't all the people here ghosts except us? Elder Bai. He was also frightened and confused. But that old monk was definitely not normal. Apart from anything else, Fang Zhu was a little girl and she called herself a little monk, but the old monk didn't even raise any objection. This Zen sect is becoming more and more weird. At this time, the skeleton jumped out on one leg, gave Fangxi a thumbs up, and made a face as if he was laughing out loud. Fangxi. When you're not talking about serious matters, you're always so lively. In his spiritual consciousness, Zhu Shihuan said. Shaoxi, where do you think that old monk came from? I see his monk's robes are different from Zhichen's. He should be an elder or something like that. Maybe he is an old monk who has gone astray while studying Buddhist scriptures. Fangxi yawned. No matter where he came from, we will know sooner or later. Let's go to sleep first and talk about it tomorrow. After saying that, she lay down on the couch and fell asleep. As for the couch, of course she brought it herself. It would be bad to compete with the old skeleton for the wooden bed. Elder Bai stared with eyes wide open until dawn, but fortunately, nothing happened in the second half of the night. Half an hour after the morning bell rang, Zhichen took Fangxi and the others to the dining hall for breakfast. For breakfast, each person had a steamed bun and a bowl of porridge. How clear is this porridge? Let's put it this way, the skeleton is holding the porridge bowl as a mirror. Fangxi still gave the skeleton's food to Zhichen. At this moment, in Zhichen's eyes, Fangxi was about to be illuminated by the Buddha's light. After dinner, Zhichen brought Fangxi and others to meet the abbot, Elder Guquan. Elder Guquan has a serious face and looks difficult to deal with. It is a blessing for our Ku-chan sect that several donors have come to our Ku-chan sect to beg for alms. Unfortunately, I am a poor Zen Buddhist and cannot even provide for myself. I am afraid that I will disappoint you, my donors. Fangxi put his hands together and said, Amitabha, Master, you are too modest. I have seen that the monks of the Ku-zen sect have 2 meals every day on time. The monks have all the necessary clothes and shoes. It is obvious that they are from a wealthy family. Elder Guquan. No, do you in the Eastern Tang have such low standards for quality of life? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 11:27. They really gave too much. Elder Guquan did not continue the topic of whether the family was poor or wealthy, because he was afraid that if he continued the conversation, the suffering of their Zen Buddhism would make them run away from home. He said calmly, Donor Fang is indeed quite intelligent and has unique insights. What is the purpose of your visit to our Kuchen sect? Fangxi silently stretched out his right hand, palm facing up. Master, you have profound Buddhist knowledge, and you will surely understand our intentions. Zhang Wen, who was standing aside, was secretly happy. It was obvious that the junior sister wanted money. He likes his junior sister's unpretentious personality. Elder Guquan was silent for a moment and nodded. Although I, a Buddhist disciple, do not read palms, but since you have come from afar, I can make an exception and read your palms. Feng Shi. This old monk is more ridiculous than me. But my hand had already been extended, and it was difficult to take it back, so I could only listen to what the old monk had to say. Elder Gu Quan stared at Feng's eyes palm for a moment, then put his hands together and said, Amitabha, Mr. Feng will have a bloody disaster within half a month. If you want to avert it, you need to offer incense money. Feng Shi. You are a high-ranking monk after all, how dare you act like a charlatan here? She curled her lips, then took out a silver needle and pricked her fingertip, and a drop of blood instantly oozed out. Then he tilted his head and said to Elder Gu Quan with a smile, The bloody disaster has been resolved, so you don't need to worry about it. Elder Gu Quan. Before he could think of a good way to speak, Feng Shi sighed. Master, let me be frank. Our cultivation has been stagnant, especially Senior Skeleton, who has not made any progress for many years. I heard that your Sect Sutra repository has a rich collection of books, so I wanted to go in and read the relevant books, perhaps they can answer my questions. We know this request is quite presumptuous, but we are really desperate, so please have mercy on us. Elder Gu Quan frowned and said, Amitabha, I understand the feelings of the donors, but the Sutra library is an important place of our sect, and outsiders are not allowed to enter without permission. I'm sorry that I can't do anything. He thought that after hearing what he said, Feng Shi would definitely give up. As a result, he heard Feng Shi say, I'll donate the incense money. Elder Gu Quan, this is not a matter of donating incense money or not. 100 million. Amitabha, my Buddha said that all living beings are equal. Although the Sutra library is an important place for our Kuchan sect, it should also help all living beings. I will let Jichin accompany all the donors to the Sutra library. Elder Bai. Old monk, please be more reserved. Just as he was thinking about it, he heard Feng Shi say, Li Chen, give me the money. Elder Bai. Although he was reluctant in his heart, he had no choice but to give Elder Gu Quan 100 million spirit stones. Elder Gu Quan's originally serious face suddenly became as bright as a spring breeze overnight. It seems that what Benefactor Feng said was right. Their Kuchan sect is now well off. He looked at Feng Shi with a smile and was stunned. A red mole suddenly appeared between Feng Shi's eyebrows, as if a bodhisattva was in the world. Thinking about the 100 million spirit stones he had just obtained, he felt that the girl in front of him looked more dignified. However, he soon realized that the thing between Feng Shi's eyebrows was not a red mole, but blood. Feng Shi had just pricked her fingertip with a silver needle, and probably when she was tidying up her hair with her hands, she accidentally rubbed the blood onto her brows. Elder Gu Quan silently recited a few words of sin in his heart, then called Ji Chen over and asked him to accompany Feng Shi and others to the Sutra library. Ji Chen was surprised. The Sutra repository was an important place in the sect. How could Elder Gu Quan allow these donors to enter? Elder Gu Quan of course guessed what Ji Chen was thinking, and thought, what do you know? It's not that I don't follow the sect rules, it's just that they gave too much. Although the essence of Zen Buddhism is ascetic practice, it also costs money. Otherwise, where did the porridge that can be used as a mirror come from? Where did the monk's robe with patches on top of patches come from? Where did the monk's shoes that can smile come from? You don't know how expensive firewood and rice are until you manage the household. Although Jichin was shocked, he didn't dare to say anything. He immediately took Feng Shi and the others to the Sutra library. On the way, Jichin said, My fellow donors, the Sutra library is an important place in our sect, and the rules are very strict. I will introduce it to you now to avoid unnecessary misunderstandings. First, no noise is allowed in the Sutra library, and try not to talk unless necessary. Second, the books in the Sutra repository are hard to come by, so you need to be careful when reading them and not to damage them. Third, the Sutra library has 9 floors, 8 above ground and 1 underground. Unless the abbot gives permission, no one is allowed to enter the underground floor without permission. Please keep this in mind. Feng Shi said with a smile, Master Jichin, don't worry, we are all rule-abiding people and will definitely not mess around. Jichin now had a filter for Feng Shi that he was giving vegetarian meals to, and he immediately believed it. After a while, several people arrived outside the Sutra library, but were stopped outside. Jichin tried to persuade the old monk who was guarding the gate for a long time and even took out Elder Gu Quan's certificate, but the old monk just refused to give in. Go back and tell Gu Quan that I would rather die here than let outsiders step into the Sutra library. Feng Shi thought, does every sect send a strong and stubborn person to guard places like the Sutra repository and the book repository? Jichin called Feng Shi and the others aside and said with a bitter face. This Elder Yuan Sheng is Elder Gu Quan's uncle. If he doesn't let go, you may not be able to enter. Elder Bai, it's all over, 100 million spirit stones are just wasted. Feng Shi looked calm and said to Jichin, I will talk to Elder Yuan Sheng. If we can't make it work, we will go back to the meditation room and discuss it later. Jichin felt that there was no need to chat or not, after all, Elder Yuan Sheng was known to be stubborn. Once he makes a decision, 10 oxen, or even 10 dragons, can't pull him back. Feng Shi walked up to Elder Yuan Sheng and said with a smile. Elder Yuan Sheng, we are all lay disciples of the Kuchan sect. My Dharma name is Jichung, and the Dharma names of the other 3 are Jipan, Jiku, and Jinin. We are all inner disciples. Elder Yuan Sheng. Putting aside other things, is this how my wife uses it? Next chapter around 10:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 11:28 Gu Quan, you evil creature. Elder Yuan Sheng continued to chant scriptures while beating the wooden fish in his hand, and ignored Feng Shi at all. If the mind does not move, the person will not act rashly. Feng Shi said leisurely, aren't you curious about why Elder Gu Quan allowed us to enter the Sutra library? Elder Yuan Sheng still ignored Feng Shi, and the rhythm of beating the wooden fish did not change at all. He took 100 million spirit stones from me. Elder Yuan Sheng paused in beating the wooden fish, then continued beating. Amitabha, Gu Quan committed greed, which is truly a sin. I will ask him to return the spiritual stone to the donor, please go back. Fang Shi took a look and realized that this person was different from Elder Gu Quan and did not love money. It seems that her ability to make money is of no use to him. Fang Shi turned around and asked Zhichen, who had a dazed look on his face. Does your Ku-chan sect accept female disciples? Can I become a monk and join the sect now? Zhichen was shocked by the 100 million just now, and now he was even more stunned by Fang Shi's words. Dona Feng, no. We in the Ku-chan sect have always only accepted men and never female disciples. Fang Shi nodded and said to Jun Wen and Elder Bai. You two should become monks. Once you join the Ku-chan sect, you are no longer outsiders. Elder Bai. No, I have invested 100 million spirit stones, and now I have to become a monk. Or we have to talk about Jun Wen. As soon as Fang Shi finished speaking, he asked Shi Chen. Master Zhichen, where can I get ordained? Take me there quickly, I can't wait to become a monk. Before Zhichen could speak, Elder Yuansheng said, it will be more than 10 years before I accept my next disciple. Even if you become ordained now, you will not be able to join my Ku-chan sect. Fang Shi curled her lips and said, Elder Gu Quan received 100 million incense money from me, so I think he will be willing to make an exception. Elder Yuansheng fell silent. Based on his understanding of his greedy nephew, he would indeed make an exception. Fang Shi looked at him and said calmly, Elder Yuansheng, I believe you also know that Elder Gu Quan will definitely make this convenient for me. By then, the two of them will be members of the Ku-chan sect and will naturally be able to enter the sutra library. After all this trouble, the result is still the same. Do you think it is necessary? Excuse me, but you are too obsessed with appearances. Buddha said, all beings are equal, where does the idea of outsiders and insiders come from? This sutra repository was built through donations, but now you are refusing to let us in. Aren't you afraid of bearing the consequences? Not to mention that we donated 100 million in incense money, even if we just chanted the Buddha's name twice, we can enter this sutra library. Elder Yuansheng's speed in striking the wooden fish increased significantly. The rhythm is also a bit messed up. It can be seen that there was a ripple in his heart. Fang Shi continued. Do you know why I donated 100 million in incense money? It's not because I want Elder Gu Quan to give in, but because the Buddha said that the sutras are not easily passed on and the Dharma cannot be obtained in vain. Donating incense money shows our sincerity. The Buddha has acknowledged that as long as one is sincere, one can seek the true scriptures. What right do you have to stop us from entering the sutra library? To put it mildly, you have not understood the Buddhist scriptures, and to put it more seriously, you are disrespectful to the Buddha. Elder Yuansheng knocked the wooden fish even faster. Jun Wen was even a little worried that he might break the wooden fish. Fang Shi's tone softened. Of course, I also know that your original intention was to protect the Ku-chan sect, but you were too obsessed with appearances. With your attainments in Buddhism, you should have achieved enlightenment by now. We will go in first, and I will discuss Buddhism with you sometime later. After Fang Shi finished speaking, he walked inside. Zhichen's heart was in his throat, fearing that Elder Yuansheng would take action. The result was beyond his expectation. Elder Yuansheng was still beating the wooden fish, but he had his eyes closed. Zhichen. Are you planning to turn a blind eye to it? When he was feeling very nervous, Jun Wen and Elder Bai hurried into the sutra library, and the skeleton also jumped in. Upon seeing this, Zhichen quickly clasped his hands together and saluted to Elder Yuansheng, then hurried in. After they all went in, Elder Yuansheng said while beating the wooden fish. Gu Quan, you evil creature. You bastard. If you hadn't been greedy, why would I be speechless because of a little girl? Amitabha, I have spoken evil words, which is a sin of the mouth. What a sin. At this time, Fang Shi was already looking through the classics. The same is true for Jun Wen and Elder Bai. Elder Bai, in particular, was watching very seriously. Just kidding, if you don't watch it carefully, you will be wasting his 100 million spirit stones. It was the skeleton who was playing hide and seek with Zhichen. Sometimes a skull appeared behind one bookshelf, and sometimes a hand bone appeared behind another bookshelf. Zhichen Yishu followed behind, fearing that he would damage the books. The skeleton's action actually led Zhichen away. Fang Shi secretly planned to put the classics into the storage ring, but ended in failure. Jun Wen prepared to use the photo stone to record the contents, but also returned empty-handed. Elder Bai's attempt to replicate it using a jade sip was unsuccessful. The three of them looked at each other and could only watch as the order was followed. Watch as much as you can, remember as much as you can. All three of them skipped over the Buddhist scriptures and only read books related to cultivation. Even though it was only the first floor of the sutra library, the classics inside broadened the horizons of Fang Shi and the other two and benefited them greatly. In the evening, Zhichen came over and said, the sutra library is only open during the day. Please follow me, my benefactors. Fang Shi and the others had to leave the sutra library reluctantly. Fang Shi clasped his hands together in front of Elder Yuansheng. Amitabha, we will go back now and come back tomorrow. Elder Yuansheng. What does it have to do with me whether you come or not? Do you need to tell me? It's a waste of time, Mr. Jian. Zhichen took Fang Shi back to the meditation room. When they were about to leave, Fang Shi said, Master Zhichen, I'm really sorry that you missed lunch while accompanying us in the library today. I know you don't eat after noon, so it's not easy to send you food. How about this? I see your monk's robe and shoes are torn, let Li Chen mend them for you. Elder Bai. Although I have transformed into an old lady, I can't sew. Fortunately, Zhichen politely declined Fang Shi's kindness, said a few polite words, and left. Elder Bai finally breathed a sigh of relief and asked Fang Shi. Ancestor Fang, why are you so determined to enter the sutra library? He was too embarrassed to say it first. Considering Fang Shi's Pixiu attributes, it was really abnormal for him to be willing to spend 100 million spirit stones. Fang Shi said, do you remember the plaque we saw? It says sutra repository. I think this is the key to breaking the impasse. Elder Bai suddenly realized. No wonder Pixiu is so generous. However, he soon remembered that he was the one who took out the 100 million spirit stones, and he felt extremely heartbroken. While he was feeling heartbroken, the skeleton had already skillfully removed his own calf bone and placed it under the wooden bed. He then lay on the bed with his legs crossed, his jaw making the clacking sound as if he was humming a little tune. For a moment, Elder Bai felt that his life was not as happy as that of a skeleton. Ugh. The world is not worth it. At this time, Feng Shi said. Li Chen, don't worry. The higher the investment, the greater the return. I won't let you waste the 100 million strode stones in vain. Elder Bai suddenly felt how great it is to be alive. In the middle of the night, someone knocked on the door again. Before Elder Bai and Jun Wen could react, the door opened again by itself. The old monk from yesterday is here again. Stop being poor, stop being poor. Feng Shi came out from the inner room yawning. Master, do you have something to ask me? The old monk nodded and said, you said yesterday that after experiencing enough suffering in the world, the Buddha's will appear. Why have I suffered so much and still not realized the Buddha's will? Feng Shi, because you are kind. Old monk. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 11:29 Pancakes are a must-have for home and travel. The old monk's already confused expression became even more confused. Because I'm kind. Are you saying that I can't understand the Buddha's intention because I'm kind? Feng Shi nodded. That's right, as the saying goes, if you put down your butcher knife, you will become a Buddha. You are so kind that even the Buddha has no chance to enlighten you. The old monk was completely confused now. So you want me to be a villain? That way I'll have a chance to achieve the right result. Feng Shi shook his head. No, master, you are too obsessed with appearances. What I mean is that you can't restrain your nature too much, you have to be true to yourself and act according to your nature. Only in this way can you see through the essence of all things in the world and achieve the right result. The old monk seemed to understand, but he felt that what Feng Shi said was very profound and must contain some Zen meaning. Then, he put his hands together and said, Amitabha, good, I will learn from your teachings. Elder Bai and Jun Wen on the side looked at Feng Shi who was possessed by the charlatan. They were really scared just now. They thought Feng Shi was going to instigate the old monk to become a bad guy. I didn't expect that she would make it come true. At this time, the old monk muttered to himself, nature. Revealing my true self. What are my nature and my true self? Why can't I remember? Feng Shi smiled and said, whatever makes me happy is fine. This is who I am. The old monk suddenly understood. I understand. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. After saying this, the old monk left and disappeared into the night in an instant. Elder Bai closed the door and said to Feng Shi. Feng Zhu, I think that old monk doesn't seem to be very smart. Will he cause any trouble? Feng Shi curled her lips. It's just a haunted place, what's there to worry about? Elder Bai. I'm running out of words. However, he changed his mind and thought that even if an old monk released his true nature, it would not cause any serious trouble, so he was just worrying about nothing. Feng Shi yawned and went back to the inner room. The skeleton who was hiding behind the door and watching the fun jumped onto the bed on one leg and gave Feng Shi a thumbs up. Feng Shi said with a smile, Senior, I see that you are now sharp-eyed and sharp-eared, why don't we talk about the path to Nirvana? The skeleton turned over instantly, leaving Feng Shi with only a bony back. Feng Shi shook his head and laughed. This skeleton senior was really good at pretending to be confused. Early the next morning, Feng Shi heard the sound of drums. She couldn't help but wonder, in the morning the bell should be rung first and then the drum, why was the drum beaten first today? The monk on duty fell asleep. Just as she was wondering, the sound of bell ringing was heard again. Then the sound of drums was heard again. All of a sudden, bells and drums rang out, and it was so lively. A quarter of an hour later, it finally calmed down. After a while, Zhichen came. As soon as they met, Feng Shi said with a smile. Master Zhichen, your sect is so polite. Although we donated 100 million yuan in incense money, there is no need to make such a grand ceremony with bells and drums ringing, which makes us feel a little embarrassed. Zhichen. Who told you that the sound of bells and drums is prepared for you? It was obviously caused by something going wrong this morning. However, he was a monk who knew the ways of the world, so he can deny this situation, so he said vaguely. Since you have made generous donations, my sect will certainly entertain you warmly. It will be time for breakfast soon. Please follow me to have breakfast. After breakfast, Zhichen took Feng Shi and others to the sutra library. Elder Yuan Sheng's eyes, which were originally as wide as copper bells, immediately closed after he saw Feng Shi and the others. He thought Feng Shi and the others would go in quickly, but Feng Shi stopped in front of him. Elder Yuan Sheng, you must have suggested to Elder Gukun that we should be treated like bells and drums, right? It seems that you have really come to a sudden realization. Elder Yuan Sheng. What a mess. When did I suggest that Guquan give you the same treatment as bells and drums? When he was about to correct Feng Shi's statement, Feng Shi had already brought Jun Wen and the others in. Elder Yuan Sheng was so angry that he took his anger out on Elder Gukun. It was all because of that evil creature Guquan who didn't manage the clan strictly enough, that's why the mistake happened. Damn thing. If you can't handle big things well, you can't handle small things well either. I really don't know how he became the abbot of the temple. Thinking of this, he quickly knocked the wooden fish. Amitabha, good, I have committed bad karma again. What a sin. Feng Shi and the other two were still flipping through the ancient books eagerly like they did yesterday, and Skull was still playing the King, Come and Catch Me game with Zhichen. Feng Shi actually wanted to find some clues about the Tiank Alliance and the Aura of Death in these ancient books, but found nothing. There are not even any classics that introduce the general situation of the Ku Chan sect and other sects. Feng Shi thought, this is only the first floor after all, maybe there will be gains on higher floors. So she decided to speed up her reading of the books. She held a thick stack of books and placed them on the table, then released her spiritual power palms and let them flip through several books at the same time. At first there were 2 books, then 3, 5. By the time Zhichen noticed the situation here, Feng Shi was already reading 9 classics at the same time. Zhichen's eyes almost popped out. This donor Feng is truly an extraordinary person. While he was staring in amazement, the skeleton came up to him and performed a handstand for him. Zhichen. Not only is donor Feng a strange man, this Nirvana cultivator is also a strange skeleton. Near noon, Feng Shi took out a large pancake from her storage ring and handed it to Zhichen. Zhichen waved his hand to decline. Feng Shi lowered his voice and said, "This is our karma. Master, please help us resolve it." Zhichen looked at the karma in front of him. It was big, round and fragrant. After hesitating for a long time, he reached out to take it. "Amitabha, my Buddha has mercy on me. If I don't go to hell, who will?" Zhichen has never eaten so full in his life. It feels so good to have a full stomach. Now he thinks skeletons have handsome features. Feng Shi has the aura of a good person. Feng Shi thought to himself that this pancake could be used to feed fish and bribe monks. It was truly a must-have item for home and travel. The red smoke carp has been caught into a black carp, and I guess monk Zhichen will soon be able to do the same. Next chapter around 10 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 11:30, boom 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 boom. In the evening, Zhichen took Feng Shi and others out of the library as usual. Elder Yuan Sheng couldn't wait to say to Feng Shi, "I have already asked, the ringing of the bells and drums this morning was just an accident, not something prepared for you." Feng Shi, oh. Then, he left. Elder Yuan Sheng. "I waited for you for a whole day, just wanting to see your surprised, lost, or even angry expression after you knew the truth, and you just left like that." Zhichen blamed Elder Yuan Sheng in his heart for not understanding the ways of the world. "It's enough for you to know it, why do you have to tell donor Feng and the others in person? You're embarrassing us all by doing this." When he was racking his brains to think of what to say to ease the embarrassment, Feng Shi smiled and said, "I was just joking this morning, but I didn't expect Elder Yuan Sheng to take it seriously. He really still has a childlike heart." Zhichen felt relieved immediately and quickly echoed a few words. He originally thought Feng Shi was a good person, and now this halo filter makes her even brighter. After returning to the Zen room, Zhichen said a few polite words and left. Feng Shi and the others simply ate the food they brought with them, and then began to meditate and practice. When it was almost midnight, Elder Bai and Junwen looked towards the door from time to time, wondering if the old monk would come today. After waiting for a long time, it was already late at night and there was still no movement, so the two took turns on duty and went to sleep. The next morning, there was another round of bells and drums ringing. Feng Shi stretched lazily. This Zen sect is really becoming more and more festive. Elder Bai whispered, "Ancestor Feng, do you think this matter has anything to do with the old monk?" The old monk had just been enlightened, fooled, by Feng Zhu when bells and drums started ringing here. He felt there was some connection. Feng Shi said with a smile, "Who knows? Anyway, it's good to have a lively atmosphere." Elder Bai thought to himself, monks all like to meditate in silence, you think it's lively, but they must think it's noisy. After a while, Zhichen still hadn't come over, and Feng Shi and the others were a little puzzled. Normally, Zhichen should have come here by now. After a while, a monk about the same age as Zhichen came. "Amitabha, my Buddhist name is Zhikuang. From now on, I will take over Zhichen's position to entertain you all." Feng Shi asked doubtfully, "Where is Master Zhichen?" Zhikuang glanced at Feng Shi and said expressionlessly, "Brother Zhichen secretly accepted donations from donors in the Sutra Library and has been detained by the discipline court. He will surely be severely punished after a public interrogation." Feng Shi could see that Zhikuang was resentful towards her. Well, if she hadn't given Zhichen the big cake, Zhichen wouldn't have suffered this unexpected disaster. She immediately said, "I see. Let's go to the Sutra Library." Zhikuang's tone became even colder. "Dear donors, don't you need to fast early?" Feng Shi said calmly, "No need." Zhikuang did not persuade them and took Feng Shi and the others to the Sutra repository. He didn't say a word along the way, just like the gourd with the sword mouth. Arriving at the entrance of the Sutra Library, Feng Shi said to Elder Yuan Sheng, who had his eyes closed, "Master, the Discipline Institute has accused you of dereliction of duty. What do you think we should do about this?" Elder Yuan Sheng's eyes suddenly widened into bells. "What did you say? Say it again." Feng Shi sighed. "I said, the Discipline Institute said that you neglected your duties and are not worthy of being the head of the Sutra Library." The wooden fish hammer in Elder Yuan Sheng's hand instantly turned into powder. "I neglected my duties. I am not worthy of being the head of the Sutra Library." "Bullshit. Feng Shi people." Elder Yuan Sheng coughed and quickly chanted the Buddha's name. "Amitabha, Amitabha, sin, sin, sin." He originally wanted to strike the wooden fish, but it was hammered into powder, so he had to put his hands together and mutter something. After reading it several times, he felt that the Buddha should forgive him, so he asked Feng Shi, "Are you telling the truth? Is that really what the Discipline Institute said?" Feng Shi nodded. "It's absolutely true. Master Zhichen was taken away this morning. The charge was that he accepted our donations in the Sutra Library. In fact, that was our karma. Master Zhichen helped us resolve it out of compassion, but who would have thought that he would be accused of a crime? Logically speaking, this happened in the Sutra repository. How could you not know about it? You didn't stop him at that time, which means you think this matter does not violate the sect rules. After all, who in this Christian sect knows the sect rules better than you? But the Discipline Institute arrested Master Zhichen without your permission and held a public trial. On the surface, they were targeting Master Zhichen, but in fact, they were targeting you. This is a slap in your face. They're trampling on the dignity of you, the head of the Sutra repository." Elder Yuan Sheng's expression changed several times, and he sneered, "You little girl, do you think I'm stupid? Do you think I'll stand up for you if you instigate me a few times?" Feng Shi laughed and said, "Master, this is wrong. Although I do have selfish motives, what I said is the truth. The Discipline Institute should have at least said hello to you before arresting Master Zhichen. They obviously don't take you seriously. If I hadn't been so kind as to come and report the news, when they held the public trial, everyone in the sect would have definitely been talking behind your back, saying that you were just a figurehead and had no authority at all. I can even make an irresponsible guess that the reason why the Discipline Institute targeted Master Zhichin is to make you uncomfortable. If you don't believe me, think back and see if you have ever had any conflicts with the people in the Discipline Institute. Elder Yuan Sheng frowned. He did have some grudges with that old bald guy from the Discipline Institute, Yuan Ji. Is it really directed at him? Fang Shi continued, Master, I can understand that you don't have any real power, so you don't dare to confront the Discipline Institute head-on. Before she could finish, Elder Yuan Sheng suddenly stood up and snorted. I don't have real power. Today I will show you who has the final say in the Kuchan sect. After saying this, he took the wooden fish and walked away. In a few flashes, he was already far away. Fang Shi hurriedly ran after him. Elder Yuan Sheng, please take it easy and don't act impulsively. I'm afraid you're outnumbered. The more she said this, the faster Elder Yuan Sheng ran, even leaving an afterimage. Jikuang was stunned. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? Elder Bai tugged at his arm and said, why don't you send a message to Elder Guquan right away? At this time, Elder Guquan was looking worried. Zhichin is his disciple, so of course he doesn't want to see his disciple suffer. But since he was caught by the disciplinary institute, he couldn't show up. He secretly blamed his apprentice in his heart. Too greedy. Is that pancake so fragrant? You even disregard the sect rules. The same thing happened to Dona Feng. Although he had good intentions, unfortunately his good intentions led to bad consequences. At this time, he received a message from Jikuang. Master, it's bad. Elder Yuan Sheng has gone to cause trouble at the Discipline Institute. Elder Guquan almost thought he had misheard. Uncle Yuan Sheng went to cause trouble in the Discipline Institute. Why did they get into trouble with the Discipline Institute for no reason? However, thinking of Elder Yuan Sheng's temper, he quickly left the meditation room. As a result, as soon as I walked out of the meditation room, I heard the sound of drums, and it was rhythmic. Boom boom boom, boom boom boom, boom 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 boom. Elder Guquan felt his head buzzing. Their Kuchan sect had always been well ordered, so why had it suddenly become such a mess in the past 2 days? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1131 Belated courtesy is cheaper than grass. Before Elder Guquan left his meditation room, Elder Yuan Sheng had already arrived at the discipline hall. Because the discipline hall was very close to the sutra repository, and Elder Yuan Sheng ran quite fast, they arrived in the blink of an eye. At this time, there were quite a few people watching in the discipline hall. Although the Kuchan sect has strict rules on weekdays, in order to make an example of one criminal, the Veneer court allows onlookers to watch when the criminal monks are being tried. This is also a rare time for the monks to enjoy some melons. So, they all came early to occupy the best seats for eating the melons. Zhichin knelt in the middle of the yard. He couldn't say that he regretted it. After all, if he was given another chance, he would still choose to eat that pie. It was not because the pancake was fragrant, nor because it was crispy on the outside and tender on the inside, nor because it was filling. The key point was that as a monk, he naturally had to eliminate the karma for Dona Feng. Amitabha, kindness, kindness. He didn't regret it, of course, but hearing the people around him pointing fingers at him and thinking about the possible punishment he might receive, he undoubtedly felt heavy-hearted. He was well versed in the ways of the world and knew that Elder Guquan would not stand up for him, so he could only accept his fate. The presiding judge was Elder Gu Shen of the Veneer Institute. He twisted the Buddhist beads in his hand and shouted sternly, Zhichin, do you know your sin? Although Zhichin knew that he could not escape his fate today, he still had to refute it, so he said, I don't know what crime I have committed, Elder Gushen, please enlighten me. Elder Gu Shen sneered, at this point, you are still stubborn and you really won't repent. Did you secretly accept the donation from the donor in the sutra library yesterday? Zhichin said immediately, alms. There is no such thing. Yesterday I only helped Fang Shizhu and his friends to eliminate their karma, and I never accepted their alms. Zhifei, who was standing next to Elder Gushen, suddenly jumped out. Zhichin, stop your sweet talk here. It's obvious that you are greedy and want to satisfy your appetite. Not only did you accept alms privately, but you also ate in the sutra library. Zhifei and Zhichin don't get along well on a daily basis. To put it bluntly, it's just envy, jealousy and hatred. Being the visiting monk in the Kuchan sect was a good job. Zhifei was determined to get it at first, but in the end, this good job fell on Zhichin. Since then, Zhifei has disliked Zhichin. Now that I have finally caught Zhichin's mistake, I will naturally not let it go. Elder Yuan Sheng, who rushed over angrily, just heard the following sentence, eating in the sutra library. Fang Shi, who was following him closely, quickly fanned the flames and added fuel to the fire. Master, do you think I'm right? They're just taking advantage of the situation. On the surface, they're saying that Master Zhichin accepted donations privately, but in fact, they're saying that you are not managing the sutra library well. The sect rules don't say that eating in the sutra library is forbidden. Aren't they just nitpicking? They're just looking for trouble on purpose. Elder Yuan Sheng was immediately furious. It turned out that those bald guys in the Discipline Institute were targeting him. At this time, Fang Shi shouted in a clear voice, the head of the sutra library, Elder Yuan Sheng, has arrived. Her voice was so sudden that no one present reacted for a while, and naturally no one saluted. In the eyes of Elder Yuan Sheng, this meant that the people in the Discipline Institute did not take him seriously, and the monks who were just watching the fun did not take him seriously either. The old monk was already full of resentment, and now he was even more upset. Fang Shi took 2 quick steps to the front of the old monk and shouted, make way, everyone, make way. The monks who were eating melons finally came to their senses and hurriedly put their hands together to salute Elder Yuan Sheng. Elder Yuan Sheng sneered in his heart, belated courtesy is cheaper than grass. He ignored the monks who were just eating melons and walked straight into the yard. Zhichen, who was kneeling on the ground, turned around and saw Feng Shi beside Elder Yuansheng blinking at him, and his heart felt warm. Donor Feng is indeed a kind-hearted person. He even brought Elder Yuansheng here to save him. Everyone knows that Elder Yuansheng is notoriously difficult to talk to. Donor Feng must have spent a lot of effort to convince him to plead for him. At this moment, Feng Shi's appearance in Zhichen's eyes was radiant with light. At this time, Elder Gu Shen hurried over to pay his respects to Elder Yuansheng. Uncle Yuansheng, why are you here? In fact, Elder Gu Shen had no other intention in saying this, he was just curious. But when Elder Yuansheng heard it, it had another meaning. He sneered, why, I can't come to your discipline house. When Elder Gu Shen heard that there was something wrong with this, he hurriedly explained. Uncle Master, you misunderstood. That's not what I meant. I just felt that you were so busy with your affairs that you rarely came to the Discipline Institute, so I asked this question. Elder Yuansheng's expression became even uglier. He was so busy with his work, and yet he didn't care if someone was eating in the sutra library. Is this a mockery of him occupying the toilet without taking a shit? It seems that what the young donor said was right, this matter was aimed at him. Zhichen was just an innocent victim of his misfortune. He was too lazy to beat around the bush and pointed at Zhichen, who was kneeling on the ground. I know that he was eating in the sutra library. He was helping several donors to eliminate their karma. It was reasonable, legal and compliant. Why did you arrest him? Elder Gu Shen. He really didn't expect that Elder Yuansheng would stand up for Zhichen. He was very puzzled. Uncle Yuansheng seldom interfered in the sect's affairs, and he had never seen him have any dealings with Elder Gu Quan's branch. Why did he come here today to help Zhichen? Before he could say anything, Zhifei said indignantly. Elder Yuansheng, you are wrong. Zhichen is just an excuse to eliminate karma, but in fact, it is just greed. Before he could finish, Elder Yuansheng smashed the wooden fish in his hand on his bald head. You little baldy, you little grandson of a disciple, do you have the right to speak here? Get out of the way. Zhifei was hit so hard that he saw stars and fell to the ground with a thud. Only then did he realize that the Elder Yuansheng in front of him was said to have entered the Kuchan sect later. He had killed countless people before and was enlightened by the abbot at that time, which led to his entry into the Kuchan sect. He suddenly became silent and dared not say a word. I'm afraid this guy has become violent again. Don't beat him to death in anger. After hitting the man, Elder Yuansheng felt uneasy. When he was about to knock the wooden fish to ask for Buddha's forgiveness, he remembered that the wooden fish hammer was broken by him. At this time, Feng Shi, who was standing next to him, handed over a rolling pin. Master, use this first. Elder Yuansheng. All right, as long as it makes a sound for the Buddha to hear, it makes no difference whether you use a hammer or a rolling pin. Sincerity leads to spirituality. Buddha will definitely forgive me. Next chapter around 10 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1132 I am a little girl from outside, what can I do? Elder Yuansheng took a rolling pin and began to beat the wooden fish, chanting as he did so. Amitabha, I have committed verbal offenses and violated the precepts of anger. This is a sin, a sin. After reciting it several times, he felt that Buddha could forgive him, so he stopped reciting it. He looked at Elder Gu Shen. What are you still standing there for? Why don't you let him go? Elder Gu Shen also figured out the situation at this time. The reason why Uncle Yuansheng helped Zhichen was probably related to Feng Shi. He had originally had an average impression of Feng Shi. As a woman, she shouldn't have come to their Kuchan sect, let alone stay there for a long time. It would have been fine if she had just stayed there for a long time, but she actually persuaded Zhichen to violate the sect rules, and now she is instigating Uncle Yuansheng to help her out. Jianshu is just a troublemaker. It is true that she donated 100 million yuan in incense money, but that doesn't mean she can act recklessly. In addition, Elder Gu Quan is also involved. If he easily gives in, how can the Discipline Institute gain a foothold in the Kuchan sect in the future? Thinking of this, he clasped his hands together. Uncle Yuansheng, logically I should follow your orders, but there is no order without rules. There is solid evidence that Zhichen accepted donations privately, and he must be severely punished. Elder Yuansheng had almost calmed down after beating the wooden fish for a while, but after hearing what he said, his anger surged up again. Just as he was about to start cursing, Feng Shi said in a crisp voice. Elder, as a party to the incident, can I say a few words? Elder Gu Shen's face was gloomy. What do you have to say? Feng Shi asked curiously. When Master Zhichen was helping us eliminate our karma yesterday, there was no one else on the first floor of the Sutra repository. How did you know about this? Could it be that you placed some kind of surveillance device in the Sutra library? As soon as she finished speaking, Elder Yuansheng exploded. He pointed at Elder Gu Shen's nose and cursed. Great. No wonder Master called me in to give me a lecture whenever there was a little trouble over there a few years ago. It turned out that it was that old bald donkey Yuan Ji who had tampered with the Sutra repository. You and your disciple are of the same lineage, and neither of you is a good person. Elder Yuansheng had probably been holding it in for too long, so he cursed to his heart's content. He also thought it through. He thought that he would have to recite sutras to ask for Buddha's forgiveness after cursing anyway, so he might as well curse a few more times. Finally, he had enough of cursing. He quickly hit the wooden fish with a rolling pin and chanted sutras to ask for Buddha's forgiveness. Elder Gu Shen's face turned blue after being scolded. He didn't dare to confront Elder Yuansheng head-on, so he transferred all his anger to Feng Shi. Don't talk nonsense here. Yesterday, Zhifei happened to see the scene when he came down from the second floor of the Sutra library to the first floor. How could there be any magical tool for peeping? What is your intention in deliberately sowing discord between my Discipline Institute and Elder Yuansheng? I said you wouldn't donate 100 million incense money for no reason, but it turns out you have ulterior motives. Come, take her down. I will interrogate her carefully. Feng Shi hid behind Elder Yuansheng in a flash. Elder, save me. They want to kill me and silence me. They want to destroy the body and all evidence. Before Elder Yuansheng could say anything, someone shouted from a distance, stop. Elder Gu Quan, who had just arrived, felt his head buzzing when he saw this scene. He cursed Gu Shen in his heart. This donor Fang is a big money donor who donated 100 million in incense money. You are actually shouting for war and killing. Are you planning to go out and beg for food naked? Fang Shi felt more at ease when he saw Elder Gu Quan coming. Elder Gu Quan, you've come just in time. I used to think that the saying, a little kindness is a debt of gratitude, a great resentment is a debt of gratitude, was a bit exaggerated, but today I have finally learned my lesson. I donated 100 million in incense money to your sect. What did I get in return? Master Zhichen, who warmly entertained us, was accused of violating sect rules, and Master Yuansheng, who gave me advice, was ridiculed in public by a group of juniors. I was even more miserable. This elder from the Discipline Institute actually wanted to arrest me and torture me severely. I understand. He thinks 100 million strode stones are too few and is planning to kill for money. Fortunately, you are disciples of Buddhism. Jian Shou is even more vicious than that robber. Zhang Wen said with red eyes. Junior sister, I told you that day not to think that everyone is as kind as us, but you refused to listen and insisted on being moved by sympathy. You would rather starve yourself than donate money to them. These 100 million strode stones would have made a sound even if thrown into water, but now they had brought about a fatal disaster. This is not a holy place for Buddhism, it is clearly a murderous hell. Elder Bai also wanted to give a long speech, but Zhang Wen took all the lines, so he could only sigh, the world is going downhill, and people's hearts are not the same as before. A skeleton who was eating a watermelon felt that he had to fit in, so he moved his jaws and made a crackling sound, and raised his little finger to Gu Shen. Gu Shen didn't take Fang Shi and the others seriously at all. He flew into a rage after hearing these words. Brother Gu Quan, don't listen to their nonsense. They pretended to donate incense money for alms, but actually they had ulterior motives. Otherwise, why did they insist on entering the sutra library? Why did they induce Shichen to break his precepts? This is all obvious. Don't fall into their conspiracy. We should tie them all up first and interrogate them strictly. After hearing what Gu Shen said, the monks who were just eating melons began to discuss in a low voice. Fang Shi certainly couldn't let Gu Shen occupy the moral high ground, so before Elder Gu Quan could speak, he sneered. We entered the sutra library because we had reached a bottleneck in our cultivation, so we wanted to look through relevant books to find a way to break through. As for what you said about tempting Shichen to break the precepts, it is pure nonsense. Just as Master Shichen said, he ate the pancake just to help me eliminate my karma. There are some things I don't want to talk about. After all, everyone has past events that they don't want to touch upon. But now that things have come to this, in order to clear Master Zhichen's name, I have no choice but to uncover my own scars with my own hands. I am an orphan. In order to survive, he snatched a piece of cake from a wild dog, and was bitten by the dog all over his body. He also contracted hydrophobia, which is commonly known as rabies. I am afraid of water and wind, and I even imitate the barking of dogs and the biting of dogs. If I hadn't met my master, I would have died long ago. Although so many years have passed, that big pie is still partly my inner demon and partly my karma. I came to Kuchen Sect not only to read the classics but also to eliminate this inner demon, but I dare not mention it, nor do I want to touch upon this past event. Yesterday in the Sutra repository, I mustered up all my courage to give the pancake to Master Zhichen, and told him that it was my karma. Master Zhichen is indeed an accomplished monk. He saw my struggle and my pain, so he didn't ask why. He immediately helped me eliminate this karma. Zhang Wen listened with a look of grief and indignation. If I didn't know that my junior sister was talking nonsense, I would have thought it was true. Zhichen, who was kneeling, was confused. Did I have such complicated psychological activities at that time? I just remember that the pancake was so delicious. Fang Shi continued. Last night I had the first good sleep in many years, and I am extremely grateful to Master Zhichen. As a result, I heard the sad news this morning that Master Zhichen was arrested by the Discipline Institute. Let me ask you, if it were you, would you be able to remain indifferent? But I am a little girl from outside, what can I do? Of course I have to seek help from respected people. The first person that came to my mind was Elder Yuansheng. Although I was not familiar with him, I knew that he had a profound understanding of Buddhism and a heart full of justice. Only then did I tell him the whole story, but this ended up being an attempt to sow discord between him and the Discipline Institute. You can always find a pretext to accuse someone of something. The sound of Elder Yuansheng beating the wooden fish immediately became more cheerful. This rolling pin is more convenient to use than a wooden mallet. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1133, what a useless thing. Elder Yuansheng has not lived a very happy life over the years. Although he put down his butcher knife after being enlightened by his master. But he was also restrained. This wooden fish is a shackle. Everyone says he has a weird temper. Is it his fault? You put a wolf in a sheepfold and let it eat grass. It's lucky that it didn't go crazy. Do you expect it to be happy? But today, some people actually said that he was highly respected, that he had a deep understanding of Buddhism, and that he had a heart for justice. He suddenly felt that all those years of beating the wooden fish were not in vain. In addition, the little girl only said that Zhichen was wrong, and did not mention the matter of the Discipline Institute targeting him. She probably didn't want to involve him. This little girl has a really good heart. After hearing Fang Shi's words, many of the onlookers felt guilty for the previous speculation. This donor Fang just wanted to eliminate his own karma, what's wrong with that? Not to mention just giving Zhichen a piece of cake, even giving him a basket of cakes would be understandable. Not to mention, they also donated 100 million in incense money to their Kuchan sect. That's 100 million. Maybe they will be able to eat 2 steamed buns for 1 meal in the future. Such a kind-hearted donor was wrongly accused by Elder Gu Shen as a person with ulterior motives. He was really going too far. Gu Shen saw the situation take a turn for the worse and was about to retort when Fang Shi said. Just now, Elder Gu Shen said that Zhifei saw the incident when he came down from the second floor of the Sutra repository to the first floor yesterday. So the question is, why didn't he stop it at that time? Because he must have heard me say that the pancake was karma, so he also felt that there was nothing wrong with this behavior. But after leaving the sutra repository, he remembered the grudges between him and Master Jichin, so he falsely accused Master Jichin of a crime against him. As a person from the Discipline Institute, he is so insidious and vicious. I am really worried about you all. If you accidentally offend him one day, you might become the next Jichin. Although everyone had felt sympathy before, it was none of their business after all. But now it's different. If what this donor Feng said is true, this is really too insidious. Who knows, they might be charged with some crime someday. At this time, someone remembered that Zhifei and Jichin had competed for the position of the reception monk, and Zhifei ended up losing. Could it be that he is jealous of Shang Jichin because of this incident? By the way, Elder Gu Shen and Elder Gu Quan had a disagreement over the competition for the position of the abbot elder. The power of imagination should never be underestimated. Feng Shi only gave them a seed of doubt, and they turned the seed into a forest. Zhifei saw everyone pointing fingers at him, and immediately said to Feng Shi angrily, "What nonsense! I didn't stop Jichin at that time because it was the sutra repository after all. It was not right for me to trespass. Besides, I had to report it to my master in order to get the certificate." Feng Shi curled her lips and said, "Since you knew that the incident happened in the sutra library and it would be an act of usurpation for you to interfere, then why did you arrest him now? Is it your master who gave you the courage?" Elder Yuan Sheng, who was beating the wooden fish, sneered, "Gu Shen doesn't have the guts to do that. It must be that bald old monk Yuan Ji who did this. Get him out right now. I want to settle accounts with him for all these years." Elder Gu Quan's head was buzzing. "I thought it was originally just a small matter of eating cakes, but now 2 ancestors of the Yuan generation are involved." He quickly tried to smooth things over. "Uncle Master, I think what happened today is just a misunderstanding. Uncle Master Yuanzi must not know about it. He has been in seclusion recently, so it's better not to disturb him." Elder Yuan Sheng glanced at Elder Gu Quan and sneered. "I think you are afraid of them. Good for nothings." Elder Gu Quan. "What does this have to do with being afraid? As the abbot, I must find a way to calm the situation. Do I have to wave the flag and let you fight among yourselves? Apart from anything else, if a fight breaks out and things get damaged, monks' robes and shoes will get torn, won't that cost money?" Fortunately, Elder Yuan Sheng said nothing after saying this, which was considered as giving face to Elder Gu Quan. Elder Gu Quan finally breathed a sigh of relief and said to Gu Shen, "Junior brother, you also heard that this matter is indeed a misunderstanding. Jichin only wanted to help Master Feng eliminate his karma, not for that bite of food. Not to mention the benefactor Feng, she is kind-hearted and good-hearted, how could she intentionally provoke us? Let's just forget about this matter." Gu Shen was certainly unwilling to accept this, but he also knew that if he continued to argue, he would gain nothing. Apart from anything else, he could not gain the upper hand with Elder Yuan Sheng, the troublemaker, around. After weighing the pros and cons in his mind, he said, "Okay, since it's just a misunderstanding, let's forget it. Someone, let Jichin go." Zhifei wanted to say something, but Gushen glared at him and shut him up. When everyone thought that the matter was over, Feng Shi said coldly, "Just let it go like this. Master Jichin suffered this misfortune in vain. Then the next time the Discipline Institute wrongly accuses someone, will it just be a simple misunderstanding and be done with it? And me. I donated 100 million yuan in incense money, but was wrongly accused of being a person with ulterior motives. Do I have too much money to burn? Just like what my senior brother said, if these 100 million spiritual stones were thrown into the water, there would be a sound, but they were donated to your Kuchan sect. How many puffs do you want me to hear?" Elder Yuan Sheng, who was beating the wooden fish, burst into laughter. "You little girl, the donor is really euphemistic. Hoo-hoo. Why don't you just say they're farting?" Elder Gu Quan. "Donor Feng, we, the Kuchan sect, are indeed sorry for you. If you have any requests, please let me know. I will definitely find a way to satisfy you." Feng Shi said. "It's simple, apologize and pay. Let the Discipline Institute publicly apologize to Elder Yuan Sheng, Master Jichin and me, and compensate us for our mental damages." Elder Yuan Sheng said immediately, "Yes. Apologize. Pay the money. Old, I have never been treated so humiliatingly before, you must give me an explanation." Elder Gu Quan looked at Gu Shen and said, "Brother, your Discipline Institute was indeed inappropriate in this matter. Why don't you just do as Uncle Yuan Sheng said and apologize and pay the money?" He actually had this plan before, but he couldn't say it out loud. Now that Feng Shi and Elder Yuan Sheng had made such a fuss, it was only natural for him to say this. Gu Shen's face turned pale. If he apologized and compensated them, where would the dignity of the Discipline Institute be? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1134-22t. When Gu Shen was about to refuse, a young monk came over and said, "Elder Gushen and Elder Yuanzi have already learned about this matter. They said that this was indeed the result of the Discipline Institute's negligence, and they should apologize to Donor Feng and the others." Gu Shen was quite puzzled. Master has always been at odds with Uncle Yuan Sheng, so why would he let him give in today? However, since it was his master who gave the order, he could only follow it. He glared at Zhifei fiercely. "This is all because of you, why don't you apologize to them quickly?" Zhifei was dissatisfied, but he did not dare to disobey, so he had to apologize to Elder Yuan Sheng, Jichin and Feng Shi reluctantly. Feng Shi smiled and said, "Your Dharma name is Zhifei. I guess the person who gave you the Dharma name wanted you to avoid trouble. Next time before you do something immoral, think more about your Dharma name." Zhifei was so angry that his teeth were chattering, and he looked like he wanted to beat Feng Shi to death. The skeleton jumped over and moved its jaws up and down, making louder crackling sounds. Zhifei almost fainted. After apologizing, the next step is compensation. Gu Shen said with a gloomy face. "My discipline academy has always lived in poverty, and we don't have much wealth. The only thing we can afford is 3-leaf rock tea, so I will compensate each of you with 2 taels of 3-leaf rock tea." Fangxi thought, I just need to work hard and get 2 taels of tea. Can you pick it up a little more? But seeing Zhichen's happy face and Elder Yuansheng seemed very satisfied, she thought to herself, could it be that this 3-leaf rock tea is a good thing? She said, okay, we don't really care about the compensation, we just want your attitude. I'm actually a very easy person to talk to. Unless you say a few words without any sincerity, I will forgive what your discipline institute has done. If it was someone else, Elder Gu Shen would have to apologize in person. Gu Shen secretly cursed Fangxi for taking advantage of him, but at this point he didn't want to create any more trouble, so he took out 3 bags of tea and gave them to Fangxi, Zhichen and Elder Yuansheng. As soon as Fangxi took it, she smelled the rich tea aroma. It seemed that this 3-leaf rock tea was indeed a good thing. Elder Gu Quan saw that the matter was resolved and was about to find a reason to urge Fangxi and the others to leave the discipline institute, when Fangxi bowed deeply to him. Master, I would like to say a few words to the monks, is that okay? Elder Gu Quan hurriedly said, Amitabha, if you have anything to say, please speak up. After Fangxi thanked them, he looked at the monks who were just eating melons and sighed. Originally, after Master Zhichen helped me to eliminate my karma yesterday, my inner demons had been resolved, but just now, in order to prove my innocence, the inner demons revived. Therefore, I plan to ask all the masters present to help me eliminate my karma. I believe that this time my karma will be completely eliminated. Some people didn't quite understand what Fangxi meant, so they asked, Dona Feng, what do you mean by this? Although I don't have any ready-made pancakes in my storage ring, I have several 100 kilograms of flour. I would like to ask your sect's dining hall to bake it into pancakes, and then ask the monks to help me eliminate my karma. I wonder if the monks would be willing to help me. The monks who were just watching the fun didn't expect that they would get a big prize while watching the fun. They immediately rushed to shout, Amitabha, Dona Feng, we are willing. We monks are compassionate and kind-hearted, so we should help Feng Shan resolve his karma. Amitabha, if I don't go to hell, who will? Ellipsis. Fangxi turned to look at Elder Gushen of the Discipline Institute. Master Gushen, they helped me to eliminate my karma. You won't use this as an excuse to arrest them, right? Gu Shen's bald head was almost smoking with anger. Apologizing and paying compensation is embarrassing enough. As a result, Fangxi did this again, which trampled on the reputation of the Discipline Institute. But he couldn't say anything. After all, people's hearts were on Fangxi's side. He bit his back teeth and squeezed out 2 words from between his teeth, no. Elder Gu Quan was secretly happy. Gu Shen was a proud and arrogant man with the support of the Discipline Institute. He always spoke highly of him on weekdays. He didn't expect that he would fall flat on his face today. However, Uncle Yuansheng was obviously instigated by Dona Feng. He has a fickle personality. Will he cause trouble for Dona Feng later? When he was thinking about how to solve the matter, Elder Yuansheng, who had been watching the fun with his teeth bared, suddenly sat cross-legged and put the rolling pin in his hand aside. Suddenly someone exclaimed, Elder Yuansheng, is he going to break through and advance? Elder Gu Quan signaled for everyone to be quiet, then took out a wooden fish and began to chant scriptures to protect Elder Yuansheng. Seeing this, the other monks did the same. However, the monks in the Veneer Hall did not move. On the one hand, the Veneer Institute has a special status and rarely gets involved in such situations on weekdays. On the other hand, since Gu Shen didn't move, the others naturally didn't dare to move either. When Fangxi was wondering what they should do, he saw the skeleton sitting stealthily next to Elder Yuansheng and began to meditate. Fang's eyes heart moved, and he gave a look to Jun Wen and Elder Bai, and they both came to Elder Yuansheng and sat cross-legged to practice. Then she also sat cross-legged in meditation. Half an hour later, light emanated from Elder Yuansheng's body. Fangxi and the others who were closest to him felt warm and indescribably comfortable. They thought of the same word at the same time. Buddha's light shines everywhere. At this time, Elder Yuansheng opened his eyes. He laughed loudly towards the sky. Ha ha, ha ha ha, I finally broke through to the Buddha light realm. That old guy Yuanji has no choice but to admit defeat this time. Elder Gu Quan was afraid that he would say something nonsense again, so he quickly clasped his hands together. Amitabha, congratulations to Uncle Master for advancing to the Buddha light realm. Elder Yuansheng grinned and patted Elder Gu Quan on the shoulder. Okay, okay. I'll protect you from now on. Elder Gu Quan. Have you forgotten that you are now a monk? At this time, Gu Shen also came over to congratulate and asked curiously. Uncle Master, your cultivation has been stagnant for several years, how come you suddenly advanced? Although Elder Yuansheng disliked him, he was in a good mood and was too lazy to argue with him. Besides, he was eager to show off. He said immediately, I don't know exactly what happened, I just felt very happy, all the depression I usually have was swept away, even beating the wooden fish seemed to be a very happy thing. Just now, when I saw you, the little donor, asking you to eat the cake, I felt more relaxed, and the barriers in my body started to loosen, and I knew I was about to advance. Gu Shen is not stupid, of course he knows that what Elder Yuansheng originally wanted to say was not, eat the cake, but, eat the defeat. Okay. When you see me being humiliated, you feel better and you advance. Your happiness is built on my pain. He secretly hated that this matter was caused by Fangxi. If it weren't for her, none of this would have happened. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at Fangxi. Fangxi, 3 others and the skeleton were still meditating on the spot, and it seemed that they were about to advance. Gu Shen's nose was almost crooked from anger. He suddenly realized that the Buddha's light after advancing to the Buddha's light realm was beneficial to spiritual practice. Their sect didn't get any advantage, but Fangxi and his friends got the advantage. When he was getting annoyed, he found that many monks also started to sit cross-legged in meditation. Including Elder Gu Quan. They were exactly the people who had just protected Elder Yuansheng. Only the people from the Discipline Institute were still standing there. A gust of wind blew over, and my body felt cold, and my heart felt cold too. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1135 Fangxi made a major discovery. Gu Shen once again realized that if he protected someone who successfully advanced to the Buddha light realm, he would receive blessings that would be equivalent to at least 3 months of practice. He felt a wave of regret. If he had known this earlier, he would have protected Elder Yuansheng just now. Although the Veneer Institute generally does not get involved in such matters, there is no rule that prohibits participation. If it was his master, Elder Yuanzi, who advanced today, he would have brought people to protect him long ago. The monks in the Veneer Hall also regretted it. Not only did they not have a share of the cake, they didn't even have a share of the opportunity. What are they doing wrong? You followed the wrong person. But there are still people who rub salt into their wounds. Elder Yuansheng asked Gu Shen with a puzzled look on his face. Why didn't you receive any blessings? Didn't you protect me just now? Gu Shen. He didn't want to say a word now. He just wanted Feng Shi and the others to finish their meditation quickly and get out of here. The next period of time seemed exceptionally long. Finally, Zhang Wen and Elder Bai opened their eyes. Both of them were very happy. No matter who it is, they would be happy to have gotten such an opportunity for free. The two men stood up and took turns thanking Elder Yuansheng, adding compliments. Elder Yuansheng's mouth was grinning from ear to ear. After a while, the skeleton also ended his meditation and stood up. He walked up to Elder Yuansheng and gave him a thumbs up. Elder Yuansheng is in a better mood. At this time, Elder Gu Shen and those monks who were just eating melons also finished their meditation and came over to express the gratitude. At that moment, all the voices were filled with gratitude and praise for Elder Yuansheng. He had never received so much praise in his life. Elder Yuansheng was so happy that he was about to jump off the stage. Now his status as a high-ranking monk has been secured. It's worth it that he has broken hundreds of wooden fishes over the years. Only now did he understand the true meaning of what his master had said that day, put down the butcher knife and become a Buddha instantly. Amitabha, good, good. It's true, I don't know if it's because he has advanced to the Buddha light realm or for some other reason, but Elder Yuansheng now seems to have a bit more Buddha nature. The premise is that he doesn't talk. He grinned and said to Elder Gu Quan, you are all sensible, unlike some people who are petty and only know how to watch the fun and accuse others of crimes. You will reap what you sow, this is all predetermined. Seeing that Gu Shen's face looked like a dying factory, Elder Gu Quan quickly changed the subject. Hey, why is Dona Feng still meditating? Sure enough, Elder Yuansheng's attention was successfully diverted. He was also confused. Everyone else had finished their practice, so why was the little girl still meditating? Is the Buddha's light that he gained when he advanced to the Buddha's light realm so powerful? Feng Shi was feeling very happy at this moment. Because she made a great discovery. The power of Buddhism can speed up her process of refining the power of time. And it's not just a little bit faster, but several times faster. In just a short while, she had already consumed all the previous stocks of 5 dog spread roots. Of course, what she just absorbed was the Buddha's light from Elder Yuansheng who had advanced to the Buddha's light realm. The power of an ordinary Buddhist practitioner should not be so great. That was enough to surprise her. She decided. She wants to practice the Ku-Chan Sect skills. She wants to cultivate the power of Buddhism. Only after she digested the Buddha's light she had just absorbed did she end her meditation. She stood up, smiled and clasped her hands together before Elder Yuansheng. Not only did you stand up for justice for us, but you also chose to advance at this time so that more people can benefit from your blessings. You are indeed a great monk. Feng's eyes words earned Elder Yuansheng another wave of praise and gratitude. Elder Gu Quan looked at Elder Yuansheng, who was so happy that he couldn't even find the north, and thought that his previous worries were completely unnecessary. Now, Uncle Yuansheng is so grateful to Dona Feng that he doesn't even have time to hold a grudge against what Dona Feng had instigated him to do before. Fearing that trouble would arise, he vaguely mentioned that the library could not do without the protection of Elder Yuansheng. As expected, Elder Yuansheng hurried back to the library. He is now a highly accomplished monk and must fulfill his duties conscientiously. Feng Shi gave several hundred kilograms of flour to Elder Gu Quan, and then said, Elder, does your sect accept female disciples? Elder Gu Quan didn't know why she asked this, but he still patiently explained. Dona, our sect does not accept female disciples. On the one hand, I feel that Zen Buddhism and worldly temples have the same origin, so it is not convenient to accept female disciples. On the other hand, the techniques practiced by my sect are extremely tough and fierce, not suitable for women to practice, and it is even difficult to get started. Dona, why do you ask this question? Feng Shi had several thoughts in his mind at once, and said with a smile. I just envied Elder Yuansheng's advancement, so I also wanted to practice your sect skills and cultivate Buddha power. Elder Gu Quan couldn't help but laugh and said, Dona Feng, you are joking. I have just said that my sect skills are not conducive to women's practice, and it is even difficult to get started. Dona Feng, since Shichen has been released, let him accompany you from now on. Feng Shi saw that he had changed the subject, so there was no need to make herself unhappy. She smiled and said, okay, but Master Shichen will miss lunch every day because he accompanies us. Can you think of a way to solve this problem? She could only eat until she was 3/4 full, and she couldn't bear to let him go hungry again. I originally wanted to feed it in the name of eliminating karma, but this time it caused an uproar, so I'd better not go against the wind for the time being. Master Gu Quan certainly felt sorry for his apprentice, so he said, after the pancakes are ready, give him 10 extra ones to use as lunch for the next few days. Shichen felt warm in his heart. In his eyes, Feng Shi is now almost like the Buddha's light shining upon him. After discussing these things, Shichen accompanied Feng Shi and the others to the sutra library. The sound of wooden fish could be heard from far away. When I got closer, I saw Elder Yuansheng holding a rolling pin and devoutly hitting the wooden fish. Originally, Elder Gu Quan wanted to give him a wooden fish mallet, but he declined. With Buddha in your heart, this rolling pin is the wooden fish mallet. Elder Gu Quan really didn't expect to hear such profound words from this person. This person has really made progress. Little did people know that Elder Yuansheng felt that the rolling pin was more convenient to use, and it made a bang-bang sound, which was very exciting. Elder Yuansheng saw Feng Shi and the others coming over and said with a smile, "Are you here? Come in quickly." After entering the first floor of the library, the skeleton quickly seduced Jichin away. Elder Bai and Zhang Wen were flipping through books on cultivation, while Feng Shi began to read Buddhist scriptures. The voice of Zhu Huan resounded in his consciousness. "My dear granddaughter, you are not really going to become a nun, are you? Even if you want to become a monk, we can't go to a Buddhist temple, we have to find a nunnery." Feng Shi. Next chapter around 10 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1136. Sure enough, there are good things inside. Zhu Xuan sighed. Besides, the colorful world is so wonderful. If you become a monk, you will lose so much fun. Not only can you not eat meat, you will also not be able to experience love between men and women. I also said that I would find 100 or 80 sons-in-law for you in the future. If you become a monk, this matter will be ruined, right? Feng Shi said with a smile. It's okay, becoming a monk won't affect these things. Besides, I never said I wanted to become a monk. Zhu Xuan was puzzled and asked, why are you reading Buddhist scriptures if you don't become a monk? Are you here to argue with those monks? To know yourself and your enemy and win every battle? Or to use your own spear to attack your own shield? Feng Shi thought to herself that since Lin Xiangchuan came, her cheap grandfather's cultural level has improved. Grandpa, I found that there is no Ku-chan sect's cultivation method in those cultivation books. I guess it may be mixed in the Buddhist scriptures. I will look for it. Zhu Shihuan heaved a sigh of relief. I said that someone as greedy and lustful as you would never become a monk. You caused me a false alarm. Feng Shi. I admit that I am greedy for money, but when did I become lustful? Apart from occasionally reading some pornographic books, I haven't done anything excessive. However, she didn't have the time to argue with Zhu Xuan about this matter, so she quickly took a stack of Buddhist scriptures and started reading them. Unfortunately, after reading for a long time, I only found serious Buddhist scriptures, not a single casual one. After seeing this scene, Jichin felt more and more that Feng Shi and Buddha had a connection, and the Buddha's light was shining upon them. Feng Shi felt that it was not a solution to continue like this, so he decided to find a breakthrough from Jichin. Master, what kind of skills do you usually practice? Amitabha, we are practicing the Bitter Zen method. Jichin had heard the conversation between Feng Shi and Elder Gukun before, and knew that Feng Shi was interested in the cultivation method of Ku-chan sect, so he kindly added. The Ku-chan Ju was already passed down by the elders of the Dharma Hall when one entered the sect. There are no relevant books in the sutra library. Feng Shi. It seems that all my efforts were in vain. The secret of Chan Buddhism is passed down orally, but it is not found in the sutra repository at all. In this case, there is no need to continue reading Buddhist scriptures. But Jichin was still beside her, so she couldn't just stuff the remaining few volumes onto the bookshelf, so she could only pretend to read them. Anyway, she can read several books at the same time and finish them quickly. She looked at it with a pious but casual look on her face, and suddenly found that the back cover of one of the Buddhist scriptures was thicker than the others, and even had a little warping at the edges. Feng Shi. Ooh. Judging from her many years of experience in reading storybooks, this Buddhist scripture has a layer. It's either a martial arts technique or a treasure map. Feng Shi quickly gave Zhengwen a look, and Zhengwen immediately found an excuse to lead Jichin away. Feng Shi quickly and carefully opened the interlayer along the raised edge, revealing a corner of the fabric. Feng Shi was even more excited now. Sure enough, there are good things inside. She couldn't wait to pull out the cloth inside. It was a piece of white cloth as thin as a cicada's wing, with 8 big characters written on it. Emptiness is form, form is emptiness. Feng Shi. I've already imagined how to dig for treasure, and you show me this. Zhu Xuan almost laughed to death. Shaoxi, don't you think about it? If there really were good things, those monks would have taken them away long ago. How could they have been kept until now? Feng Shi didn't give up and dropped a few drops of water on the white cloth, but nothing happened. She made up her mind and dripped a drop of her own blood on it, but still nothing happened. When she was trying to find a way to get rid of the bloodstain, several disciples came into the sutra library. Feng Shi was afraid of being discovered, so she had to put the white cloth into the storage ring. Well, I'll clean it up when I get back to the meditation room tonight, and then put it back into the Buddhist scriptures tomorrow. Soon, it was evening. After Feng Shi chatted with Elder Yuansheng for a few words, he returned to the meditation room. She ate something first, then took out the white cloth. Zhang Wen came over and asked curiously. Junior sister, what does it mean that emptiness is form and form is emptiness? Feng Shi actually knew what this meant, but her mind was full of the Bitter Zen formula, so she said casually. To give you an analogy, you see this is a piece of cloth, but in fact it is the secret of suffering. Zhang Wen. Junior sister is thinking about the Bitter Zen formula and is possessed by a demon. However, when he saw the words gradually appearing on the white cloth, he felt that he was the one who was possessed by the devil. Feng Shi didn't expect there would be a surprise. She quickly collected her thoughts and looked carefully at the words on the white cloth. As soon as she saw the first sentence, she stopped being happy. Because it says, the Bitter Zen technique is only suitable for men. Even if women get started, it is difficult for them to achieve great success. Although I was disappointed, I continued to read on and saw the second sentence. This is a fallacy. Feng Shi. Can you please stop breathing heavily when we talk? Scared me. Both men and women can practice the Bitter Zen technique, but it is extremely painful to get started. Few women can persist. Over time, no woman practices the Bitter Zen technique anymore. Feng Shi thought, no matter how painful it is, can it be as painful as the technique she is practicing now? Bleeding from all 7 orifices from time to time, let's find out. She continued reading, and what was recorded below was the method of practicing the Ku-chan Ju, with illustrations at the end. At the end, it said, Buddha saves those who are predestined to be saved. Those who obtain this method must donate money to avoid worrying about the cause and effect. Fang Shi. The person who left this white cloth is also a talent. If he were alive today, Ku Chanzong wouldn't be so poor that he couldn't even smile. Fortunately, she had already donated 100 million yuan in incense money, so she didn't need to donate any more. At this time, Elder Bai said, Ancestor Fang, I just took a look. If you want to learn this set of exercises, you need to break and reorganize your meridians, and your internal organs will also be damaged to varying degrees. Do you really want to try it? Fang Shi curled her lips. Compared to the internal conflict between the three forces in my body before, this is just a piece of cake. Elder Bai agreed. This Phoenix ancestor's ability to endure pain far surpassed that of ordinary people. Speaking of which, this little girl has had a hard life. While he was sighing, Fang Shi had already begun to try to get started with the Ku Chan Ju. Just as Elder Bai had analyzed, Fang Shi's meridians soon began to break. Of course, it's not completely broken, it's still somewhat connected. This has put the 5 dogs' trade routes in a state of turmoil. In order to reduce Fang Shi's pain, they accelerated the process of meridian rupture and reorganization. It only took Fang Shi 1 hour to successfully enter the door. If the people of Ku Chan Sect knew this, their jaws would drop in shock. Because even the most talented disciple of the Ku Chan Sect took half a month to get started. 12 days in this half month are spent on understanding the exercises, and the remaining 3 days and 3 nights are spent on breaking and reorganizing the meridians. Fang Shi was also in a terrible state at this time. The little face was covered in blood, not to mention the clothes, he looked like a bloody man. Zhu Shihuan said distressedly, if I had known this would happen, I would have let me practice this crappy technique. Then I can pass on some Buddha power to you, right? Fang Shi. Why didn't you say it earlier? Are you afraid that I will agree? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1137 seems to be quite arbitrary. Fang Shi knew that Zhu Xuan was just talking. After all, he had no physical body and there was no way he could practice the Vita Zen technique. Expressing your love for your grandfather verbally is also love. So Fang Shi also expressed her love for her granddaughter. Grandpa, look at what you said. How can you let a grandfather suffer for his granddaughter? Not to mention that you didn't bring it up just now. Even if you did, I wouldn't agree. Blood-devouring world. Does it feel so fake? While Fang Shi was resting, Zheng Wen took the white cloth and turned it over and over to study it. Junior sister, do you think there is a treasure map besides the Ku Chan Ju? Fang Shi, 5th brother, even though it's already dark, you haven't gone to bed yet. What I mean is, stop dreaming. Zheng Wen scratched his head. I just think this matter is a little strange. Think about it, Ku Chan Ju is a good thing for us, but it is too common for monks of Ku Chan Sect. There seems to be no need to hide this thing in the Buddhist scriptures. So, I think there is something going on here. Maybe this Vita Zen formula is just a cover. In fact, this white cloth is very useful. Maybe it is a treasure map. Even if it's not a treasure map, it might be a magic weapon. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhu Xuan let out a howl. Shaoxi, what this silly boy said is right. The Buddhist scriptures talk about the secrets of suffering. Isn't that just like taking off your pants to fart? This white cloth must have other uses. TSK, we men who pride ourselves on being smart are actually surpassed by a fool. What a shame. However, even the wisest man can make mistakes, which just shows that we are smart people. Fang Shi. There is no need to force yourself to save face. Fang Shi took the white cloth from Zheng Wen's hand, looked at it from left to right, but couldn't see any other tricks. Elder Bai and the skeleton also came over to study it for a while, and the skeleton even took a few bites of it with his jaws. Unfortunately, still nothing was found. Fang Shi originally planned to return the white cloth the next day, but now she has changed her mind and decided to keep it for now. Anyway, she has already donated 100 million yuan in incense money, which can be regarded as a great help to Buddha. Thinking of this, she put the white cloth back into the storage ring. Elder Bai exclaimed, Ancestor Fang, you tried to store those books in the storage ring before but failed. How come this piece of white cloth can be stored in it? Fang Shi had ignored this question before, but didn't take it too seriously, and said, maybe only the books can't be collected, but the fabrics can be collected. As soon as he finished speaking, Zheng Wen said, Junior sister, I don't think it's that simple. The problem must be with the fabric. This is definitely a good thing. Fang Shi couldn't draw a conclusion for the moment. Maybe it was just as Zheng Wen said, this white cloth was not simple. She rested for a while and couldn't wait to start practicing the Ku Chan Ju. Sleepless nights. What surprised her was that she only heard the bells but not the drums in the morning. She thought to herself, this Ku Chan sect seems to be pure and indifferent, but it seems that he is quite arbitrary in some things. After a while, Zhichen came. He was stunned when he saw Fang Shi. This Donor Fang looks different from before, but if you look closely, there is no difference. It just seems more approachable. Yes, Donor Fang has a kind heart and is naturally very friendly. Fang Shi asked curiously, Master, why didn't I hear the drums today? Zhichen sighed, something went wrong at the bell and drum tower recently, and my master is worried about it. If it were in the past, Zhichen would definitely not have said these words, but after what happened yesterday, he trusted Fang Shi more and was no longer so on guard. Fang Shi didn't ask any further questions. After chatting for a few more words, they went to the dining hall. It must be said that the dining hall of the Ku Chan sect is really efficient. The monks can eat flatbread today. Of course, not everyone has it. Only those monks who were just watching the show yesterday have it. Everyone else still has it. Many people look at cakes to satisfy their cravings. Many people have also silently made up their minds that if there is anything exciting happening next time with this Donor Fang, they will go and watch even if it means he is just doing splits. Not only should you watch it, but you should also cheer for Donor Fang. It's not that they have no bottom line, it's mainly because the pancake is so delicious. Besides, there is not only pie but also opportunity. Fang Shi gave the skeleton cake and porridge to Zhichen. Zhichen has an extra layer of filter when looking at Fang Shi. After breakfast, Feng Shi and his friends went to the sutra library. Feng Shi achieved his goal and no longer read Buddhist scriptures, but instead read books about cultivation. Zhang Wen started reading Buddhist scriptures instead. Specialize in turning the front and back covers. Feng Shi. She was too lazy to say more. Anyway, since he couldn't find the so-called treasure map, he would naturally stop talking. 3 days passed in a blink of an eye. During this period, Feng Shi and his friends spent the days in the sutra library and had already entered the 3rd floor of the sutra library. When he returned to the meditation room that day, Elder Bai felt a little restless and seemed to want to say something but stopped himself several times. Feng Shi guessed what he was thinking and asked, "Do you think we have been staying here for too long and are afraid that something might happen outside?" Elder Bai nodded. "Yes, we have been here for several days, but there is still no clue. I don't know when we can break this illusion. I feel uneasy." What he was embarrassed to say was that if the key to breaking the impasse lies in this sutra library, at the current speed, it would take at least another 20 days to finish reading all the classics on the 8 floors above ground. Feng Shi said immediately, "Sharpening the knife does not delay the chopping of wood, it is worth delaying a little time. Furthermore, I don't think this place may be an illusion, but maybe a certain point in the past. If this is the case, then not much time has actually passed in the outside world." Elder Bai looked confused. Zhang Wen's eyes lit up. "Junior sister, are you saying that this place is the same as the one we encountered in the Blood Family Secret Realm? Why do you think so? To me, it's no different from an illusion." Feng Shi, first awakening. Zhang Wen slapped his thigh and said, "That's right. Feng Shi. Are you trusting me too blindly?" At this time, Zhang Wen said again, "Junior sister, you have cultivated the power of time now, and you are more sensitive to time, so your first perception must be accurate. Also, after we came in, you activated the time stone, which may have caused fluctuations in the power of time, so you accidentally broke into this point in the past." Feng Shi. "I didn't say anything, you just made it up for me." She coughed twice and said, "I'm just guessing, it may not be accurate. Anyway, we should make the best of it. Don't worry, even if this is really just an illusion, we will be able to get out soon." Elder Bai and Zhang Wen were both very surprised. Why did Feng Shi speak so confidently? At this time, the smart Zhu Shihuan spoke. "I told you that you were stupid, but you still don't admit it. Shaoxi has said before that the key to getting out is in the sutra repository. Zhichen has repeatedly warned you not to go down to the basement, which shows that there is something fishy there. When we get tired of playing, we can go to the basement, tinker with it, and then leave." Elder Bai and Zhang Wen. "You have a lot of words, so we believe you." Next chapter around 10 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1138. I don't have any brains at all, okay. What Zhu Xuan said was actually similar to what Feng Shi thought. She first felt that if she wanted to go out, she had to go to the basement level of the sutra repository. But there is no rush now. Let's read all the books in the sutra repository first. At this time, Mu Jian suddenly said, "Master, I don't think it's necessary to go through all this trouble. You should go to old monk Gu Quan first, tell him that you will come at a certain time in the future, and then tell him about the things about Tiank League. Maybe he will help you find a way to reproduce those books. Isn't this faster than you reading slowly?" Before Feng Shi could say anything, Mu Jian was ridiculed one after another. "Little black ball, Mu Jian, don't you think that even at that time, it took a lot of effort for the master to make those people believe, let alone in this Kuchen sect? If you don't do it right, the master will be regarded as someone with ulterior motives. By then, not only will you not be able to read the classics, you may even lose your life. Jin Zhu, let's take a step back. Even if Gu Quan believes it, then we have to find a way to verify it. How do we verify it? Does it take time? By then, it won't take just 1 or 2 months. Little fat bird, as the saying goes, the secret of heaven cannot be revealed. If Gu Quan and the others know our identities, we might be sent out. Then all our efforts will be in vain." Ellipsis. Mu Jian's proposal was refuted from all angles. Suddenly, I felt very embarrassed. If it were any other spirit pet, it would probably just find a corner and hide away, but Wooden Sword had plenty of ways to save its dignity. "Master, I was too concerned and confused, so I didn't think it through. Unlike them, they were so calm even when they were furious." The little black balls. "Are you implying that we don't care about our master? You are so mean." Regardless of whether the wooden sword was cheap or not, it successfully helped him get rid of the embarrassment and gave him a new idea. "Master, you guys have been running to the sutra library all day these days, have you ever thought about going somewhere else? For example, the Dharma hall that Zhichen mentioned. This place sounds like a place for teaching Dharma. Although you have learned the Ku Chan Ju now, you can also listen to other things. Besides, what if the Ku Chan Ju on the white cloth is fake?" After listening to this, Feng Shi looked thoughtful. Mu Jian felt that he was too smart. What he said casually makes so much sense. Just when it was feeling proud, it heard Zhu Shihuan say, "Fake ass. Although I have never seen the Ku Chan Ju, I can still tell whether a technique is real or fake. That technique has no loopholes or inconsistencies, and it is perfect at first glance. Even if there are fake ones, the ones practiced by the Ku Chan sect are fake. Besides, how could they allow an outsider like her to enter the Dharma hall? Can't you use your brain before you speak? But it's true, what good shit can you come up with a brain the size of a walnut? Wooden sword. You old bastard. If you don't speak, can others think you are dumb? Besides, who are you insulting with walnut kernels? I don't have any brains, okay." At this time, Feng Shi said with a smile, "Grandpa, although the wooden sword was not well thought out, its words did remind me that although the Dharma hall will most likely not let us in, we can go to other places and look around. We may find unexpected gains. She is now considered a part-time Buddhist practitioner. If she spends more time in the Kuchen sect, she may find an opportunity." Mu Jian felt happy when he saw Feng Shi protecting it. "What's wrong with me not having a brain? As long as the master likes me, that's all. Fang Shi asked Elder Bai and Zhang Wen for their opinions. Before they expressed their opinions, Skull gave a thumbs up to show his agreement. Ever since he took advantage of the opportunity of Elder Yuan Sheng's advancement to the Buddha Light realm a few days ago, the skeleton's bones finally became a little lustrous and no longer looked so pale. During these 2 days when Fang Shi was practicing, the skeleton would also come over to meditate beside Fang Shi. Zhu Shihuan secretly said to Fang Shi, I guess the Buddha's light power you practiced is good for the Nirvana path, so that's why the skeleton monster did this. Just let him rub against you, and when he can't leave you anymore, force him to tell me the cultivation method of Nirvana. Fang Shi. Zhang Wen and Elder Bai also thought that it was a good idea to go to the west. Reading in the sutra library these days was very tiring, so it was a good opportunity to relax. So, when Zhichen came the next day, Fang Shi suggested going somewhere else to have a look. After Zhichen consulted Master Gukuin, he said, Dear donors, this place is not far from the back mountain. The scenery there is beautiful, and there is a pond for releasing animals, a forest of stalls, and several pavilions. Why don't we go there for a walk? In fact, Fang Shi wanted to go to the various halls in the bell tower and drum tower, but Zhichen must have said so with the instruction of Master Gukuin, so she smiled and said, Okay, then I'll trouble Master Zhichen. The Zen room was indeed very close to the back mountain. In just a quarter of an hour, Zhichen accompanied Fang Shi and the others to the back mountain. Just as Zhichen said, the scenery here is very beautiful, and there are several pavilions and towers. However, due to years of disrepair, the pavilions are very dilapidated and some of the railings are broken. Fang Shi thought to himself, in fact, Ku Chanzong was not only poor, but also lazy. There are plenty of trees here, and we can build these pavilions and towers by cutting down a few of them. And what about their smiling shoes and clothes, can't they be repaired? But as a guest, she naturally couldn't say these things. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, this is the way they are building the road, and they want this shabby feeling. As we were strolling, we arrived at the release pond. Fang Shi and the others looked at the empty release pond. The Ku Chan sect is also extremely poor. Even the release pond is clean. There's not even a turtle. Zhichen was a little embarrassed. Well, originally there were a few golden-backed black turtles in here, but they were later released. Fang Shi and others. Did you release the black turtle in the release pond? Don't you think this is a bit strange? Zhichen said dryly, the golden-backed black turtle has very demanding requirements for food. We in the Kuchen sect can't afford to raise it, so we let it go. Fang Shi strongly suspected that the so-called releasing of animals was just selling them. For a moment, she didn't know whether to sympathize with Xuangui or with Ku Chanzong. To ease the embarrassment, Fang Shi casually said, the release pond is empty and looks lifeless. How about I draw a few black turtles on the bottom of the pond for you? Zhichen, okay, then I'll trouble you, Donor Fang. Fang Shi. I just said that casually. You actually agreed. Don't you think this is outrageous? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1139 Zhichen's filter for Fang Shi is now as high as that of a layer of cake. Seeing that Zhichen was very serious, Fang Shi silently took out the mountains and rivers pen. It is always good to have many skills, the ancients were right. There was no water in the release pond, so Fang Shi jumped into it first. The bottom of the release pond is paved with bluestone slabs, which is perfect for painting. She had never seen the so-called golden-backed turtle, so she decided to give it some free rein. After dipping the mountains and rivers brush into talisman ink, she drew a lifelike little turtle in black and red on the bottom of the pool. There's no way, Fumo is just this color. She thought one was too lonely, so she drew 5 more. Zhang Wen squatted beside the release pond and said, Junior sister, 6 is enough. It just so happens that we also have 6 brothers and sisters. Fang Shi. Let's just say, can your IQ be more stable, not so high and low? However, she also felt that 6 turtles were enough. After all, the pond was not very big, and too many turtles would not look harmonious in proportion. After Fang Shi jumped out of the release pond, he admired his masterpiece. Zhang Wen came over. Junior sister, it has to be you. You are both talented in literature and martial arts, and you can even draw turtles so well. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would have thought it was a real turtle. Zhichen on the side. Putting aside other things, can we please speak more politely and call it black tortoise instead of tortoise? At this time, Fang Shi said, 5th brother, what is true? What is false? Emptiness is color is emptiness, Amitabha. Zhang Wen. Ever since junior sister has been practicing the power of Buddha's light, she's been speaking more and more like a monk. Zhichen felt that Fang Shi's words were quite insightful, and he put his hands together. Amitabha, what Donor Fang said is very true. All living beings are equal. Although these are painted black turtles, they are all the same in my Buddha's eyes. Zhang Wen secretly curled his lips. You are talking nonsense. If the painting is the same as the real thing, why don't you just paint the cake for yourself? I don't know who went to the Discipline Institute just for a piece of cake. Just as he was complaining in his heart, he suddenly saw a little turtle moving. His eyes widened immediately. Quick, look. The turtle that junior sister drew has become real. Fang Shi and his companions immediately looked towards the bottom of the release pond. Only then did he realize that it was not the little turtle that had become real, but one of the bluestone slabs that was moving, so that Zhang Wen mistakenly thought that the little turtle drawn by Fang Shi on it was moving. Fang Shi and his companions immediately became alert because there was obviously a living creature under the bluestone slab. Zhichen signaled Fang Shi and others to stand behind him. If there was any danger, he could buy them time to escape. Fang Shi thought to himself that this Master Zhichen was indeed a kind-hearted person. After a while, the bluestone slab was pushed up, and a little turtle crawled out from underneath. It looks golden because its shell is golden. Zhichen was surprised and said, it's actually a golden-backed black turtle. All the golden-backed black turtles here have been sold, so how come there is still one? I made a mistake. I said I released them, not sold them. Feng Shi and others, there is no need for you to explain, because the more you explain, the worse it gets. Seeing that Jichin was very embarrassed, Feng Shi said, Master Jichin, you said before that golden-backed black turtles have strict requirements on food. What do they usually eat? Jichin said immediately, they only eat golden-veined body leaves, and their appetite is huge. We only have 9 golden-veined body trees in Kuchen Sect, and we really can't afford to feed them. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden-backed black turtle in the release pond began to nibble on the wild grass growing in the cracks of the bluestone slabs, eating it with a delicious crunch. Jichin. He wasn't even this embarrassed when he was captured by the disciplinary institute. He said hesitantly, Dona Feng, this, I don't know much about the golden-backed black tortoise. I have only heard people mention it, so there may be some errors here. The cry of a blood-devouring duck was heard in Feng Shi's consciousness. Ha ha ha, what do you mean they only eat body leaves? These monks must have gone crazy with poverty, so they sold all the turtles. This one is probably a fish that slipped through the net, or it may have been just a turtle at the time and hatched later. They also say that monks don't tell lies, and I think that's just the way it is. Feng Shi ignored Zhu Xuan's sarcastic remarks and said to Jichin. People have different tastes, and maybe this golden-backed black tortoise is no exception. It just so happens that it's not very picky about food. Jichin knew that Feng Shi was trying to save the situation for him, and he immediately had several more filters in his eyes for Feng Shi. Dona Feng is such a kind person. At this time, Feng Shi said, Master, I see that this black turtle seems to be very hungry, can I feed it some food? Jichin's filter for Feng Shi is now as high as a 1,000-layer cake, so naturally he agreed readily. Because this is the Kuchen Sect, Feng Shi couldn't feed the animals monster meat or anything too expensive, so he took out a few strid potatoes and threw them into the release pond. The golden-backed black tortoise finished the meal in the blink of an eye, like a whirlwind. Then she stared at Feng Shi with her green eyes and started crying. Feng Shi. It's just a few pieces of sweet potatoes. It's not necessary. It's really not necessary. Jichin lowered his head silently. They, the Kuzen Sect, can't even afford to raise a turtle, no, a black tortoise. It's so shameful. Feng Shi felt compassion and threw a few more pieces of spiritual potatoes to the golden-backed black turtle, which was also eaten by it. At this time, Jichin said, Dona Feng, considering its appetite, this should be enough, you don't need to spend any more money. After I report this to Master, someone will naturally come to take care of this golden-backed black turtle. The golden-backed black tortoise's mouth opened and closed, and its green eyes were filled with anger. Feng Shi felt that it must be cursing Jichin at this moment, and the curse was very dirty. Yes, according to the virtue of Ku Chanzong, the so-called care is to sell this golden-backed black turtle. It would be fine if it was sold to other temples or believers, but if it was sold to a restaurant. Although the Kuchan sect would not do such a damaging and immoral thing, there could be middlemen making a profit from the price difference. However, as an outsider, she couldn't say too much. Let go of the need to help others and respect the fate of others. So Feng Shi nodded, okay, then I'll follow the master's arrangement. Jichin breathed a sigh of relief, Dona Feng, let's go to the Stele Pavilion in front and sit down. We have been walking for such a long time, it's a good time to rest our feet. It is good. After Feng Shi and the others left, the golden-backed black turtle grunted and crawled up from the bottom of the pond and followed closely behind them. Nishiho's short legs are moving very fast. Who says turtles crawl slowly? If they get angry, even rabbits will admit defeat. Next chapter around 10 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1140. She is actually being sentimental. Feng Shi and his friends soon discovered the golden-backed black turtle that was following them. Before anyone else could do anything, Mu Jian said to Feng Shi anxiously. Master, this little bastard must want to rely on you. I think it is the same kind as the golden pig, just a glutton. I'm never satisfied with what I eat, and I'm not good at anything I do. You better be careful and don't let it blackmail you. Golden pig. If you want to call me a little bastard, just call me a little bastard. Why would you mention me? Besides, how can I be a good for nothing? When there is danger, I'm the one who doesn't step in. If anyone is useless, then it's you. To wield the sword, you have to let the master tie you up. Feng Shi also started to wonder, is her personality so charismatic now? Even the little turtle is willing to follow her to the death. At this time, Jichin frowned at the golden-backed black turtle and said, this is not the place for you to come, go back. The golden-backed tortoise was really obedient. It turned around and crawled back. However, it caught up with us again after a short while. After several attempts, Jichin simply picked up the golden-backed black turtle, sent it back to the release pond, and set up a barrier around the pond. Only then did he continue to accompany Feng Shi to the Stele Pavilion. The so-called Stele Pavilion is a pavilion with a stone stele placed in the middle. The strange thing is that there is not a single word on the stone tablet, not even any patterns. Zhang Wen asked curiously, Master, why is there no writing on this stone tablet? Jichin put his hands together and said, Dona, you may not know that this stone tablet is called the Void Tablet. Void is neither color nor mind, and is free from all material obstructions and attachments. Zhang Wen, you didn't understand a single word. Just pretend I didn't ask. He turned his head to look at Feng Shi and saw her nodding continuously. He thought, it must be my junior sister who can even understand these obscure Buddhist scriptures. How could he know that Feng Shi was just coming to support Jichin? Otherwise it would be so awkward. After Jichin explained, he said, Dear donors, please sit down and rest. After they chatted for a few words, the skeleton jumped into the bushes nearby and pulled out a little turtle. It was the golden-backed black turtle. Jichin. He had clearly set up a barrier around the release pond, so how did this golden-backed black turtle escape? Also, if this Nirvana hadn't taken it out, he wouldn't have even noticed it lurking in the bushes. Could it be that this golden-backed black tortoise has extraordinary cultivation level? But he looked similar to Dona Jun. Jun Wen didn't know that he had become a reference. He looked at the golden-backed black turtle held by the skeleton curiously, thinking, is this little turtle here to scam me? Ugh. Junior sister is really too popular. No living thing can resist the charm of junior sister. Fang Shi thought the same, so he said to the skeleton, Senior, put it down and I'll ask it. The skeleton immediately threw the golden-backed black turtle to the ground. The golden-backed black tortoise was thrown upside down and spun on the ground several times before it turned over. Just when Fang Shi was about to ask it if it wanted to rely on her, she saw the golden-backed black turtle crawling near the void monument and then disappeared. When Fang Shi and the others were surprised, it appeared again. However, his body had become much larger, and he ran away with the void tablet on his back. The speed was so fast that Fang Shi and the others didn't have time to react. Jichen was suddenly shocked and chased after him. Fang Shi and others followed closely behind. Although the golden-backed black tortoise was carrying the void stele, its speed was not slow at all, and it soon entered a forest of steles. The forest of steles was filled with stone steles. As soon as the golden-backed black turtle entered, it disappeared, and the void stele was also lost. Jichen, Fang Shi and others searched the forest of steles several times but couldn't find the golden-backed black turtle and the void stele. It was as if they had disappeared out of thin air. Fang Shi felt a little complicated. She was actually being too sentimental. She thought the golden-backed black tortoise wanted to rely on her, but it turned out to be here to steal the stele. Fortunately, she just asked and didn't say anything else, otherwise it would be awkward. It seems that people should not be too arrogant, otherwise it is easy to get slapped in the face. Jichen searched in vain and had to report the matter to Elder Guquan. Elder Guquan was already upset about the drum tower incident, and now he heard this bad news. He suddenly felt that he couldn't live like this. Before one problem is solved, another one arises. His tenure as the abbot is probably coming to an end. He didn't dare to conceal such a serious matter as the theft of the void stele. He quickly notified several elders in the sect and hurried over. After everyone was present, Jichen told them the whole story in detail. As soon as he finished speaking, Gu Shen pointed the finger at Fang Shi. Donor Fang, if you hadn't painted the black turtle in the release pond, none of these things would have happened. All of this is because of you. The void stele is the treasure of our sect. Now it is lost because of you. What crime should you be punished for? Jichen said quickly, Uncle Gushen, Donor Fang also had good intentions, and she also got my permission before painting, so the responsibility is mine, and has nothing to do with Donor Fang. Gu Shen snorted coldly, you don't need to rush to take the blame, you can't escape responsibility either. Fang Shi chuckled and said, Master Gu Shen, I know you have a prejudice against me because of what happened last time, but isn't the charge you put on me too far-fetched? The one who stole the void stele was the golden-backed black tortoise, which is the one you, the Ku-chan sect, raised yourselves. What does this have to do with my painting of the little turtle? Instead of quickly looking for the lost void monument, you are accusing me of crimes here. Isn't that putting the cart before the horse? By the way, I heard that the golden-backed black turtle likes to eat golden-veined body leaves the most. I remember there is a golden-veined body tree at the entrance of the discipline courtyard, so this golden-backed black turtle must be raised by you secretly. Otherwise, how could such a lonely little thing survive? Gu Shen. No one who makes baskets can be as good as you. He angrily said, what nonsense. How could I do such a dirty thing? Fang Shi snorted coldly, you say there is no such thing. How can you prove it? Gu Shen. I never did this, why should I prove it? He snorted coldly, I can swear to the Buddha that the golden-backed black turtle has nothing to do with me. But this time, Elder Guquan came out to smooth things over. Brother Gu Shen, let's find the void monument first, and we can discuss other matters later. Elder Guquan said as he walked into the forest of steles. Gu Shen glared at Fang Shi and also went in. The other elders also filed in. Fang Shi and the others couldn't just stay where they were, so they continued to look. After searching for 13 times, there was no trace of the void monument, let alone the golden-backed black turtle. Someone suggested going to the release pond to see if the animal was hiding there. Elder Guquan was now desperate and tried every possible means to help, so he immediately took his men to the release pond. When everyone saw the 6 little turtles painted by Fang Shi at the bottom of the pond, their expressions froze. I have to say that this Donor Fang has really good painting skills. Everyone used magic to investigate, but found no sign of any living creature down there. Just when everyone was at a loss, Gu Shen's identity token began to vibrate. He probed his consciousness into it, and heard Zhifei's voice. Master, there is a stone tablet suddenly appearing at the entrance of our discipline hall. It looks like the void tablet in the pavilion. Gu Shen. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1141 Flowers bloom and everyone loves them. Gu Shen felt that he must have heard it wrong. The void stele was clearly stolen by the golden-backed black turtle, so how could it appear at the gate of the discipline academy? What did you say? Say it again. The result was the same answer. Gu Shen's head was buzzing. Fang Shi had just falsely accused the golden-backed black turtle of being raised by the discipline academy, and then the void monument appeared at the entrance of the discipline academy. Wouldn't this leave him with no way to defend himself? His first reaction was that Fang Shi and the golden-backed black turtle had colluded to frame him. But in a moment he felt that this guess was too ridiculous. The golden-backed black turtle is a member of their Kuchin sect, so there is no reason for him to help Fang Shi frame him. So the question is, why did it carry the void stele to the gate of the discipline court for no reason? Before he could figure out what was going on, other elders also received messages. It's not that they have spies in the discipline academy, the point is that who can't see such a huge void monument? And it's right at the gate of the discipline academy. Then, everyone looked at Gu Shen. Gu Shen. Logically speaking, I should say something at this time, but what should I say? Elder Guquan was quite kind and did not add insult to injury. Instead, he said, since we already know the whereabouts of the void monument, let's go and take a look. He is honest, but some people are not. Fang Shi saw Gu Shen's weird expression and then looked at the performance of other elders, and suddenly had a bold guess in his mind. Can't you? She asked Elder Gu Quan. Master, you just said that the whereabouts of the Void Monument have been found. Where is it? Elder Gu Quan could not hide it either, so he told the truth. It is said that the Void Stele was found at the entrance of the Discipline Court, but no trace of the golden-backed black turtle was found. When Feng Shi heard this, he didn't show any surprise at all, but looked like he had expected it. I just said that the golden-backed black tortoise was raised by Elder Gu Shen. Look, it's true. This golden-backed black tortoise is not very smart. You said you would put the stolen things in a secret place, but you put them in front of the gate of the Discipline Courtyard. How embarrassing for Elder Gu Shen. Gu Shen. Please, shut up. He gritted his teeth and said, I repeat again that the golden-backed black turtle has nothing to do with me. Feng Shi said, it's useless even if you reiterate it 100 times, after all, the evidence is irrefutable. No wonder you just accused me of something without any evidence, it's like the thief crying, catch the thief. Gu Shen was so angry that his face turned pale. Absurd. Just based on your few words, you think your evidence is irrefutable. You really can find a pretext to accuse someone of something. Feng Shi curled her lips. I rely not on a few words, but on the Void Monument at the entrance of your Discipline Academy. Unless you can explain clearly why the Void Monument appeared at the entrance of your Discipline Academy, otherwise the little black turtle is yours. It's okay to call him little bastard in normal times, but it's better to be more polite in this kind of occasion. Gu Shen was so angry that he kept chanting Buddha's name, and the Buddhist beads in his hand were about to fly away. Elder Gu Quan came out to smooth things over. It's too early to draw conclusions now. Let's go to the Discipline Institute and take a look at the Void Monument first. Gu Shen had never found Elder Gu Quan so pleasing to the eye in his entire life. He snorted coldly and walked forward quickly. A man of integrity is self-evident, and a man of integrity is not afraid of his own shadow. He will surely be able to prove his innocence. Thinking of this, he paused. He originally came here to call for punishment, so how come he has to prove his innocence now? Humph, this matter must be related to Feng Shi, he must get to the bottom of it. With this belief, he quickened his pace. Suddenly, Feng Zai's voice came from behind. Master Gu Shen, why are you running so fast? Are you rushing back to destroy the evidence? Gu Shen. He had no choice but to slow down. Elder Gu Quan was secretly delighted, thinking that this donor Feng was most likely junior brother Gu Shen's nemesis, as he was the one who got defeated every time. Before Feng Shi and his friends arrived at the Discipline Institute, they saw a sea of people in front of them. Although the Kuchan sect has strict precepts, if you don't come and see such a big event, you will regret it for the rest of your life. Besides, the law does not punish everyone, so what are so many people afraid of? The reason why these monks are so enthusiastic, besides the fact that the Void Stele is the sect's treasure, is another very important reason. They also want to enjoy the treatment of pie in the sky. So, when they saw Feng Shi and the others coming, someone secretly shouted, Donor Feng, I support you. With someone taking the lead, others are instantly given the courage to speak up. Amitabha, Donor Feng, I support you too. Master Feng, I was on your side last time, and I'm still on your side this time. Ellipsis. Gu Shen's nose was almost crooked from anger. You know what's going on, so you support her. Besides, have you forgotten that you are disciples of the Kuchan sect? All of them are so stupid, are they all stupid? Not to mention Gu Shen, even Feng Shi himself felt very surprised. I didn't expect that she would become everyone's favorite when she first arrived at Kuchan sect. As I said, her personal charm is getting stronger and stronger. Flowers bloom when they see them, and everyone loves them. While thinking about it, I silently opened the Saint's Light version 3.0. After she cultivated the power of Buddha's light, she improved the light of the saint, making it even more powerful than before. Because of this incident, Zhu Xuan made a lot of sarcastic remarks. The reason is simple, he can't use it. Feng Shi clasped his hands together and smiled at those monks who were just watching the show, and immediately gained a wave of goodwill. Gu Shen really didn't want to see her face like that, so he quickly passed through the crowd and arrived at the entrance of the Discipline Institute. I saw the Void Monument at a glance. He immediately asked the disciples of the Discipline Academy, did anyone see how this Void Monument appeared? Did you see a golden-backed black turtle? The disciples shook their heads and said that the Void Stele seemed to have appeared out of thin air. When they discovered it, they only saw the stele but not the golden-backed black tortoise. Gu Shen looked at Feng Shi and said, did you hear everything? This Void Monument appeared out of thin air and has nothing to do with me or the Discipline Institute. Feng Shi said calmly, you are all one family, who knows if you have colluded long ago. Gu Shen was so angry that the veins on his forehead bulged. There is no way to defend myself. After all, he was the one who always interrogated others, and this was the first time he was interrogated. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1142. Where did the leaves of the golden vein body tree go? Zhifei wanted to make a few excuses, but when he thought of the last disastrous defeat, he silently closed his mouth again. The main thing is that the Void Monument is right here, and they can't explain themselves even if they're right. At this time, a Buddhist chant was heard from afar. After a while, an old monk with white hair and beard walked out of the disciplinary hall. Gu Shen finally saw the backbone. His nose felt sore and tears almost fell. It's not that he is useless, the key is that he has never suffered such a great injustice in his life. The person who came was none other than Elder Yuanzi, the head of the Discipline Institute. Elder Gu Quan and others bowed to Elder Yuanji. Elder Gu Quan introduced Feng Shi and the others. After the two sides met, Elder Yuanji briefly asked about what happened and said, everyone, I can guarantee that what Gu Shen and the others said is true. Although I don't know why this Void Monument appeared here, this matter has nothing to do with my Discipline Academy. Elder Yuanzi's words still carry a lot of weight. Although Elder Yuansheng and Elder Yuanzi are of the same seniority, Elder Yuanzi is much more reliable and has a very high prestige among the disciples. So, after hearing what he said, many people believed it. In fact, Feng Shi also knew very well that this matter had nothing to do with the Discipline Institute. She was just giving someone a taste of their own medicine. Now that Elder Yuanji has come forward, she doesn't want to continue to argue with him. Just as she was about to hand the ladder to the other party, she heard Elder Yuanji say, "Dear donors, I have been busy with various matters in the Zen sect recently and cannot continue to entertain you. Please leave immediately. As for the donations from you all, I will ask Brother Guquan to return them in full. In addition, I will also give some medicinal herbs produced by my Ku-chan sect to a few donors, which can also be regarded as a good relationship." Fang Shi. I was about to hand you a ladder, but you stabbed me. You old monk are so dishonest. No wonder he could teach a disciple like Gu Shen. It turns out that pettiness is passed down from generation to generation. Elder Guquan did not expect Elder Yuanji to say this, and he felt a little unhappy. It's easy for you to say it. I will return the 100 million strode stones in full. I have already used most of them to fill the holes. What can I give back? You are all noble and I am the only one who is obsessed with money. I don't want you all to be left naked without my painstaking efforts to maintain it. Although he was very unhappy in his heart, he did not dare to confront Elder Yuanji directly. After all, the other party is of higher seniority and more experience, so even if he is the abbot, he dare not confront him. When he was in a dilemma, Fang Shi chuckled. Master Yuanji, you are in such a hurry to get us out. Are you afraid that the matter of the Void Monument will be unclear? Elder Yuanji's face suddenly darkened. Donor Fang, I have just said that the Void Monument has nothing to do with our Discipline Institute, so don't make trouble anymore. Last time you made trouble at the Discipline Hall, I didn't bother with you because you were still young. If you continue to make trouble, I will have to expel you from the Kuchen sect immediately. The smile on Fang Shi's face widened a little. Master, I don't want to argue with you about anything else. You just need to explain to me where the leaves of the golden body tree in your discipline hall have gone. I heard that the golden-backed black turtle's favorite food is the leaves of the golden vein body tree. Obviously, that golden-backed black turtle is from your discipline academy. Elder Yuanzi immediately turned his head and saw that the golden body tree that was originally lush and leafy at the right corner of the discipline courtyard had now turned into a bald tree. There is not a single leaf left. Not only did he see it, but others saw it too. Just now everyone's attention was focused here, and no one paid attention to the situation over there. Now seeing this scene, many people's eyes towards Elder Yuanzi changed. I originally thought that Elder Yuanzi was a highly respected person and would not lie, but I didn't expect that he was a person who lied with his eyes open. All the leaves of the golden body tree were eaten up, and they said the golden-backed black turtle was not raised by them. Who would believe it? Gu Shen looked at Elder Yuanji and thought, Master, now you can understand how I felt just now, right? There is no point in making excuses. Elder Yuanzi was obviously much more accomplished than Gushen, and he regained his composure after a moment of shock. It seems that I have underestimated Donor Feng. You must be related to that golden-backed black tortoise, so it secretly helped you slander the Discipline Institute. If Mr. Feng tells the truth now, I can forgive you for what happened. Otherwise, even if you are not from my Ku-chan sect, I will have to interrogate you. As soon as he finished speaking, a wooden fish flew over from a distance. Yuanji, you old bald ass. How dare you bully a little girl here? Do you still have any shame? People donated 100 million yuan to you, but you and your disciples kept accusing him of crimes. Do you think you are worthy of being monks? You are doing whatever you want here. Do you think I am dead? Elder Yuansheng ran over cursing, and continued to attack without waiting for Master Yuanzi to speak. You have never been a good person. You always go to Master to tell him about my bad deeds. Now that you are old, you are even more shameless and start to bully the younger generation. Not to mention that your Discipline Institute is the biggest suspect in the matter of the Void Monument. Even if the little girl really wronged you, you should have explained it patiently. But you are the first to put the blame on others. You are so shameless. For someone like you, it is useless to practice, because you are narrow-minded and the Buddha will not look down on you. Elder Yuanzi was so angry that his body shook a few times, and his hands holding the Buddhist beads were shaking a little. Although Elder Yuansheng had been at odds with him over the years, he would not say anything too harsh due to the precepts. Unexpectedly, he would actually speak ill of him this time. Little did he know that ever since Elder Yuansheng replaced the wooden fish mallet with a rolling pin, he began to let himself go. Anyway, after you finish cursing, just ask Buddha for forgiveness. The Buddha, with his great compassion, will definitely forgive him. Elder Yuanzi recited the heart purification mantra several times in his mind, and then said to Elder Yuansheng, Brother Yuansheng, don't judge others by your own standards. What you said is just your personal speculation. Originally I didn't want to make things clear, but since you misunderstood me so much, I'll just say it. Ever since these donors entered our Ku-chan sect, strange things have happened frequently. First, something abnormal happened in the drum tower, then there was a rift between our disciples, and now the void stele has been stolen. Our Buddha believes in cause and effect. Obviously, these results are caused by the causes of these donors. In order to restore peace to my Ku-chan sect, I used the incident of the void monument to ask them to leave the Ku-chan sect, thus saving their face. But this donor Feng is being unreasonable and insists on framing the Discipline Institute for the void monument incident. How can I let him off so easily? Elder Yuanzi's words were so powerful that the monks who were just watching the show immediately showed a look of sudden enlightenment. Even Elder Yuansheng was stunned. It seems that what Yuanji, the old bald donkey, said makes some sense. Indeed, ever since the little girl and her friends came, there has been no peace in the Ku-chan sect. At this time, Feng Shi burst out laughing. Master Yuanzi, you are worthy of being the head of the Discipline Institute. Your eloquence is as brilliant as a lotus. If you are simple-minded, you will be confused by what you said. After Feng Shi said this, many people forcibly retracted their expressions of sudden enlightenment. After all, no one wants to admit that he is a simple-minded person. Master Yuansheng quickly changed the confused look on his face into a mocking one. The little girl is right. Your words can only fool a 3-year-old child, not even a Shi Sui. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1143. If you can speak, speak more. Elder Yuanzi said nothing after hearing what Elder Yuansheng said. He wanted to hear what Feng Shi would say next. What he said just now was well reasoned, and even she can refute it even with her sharp tongue. Feng Shi had a smile on his face, but his tone was full of sarcasm. Master Yuanji just said that the recent events in the Ku-chan sect were caused by the actions of us, so let's talk about it. First of all, regarding the Drum Tower incident, we have never even been to the Drum Tower. How can you blame us for this? Isn't that too far-fetched? Secondly, Master Zhichen was wrongly accused a few days ago. On the surface, it seemed that it was because I asked Master Zhichen to help me eliminate my karma, but in fact it was your Discipline Institute taking revenge on me. Finally, your Discipline Institute is the biggest suspect in the theft of the Void Monument, but you put the blame on us. You were just the thief crying, "Stop thief." You from the Discipline Institute were responsible for 2 out of the 3 things. Anyone with eyes can see who is the so-called cause. Master Yuan Ji, I shouldn't have been rude to you, but since you came and accused me of something, I just said whatever I wanted to say. Are you targeting me so much because I made your Discipline Institute lose face a few days ago? I can even make an irresponsible guess that you are jealous of Master Yuansheng's advancement to the Buddha Light realm, so you take your anger out on me. No wonder Elder Gushan and Jifei are taking revenge on each other and can't tell right from wrong. It turns out that you are of the same lineage, and the upper beam is crooked, and the lower beams are crooked. You just said that there is a cause for every effect. Aren't you afraid of suffering the consequences of your actions? Elder Yuanzi's face looked extremely ugly, even uglier than when he was scolded by Elder Yuansheng just now. Feng Shi understood it at a glance. She hit the nail on the head. This old monk must be jealous of Elder Yuansheng's advancement to the Buddha Light realm. I'm so sorry. She just likes to rub salt into other people's wounds. She did not give Elder Yuanzi a chance to speak, and spoke quickly and crisply. Master Yuanzi, for a Buddhist, cultivation is secondary, morality is the most important. If one's moral conduct is deficient and one's mind is unstable, one will not be able to advance to the Buddha Light realm even if one secludes oneself for 10,000 years. In this regard, you are far inferior to Elder Yuansheng. He is a man of high moral character, fair in his dealings, and has profound Buddhist knowledge. He is a role model for our generation. The most important thing is that he is indifferent to fame and gain, and has been guarding the Sutra library for many years. Unlike you, who are scheming for power and turning the Discipline Institute into a one-man show for you. Elder Yuansheng's mouth was grinning from ear to ear. If you can speak, speak more. I can bear it. The Buddhist beads in Elder Yuanzi's hand had cracks, which was obviously because he was angry and did not control the strength of his hands well. As soon as he opened his mouth, Feng Shi said, "You just said you would return the 100 million incense money I donated. When you said this, have you considered the plight of the Bitter-chan disciples? You hold the discipline house in your hands and have no worries about food and drink, but everyone else is starving. Don't tell me about asceticism. Even if it is asceticism, there must be a limit, right? I just don't believe that there are people who really like to wear smiling monk robes and monk shoes, and who just like the clear porridge that can serve as a mirror. As the head of the Discipline Institute, you are narrow-minded, taking revenge on personal grudges, ignoring the overall situation, and your virtue is unworthy of your position." The monks who were watching the show nodded one after another. Anything else would be fine, but the following few sentences touched their hearts. I cursed Elder Yuan Shi in my heart for talking so easily without any pain in his waist. Even Elder Gu Quan silently gave Feng Shi a thumbs up in his heart. Elder Yuanzi said angrily, "What nonsense. I am a bitter Zen sect practitioner. Although I am the head of the Discipline Institute, my food, clothing and other expenses are no different from those of other disciples." Feng Shi tilted her head and said, "Your food, clothing and other expenses are no different from other disciples. Do you dare to say that you don't drink sanye rock tea on a regular basis? And your monk's robes and shoes seem to have far fewer patches than others. Look at Elder Yuansheng, he is so poor that he even uses a rolling pin instead of a wooden fish mallet." Elder Yuansheng nodded and shook the rolling pin in his hand. He had just picked up the wooden fish that he had thrown away, and knocked it from time to time so that the Buddha could receive his confession in time. Elder Yuanzi was so angry that his head was buzzing. He still has some identity baggage, otherwise he would have been the first to receive the order to arrest people. Of course, it's also because of Elder Yuansheng. He knew that if he took action, Elder Yuansheng would definitely get involved. In addition, because of what Feng Shi said just now, most of the disciples stood on Feng Zai's side. If he insisted on driving Feng Shi and the others out, it would probably cause public outrage. Of course, it's not that these spectators have any feelings for Feng Shi, but because of the 100 million in incense money. But now that things have come to this, how will it end? Elder Gu Quan knew it was time for him to make a grand appearance and smooth things over. Then, he put his hands together and said, "Amitabha, Uncle Yuanzi, Dona Feng, calm down, everything that happened today was just a misunderstanding." Uncle Yuanzi was too worried about the recent frequent incidents in the sect, and the fact that the Void Monument appeared at the gate of the discipline courtyard for no reason, so his words were a bit extreme. Dona Feng's words were a little harsh because he was misunderstood by junior brother Gu Shen in the back mountain just now. Now that everything has been said, there is no need to continue arguing. The most urgent task now is to find out why the Void Monument appeared here, and find a way to find the golden back tortoise as soon as possible to solve this series of mysteries. Uncle Yuansheng, you are right. Elder Yuansheng actually wanted to add fuel to the fire and embarrass Yuanji. But seeing Master Gu Quan winking at him, his eyes almost twitched, so he could only say, "Yes, that's right, let's deal with the Void Monument first." As soon as he finished speaking, Feng Shi said, "Master Yuanzi, what Master Gu Quan said just now is very true. I was also wrongly accused by Master Gushan of stealing the Void Stele, so I feel a little uncomfortable. I apologize for any offense I may have caused by my words just now." After saying that, Feng Shi also bowed to Elder Yuanzi. Elder Yuanzi cursed in his heart. No one can change their expression as quickly as you, but he had to step down now that he had finally found a way out. Amitabha, what I said just now was not appropriate. I hope you don't mind it, Mr. Feng. Feng Shi smiled and said, I don't mind. Last time, Master Gu Shen wanted to kill me, but I forgot about it after he gave me 2 taels of tea. Elder Yuanzi, since Mr. Feng likes to drink tea, I will give you another bag of tea. Feng Shi blushed and said, I'm sorry to have cost you money. Elder Yuanzi. He seemed to know why he suffered in silence. This Feng Shi was really shameless. At this time, Elder Yuan Sheng stretched his neck and shouted. Old, senior brother, I like drinking tea too. Elder Yuanzi. Next chapter around 10 o'clock. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1144 The friendship between senior and junior brothers and sisters has capsized. Elder Yuanzi tried to pretend he didn't hear, but Elder Yuan Sheng had already approached him, licking his face and stretching out his paw. He can pretend he didn't hear it. Finally, Elder Yuanzi gave Elder Feng Shi and Elder Yuan Sheng each a bag of 3-leaf rock tea. Elder Yuan Sheng likes Feng Shi even more. Ever since the little girl came, he not only advanced to the Buddha light realm but also got 2 bags of tea. Jian Shou is his little lucky star. The most important thing is that he has untied the invisible shackles on his body. The feeling of being able to curse whenever he wants is simply great. By the way, I still have to continue to apologize to the Buddha. So he took a rolling pin and started hitting it. Elder Yuanzi was so angry. It is unexpected that a fellow like Yuan Sheng could advance to the Buddha light realm, whereas he practiced diligently and strictly abided by the rules and regulations but his cultivation level remained stagnant. It is really unfair. He calmed himself down and said to Elder Gu Quan, let's start with the golden body tree and see if we can find some clues. It is good. The elders immediately arrived under the golden body tree. Someone immediately discovered small paw prints under the tree. Needless to say, the leaves must have been eaten by the golden-backed tortoise. Feng Shi thought, no wonder Zhichen said he couldn't afford it, this one golden-backed black turtle ate all the leaves of a tree. By the way, Zhichen said that there are a total of 9 golden-veined body trees in the Ku-chan sect, and the little turtle might have gone to gnaw on the other 8. Could it be that the void monument is just a means for it to attract attention? This trick is quite clever. Although Feng Shi thought so in his heart, he didn't say it out loud. The little turtle helped her indirectly, so she can repay his kindness with evil. However, she was not the only smart person in the world, and soon Elder Yuanzi shared the same idea as her. Oh no, that golden-backed black turtle is probably going to steal the leaves of several other golden-veined body trees. The elders quickly sent someone to check, and soon the bad news came. All 9 golden-veined body trees of the Ku-chan sect have become bald. Feng Shi thought to himself, I told you to sell out other people's companions, and now I'm going to pull you out of your straits. This little bastard is a ruthless person, no, a cruel tortoise. She was watching the show, while Elder Yuanzi and others had frowns on their faces. Many of the Ku-chan sect's rituals require the leaves of the golden-veined body tree, but now there is not a single leaf left for them. Although it can still grow, the growth cycle of the golden-veined body tree is slow, and it takes 3 years for the leaves to grow. After eating the leaves, the golden-backed tortoise might even gnaw on the branches, which would have disastrous consequences. Furthermore, how could such a huge Ku-chan sect be played around by golden-backed black turtle? Even if we have to turn the house upside down, we must find the golden-backed black turtle. Master Yuanzi said, let's activate the sect's Ahad subduing demon formation. Although it will cost some straight stones, we can't let that little evil creature do whatever he wants. Feng Shi asked Elder Gu Quan curiously, Master, can the Ahad demon subduing formation find the golden-backed black turtle? Elder Gu Quan said, Donor, you don't know that the Ahad demon subduing formation is a formation created by our sect, covering the entire Ku-chan sect. Once it is opened, no living creature can escape, and we can naturally find the hiding place of the golden-backed black turtle. Feng Shi thought, it looks like the little turtle is doomed. Considering the indirect help it provided to her, she will help to plead for it when the time comes. After all, Ku-chan sect is a holy place of Buddhism, and its life will not be taken easily. As she was thinking, she heard a commotion at the entrance of the discipline court. Someone shouted, here it is. The golden-backed black tortoise is here. Elder Yuanzi and others quickly arrived at the entrance of the discipline institute. Feng Shi also quickly ran out. It's not easy to eat melons on this day, you have to run and jump. When they came out, they saw the golden-backed black tortoise carrying the void stellae and staring at everyone in surprise. Zhang Wen came close to Feng Shi and whispered, Junior sister, I heard that among the 9 sons of the dragon there is a Bixi who likes to carry stone tablets. Could this little black turtle be a Bixi? Feng Shi said, I don't think it looks like that. Maybe carrying the stone tablet is just a personal hobby, just like you like looking for your father. Zhang Wen. The friendship between senior and junior brothers and sisters has capsized. At this time, Elder Yuanzi and others had already set up a barrier around it, so even if the golden-backed black turtle grew wings, it could not escape. The golden-backed black tortoise was quite calm and did not show any sign of panic. Elder Gu Shen stared at the golden-backed black tortoise and asked, you placed the void stellae at the entrance of the discipline courtyard in order to steal the leaves of the golden-veined body tree. The golden-backed black tortoise stared at him with its green eyes, opening and closing its mouth, but no one knew what it was saying. Elder Gu Shen's brows knitted into a knot. Although the golden-backed black tortoise was talking very lively, he couldn't understand it. Elder Gu Quan sighed. It's a pity that our Ku-chan sect strictly prohibits contracting spirit beasts, otherwise we would know what it said. Feng Shi's heart was moved, but she said nothing. If she took the initiative to bring it up, Elder Yuanzi would definitely not agree, and might even falsely accuse her of having colluded with the golden-backed black turtle. At this time, Elder Yuan Sheng said while beating the wooden fish. This is easy, can't we just ask little donor Feng Shi to sign the contract? Just terminate the contract after you've finished questioning me. Fang Shi gave Elder Yuansheng 10 points of merit in his heart. You are truly an accomplished monk. Think what I think, say what I say. However, we can't just agree to it like that, we have to push it a little. So, he said. Master Yuansheng, this is wrong. This golden-backed black tortoise is a spiritual beast of your clan. How can you allow outsiders like us to make a contract with it? Besides, it might reveal some of your clan's secrets, and it would be very inconvenient for me to know them. Zhang Wen said on the side. Besides being inconvenient, everyone knows that contracting a spirit beast is risky. This golden-backed black tortoise was able to place the void monument here silently, and was also able to go west to eat leaves. It's obvious that it's not simple. What if my junior sister gets into danger when she contracts it? Elder Yuansheng was stunned. That's true, let's think of other ways. Elder Yuanzi originally had some doubts about Fang Shi, but now he had dispelled them. At this time, Gu Shen said to Elder Yuanji. Master, how about we catch it first, and then find an animal tamer from outside to interrogate it? Elder Yuanzi looked at his disciple deeply. Gu Shen inexplicably felt that his master disliked him. Did he say something wrong? Elder Gu Quan saw this and said, Brother, this method is not appropriate. As the donor Fang said, the golden-backed black tortoise may know the secrets of our sect, and it is not good to let outsiders know. Gu Shen's old face flushed red, and in order to save face, he snorted coldly. Even if this method is not appropriate, we should capture it first and then return the void monument to its original place, right? Everyone thought that what he said made sense. They couldn't just stay like this forever. So, Elder Yuanzi asked Gu Shen to catch the golden-backed turtle. After being humiliated for a long time, Gu finally found an opportunity to show his skills. He felt that even if the golden-backed black turtle had some abilities, they were limited, so he first released his pressure and then reached out to grab it. Just when he was determined to win, the Buddha's light from the void monument became bright and blasted him away. There was a look of contempt in the golden-backed black turtle's green eyes. Guess this stone tablet is so heavy, why am I carrying it and running west? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1145 Fight me, you win if you can beat me. With Gu Shen's cultivation level, he was able to keep his body steady even if he was flung away, so as not to embarrass himself. The bad thing was that there were too many monks watching over him, and he fell directly into the crowd. He thought the melon-eating monks would catch him, so he didn't use his skills. As a result, the melon-eating monks, for some unknown reason, scattered. It was only when Gu Shen was about to hit them that they dispersed, leaving no time for Gu Shen to react. As a result, Gu Shen fell on his back. Buddhist practitioners are all very strong, so the fall was not a big deal, but he suffered a serious trauma mentally. He even wanted to die immediately. I'm too embarrassed to see anyone. These few days were the darkest moment in his life, and life was worse than death. At this moment, Fang Shi shouted clearly. Quick, go and help Master Gu Shen up, the ground is so cold. Gu Shen, grab the bamboo shoots. Are you afraid that I am not embarrassing enough? He stood up with a flushed face and stood behind Elder Yuanzi with a droopy head. Elder Yuanji cursed him in his heart as a coward, but he had to take care of his disciple's self-esteem in front of everyone, so he said. Everyone, this golden-backed black turtle has the void monument protecting it, so it's no wonder that Gu Shen failed. Who among you is willing to try again? As soon as he finished speaking, Elder Gu Ming of the Dharma Hall said, Amitabha, I want to give it a try. Elder Yuanji nodded, be more careful. Elder Gu Ming learned from Gu Shen's lesson and did not try to catch the golden-backed turtle right away. Instead, he tentatively waved a Buddhist seal. The golden-backed black turtle's green eyes were full of disdain. Come on, fight me. You win if you can beat me. When Elder Gu Ming's Buddhist seal was about to hit the golden-backed black tortoise, the void monument emitted a bright Buddhist light again, which not only blocked the Buddhist seal, but also bounced Elder Gu Ming, who was standing not far away. The monks who were eating melons did not dodge this time and caught Elder Gu Ming steadily. Gu Shen. Come on, tell me, what do you mean? Are you targeting me on purpose? The monks who were watching the show were also innocent. It was their first time and they had no experience. This time they have experience, so they caught the person. Is it strange? Elder Yuanzi frowned. The golden-backed black turtle was protected by the void monument, so it would be very difficult to catch it. At this time, after Elder Yuansheng knocked the wooden fish twice, he said to Elder Yuanji, don't just call the troops and send the generals, go and give it a try. Elder Yuanzi. It's obvious whoever goes up will be embarrassed. You asked me to go up, why don't you go up? It's a waste of the packet of tea I gave you. But since he was stuck here, he could only say, in that case, I'll give it a try. He asked the monks who were eating melons to step back and made a Buddhist seal about 5 meters away from the golden-backed black tortoise. You know what, this trick is actually effective. Although the Buddha seal was blocked by the Buddha's light, it was not bounced away because Elder Yuanzi was far away. Elder Yuanzi breathed a sigh of relief. Then I heard Elder Yuansheng curl his lips and say, why don't you just retreat outside the mountain gate and make plans? Elder Yuanzi. He was too lazy to pay attention to Elder Yuansheng, and tried to send out a few seals, but they were all blocked by the Buddha's light. Finally, I had to give up. When Elder Yuansheng saw him looking at him, he immediately closed his eyes and continued to beat the wooden fish. He had just advanced to the Buddha light realm and had just secured his position as an accomplished monk. How embarrassing it would be if he were to be knocked back and thrown flat on his face. Unfortunately, even so, Elder Yuanji still said, Brother Yuansheng, now that you have advanced to the Buddha light realm, your cultivation is higher than ours, you can give it a try. Although Elder Yuansheng wanted to pretend that he didn't hear it, he couldn't resist Elder Yuanzi who walked up to him and said it again. It would be a bit too much to pretend not to hear it again. He had no choice but to go ahead with it. Even though he just laughed at Elder Yuanzi for standing far away, he was not standing close either. Are you kidding? He is not stupid. He won't step forward just to save face. After standing firmly, he tentatively made a Buddhist seal, using less than half of his strength, and it was still aimed at the shell of the golden-backed tortoise. Fang Shi thought to herself, from this we can see who has a truly compassionate heart. The previous three were all targeting the vital points of the golden-backed black turtle, only Elder Yuansheng was targeting the hardest turtle shell. Just as Elder Yuansheng's Buddhist seal was about to fall on the shell of the golden-backed black tortoise, a Sanskrit word appeared on the empty stele, and the Buddhist seal disappeared into the Sanskrit word. Then the Sanskrit flew out from the void monument and instantly flew above Elder Yuansheng's head. Elder Yuansheng was enveloped by the Buddha's light. After a moment of dead silence, there was an uproar. Oh my god, am I seeing this right? This seems to be the legendary Sanskrit blessing. That should be it. I've seen it in a book before, and it seems to be like this. I thought it was just a rumor, but I didn't expect that there was a real blessing from Sanskrit. Elder Yuansheng just advanced to the Buddha light realm 2 days ago, and now he is blessed by Sanskrit again. The Buddhist Dharma is really profound. Ellipsis. Elder Yuanzi was shocked at first, and then filled with envy, jealousy and hatred. He didn't understand why, although they both caught a golden-backed black tortoise, he got nothing, while Yuansheng, a reckless man, received the blessing of Sanskrit. Could it be because he hit the wooden fish with a rolling pin? As for Gu Shen, his face turned green with anger. Why did he disgrace himself while Elder Yuansheng got the opportunity? It's so unfair. They were so angry that they gnashed their teeth, but Fang Shi was quite happy. Elder Yuansheng was good to her, so of course she hoped he would benefit from it. Besides, although Elder Yuansheng has a bad temper, he is truly compassionate, and that is what he deserves. The Sanskrit blessing does not last long, only a few hundred breaths. Elder Yuansheng held the wooden fish in his left hand and the rolling pin in his right hand, and knocked twice. Amitabha, good, good. You know what, he looks a bit like a high-level monk. However, the next moment, the mouth was stretched to the ears. Brother Yuanzi, thank you very much. Thank you very much. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Elder Yuanzi. Shut up. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1146. Fang Shi felt that he could even win the golden man. Elder Yuanzi felt that Elder Yuansheng was deliberately provoking him and was trying to show off that he had received the blessing of Sanskrit. In fact, Elder Yuansheng thought exactly so. If you don't show off your highlights, isn't that like walking in the night in gorgeous clothes? Of course, with Elder Yuansheng's cultural attainments, he didn't know the term, walking at night in brocade clothes, but the central idea was the same. When he saw Elder Yuanzi's face pretending to be calm, he felt so happy. He continued with a wide grin. Brother, I didn't quite understand why our master had been chasing me for hundreds of years and was determined to convert me. Now I finally understand, it's because I have a deep affinity with Buddhism. Master, he really has a keen eye for talent. Elder Yuanzi cursed in his heart, is it because you have a deep affinity with Buddhism? It's obviously because you have done so many evil things, and the master can't bear to see the lives of the people suffer. The number of people who died in your hands must be at least 8,000. Although they are all evildoers, they're too cruel. Seeing that Elder Yuansheng wanted to continue boasting, he said coldly. Stop talking about these old things. You should find a way to catch the golden-backed black turtle as soon as possible. Elder Yuansheng looked at him as if he were a fool. That was fine just now, but now you actually want to catch it. Are you thinking about it while chanting sutras? You don't even think about it. If it weren't for this golden-backed black tortoise, we would never have known that the void stele could bestow blessings in Sanskrit. It is a good omen for our Kuzen sect. If it is a good omen, we should worship it. Why do we need to catch it? Elder Yuanzi. That being said, we still have to ask clearly. We can't be so confused. What's more, it stole the leaves of the golden body tree. If it is not restrained, it may cause great disaster in the future. Elder Yuansheng knocked the wooden fish twice and said, then go and catch it. I can't do anything about it anyway. After saying that, he ran to the side and knocked the wooden fish with his eyes closed. The reason why he was blessed by Sanskrit might be because he never intended to catch the golden-backed black tortoise. He would not be so stupid as to make things difficult for himself. Elder Yuanzi was so angry that he kept twisting the Buddhist beads, but he failed to control the strength and the beads fell to the ground. Just like his shattered self-esteem. But this time, the golden-backed black tortoise turned its direction and its head was facing Fang Shi. It opened and closed its mouth and kept nodding at Fang Shi. Fang Shi bared his white teeth. You have something to say to me. The golden-backed black tortoise nodded quickly. Fang Shi spread his hands. You can't talk to me even if you want to. I'm not from the Kuchan sect, so it's not appropriate for me to contract with you. When the golden-backed black tortoise heard this, the light in its green eyes instantly went out, and then it retracted its head and tail into its shell and remained motionless. Elder Yuansheng, who had secretly turned a blind eye, immediately said, Amitabha, the Buddha said that all living beings are equal. What difference does it make whether you are a disciple of the Kuchan sect or not? Everyone present. Oh my god. Elder Yuansheng can actually say such profound words. He is worthy of being blessed by Sanskrit. Elder Gu Quan weighed the pros and cons in his mind, and then he whispered to Elder Yuanji. Uncle Master, the golden-backed black turtle has the void stele as its support. We have no way of catching it, let alone getting the secret of the void stele from it. Why not let Master Feng make a contract with it? Although it is a bit risky, it is much better than us standing here helplessly. Elder Yuanzi wanted to object immediately, but hesitated when he thought of the Sanskrit blessing. If he could crack the secret of the void monument, he might have a chance to receive the blessing of Sanskrit. After thinking it over again and again, he said, it's okay to let her sign the contract, but there must be a prerequisite. First, terminate the contract immediately after the communication is completed. Second, no information about the golden-backed black tortoise and the void monument can be leaked to the outside world. Third, before signing the contract, we must swear an oath to the Buddha according to the rules of our Kuzen Buddhism. All three conditions are indispensable. Otherwise, I would rather keep the golden-backed black turtle trapped here than let her contract with it. Elder Gu Quan sighed. Uncle Master, these three conditions are so harsh, and the contract is risky. Do you think Dona Fang will agree? After all, this will not benefit her at all. Elder Yuanzi, doesn't she like drinking tea? Then give her another 2 kilograms of 3-leaf rock tea. Besides, I don't think she will be able to sign the contract successfully, so don't hold out too much hope. Elder Gu Quan. Although she seems to like drinking tea very much, we can't always send her tea leaves, right? He intuitively felt that Fang Shi would not agree to the contract with the golden-backed black turtle under this condition. He couldn't say for sure whether the contract would be successful, but it seemed that the golden-backed black tortoise had a good impression of her. However, he couldn't say too much, otherwise Elder Yuanzi would doubt his intentions again. I swear to God, everything he did was for the sake of the Ku-chan sect, without any selfish motive. If the abbot had not entrusted him with the Ku-chan sect before he went into seclusion, he would not have suffered this humiliation. Speaking of which, Master has been in seclusion for hundreds of years, why hasn't he come out yet? Could it be that he was hiding from the public on purpose? Elder Gu Quan perked up and said to Fang Shi. Dona Fang, what Uncle Yuansheng said makes sense. All living beings are equal and there is no need to be bound by status. Now we are eager to get information about the void monument from the golden-backed black tortoise. Could you please find a way to contract the golden-backed black tortoise? Regardless of success or failure, I, Ku Chanzong, am willing to offer 2 pounds of 3-leaf rock tea. However, Dona Fang still has to agree to our 3 conditions. When Elder Gu Quan finished speaking, Zhang Wen said before Fang Shi could speak. Elder Gu Quan, the contract with the golden-backed black tortoise is extremely risky. Is my junior sister's safety only worth 2 kilograms of tea? Do you still need to swear an oath in front of the Buddha? We are not crazy, how could we agree to such an unreasonable request? After that, he said to Fang Shi. Junior sister, I know you have a kind heart, but now is not the time for you to be so kind. Have you forgotten what we got from donating 100 million incense money? I strongly suspect that once you have obtained all the information about the golden-backed black tortoise, someone will kill you to silence you and get rid of you. Zhang Wen's expression at this moment was very layered, showing indignation, worry, and a bit of uneasiness. Fang Shi felt that he could even win the golden figure. Fifth brother has really made great progress. Fang Shi glanced at Zhang Wen soothingly, and said to Elder Gu Quan. My brother was so excited that he said something inappropriate. Please forgive me. I can agree to the contract with the golden-backed black turtle. Zhang Wen cried out, Junior sister. Fang Shi waved her hand to signal him not to speak. Zhang Wen clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and then stopped talking. Elder Bai on the side. I have been training in the secular world for many years, but I have not been able to develop such superb acting skills. At this time, Fang Shi continued, Master Gu Quan, I can contract the golden-backed black turtle and agree to the 3 conditions you just proposed, but I also have conditions. Elder Gu Quan asked hurriedly, what are the conditions? The first condition is that no matter whether the contract is successful or not, your clan cannot harm us. The second condition is that after asking about the void monument, if the golden-backed black turtle is willing to stay in the Ku-chan sect, you must ensure that it lives a worry-free life, and you must not treat it harshly, and certainly not sell it. If it doesn't want to stay in the Ku-chan sect, you must set it free. If you agree, I will try to make a contract with it, if not, forget it. Elder Gu Quan looked at Elder Yuanji, asking for his opinion with his eyes. Elder Yuanji pondered for a moment and said, the golden-backed black turtle can leave the Ku-chan sect, but it cannot take the void monument with it. Fang Shi smiled and said, of course, the void stele belongs to the Ku-chan sect, so it should stay in the Ku-chan sect. All I pray for is its safety. After all, it looks so pitiful. In this big world, no one can help it except me. All of its relatives were sold by your clan, leaving it alone. Not only that, there was not even water in the release pond, let alone food. Its behavior of stealing the leaves of the golden body tree is certainly inappropriate, but have you ever thought about why it does this? It must have been hungry for too long. It feels insecure and must store enough food, so it takes the risk to do this. This is a sacred object of Buddhism, but it is in such a situation. How can we not feel pity for it? Amitabha, well done, well done. Fang Shi felt that at this moment she was surrounded by the halo of the Virgin Mary. The light of the Saint Version 3.0 shines upon the earth. Junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1147. I was stunned by this sudden surprise. After hearing Fang Shi's words, everyone was deeply moved. This Dona Fang really has a kind heart like a bodhisattva. Yes, if he didn't have a kind heart, he wouldn't have donated 100 million in incense money to them. The golden-backed black tortoise, which had been curled up in its shell, poked its little head out and started crying. The tears soaked the stone slabs. I don't know if it's because Fang Shi's acting is too realistic, or the effect of the saint's light, but even Elder Yuanzi believed her words 70%. He weighed the pros and cons again and again, and then said, okay, then let's do as you say. Swear a vow to the Buddha. Fang Shi said immediately, not only do I have to swear it, you also have to swear the heart demon oath on behalf of the Ku-chan sect. Besides, I don't know how to swear an oath to the Buddha, can you give me an example? Elder Yuanji took a deep breath and said, okay. He put his hands together and said, Buddha above, I, the disciple Yuanzi, hereby swear that whether or not Dona Fang succeeds in contracting the golden-backed black tortoise, I will give her 2 catties of 3-leaf rock tea. If the contract is successful, after she tells our Ku-chan sect the information about the void monument, we will not do anything that would be detrimental to her and her companions. Afterwards, if the golden-backed black turtle is willing to stay in the Ku-chan sect, we will take good care of it. If it does not want to stay in the Ku-chan sect, as long as it does not take away the void monument, we will let it go free. If you say one thing and mean another and break your vows, I am willing to go to the Avachi hell. Amitabha. Fangshi thought, it seems that no matter who you swear the oath to, the template is almost the same. If the inner demon oath was really that useful, there wouldn't be anyone who refused to change despite repeated warnings. So, that's what this thing is. She is a materialist and doesn't believe in this at all. At this time, Elder Yuanji said, it's your turn. Fangshi nodded, and imitated Elder Yuanji, clasping his hands together. Buddha is above, disciple Fangshi. At this point, she turned to ask Elder Yuanji. Master, I am not a Buddhist disciple. Is it inappropriate to use the term, disciple? Elder Yuanzi. Only then did he realize that the person in front of him was not a disciple of the Kuchan sect. He couldn't help but glare at Elder Gu Quan, meaning, why didn't you remind me? Elder Gu Quan. Just because you didn't remember it, I have to remember it. At this time, Elder Yuan Sheng, who was holding a rolling pin and beating a wooden fish, said. The Buddha's teachings are boundless. Even if you are not a disciple of my Kuchan sect, the inner demon oath should be effective. Amitabha, good, good. He felt that since he was blessed by Sanskrit, he had gained a deep understanding of Buddhism, just like practicing martial arts to open the Ren and Du meridians in the secular world. He is indeed quite intelligent. Elder Yuanzi was already full of resentment, and now seeing that Elder Yuansheng was so powerful that he could spit out ivory from his dog's mouth, he felt even more aggrieved. He said to Fangshi with a cold face, since junior brother Yuansheng said so, you can continue. Fangshi nodded, then put his hands together and said, Buddha, I, the disciple Fangshi, hereby swear that after informing Kuchan sect of all the information on the Void Monument, I will terminate the contract with the golden-backed black turtle. In addition, no information about the golden-backed black turtle and the Void Monument can be leaked to the outside world. If you say one thing and mean another and break your vows, I am willing to go to the Avachi hell. Amitabha. Jungwen watched from the side and thought, even if this inner demon's oath could really come true, and the Buddha sent my junior sister to some Avachi hell, maybe this Avachi hell would directly become her territory. When Elder Yuanzi saw Fangshi finish her inner demon oath, he urged her to quickly sign a contract with the golden-backed black tortoise. Fangshi nodded and walked up to the golden-backed black tortoise. Everyone stared with wide eyes. Even though the golden-backed black turtle was moved to tears by Fangshi just now, it might not be willing to make a contract with her. Who knows when Fangshi might be blown away by the Buddha's light. Those monks who were just watching the show were on high alert. If Dona Feng was bounced over, they would not care about the difference between men and women and would definitely catch her steadily. At this time, Fangshi asked the golden-backed black turtle with a smile. Are you willing to sign a contract with me? If you are willing, nod your head. If not, shake your head. The golden-backed black tortoise nodded impatiently. Fangshi turned to look at Elder Yuanji. Master, I want to sign the contract. You won't regret it halfway, right? Elder Yuanji snorted coldly. Of course not. Fangshi then began to sign a contract with the golden-backed black turtle. To be honest, she didn't know whether the method used to contract spirit beasts was applicable to the golden-backed black turtle, so she would give it a try first. Unexpectedly, the process went very smoothly and after a while, the contract was completed. The monks who were eating melons immediately cheered. Even Elder Yuanzi was delighted, as he would soon be able to know information about the Void Monument. Maybe he will soon be blessed with Sanskrit too. Just when he was thinking about something great, a golden Sanskrit word flew out from the Void Monument, and flew towards him. Elder Yuanzi was completely stunned by this sudden surprise. He said, if even the reckless Yuan Sheng could get it, then he could definitely do it too. Elder Yuanzi quickly sat cross-legged in meditation, ready to receive the Sanskrit blessing. Everyone looked at the scene with envy. Even Elder Yuan Sheng stopped beating the wooden fish and looked over here. Sanskrit quickly flew above Elder Yuanzi's head, then turned the corner and flew back. Elder Yuanzi. Everyone. Why did it fly back? Everyone's eyes followed the Sanskrit text. They thought it would fly back into the Void Monument, but unexpectedly it stayed above Fangshi's head. Elder Yuanzi was almost angry to death. However, he thought for a moment that Fangshi was not a Buddhist disciple, so even if Fanwen chose her, he could not bless her. The next moment, the Buddha's light enveloped Fangshi. Elder Yuanzi. Buddha. Why do you treat me like this? Is it because I am not reciting the sutra diligently enough, or because I am not striking the wooden fish devoutly enough? It's also strange. Fangshi is obviously not a disciple of the Kuchan sect, so why was he able to accept the Sanskrit blessing? Little did he know that someone had secretly learned the secret of bitter Zen. As the saying goes, opportunities always come to those who are prepared. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1148. His admiration for himself reached its peak. When Elder Yuanzi was doubting his life, the Buddha's light covering Fangshi suddenly dissipated. Elder Yuanzi finally felt a little comforted. He said that Fangshi was not a Buddhist disciple and had no way of accepting the Sanskrit blessing. I guess the Sanskrit was just teasing her. Just when he was feeling bloating, the Sanskrit word disappeared into Fangshi's brows. What's going on? After a moment of dead silence, everyone went wild. Amitabha, am I dazzled? Why did I see that Sanskrit inscription go into the space between the eyebrows of the benefactor Feng? You are not dazzled, I saw it too. What's going on? This is something I have never heard of or seen before. We'll find out what's going on when we ask Dona Feng. Ellipsis. Elder Yuanzi can hardly control his facial expression. He is jealous. He is not willing. He devoted himself to cultivating Buddhism for several years, and it was fine if he was intercepted by Yuan Sheng, a reckless man, but now he was intercepted by a layman. Where is his dignity? Thinking about how he had just been meditating and waiting for the blessing of Sanskrit, he wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Just when he was feeling extremely unbalanced, another Sanskrit word suddenly flew out from the Void Monument, and it came towards him. Hope rekindled in his heart. This time it's his turn anyway. He learned from his last experience and pretended to be calm. Anyway, he didn't stand up after meditating just now, so if they were really coming for him, he didn't need to make any preparations. This time, the Sanskrit stopped above his head. Elder Yuanzi was ecstatic, and he was sure that he would not be in trouble again this time. He put his hands together and was about to chant the Buddha's name when the Sanskrit ran away again. Elder Yuanzi, I want to pass away, right now, immediately. He stared at the rune with gritted teeth, and saw it fly towards Fengxi again and then drill into her brows. Then the third Sanskrit word flew out, still flying towards him. Elder Yuanzi was so angry that he almost vomited blood. No need to guess, this time it must be the same as the previous 2 times, this place is just a transit station. What sin had he committed to deserve such torture? He was so angry that he felt dizzy. When the third Sanskrit word flew in front of him, he actually stretched out his hand to grab it. It was impossible to catch it, and it was instead flung away by the power of Sanskrit's Buddha's light. This time the direction of the attack was not towards the monks who were just watching the show, but towards the discipline hall. It has to be said that Elder Yuanzi is quite capable. After being flung away, he used his skills to steady his body and landed safely. Even so, his self-esteem was shattered. Why? What exactly is this for? When he asked why, the third Sanskrit word had already penetrated into Fengxi's brows. The fourth Sanskrit coin flew out. I don't know if it was because Elder Yuanzi was too far away or he was tired of playing with those Sanskrit words, but this time it flew directly into Fengxi's eyebrows. But this time, Elder Yuanzi's IQ finally came online and he shouted. If the Sanskrit in the void stele all flew into her brows, wouldn't the void stele become just a decoration? Quick, stop her. Quick, take her away from the void monument and set up a barrier. Hearing his words, Gu Shen reacted the fastest. He immediately jumped in front of Fengxi and reached out to grab Fengxi. Just when his hand was about to touch Fengxi, Buddha's light shone from Fengxi's body, and he was bounced away. This time it bounced much farther than last time. He was like a kite with a broken string, and flew away in a flash. Soon it turned into a small black dot. Someone said, was Elder Gu Shen thrown out of the mountain gate? Looking at this situation, it's not just outside the mountain gate, I can see it's 100 miles away. Elder Gu Shen hasn't left the sect for many years, so it's okay for him to go out and take a look. Ellipsis. With the previous example of Gu Shen, the few people who were originally ready to make a move suddenly dared not to move. Seeing this, Elder Yuanzi seemed unable to do anything except gritting his teeth. But Elder Yuan Sheng was still beating the wooden fish and saying, You talked about cause and effect before. Donor Feng's contract with the golden-backed black tortoise was the cause, and obtaining the Sanskrit text was the result. If you forcibly stop it, aren't you going against the Buddha? Brother, everything is destined, don't force it. Elder Yuan Sheng was a little bit unconvinced that he himself had said such profound words. His admiration for himself reached its peak. Elder Yuanzi almost vomited blood. The disciple who was flung away, the useless disciple, and he who was shattered. Buddha, if I have done something wrong, please kill me and don't let me suffer this sin. He calmed himself and looked towards Fengxi. At this time, the 9th rune had already disappeared between Fengxi's eyebrows. Elder Yuanzi's old heart is bleeding. 9 Sanskrit characters. Although he didn't know why it didn't bless her but disappeared between her eyebrows, there must be only benefits and no harm, otherwise his stupid disciple wouldn't be able to fly freely in the sky. He thought that there were already 9 of them and there wouldn't be any more. However, he soon realized that he was wrong, and extremely wrong. A long string of Sanskrit words flew out from the empty monument and rushed into Fengxi's brows. Elder Yuanzi is about to become Elder Yuandai. Transfixed. Not only him, but others as well. The rolling pin in Elder Yuansheng's hand fell to the ground. Amy, that Buddha. Elder Bai's face was full of worry, and even the empty eye sockets of his skull revealed uneasiness. The same is true for Zheng Wen. But he was pretending. Because he had a mysterious trust in his junior sister, let alone a string of Sanskrit, even if the void monument flew to his junior sister's eyebrows, it would be nothing. Junior sister, you can do anything. As he was thinking about it, he saw Fengxi choking and fainting. Zheng Wen was shocked. If Fengxi had bleeding from all 7 orifices, he wouldn't be worried because that was a routine operation, but there was no bleeding this time. I'm afraid things are a little off. He quickly ran to Fengxi and saw that her face was as pale as paper. He checked with his hand and found that she was not breathing. Zheng Wen's head buzzed and he reached out to feel Feng's eyes pulse with trembling hands. There wasn't even a pulse. If he had encountered such a thing a few years ago, he might have been thrown into disarray, but after training with Fengxi for such a long time, he has become a mature senior brother. He forced himself to calm down. Sanskrit is a good thing, and the golden-backed black tortoise would never want to harm my junior sister. Although there is a problem now, my junior sister is definitely not dead. He can't mess up. When his junior sister is around, he is a supporting role. When his junior sister is not around, he is the pillar of the family. He said to Elder Yuan Sheng. Master Yuan Sheng, please protect my little sister to prevent anything from happening. Although Elder Bai and Skeleton were already standing on the left and right of Fengxi, their strength was not enough to protect Fengxi, so Zheng Wen said this. Elder Yuan Sheng didn't even bother to beat the wooden fish, and said. Don't worry, I'm here to guard, no one dares to harm the little girl. As he said this, he gave Elder Yuanzi a warning look. Elder Yuanzi. You are such a reckless man. You underestimate me. Even though I really dislike Fengxi and even hope that she gets into trouble, I'm not vicious enough to kill her. At this time, Zheng Wen grabbed the golden-backed black turtle's tail and pulled it out from under the void monument. Tell me, what did you do to my junior sister? The golden-backed black tortoise opened and closed its mouth, but unfortunately Zheng Wen couldn't understand it. At this time, a wise man said, how did Mr. Zheng catch the golden-backed black turtle so quickly? Why didn't the void monument bounce him away? Just as he finished speaking, there was a crackling sound from the void monument, and the next moment it turned into powder. Elder Yuan Ji felt like the sky was falling. This time, there is no need to worry about the golden-backed black turtle taking away the void monument. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1149, reminiscing about his youthful years. Elder Yuanzi stared at the powder on the ground with a dull look. A gust of wind blew, and the powder flew all over the sky. Elder Yuanzi's eyes suddenly turned red. I don't know if it was because I was blinded by the powder or because I was heartbroken. There was also a commotion at the scene. Such a huge void monument just disappeared like that. That is the treasure of their Ku-chan sect. If Fangxi had not died at this time, he would definitely have become the target of public criticism. Even though the monks had a good impression of her, they would not side with her when it came to the interests of the sect. Zhang Wen doesn't care about the void monument, he just wants to save Fangxi. He didn't understand what the golden-backed black tortoise was saying, so he shouted. Let me ask you, is my junior sister in danger of losing her life? The golden-backed black tortoise quickly shook his head. Zhang Wen thought so too. This thing had signed a contract with junior sister, and now it was alive and kicking, which meant that junior sister was fine. Then why hasn't she woken up yet? Hurry up and find a way to wake up my little apprentice sister. The golden-backed black turtle shook his head, indicating that he had no choice. Zhang Wen sneered, I heard that black turtle blood is a tonic. If you can't wake up my junior sister, I will bleed you. Golden-backed black turtle. If the void monument hadn't been broken, it would be disrespectful to myself if I asked you to say one more word. It stretched out a small paw and pointed at Elder Yuansheng beside it, then gestured towards the monks who were eating melons. When Zhang Wen was wondering, the skeleton put its hands together and its jaw opened and closed. Elder Bai's eyes lit up, and he asked the golden-backed black turtle, do you mean to ask the masters to protect and bless you? The golden-backed black tortoise nodded quickly. Zhang Wen hurriedly begged Elder Yuansheng for help. Elder Yuansheng agreed without hesitation. He looked at Elder Yuanji and said, Master once told me that saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. You have read more Buddhist scriptures than I have. I don't need to explain this to you, right? Elder Yuanzi. Although he didn't know the term, moral kidnapping, he was still very angry. In fact, even without Elder Yuansheng telling him, he would have agreed to help bless Fangxi Dharma Protector. Apart from anything else, the void stele had already been sacrificed, so he should at least know what happened, right? He glared at Elder Yuansheng fiercely and said, no need to say more. I know my limits. Elder Yuansheng curled his lips. If you had any sense, how did your disciple fly away? Elder Yuanzi did not raise any objections, and the others were even less likely to do so. They all sat cross-legged in meditation and chanted sutras for Fangxi to bless him. Zhang Wen's heart was in his throat and he stared at Fangxi nervously. But half an hour passed and Fangxi still showed no signs of coming back to life. Zhang Wen felt unsure. Is the golden-backed black turtle talking nonsense? Fortunately, after another quarter of an hour, Fangxi began to breathe weakly. Zhang Wen finally heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed that the protection provided by these monks was effective. As time passed, Fangxi's originally pale face gradually turned rosy, and he suddenly opened his eyes. There seems to be the sun and the moon flowing in his eyes, endless and deep. The monks were all chanting with their eyes closed and did not see the scene. Because Zhang Wen gave the golden-backed black tortoise to Elder Bai for care, Elder Bai also missed the scene. I didn't even see the skeleton taking bones apart. Only Zhang Wen saw it. All this happened in an instant. By the time Elder Bai and the skeleton discovered that Fangxi had woken up, Zhang Wen had already fallen into the illusion of the past. Fangxi closed his eyes and began to sit cross-legged in meditation. At the same time, Buddha's light shone brightly on her body, and the monks who were protecting and blessing her were also covered by the Buddha's light. Upon seeing this, the skeleton quickly put the bones together and began to sit cross-legged in meditation. Even the golden-backed black tortoise had its 2 hind paws coiled up and its 2 front paws clasped together. Elder Bai. Let's talk about how you performed this difficult move. However, he now realized that the golden-backed black tortoise had no ill will towards Fangxi and would not run away even if he was not watched over. So he also followed suit and sat cross-legged in meditation. Among the group of people meditating, only Zhang Wen was still standing there, reminiscing about his youthful years. Half an hour later, the Buddha's light that enveloped everyone gradually dissipated, and Fangxi opened his eyes again. This time, his eyes were calm, without a single ripple. Others also ended their meditation. Then the scene went crazy. Oh my god, my cultivation has been stagnant for several years. I didn't expect that with the help of Master Feng, I would be able to advance. I have also advanced. Just this short moment is equivalent to 2 or 3 years of practice. Amitabha, although I haven't advanced, my inner demons have disappeared. From now on, I won't have to suffer this torture anymore. Ellipsis. The monks who were eating melons were very happy. As expected, there are benefits as long as you come to eat the melons of Master Feng. From now on, I will go to eat the melons of Master Feng even if I have to chase him to the ends of the earth. Suddenly, someone exclaimed. Look, Elder Yuanzi seems to be advancing. He was only 1 step away from the Buddha Light Realm before. Could it be that he is going to advance to the Buddha Light Realm this time? Everyone looked in the direction of the sound and saw that Elder Yuanzi was still sitting cross-legged in meditation. Elder Yuansheng immediately shouted, don't just stand there, hurry up and bless Brother Yuanji with Dharma protection. Although he disliked Elder Yuanji, he was still a fellow disciple, so of course he had to help him at this time. His senior brother abused him thousands of times, but he treated his senior brother like a wooden fish. Although I like to knock it a few times normally, I still have to protect it at critical moments. The monks immediately and joyfully provided protection for Elder Yuanji, because they knew that if Elder Yuanji could successfully advance to the Buddha Light Realm, they would all receive blessings. Today is such a good day. Good things happen one after another. With the protection and blessings of the monks, Elder Yuanzi successfully advanced to the Buddha Light Realm, and a soft Buddha light emanated from his body. The monks who protected and blessed him also received the blessings as they wished. Everyone is so happy. Not only were they happy, but the skeleton was also laughing so hard that his jaw was dislocated. Its bones emit a lustrous glow, like fine jade. It can be seen that it has gained a lot of benefits today. Elder Yuanzi was in a complicated mood at this time. Before, he had done many things to advance to the Buddha light realm but was frustrated repeatedly. However, he succeeded in advancing to the Buddha light realm because of protecting Fengxi. Perhaps the Buddha wanted to use this incident to warn him that what is more important in practicing Buddhism is the mind and character. It seems that he is indeed not as good as Yuan Sheng, and he was wrong in many things. Amitabha, well done, well done. When Elder Yuanzi was experiencing enlightenment here, his good disciple Gushen, who was flying freely, finally came back. Zhifei came forward excitedly. Master, you are finally back. You don't know that we have just received the Buddha's blessings twice. Gu Shen, who was originally trying to hold on for a breath, choked and fainted. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1150 not steady at all. Gu Shen was rescued quickly. In fact, he wasn't seriously injured, it was mainly emotional pain. Being ejected from the sect in public was a lifelong shame for him. He finally prepared himself mentally and came back, but his apprentice told him that he had missed 2 opportunities. How could he not faint? The successive blows almost prevented him from meeting the Buddha for the first time. At this time, Elder Yuan Sheng grinned and said, Gu Shen, are you happy because your master has advanced to the Buddha light realm? I didn't realize you were quite filial. Gu Shen. What could he say? Was he unhappy? He has already lost face, he cannot lose his master again. When Gu Shen was doubting his life here, Zhang Wen finally saw through the illusion of the past. He asked Fengxi about her well-being, and seeing that she was safe and sound, he felt relieved. Then came the loss. Even this little turtle got a chance to enjoy the Buddha's light, but he was trapped in the illusion of the past and it was all in vain. In the end, he and Gu Shen actually became brothers in distress. The skeleton patted his shoulder. Zhang Wen was quite touched. Although this skeleton elder could not speak, he had a warm heart. The next moment, the skeleton opened its jaws and started laughing. Zhang Wen. I thought you were a good person, but you laughed at me. At this time, Gu Shen cried out, where is the void monument? Where is the void monument? Only then did everyone remember this. I was so happy just now that I forgot about this matter. Elder Gu Quan saw that Elder Yuan Ji seemed to be still consolidating his state, so he asked Fengxi. Dona Feng, what happened to those Sanskrit words just now? Why did they enter between your eyebrows? Why did the void stele turn into dust? Before Fengxi could say anything, Gu Shen shouted angrily. What? The void monument turned into dust? No need to ask, it must be Feng Zai's doing. If you don't give us the Ku-Chan sect an explanation today, don't even think about leaving this place. Elder Yuan Sheng glared at him and said, look at how noisy you are. You are not steady at all. Learn more from me, your uncle. Gu Shen. No matter how much I yell, I never curse at anyone. Although he was not convinced in his heart, he still shut up because Elder Yuan Sheng waved the rolling pin in his hand when he said this. At this time, Fengxi said. Elder Gu Quan, according to what the golden-backed black turtle said, every few years the golden-backed black turtle in your sect's release pond will transform into a stele-carrying turtle, which will carry the void stele. There are 79 Sanskrit characters on the void stele. The tortoise carrying the stele will carry the stele around the Ku-Chan sect at regular intervals, releasing the Sanskrit characters to help the sect's disciples practice. But, well, since your clan released many golden-backed black turtles, not to mention the transformation of the tombstone-carrying turtle, even the water in the release pond has dried up. There was dead silence at the scene, and many people silently lowered their heads to look at Monk Xe who was smiling. They don't want this either, who made him poor. Elder Yuan Sheng sighed, Master Brother Gu Quan, I told you not to sell those golden-backed black turtles. We can still feed him even if we eat less, but you didn't listen to me. Elder Gu Quan. Is that what you said exactly? Even after many years, he still remembers it clearly. Elder Yuan Sheng said that he started to eat vegetarian food since he joined the Ku-Chan sect. Although he cannot eat these turtles, just looking at them can satisfy his craving. Of course, he certainly wouldn't dare say this out loud. He looked at Fengxi and asked curiously, Dona Feng, where did this turtle carrying the stele come from? Fengxi clasped his hands together. Amitabha, it is also the Buddha's mercy that you left behind a turtle egg when you released it. After it hatched, it relied on its tenacious will to survive and has survived until now. Originally it was just an ordinary golden-backed tortoise that usually fed on wild grass in the mountains. Not to mention that it had mutated, it was even a question of how long it could survive. It was a coincidence that when I was painting the turtle on the bluestone slab, I was using a talisman brush and dipped it in talisman ink, which contained animal blood and spiritual power, and unexpectedly helped it transform into a tombstone-carrying turtle. Because I helped it to alienate itself, it is particularly close to me. The golden-backed black tortoise kept nodding, indicating that what Fengxi said was right. The owner not only helped it to successfully alienate, but also fed it sprit potatoes. God knows, before this, it never knew there were such delicious things in the world. Upon hearing this, Elder Gu Quan chanted the Buddha's name several times. If it were not for the Buddha's blessing and the mercy of Dona Feng, their Ku-Chan sect might never have known of the existence of the turtle carrying the stele, let alone the secret of the void stele. The other monks did the same, they clasped their hands together, thanking the Buddha and Fengxi. Only Gu Shen was full of doubt. Could there really be such a coincidence in the world? Why doesn't he believe it? But he said nothing and prepared to listen to what Fengxi would say next. Fengxi waited for the voices to calm down a little before continuing. The stele-carrying turtle awakened its heritage after its transformation, so the first thing it wanted to do was to carry the void stele around the sect and release Sanskrit to help the disciples practice. At this point, I have to say that even a black tortoise of your clan has a compassionate heart. Although it has lived in fear and hunger since it broke out of its shell, after awakening, it still thinks of benefiting your clan. Although Feng Shi's words seemed to be praising Ku Chan's sect, many people felt hot on their faces. Just as Elder Yuansheng said, no matter how difficult their Zen sect's life was, they could afford to raise a few golden-backed black turtles, they just had to abandon them. Feng Shi continued, after the turtle carrying the void stele away from the pavilion, it felt that the discipline courtyard was extremely important, so it chose the discipline courtyard as its first stop. It placed the void stele at the entrance of the discipline courtyard in order to release Sanskrit here. Unexpectedly, by some strange mistake, people thought it had stolen the void monument. It was already angry, and happened to see the golden-veined body tree in the discipline courtyard growing lushly and leafily. However, the noble clan sold all of its kind on the pretext of not being able to afford it, and left it to fend for itself in the back mountain. In a fit of anger, it plucked all the leaves, and following the smell, it plucked all the leaves of several other trees as well. After it came back, it had actually calmed down, but you guys trapped it and shouted at it to be beaten and killed, so it started to fight back out of anger. After hearing this, Elder Gu Quan and others were stunned. So, we have to blame ourselves for everything. We have to bear the consequences. Elder Yuansheng took a rolling pin and knocked on the wooden fish. Amitabha, Brother Yuanzi is right. There is a cause for every effect. We deserve this. Elder Yuanzi, who just felt that he had gained enlightenment, said, Buddha, it's not that my disciple is not virtuous enough, it's just that some people are bullying me for no reason. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1151, The Watery Junior Sister. Elder Yuansheng thought that after he finished speaking, Elder Yuanzi would have a verbal exchange with him, but in the end, nothing happened. He was somewhat uncomfortable and a little disappointed. Could it be that this old bald monk Yuanji has suddenly attained enlightenment? Wouldn't it be a lot less fun in the future? Thinking of this, I quickly struck the wooden fish a few times. Amitabha, Buddha, I have committed sins of speech again. Gu Shen was also somewhat disappointed with Elder Yuanji. He did not dare to confront Elder Yuansheng, so he said to Feng Shi, let's not talk about cause and effect for now. I'm just asking you, why did the Sanskrit words enter between your eyebrows? Why did the void stele turn into dust? Are you planning to take these Sanskrit words for yourself? Gu Shen's question expressed the thoughts of many people present. They all looked at Feng Shi, eager to know the answer. Feng Shi smiled and said, it's normal for you to think this way, Elder Gu Shen. After all, if it were you, you would definitely do the same. Gu Shen. What do you mean? What do you mean if it were me, I would definitely do this. Before he could taste the flavor, Feng Shi said, but you and I are different. Although I am not a monk, I am always compassionate and kind. I never speculate about others with malice, and I will never covet things that do not belong to me. Zhang Wen silently emphasized the 5 words, should not belong to me. It is up to the little junior sister to decide whether it should belong to me or not. Feng Shi continued, everyone, before I explain the whole story, I want to ask you a question. When was the golden-backed black turtle in the release pond released? Master Gu Quan immediately said, about 1,000 years ago. Feng Shi nodded, since it was released 1,000 years ago, why don't you know about the turtle carrying the stele? And don't you know the secret of the void stele? Everyone heard it and said, yes. Even if their generation was a spendthrift and sold the golden-backed black tortoise, the people of the previous generations should know about it, right? Why is there no word left? Elder Yuansheng was impatient and urged. Little benefactor, please stop keeping us in suspense and tell us what's going on. Feng Shi nodded to Elder Yuansheng and said, because the golden-backed black turtle consumes a lot of vitality in the process of transforming into a stele-carrying turtle, the previous stele-carrying turtles died before they could successfully transform. Only now, because this turtle carrying the monument had experienced hunger and precarious days before its alienation, its vitality was extremely tenacious, and it was able to successfully overcome this hurdle. As the saying goes, misfortune is the root of blessing, and blessing is the root of misfortune. It is not a bad thing for you to release those golden-backed black turtles. Everyone was in an uproar. So that's how it was. Could it be that this was the right thing to sell? Elder Yuansheng said hurriedly, Amitabha, I said that day that it would be better to release them than to let them starve in the bitter Zen sect. This can also be considered as fulfilling their wish. Elder Gu Quan. That's not what you just said. Are you catching a donkey in this alley? It's blocked at both ends. Feng Shi stretched out her hand and pressed it down. The discussion stopped and she continued. As for why your sect has no relevant classics passed down, it is possible that several generations of disciples have not seen a successfully transformed tortoise carrying a stele and therefore thought the news was wrong. In order to avoid rumors, it was not recorded in the classics. Of course, this is just my guess, and you will have to find clues on your own. Gu Shen frowned and said, don't be so evasive. Let's talk about the Sanskrit and the void stele. Feng Shi glanced at him and said, it is precisely because we have not been able to successfully transform into a turtle carrying a stele over the years, and the void stele has not been activated. It has become very fragile due to the wind and sun over the years. If the Sanskrit is released slowly, it can become stable again over time. The bad thing was that Elder Yuanzi ordered people to capture the turtle carrying the stele. In order to protect itself, it released the power of Buddha's light several times in succession, and cracks appeared inside the void stele. After the turtle carrying the stele discovered it, it thought of finding a temporary carrier for Sanskrit, and its first choice at that time was Elder Yuanzi. Since Elder Yuanji has profound knowledge of Buddhist teachings and is also the head of the Vinaya Institute, he is the perfect fit. I just don't know why, but Fanwen abandoned Elder Yuanzi and chose me instead. Maybe it's because I signed a contract with the tombstone turtle. After the Sanskrit entered between my eyebrows, I was conscious at first, but then I knew nothing. To be honest with you, I don't know where those Sanskrit words are hidden now. There is no trace of them in either my 8 meridians or my sea of consciousness. I know some people may not believe it, so I swear an oath now to prove my innocence. Buddha, I, your disciple Feng Shi, swear here that if what I just said is even a lie, please let me go to hell. Zhang Wen was secretly happy in his heart, but not a single word he said was a lie, probably 8 out of 10 were lies. The monks had no idea that someone was joking when swearing. They were very respectful of the oath to the inner demon and believed it seriously. Even Gu Shen believed it. Although he believed it, he had no intention of letting Feng Shi go. He sneered, even if you don't know where the Sanskrit is hidden, it is still inside your body. You must give us the Ku Chan sect an explanation. As soon as he finished speaking, Jun Wen said indignantly, Master Gu Shen, aren't you being a little bit conscienceless? If it weren't for my junior sister, you in the Ku Chan sect would have no idea of the secret of the Void Monument, let alone receiving the blessing of Sanskrit. Not to mention, my junior sister almost lost her life because of those Sanskrit words just now. Is there anything more important than life in this world? Not to mention the 19 Sanskrit characters of the West, even the 1009 and 10,009 characters of the West are not acceptable. Although my junior sister is alive now, who knows if those Sanskrit words will cause trouble again. It can be said that my junior sister's life is in danger at any time. Poor thing, my junior sister, a pretty little girl, has become a walking monument of the void. It's already good enough that we didn't ask you for compensation. How dare you ask my junior sister to give you an explanation? Ah, I understand. You are the only one among the people present who has not received blessings. That's why you feel unbalanced and are looking for trouble. Are you doing this to be worthy of the Buddha? Feng Shi choked up and said, Brother, you don't need to say more. Justice is in the hearts of the people. I believe that the masters will give me justice. Elder Bai said angrily, we were here to help out of kindness, but this is the result. Justice is clear, where is the fairness? The skeleton pounded the ground with its hand bones, and then looked up to the sky, making a crackling sound. Anyone who saw it would feel that it had suffered a great injustice. The monks looked at Dao Yi's group, then looked at Gu Shen, their eyes full of condemnation and disapproval. Gu Shen. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1152. There are no bad people in our Lao Tzu family. I deeply feel that all the people in the Zen Buddhism are crazy. Can't tell right from wrong, and be so unfaithful. He gritted his molars and said, Feng Shi, no matter how eloquent you are, Sanskrit belongs to our Ku Chan sect. You can't deny this fact, right? Feng Shi nodded, yes, you are right. Gu Shen snorted coldly, in that case, you should return the Sanskrit to us. As for your contribution in this matter, we, the Kuchen sect, will compensate you. Feng Shi sighed, Master Gushen, I also want to return Sanskrit to you, but I don't know how. Feng Shi is telling the truth. Although she loves money, she is also a person with a flexible bottom line. She really had no intention of usurping the Sanskrit of the Ku Chan sect. Her original intention was just to help the golden-backed black tortoise so that it would not be troubled by Gu Shen and others. I didn't expect things to develop to this point. She really didn't find where the Sanskrit was hidden, and she asked the golden-backed black turtle how to get the Sanskrit out, but the golden-backed black turtle couldn't explain it. Although it received the inheritance, it was incomplete. Feng Shi also thought about cancelling the contract with it, but the golden-backed black turtle said that it would be useless even if it was cancelled, because the void monument had been shattered and Sanskrit would continue to stay in her body. Feng Shi was also in tears, who could have thought that one day she would be scammed by Fan Wen. Gu Shen sneered, you don't know how to pay it back. I think you don't want to pay it back. Feng Shi sighed. It's rare for her to tell the truth, why doesn't anyone believe her? Master, I really can't return Sanskrit to your clan. Why don't I compensate your clan in other ways? As long as I can do it, I will try my best to do it. Gu Shen rolled his eyes and said, no matter what, Sanskrit cannot be separated from Ku Chan sect. How about this, we will build a nunnery for you in the back mountain, and you can become a nun there. A barrier will be set up around you, and the disciples in the sect will not disturb you. As for the other three, just join our Ku Chan sect. Feng Shi. I just threw a few little turtles out of good intentions, and you asked me to become a nun. It's weird, where are those Sanskrit words hidden? If she knew where it was, she would definitely dig it out and return it to these monks. At this point, things reached a stalemate. Even though the monks just condemned Gushen with their eyes, they just thought his words were too harsh. However, they also didn't want Feng Shi to take Sanwen away from Kuchen sect. That's Sanskrit. One piece can become a sect treasure, let alone the 19 pieces. At this time, Elder Yuanzi, who had been silent, said, Dona Feng, although Gu Shen's words just now were a bit extreme, there is one thing that is beyond doubt, that is, Sanskrit must remain in the Ku Chan sect. Of course, I also know that you may not be able to return the Sanskrit to us for the time being, but we can give you time and are willing to provide you with help. During this period, the donors can continue to stay in Kuchen sect. What this means is that you can leave the Ku Chan sect only when you hand over the Sanskrit. Elder Yuan Sheng said while knocking the wooden fish, young donor, just give it a try. You may come up with a solution someday. If you really can't think of one, then we'll talk about it later. Feng Shi nodded, okay, let's do it this way. The voice of Bloodthirsty World rang out in the sea of consciousness. You were good in every way, except that you were too soft-hearted sometimes. The Sanskrit entered between your eyebrows on its own, you didn't force it in. You almost lost your life because of this, you are the victim. It's good enough that you don't ask them for benefits, but you let them have a say. If it were me, I would fight them. What's the point of talking to a bunch of old bald donkeys? Fists are the truth. Feng Shi, Grandpa, people are treated differently according to their behavior. These monks, including Master Yuanzi and his disciples, are not completely evil people. There is no need to tear each other apart. Besides, Sanskrit is indeed from the Ku Chan sect, and I should find a way to return it to him. Zhu Shihuan snorted coldly, it sounds nice, but it's because you can't beat him. Feng Shi. Grandpa, otherwise we have to stay here. After all, there are still many books in the sutra library that we haven't read yet. If we try our best, we might find a way to solve the Sanskrit problem. Besides, Grandpa, have you ever thought that these Sanskrit characters may seem like good things, but who knows if they're dangerous? They're always a hidden danger in my body. Even if I don't return it to the Kuchan sect, I have to know how to check and balance them, right? Blood-devouring Huan laughed loudly. I was wondering why you suddenly became so conscientious. It turns out you were thinking about your own safety. I told you, there are no such kind-hearted people in our Laozu family. Fang Shi. There really are no such things as bad-hearted people. I don't know who would risk his own life for the sake of the people of the world. When Fang Shi thought the matter had come to an end, Gu Shen said, Wait, ask the golden-backed black turtle to hand over the golden-veined body leaf. The golden-backed black turtle that was pretending to be pitiful next to Fang Shi suddenly glared at him. Give you back your dad. I'm almost starving to death, and you still have the nerve to ask me to return the body leaves. Fang Shi ignored Gu Shen and said to Elder Yuanji, Master, although the little turtle has successfully transformed, its body is very weak and needs to eat a lot of golden body leaves. Considering its merit in carrying the stele, give it those body leaves as a reward. Elder Yuanzi thought for a moment and said, Learner Feng, we need the golden body leaves for some of our rituals. How about this? You ask it to return the body leaves from 3 trees to us, and give it the rest. Fang Shi thought this request was reasonable, so he nodded to the golden-backed black turtle. The golden-backed black tortoise picked and chose in its own space, and picked out the smallest and most broken leaves. Fang Shi. Just for this reason, we are destined to be the master's pet. After Elder Yuanzi accepted the body leaf, he let everyone go. After everyone left, Gu Shen gritted his teeth and said, Master, are you too tolerant of Fang Shi? I think she is just deliberately refusing to return Fan Wen. Master Yuanji looked at him and said, My dear disciple, without delusion and confusion, there is no true Buddha nature. Without greed, anger and wrong views, there is no body in nirvana. You have been feeling restless lately, so spend more time cultivating your character in front of the Buddha. As for the daily affairs of the Discipline Institute, let others take care of them temporarily. Gu Shen. Master, is he going to punish him? What on earth did he do wrong to be treated like this? On the other side, Fang Shi and the others returned to the meditation room. Although Fang Shi was not seriously injured, she still felt a little weak and prepared to meditate and regulate her breathing in the Zen room. Zhang Wen sighed and said, Junior sister, if we can't find a way to return the Sanskrit, they won't really let us become monks, right? Other things are easy to deal with, but the key is that I don't want to shave my head. That would affect my image as a gentleman with a sword that is known all over the world. Fang Shi. Fifth brother's focus is always so different. Zhang Wen continued to talk, you said the Void Monument too, why is it so fragile? I think it's the fault of the name. Why call it the Void Monument when there are so many other names out there? How can something so empty and hollow not break? Fang Shi was stunned. Fifth brother, what did you say? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1153 The golden-backed black turtle was stunned by the stick. Zhang Wen hurriedly said, I said I don't want to shave my head. Fang Shi, not this sentence, but the ones after that. I say this name is not a good one. How can something so empty and hollow not break? Fang Shi immediately looked thoughtful. Fang Shi read a lot of Buddhist scriptures a few days ago in order to find the secret of Kuchan, and he has gained some understanding of it. In her opinion, the void, mentioned in Buddhism means without beginning, without end, and infinite. There is only one place that can be considered infinite without beginning or end, and that is the power of time. She knew where they were hidden. The next moment, she really saw the Sanskrit words in the small puddle of the power of time. Because the puddle was too small, all the 19 Sanskrit characters were piled up together. Fang Shi. You guys have tricked me into becoming a nun, and yet you are here. Taking a bath. Perhaps sensing Fang Shi's gaze, the Sanskrit words began to tremble in panic, and finally turned into a stone tablet with no words on it. It was the Void Monument. Fang Shi. She said that these Sanskrit words were a scam, and it turned out to be true. The so-called broken Void Monument is just a decoy. This is the real Void Monument. But who can believe this? She wanted to get the Void Monument out, but unfortunately she failed after trying various methods. After Fang Shi told Zhang Wen and the others about the matter, Elder Bai said, Ancestor Fang, you previously suspected that this place was a certain point in the past. If your guess is correct, then these Sanskrit operations can be explained. Fang Shi asked hurriedly, what do you mean? Elder Bai explained, we saw the ruins before, which means that the Kuchan sect has long been destroyed, and the Void Monument is probably gone as well. If these Sanskrit words want to be resurrected, or to follow us back to reality, they can only do so with the help of the power of time. That's why they get into your little puddle. As soon as Elder Bai finished speaking, the wooden sword made a howl. So they are a bunch of thieves. My poor master, you don't have much time power to begin with, and now there are 19 thieves living here, how are you going to live? If you want to blame someone, blame this little turtle. You helped it to transform, but it repaid you with hatred. Jian Shou is just a white-eyed turtle. The principle of the wooden sword is to suppress and exclude all spiritual pets. No matter who you are, I'll hit you with a stick first. The golden-backed black turtle was stunned by the blow. Master, this has nothing to do with me. I didn't know the Void Monument would do this. I originally wanted to make some money with the help of the Void Monument, and then leave with you, in case you, my master, cannot afford to support me in the future. Who knows what will happen next? I am so wronged. Fang Shi ignored the wooden sword and comforted the golden-backed black turtle, saying that the matter had nothing to do with it and asked it not to feel any psychological burden. The golden-backed tortoise cried tears of gratitude. Its master was so good to it. Mu Jian was also very happy, as he and his master cooperated very well. It is the good guy and the owner is the bad guy. This operation is mainly to highlight the owner's kindness and generosity. As for its reputation, it doesn't matter. It's not something you can eat. As long as its master is happy, it is willing to be infamous for eternity. However, it soon thought of a problem, a very important problem. If this is a certain point in the past, then this little bastard has no way of returning to reality with them. Tao and Mosha were swept into the domain by the power of time and were accidentally contracted by their master. Until now, Tao cannot see the light of day because there is another Tao in reality. This little turtle doesn't have to worry about there being another self in reality, but it can't get out at all. Mu Jian had some hostility towards the golden-backed turtle just now, but now he was full of pity. It told Fangxi the whole thing without hiding anything. As soon as he finished speaking, the golden-backed black turtle started howling. Why is my life so miserable? When I was still an egg, I was worried and anxious. After I finally broke out of the shell, I was still hungry every day. I thought I had finally gotten through all the hardships and followed you, my master, but it turned out to be a false alarm. No wonder Buddha said that all living beings suffer, even a little turtle like me is no exception. What's the point of me living? I might as well die. Fangxi couldn't help but sigh. It was indeed the Ku-chan sect. Even a little turtle knew that all living things suffer. She consoled him. You are a turtle carrying a stele. As long as the void stele can go out with me, you should be able to go out with me too. The golden-backed black tortoise choked and said, what if it doesn't work? Fangxi sighed. If it doesn't work, we can only blame our lack of fate. After all, with my current cultivation level, I can't separate a separate Domarin. The golden-backed black tortoise continued to sob and groan. Isn't you a little puddle the Domarin? Fangxi. In fact, she didn't know what the small puddle was. She only knew that the power of time and space that she had cultivated would gather there. Now the words of the golden-backed black turtle woke her up. Isn't the domain where the power of time and space is condensed? No wonder those Sanskrit words entered the small puddle. It turned out that they had already known that they could hide in it and followed her back to reality. Although Elder Bai's previous guess was somewhat relevant, this is the correct answer. If the small puddle is a domain, as she cultivates more and more power of time, the area of this domain will definitely become larger and larger. I don't know what it can be used for, but it looks pretty cool. But the puddle at the moment was too small, barely enough to contain those Sanskrit words, let alone this little turtle. In fact, even if it could fit, she didn't know how to get the little turtle into the puddle. For the time being, we can only hope that the golden-backed black tortoise can follow the void monument out with its identity as the tortoise carrying the monument. In addition, Fangxi also gave the golden-backed black turtle a few white animal cords and asked it to take them while practicing, which might come in handy. The golden-backed black tortoise also knew that Fangxi would not give up on it easily, so it immediately showed its loyalty obediently and wanted to give all the golden-veined body leaves it had picked to Fangxi. Fangxi smiled and said, this is your ration, keep it for yourself. Mu Jian said to Fangxi stealthily, Master, do you think that even if you accept this thing, you can't take it out? It's better to let the little turtle take it himself. Everything that Tao hid in his own space is there. I guess if the little turtle can get out, the leaf can also be taken out. You can just look for it when the time comes. Master, you are so smart. Fangxi. You can shut up. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1154 Being bullied. Then beat him up. Fangxi felt that her life was a failure. Everyone thinks she is greedy for money. This is true for fifth senior brother and Mu Jian as well. Is she greedy? She has always regarded money as dirt, okay. However, Mu Jian did remind her that it would be better to let Xiao Wangba keep the bags of tea she collected, so that she would not be unable to take them out later. Fangxi chatted and laughed with Junwen and the others for a few more words, then went back to the inner room to regulate her breathing and meditate. The skeleton still sat beside Fangxi to absorb the power of Buddha's light. Junwen looked at the bright light on the skeleton, and his heart was filled with sorrow. Even the skeleton got the Buddha's light twice, but he got nothing because he was lost in his past memories. However, he quickly calmed himself down. Now the Sanskrit words are all in the little puddle of the junior sister. Sooner or later, the junior sister will be able to control them. At that time, he will have as much Buddha light as he wants. In the next few days, Fangxi and his friends continued to read books in the Sutra library. It's not that the Ku-chan sect doesn't allow him to wander around the West, but Fangxi doesn't dare to wander around aimlessly. She almost became a nun after just one stroll. If she strolled any further, she might even build a nunnery. That morning, just as Fangxi and the others had finished washing up, Zhichen came hurried over. Dear donors, please rest in the meditation room today. It is best not to leave the house. Fangxi was puzzled. Why is this? Is it because of the Sanskrit thing? Zhichen hesitated for a moment, and finally lowered his voice and said, Donor Fang, it's not because of the Sanskrit, but because an uninvited guest came to the sect. After discussing with Elder Yuanzi, Master decided to let you rest in the meditation room to avoid being implicated. Fangxi immediately said, uninvited guest. From what the Master said, your sect is in trouble. Do you need our help? Zhichen clasped his hands together and said, Amitabha, thank you for your kindness, Patron Fang. However, this is a matter for our sect, so there is no need to trouble you. Fangxi didn't want to ask further after hearing what he said, so he said, okay, then we will follow your arrangements and will not leave the meditation room unless it is necessary. Zhichen said a bunch of polite words and then left in a hurry. After he left, Junwen said, Master Zhichen is a kind person. If he said that, it must be true. What kind of trouble did Kuchen sect encounter? Could it be that the creditors came to visit? Elder Bai said, even if the creditors come to the door, there is no need to be so nervous. Besides, Fang Zhu just donated 100 million incense money to them, which can at least be used in an emergency. Fangxi also felt that it was not as simple as collecting a debt. Seeing Zhichen's look as if he was facing a formidable enemy, it was likely that Ku Chanzong was in real trouble. However, since they are not allowed to interfere, they should just stay in the meditation room honestly. The Zen Buddhism is so big that there won't be any big chaos. At this time, the atmosphere in the reception hall of the Ku Chan sect was very tense. Opposite Elder Yuan Ji stood a tall and fat monk. The monk's robe was made of snow-covered golden silk, and the Buddhist beads in his hand were carved from the wooden core of the golden body tree. The wooden core of a golden body tree can only be made into one bead, but the fat monk has 108 beads in his hand, which shows how precious these beads are. The fat monk said as he twisted his Buddhist beads. Brother Yuanzi, I didn't expect that you have advanced to the Buddha light realm. This is truly cause for celebration. But the situation of your Kuchan sect is becoming more and more miserable. Even you can't find a decent monk's robe. It's really sad. Our two sects have the same origin, why don't you join our Wuxiang sect? At least we won't let you dress like beggars. As soon as these words were spoken, the people from the Kuchan sect glared at him angrily. After all, these are not good things to say, and they're just short of saying that the Kuchan sect will be destroyed. Elder Yuanzi suppressed his anger and said, Brother Yuanfu, please don't make such jokes in the future, so as not to hurt the harmony between our two sects. If you have nothing else, please go back. Monk Yuanfu sneered, a joke. I came all the way here to joke with you. Originally, this Kuchan sect belonged to our Wuxiang sect, and you framed us and expelled us from the sect. Fortunately, the Buddha blessed us and allowed us to establish the Wuxiang sect. Now it is time to settle accounts. Before Elder Yuanji finished speaking, someone outside the door shouted angrily. Fuck your fucking dog fart. It was obvious that on that day, people from your sect were greedy for material desires and were unwilling to practice hard in the Kuchan sect, so they defected and left the sect. Even dogs don't mind being poor, you are worse than dogs. The person who spoke was Elder Yuansheng, and as soon as he finished scolding, he immediately hit the wooden fish with a rolling pin. Elder Yuanji felt a headache. He was afraid that Elder Yuansheng would get involved and intensify the conflict, so he deliberately did not let him come, but he came anyway. But now that they're here, we can't chase them away. He immediately said to Yuan Fu, although junior brother Yuan Sheng committed a verbal offense, what he said is also true. Your lineage defected from the Kuchan sect that day, and we have been lenient by not pursuing the matter. You should just mend your ways and start over. However, not only did you establish the Wuxiang sect and target our Kuchan sect everywhere, but now you have even gone further and come to provoke us. This is too outrageous. Yuan Fu laughed loudly, arrogant. That's because we have the confidence. You from the Kuchan sect want to be arrogant, but can you be arrogant enough? I heard that you are now struggling to make ends meet, and the resources for cultivation are even more scarce. We in the Wuxiang sect have dozens of people in the Buddha light realm, and you can count them with one hand, right? I am too lazy to talk nonsense with you. I am here this time for one reason, to make you think carefully about whether or not to join my Wuxiang sect, and another reason, I heard that there was a problem with the drum tower of Kuchan sect recently, so I am here to send you a drum. Elder Yuan Sheng said while beating the wooden fish, you sent us drums. I think it's like a weasel paying New Year's greetings to a chicken with bad intentions. Elder Yuanzi felt that Elder Yuan Sheng was his best substitute at the moment, so he remained silent. Yuan Fu sneered and went out to the yard. He took out a big drum from his storage ring and clapped it lightly with his hands. Instantly, a thunderous sound was heard, shocking the consciousness of everyone in the Kuchan sect. Those with higher cultivation levels were fine, but some disciples with lower cultivation levels could no longer stand and looked in pain. Yuan Fu laughed loudly. How is it? Is this drum 100 times stronger than yours? No wonder your old drum has problems. As far as I know, it has been repaired hundreds of times, right? TSK, it's good enough that it can still make a sound, but do you still expect it to protect the Kuchan sect? Although Elder Yuanzi appeared to be calm on the surface, he couldn't help but sigh in his heart. The Dingtian drum of the Kuchan sect had been so majestic in the past, but it was now declining just like their Kuchan sect. At the same time, Fangxi and others who were talking in the Zen room heard a knock on the door. Zheng Wen ran over, opened the door, and was stunned. It turned out to be the old monk who liked to come and discuss Buddhism with the little sister in the middle of the night. The old monk walked into the meditation room as he did every time before, his eyes fixed on Fangxi. I have lived my life to the fullest. Why would I be bullied by others? Fangxi blinked her eyes, being bullied, then beat him up. Old monk, you mean to fight violence with violence? Isn't this contrary to Buddhism? Fangxi shook his head. This is wrong. If you tolerate the evildoers' mistakes, it will only make them create more karma. It is better to stop them with violence and save others from suffering. This is what the Buddha meant when he said that killing evil people is a good deed. The old monk showed a look of sudden enlightenment. Master Zhichung, the Buddhist teachings are indeed profound. I am grateful for your teachings. After saying that, he bowed to Fangxi. Fangxi. Although I like being the ancestor, I feel embarrassed when you do this. Before she could say anything, the old monk left. At this time, outside the reception hall, Yuan Fu was beating the drum triumphantly. Yuan Ji, if you don't agree, use your Kuchan sect's Dingtian drum to compete with me. Elder Yuanzi was secretly resentful in his heart. Now the Dingtian drum couldn't even keep time for the morning and evening bells, let alone compete with this drum. At this moment, 3 drum sounds came from the drum tower. Sounds unremarkable. The big drum in front of Yuan Fu made a popping sound and the drum head was broken. At the same time, Yuan Fu's sea of consciousness shook, and a mouthful of blood spurted out. Update postponed to 10:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 11:55. Let's start with 8. Both the people from the Kuchan sect and the Wuxiang sect were stunned by the scene. Elder Yuan Sheng laughed loudly. Yuan Fu, you are bragging, right? Your drum is indeed more powerful than our Dingtian drum, and it can even fart. Yuan Fu was so angry that he almost vomited blood again. I have heard that the Dingtian drum of Kuchan sect is about to be destroyed, so how can it still make such a domineering drum sound? What a hell. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and sneered. Even if the Dingtian drum is still usable, it is just a spent force. The same is true for the shaking earth bell. Your Kuchan sect is already on the decline. However, my coming here to deliver the drum is only secondary. My main purpose is to tell you about a happy event, a huge happy event. My Wuxiang sect has a Buddhist disciple. According to the rules of my Buddhist sect, all Buddhist disciples must obey the orders of the Buddhist disciple, and your Kuchen sect is naturally no exception. Before he finished speaking, Elder Yuan Sheng curled his lips and said, Don't flatter yourself. You Wuxiang sect are all people who are only interested in pleasure. How can a Buddha be born among you? Even if a Buddha is born, it should be in our Kuchen sect. Elder Yuanzi felt a sinking feeling in his heart, because he felt that Yuanfu might be telling the truth. The matter of being a Buddhist disciple is of great importance, and it is impossible for the Wuxiang sect to tell such a huge lie. If the Wuxiang sect really produces a Buddhist, the Kuchen sect will be in an even more passive position in the future. Just as Yuanfu said, all Buddhist disciples must obey the Buddha's disciples. What if the Buddha's disciples ask them to merge the Kuchen sect into the Wuxiang sect? If you don't listen, it would be disrespectful to Buddhists. If you listen, the foundation of the Kuchen sect will be destroyed. Yuanfu said with a fake smile, monks do not tell lies, let alone the matter of Buddhist disciples. My Wuxiang sect was devoted to Buddhism, which moved the Buddha, who then enlightened my disciple Jishin. Not only did he memorize various Buddhist scriptures by heart overnight, but he also had Buddha's light surrounding him and possessed an immortal body. I know you will definitely not believe it, so when I came here I specifically asked the golden body of the Buddha to visit your Kuchen sect. According to the time, the Buddha will be outside the mountain gate in half an hour. Why don't you follow me to the mountain gate and wait? Elder Yuan Sheng sneered, you can recite all kinds of Buddhist scriptures by heart, have your own Buddha light, and are immortal. You really can brag. Why don't I believe it? Yuan Fu twisted his Buddhist beads and said, believe it or not, I have brought my message to you. If you are not outside the mountain gate to greet the Buddha's son when he arrives, how will you, the Kuchen sect, face other Buddhist disciples? After Yuan Fu finished speaking, he turned around and left with his men. Elder Yuan Sheng said to Elder Yuan Ji, don't listen to his nonsense. It's obvious that he made it up. He's just trying to scare us. Elder Yuanzi frowned and asked Elder Guquan behind him, what do you think? Elder Guquan said solemnly, Uncle Master, even though the Wuxiang sect does not have the strict disciplines as ours, they do not have the courage to make up such a lie. This is most likely true. Judging from their style of doing things, they may have already informed other sects about this matter. If we don't go out to greet them, they will then be able to criticize us. Regardless of whether it is true or not, let's go out and take a look, and then we'll act accordingly. Elder Yuan Ji nodded, that's what I meant. Let's go out and take a look. Elder Yuan Sheng pouted when he heard this, but since Elder Yuanzi and Elder Guquan had already made the decision, he didn't say anything. The group immediately arrived outside the mountain gate. Yuan Fu was not surprised at all to see them coming out. The status of a Buddhist disciple is transcendent among the Buddhist disciples, and no Buddhist dared to disrespect him. He looked at Elder Yuanzi and said, are you going to change into some decent clothes to welcome the Buddha? Do you want me to give you some clothes? Just as Elder Yuan Ji was about to refuse, Elder Yuan Sheng squinted his eyes at Yuan Fu and said, send us a few sets. I'm afraid you're just talking nonsense and can't afford it. Yuan Fu sneered, I can't afford it. Not to mention a few sets, even dozens or hundreds of sets are just a piece of cake. Elder Yuan Sheng nodded and said, okay, I want the monk robes like the ones you're wearing. I'll give you 800 of them first. Yuan Fu. My monk robe is woven with snow-capped gold and silk, and is priceless. There are only a few sets in the entire Wuxiang sect. You actually asked for 800 pieces right away. Why are you so shameless? Seeing that he was silent, Elder Yuan Sheng said, if you can't afford it, don't say anything. You look so petty. Yuan Fu's face was originally round, and after being angered by Elder Yuan Sheng, it became as round as a puffer fish. He cursed in his heart, this Yuan Sheng didn't like to talk much before, why did he become so sharp-tongued now? He gritted his teeth and said, I'm too lazy to argue with you. The right and wrong will be judged by the public. When Elder Yuan Sheng was just about to take advantage of the situation to mock Yuan Fu, he heard the sounds of wooden fish being struck and scriptures being chanted in the distance. He immediately looked up and saw a crowd of people coming in the distance. When those people got closer, they found out that they were from Yinyuan Hall, Yanjing Gate, Nansha Sect and Jutian Zen Temple. This Western Buddhist sect is second only to the Kuchen sect and the Wuxiang sect, and all of them have come. Elder Yuanzi felt a sinking feeling in his heart. The Wuxiang sect had made such a big fuss, so those so-called disciples of Buddha were most likely real. The Zen Buddhism is in danger. I got home late, so that's all for today. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1156, I am getting more and more free. Elder Yuan Sheng is not as pessimistic as Elder Yuanzi because he firmly believes in a simple truth, the Buddha is not blind. The people in the Wuxiang sect are not upright at the top and are crooked at the bottom. Although they have not done anything extremely evil, they are definitely not good people, let alone compassionate people. How could the Buddha choose them as his disciples? This brief introduction is a joke. He wanted to see what kind of virtue the so-called Buddhist disciples of the Wuxiang sect had. As he was thinking about it, he saw a golden lotus platform appear behind the Western University Buddhist team. On it sat a middle-aged monk wearing a cassock and looking solemn. What is amazing is that there is a halo around him, like the Buddha's light, which makes people feel awe involuntarily. Elder Yuan Sheng thought to himself that it did seem like the right thing, but he still didn't believe that Jishin was a Buddha. He whispered to Elder Guquan. Have you ever seen this Jishin before? Elder Guquan said, I have never seen him, but I have heard Ji Chen mention him. He seems to be in charge of some industries under the Wuxiang sect and is very good at scheming. I didn't expect that this person would be chosen by the Buddha. It's really incredible. Elder Yuan Sheng snorted coldly. I don't think he was chosen by the Buddha, but is just playing tricks. Didn't Yuan Fu say that the so-called Buddhist disciple could come back to life? I'll tear his head off myself and see if he can still survive. Elder Guquan. Ever since Master Yuan Sheng replaced the wooden fish mallet with a rolling pin, he has been letting himself go more and more. However, he also didn't believe that Jishin was really a Buddhist. he might as well give it a try, as Elder Yuansheng said, and see if Jishin could come back to life. As he was speaking, surrounded by the abbots of the Western University Buddhist sect, Jishin's lotus platform arrived near the gate of the Kuchen sect. Yuanfu took 2 quick steps forward and bowed to Jishin. Amitabha, disciple greets the Buddha. Jishin just nodded slightly without saying anything. Yuanfu turned to look at Elder Yuanji and the others. Why don't you come and pay respect to the Buddha? People from the Buddhist sect of Exeter University also criticized the people of the Kuchan sect for not knowing etiquette and being disrespectful to Buddhists, which disgraced their status as Buddhist disciples. Elder Yuansheng was about to lose his temper when Elder Yuanzi said to him, "Brother, this is a serious matter. Don't be reckless." Even though Elder Yuansheng was usually very dissatisfied with Elder Yuanji, he still respected his senior brother at critical moments, so he swallowed back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. Elder Yuanji clasped his hands together. Amitabha, it's not that we don't respect the Buddha's disciples, but the Buddha's disciples coming to the world is of great significance and must be handled with extreme caution. I am a Zen sect and have little information, so I have some doubts about the Buddha's disciples' identities. I hope you will forgive me. Abbot Siguang of Yanjingmen said, Elder Yuanji, you are worrying too much. The identity of the Buddha's son is absolutely true, we have already verified it. Elder Yuanji then asked, how did you verify it? Siguang clasped his hands together and said with awe, not only are Buddhist disciples blessed with Buddha's light, they can recite Buddhist scriptures by heart, and possess an immortal body. The day before yesterday, he allowed us to kill him and shatter his soul in front of us, but in just a moment, the Buddhist disciple came back to life without any scars on his body. Who else in the world, besides the Buddha, has such ability? After Siguang finished speaking, the abbots of the other 3 sects also spoke out to testify. Elder Yuanzi's heart sank suddenly. Although the Wuxiang sect was powerful, it was impossible for them to let the Western Buddhist sect lie for them in such a short time. Could it be that Jishin could really come back to life? While he was considering his words, Elder Yuansheng sent him a secret message. Who knows if they made it up? You can test him with Buddhist scriptures first, and then let him die on the spot and see what happens. Elder Yuanzi had no better idea for the time being, so he recited a passage from Buddhist scriptures on the pretext of asking Jishin for advice, and asked Jishin to help him solve his doubts. Elder Yuanzi deliberately selected a difficult section of Buddhist scripture that was difficult to understand even for Yuanfu, let alone Jishin. But everything Jishin said made sense, and his understanding was even deeper than Elder Yuanzi's. In order to prevent the other party from memorizing the scriptures in advance, Elder Yuanzi debated with Jishin. It turned out that the other party not only had a deep understanding of the Buddhist scriptures, but also had profound attainments in Buddhism, which was amazing. If the incident had not been caused by the Wuxiang sect, Elder Yuanzi would even feel that Jishin was indeed qualified to be a Buddhist disciple. Elder Yuansheng urged Elder Yuanji impatiently, what's the point of you saying this to him? Hurry up and twist his head off and scatter his soul. Elder Yuanji thought, I want to do that too, but don't I have to think carefully about what to say? Unexpectedly, Jishin took the initiative to say, Elder Yuanzi, I know you have doubts about my identity. In order to dispel your doubts, I can show you my indestructible golden body. Let's do it. When Elder Yuanzi heard him say this, his heart sank again. Since the other party said this, he must have something on his mind. If he really proves that he can be immortal by then, they, the Ku Zen sect, will have no other excuse. While he was hesitating, Elder Yuansheng came with a rolling pin and said, Brother, since they have said it, why are you still being polite? If you are embarrassed to do it, I will do it. He took 2 or 3 steps and came close to Jishin. Stretch out your neck, I'll twist it. Jishin. Is this what you call human language? Although I want you to kill me, I don't want to die like this. Yuanfu said sternly, Yuansheng, don't be so rude. How can a Buddhist allow you to humiliate me like this? Elder Yuansheng, then I'll smash his head with a rolling pin. Yuanfu. You might as well screw your head. In fact, Elder Yuansheng had his own thoughts. If the Buddhist seal was used, Jishin's body would be intact, and there might be some secret behind his resurrection from the dead. Twist his head off or smash it with a hammer and see how he can still act like a ghost. At this time, Jishin said calmly, you just want to separate my head from my body. If that's the case, you can chop off my head with your sword. Upon hearing this, Elder Yuansheng borrowed a sword from someone else and chopped off Jishin's neck. The head fell to the ground, and Jishin's soul escaped and was shattered by Elder Yuansheng's palm. Elder Yuansheng thought that he would definitely die this time. But what no one expected was that the dead body on the ground disappeared. The next moment, someone behind the crowd chanted the Buddha's name. Amitabha, yesterday's events are like yesterday's death, and today's events are like today's birth. Thank you, Elder Yuansheng, for giving me a new life. Elder Yuansheng's eyes almost popped out of his head. He actually came back to life. Seeing a ghost in broad daylight. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1157 The Little Monk Who Stops Poverty. Seeing Jishin come back to life, there was a cheer at the scene, and those Buddhist disciples were even more in awe of Jishin. They all bowed down in worship. Jishin touched the tops of the monks' heads with his palms to express blessing and protection, which brought the atmosphere to a climax. Elder Yuanzi and others were in an extremely heavy mood. Judging from the current situation, Jishin's position as a Buddhist disciple is very stable. If they, the Kuchan sect, do not acknowledge it, they will become the target of public criticism. If they acknowledge it, they will be at the mercy of others. No matter what choice you make, it's a dead end. Is the foundation of the Kuchan sect going to be destroyed in one fell swoop? Elder Gu Quan was trying to contact his master, Master Yuan Kong, the abbot of the Kuchan sect, but unfortunately there was no response at all. If the soul lamp was still on, Elder Gu Quan would have thought that his master had passed away. He thought to himself, Master, if you don't come out, the Kuchan sect will no longer exist when you come out. Before they could come up with a solution, Jishin had already passed through the crowd and returned to the lotus platform. He looked down at the Kuchan Sect members and asked, "Do you still have any objections to my identity as a Buddhist disciple?" Although Elder Yuanzi and others did not believe that the other party was a Buddhist, they could not provide any evidence to refute it and could only try to delay. Elder Yuanji put his hands together and said, "Amitabha, although every aspect of your performance impressed us, this happened suddenly after all, and we still need time to accept it. In addition, could you tell me how the Buddha enlightened you?" Elder Yuanzi was the first to use a respectful title, which showed some sincerity, so Jishin did not get angry, but asked Yuanfu to tell him what happened. Yuanfu was talking with saliva flying. According to him, Jishin received enlightenment from the Buddha when he was chanting scriptures one day. The reason why Jishin was chosen was, on the one hand, because he had wisdom, and on the other hand, because the Wuxiang sect was very popular and the people were very pious in the devotion to the Buddha. Elder Yuansheng curled his lips secretly. The Wuxiang sect was indeed very popular because they were thinking about how to make money from incense all day long. If it weren't for the latter reason, he might still have believed it. Now there's no need to look for evidence. This Buddhist must be fake. It's a pity that I know it's fake, but I can't expose it. Putting aside other things, how did he achieve the Buddha's light and resurrection from the dead? After Yuanfu finished speaking, there was another round of praise and cheers for Jishin. Yuanfu looked at Elder Yuanji with great pride. "I have already told you what happened. You have no objection to the Buddha's identity now, right? Why don't you come over and pay your respects to the Buddha?" Elder Yuansheng said to Elder Yuanji in a veiled tone, "Fuck him. I say, we should just kill them first." Elder Yuanzi. Not to mention that being disrespectful to Buddhists will put you at a disadvantage in terms of etiquette and laws, the key is whether you can win. The Wuxiang sect is stronger than them, not to mention the help from the Western Buddhist sect. Just when he was sweating profusely and at a loss of what to do, someone inside the mountain gate chanted the Buddha's name. "Amitabha, I have been in seclusion for many days. As soon as I came out, I found that my Zen sect is very lively." Everyone looked at the person who came, and saw an old monk with white hair and beard. The old monk was wearing a tattered monk's robe and holding a Zen staff in his hand. Normally, there should be 9 golden rings on it, but now there are only 3 left. The old monk has a kind face and one would think he is an enlightened monk. After seeing this, Elder Gu Quan almost cried. "Master, you are finally out of the customs. If you don't come out, this Kuchan sect will no longer exist." Elder Yuanzi and Elder Yuansheng also heaved a sigh of relief. Even though they were both of the Yuan generation, this abbot had always been very prestigious. With his arrival, they now had a backbone. Yuan Fu sneered, "Abbot Yuankong, you've arrived just in time, why don't you come over and pay your respects to the Buddha?" Abbot Yuankong clasped his hands together and said, "Amitabha, junior brother Yuan Fu, what do you mean by that? Why can't I understand?" Yuan Fu, stop pretending to be ignorant. I think you just want to delay time. Well, let your disciples tell you what happened. Abbot Yuankong was in a good mood and nodded with a smile. Then let's do as junior brother Yuan Fu said. "Junior brother Yuanzi, tell me what's going on." Elder Yuanzi then recounted what had happened. He described it in great detail, even to the point of being tedious, in order to buy time so that Abbot Yuankong could find a way to deal with it. But no matter how detailed it is impossible to delay it for too long, not to mention that Yuan Fu is urging him from time to time. A quarter of an hour later, the whole story was told. Yuan Fu looked at Abbot Yuankong and said, "I have asked and heard it all. Is it time for you, the people of Kuchan sect, to come and pay respect to the Buddha?" Abbot Yuankong made a greeting with one hand. "The Buddha's disciples are the messengers of the Buddha, so we should pay our respects to them." After these words were spoken, Yuan Fu couldn't help but reveal a smug look on his face. Elder Yuanzi and others looked anxious. This Buddha must be fake, how can we worship him? If I do this, I will be at the mercy of others. Abbot Yuankong said slowly. Of course we have to worship, but the Buddhist scriptures say there is only one Buddha in the world, but now there are 2 Buddhas, confusing the real and the fake. How can we worship? Yuan Fu was stunned. 2 Buddhists. What do you mean by this? The others also looked at Abbot Yuankong with puzzlement. Abbot Yuankong once again made a single-handed gesture to greet the Buddha, Amitabha, because our sect has also produced a Buddhist disciple, named Jichung. After he said this, everyone in the Kuchan sect looked confused. Stop poverty. Is there anyone in the Ji generation named Jichung? Elder Yuansheng was holding a rolling pin and thinking, why does this Buddhist name sound so familiar? Why does it seem like he has heard it somewhere before? Jichun, who was standing at the back of the crowd, had a dazed look on his face. At the beginning, Elder Yuansheng did not allow Mr. Feng and his friends to enter the sutra repository, so Mr. Feng said that he was a disciple of the Kuchan sect and that his Buddhist name was Jichung. Could it be that the Buddhist disciple the abbot was talking about is Dona Feng? Is the abbot crazy or is he crazy? After being stunned for a moment, Yuan Fu sneered. Abbot Yuankong, if you don't want to admit that you are a Buddhist disciple, just say so. Why tell such a huge lie? If your Kuchan sect could also produce a Buddha, red rain would fall from the sky. Abbot Yuankong said, Brother Yuan Fu, this is wrong. We in the Kuchan sect have always been pure-hearted and diligent in our practice, and we are sincere in our treatment of the Buddha. It is normal for the Buddha to guide our disciples to become Buddha's children. Of course, no matter how much I say, it is better to let you see Jichung Buddha with your own eyes. Then you will know who is real and who is fake. After Abbot Yuankong finished speaking, he chanted the Buddha's name loudly, Amitabha, all the disciples of the Kuchan sect bow to the Buddha. After saying that, he knelt on the ground. Although Elder Yuanzi and others were confused, they still knelt down. Everyone's eyes turned towards the mountain gate. Bells and drums rang inside the mountain gate, followed by the aroma of lotus wafting out, making people feel refreshed. The next moment, a golden-backed black turtle slowly emerged, and on its back sat a handsome little monk. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1158 Easy to handle. The little monk was wearing a red cassock and holding a string of Buddhist beads in his hand. His eyebrows are picturesque and his eyes are as pure as a clear spring. Just one glance at him makes people feel close to him. What is amazing is that there is also a halo around the little monk, and it looks brighter than Jishin's. The young monk put his hands together and said, Amitabha, Buddha said that all beings are equal, why do we need to kneel down and worship? Abbot Yuankong stood up first and said, Amitabha, you are worthy of being the messenger of the Buddha. You have a compassionate heart. I have been waiting for your appearance. Yuan Ji and others also stood up. The complexity of their feelings at this moment could not be described in words, especially when they saw the two monks, one old and one young, behind this poor Buddhist. Anyone with a little common sense could guess the identity of this Buddhist who stopped poverty. He was none other than the little donor from Fangxi. Although their appearance, temperament, voice, and even gender have changed, there are only so many people in their Kuchan sect. These three unfamiliar people who suddenly appeared must be the three donors. By the way, why didn't I see the Nirvana? At this time, Elder Yuan Sheng noticed that the young monk was carrying a large, bulging package. Could it be that the skeleton was inside? They had complicated feelings, and the people in the Buddhist sect of Exeter University had even more complicated feelings. Although they had already determined that Jishin was a Buddhist, but now this little monk Jichung from the Kuchan sect seemed to be more like the Buddhist they imagined. Whether in terms of appearance, age or temperament, it is obvious that the poor little monk is better. Also, although the golden lotus platform that Jishin sat on was very luxurious, when the little monk Jichung came out, there was a lotus fragrance wafting out, and it made people feel refreshed. Isn't this more convincing than the golden lotus platform? The little monk Jichung is not arrogant and is kind-hearted, unlike Jishin who looks superior. Which of these two Buddhist disciples is real and which is fake? The actor who plays the little monk Jichung is currently missing his beautiful hair. Fangxi felt that he had suffered a huge loss this time. Although there are hair growth pills, it cannot erase the fact that I am bald now. Well, instead of becoming a nun, I became a monk. She was originally staying well in the meditation room, but the old monk who liked to knock on the door in the middle of the night came to look for her again. After entering the room, he just stared at her without saying a word. If others would feel scared by being stared at, Fangxi looked calm and smiled as he asked the old monk to sit down and talk. The old monk suddenly asked, Master Jichung, are you a Buddhist? Fangxi. I feel ashamed when you call me master, and now you say I am a disciple of Buddha. Do I really look like a monk? When Fangxi was speechless, there was another knock on the door. Zheng Wen went over to open the door, only to see an old monk with a kind face standing at the door, holding a Zen stick in his hand. The old monk who had come in earlier suddenly looked panicked and quickly slipped under the table. Fangxi and others. What is this fuss about? The old monk who came in from behind greeted with one hand, Amitabha, I am the abbot of the Kuchan sect, Yuan Kong. May I enter the house and have a chat? Fangxi and a few others hurriedly invited Abbot Yuan Kong into the meditation room. Abbot Yuan Kong glanced at the old monk hiding under the table and said, Come out, I won't punish you. The old monk under the table then crawled out trembling and hid behind Fangxi. Abbot Yuan Kong sighed, You don't know its identity yet, right? It is the spirit of the Dingtian drum. It is usually well behaved under my control, but it started to act up when I was in seclusion for cultivation. I am really sorry for disturbing all the donors. Old monk Guling poked his head out from behind Fangxi and said, Yuan Kong, I was afraid of you in the past, but now I have the support of the Buddha, I am not afraid of you anymore. Fangxi thought to herself, if you didn't stutter when you said this, it would be more credible. However, she did not expect that the old monk was actually the incarnation of a drum spirit. It seems that this Dingtian drum is indeed extraordinary, and the spirit of the instrument can even transform into a human form. Abbot Yuan Kong looked thoughtful after hearing what Guling said. He looked Fangxi up and down, then put his Zen stick aside and clasped his hands together. Donor Fang, I have an unwelcome request. If I have offended you, please forgive me. Fangxi suddenly had a bad feeling, but Abbot Yuan Kong was so humble that she could only say, Master Abbot, please speak. Abbot Yuan Kong sighed again. To be honest with you, Donor Fang, I have been in seclusion for a long time and was just awakened by the 3 drum beats of the Dingtian drum. Because it is beating the drums of the sky, it means that something big has happened in the sect. After I came out of retreat, I received several messages that Gu Quan had sent me before, and only then did I know that the Wuxiang sect had produced a Buddhist disciple. Now, the so-called Buddhist disciple is just outside the mountain gate. If his identity is confirmed, the Kuchan sect will be in dire straits. After much thought, I decided that if I want to break the impasse, I have to find another Buddhist disciple. Then I can use the excuse that it is difficult to distinguish between the real and fake Buddhist disciples as an excuse to delay for a while and find another way. But as for the identity of this Buddhist disciple, I really can't think of a suitable candidate. The disciples of my sect are rather dull and lack the ability to adapt to changing circumstances, but Donor Fang is smart and resourceful. Moreover, from Gu Quan's previous message, we learned that Donor Fang also won the favor of the Sanskrit text of the Void Stele, which shows that Donor Fang has a strong affinity with Buddhism. Therefore, I would like to ask Mr. Fang to pretend to be a Buddhist to help the Kuchan sect overcome this difficulty. Fangxi. Listen to what you say. What is this called? I'm a pretty little girl, and you want me to play the role of a Buddhist. Don't you think it's outrageous? Master Abbot, you just said that the so-called Buddha's son is outside the mountain gate. Why do so many people think he is a Buddha's son? Can't you expose his identity first? Abbot Yuan Kong once sighed. Donor Fang, you may not know that Jishin used some unknown method to create a circle of Buddha light behind him, and he is also proficient in Buddhism. The most incredible thing is that he actually possesses an immortal body. As soon as he was killed, he came back to life. If it weren't for this, I wouldn't have the audacity to come and ask for help from Master Fang. In fact, Abbot Yuan Kong did not have this idea at first. He just saw the drum spirit running towards this side stealthily after he came out of retreat, so he followed it. After hearing Guling calling Fangxi a Buddhist disciple, he suddenly had an idea to let Fangxi pretend to be a Buddhist disciple. He was very nervous because he knew that this request was too much, but he didn't expect Feng Shi to say, "Master Abbot, I am grateful that you trust me. I will agree to it." Feng Shi was a little hesitant at first, but after hearing the description of the so-called Buddhist, she felt that why was it so similar to the style of the Tiank League. Just for this reason, she had to go out and take a look. Isn't it just playing the role of a Buddhist? Easy to handle. When you go out, your identity is given by yourself. Not to mention that the person opposite is a fake Buddhist. Even if he is real, she can turn him into a fake one. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1159. As the best supporting actor, you must keep up with the pace of your junior sister. Abbot Yuankong didn't expect Feng Shi to agree so readily, and he quickly expressed his gratitude. Feng Shi said solemnly, "Master Abbot, not to mention that your sect has entertained us for several days, even if we met by chance and encountered such an unfair thing, we should help out. Time is running out, let's not talk about these polite words. Please tell me about N.A. Jishin in detail, so that I can respond." Yuan Kong was now in a difficult position, because the message Gu Quan gave him consisted of only a few sentences and did not go into too much detail. When he was about to send a message to Gu Quan, Gu Ling said to Feng Shi, that fake Buddhist was sitting on a golden lotus platform, and the monk's robe he wore was much better than Yuan Kong's. Feng Shi understood what was going on after listening to it. She said to Abbot Yuan Kong, "Give me a set of monk's robes and shoes, then go out and buy time for a while. I will get ready and leave soon." Zhang Wen hurriedly said, "One set is not enough, give me 2 sets. Elder Bai, 3 sets. The skeleton jumped over and stretched out 5 fingers. Abbot Yuan Kong. "Those 3 are fine, but why you, a Nirvana practitioner, joining in the fun? Even if I gave you a set of monk's robes, you wouldn't look like one of us who practice the Zen Buddhism when you put them on." But he didn't have time to argue about all this now, so he left his Western monk's robe and shoes behind and turned away. As soon as he left, the drumstick stood up. He squatted on the chair next to him and looked at Feng Shi and the others curiously. Feng Shi didn't chase it away. Instead, he took out a small porcelain bottle, took out the pill inside, dissolved it in water, and rubbed it on his head. All his hair fell off instantly. Then he handed it to Zhang Wen. "5th senior brother, it's your turn." Zhang Wen gritted his teeth and stamped his feet, and finally made up his mind to make himself bald. Elder Bai didn't have any psychological burden. After all, he had even dressed up as a woman before, and he was quite experienced in disguise. Feng Shi had asked about disguise before, especially how to change gender without others noticing. It's not as simple as just taking the disguise pill, but also requires a set of mental techniques he created. Feng Shi had learned it before, so now he is calm and composed. Zhang Wen also learned it because he was afraid that his junior sister would not take him with her when she went out to have fun. As the best supporting actor, you must keep up with your junior sister's pace. After Feng Shi changed her appearance, she took out the clothes that Taylor Gang had made for her and put them on inside, and then put on a monk's robe outside. Although the light would be slightly weakened, it was enough to fool people. What's more, she also has the Saint's Light version 3.0. After putting on the clothes, Feng Shi took out the Sumuru lotus seeds he got from Lang Yinyuan from his storage ring. This was obtained when he was competing with the 7 sons of Wei. The Sumuru lotus seeds are as black as ink and have a lotus fragrance, making them perfect for making Buddhist beads. Feng Shi quickly made herself a string of Buddhist beads and sprinkled some refreshing powder on herself. These medicinal powders are not ordinary pills, but the divine pills she had refined before. Just one pill can spread its fragrance from miles away. Finally, the only issue left is how to get around. It would be too cheap for a Buddhist disciple to walk out without any support. She does have a lot of spiritual weapons, but they don't quite match her identity as a Buddhist disciple. Mu Jian said in a sly voice, "Master, isn't the drum spread here? Why don't you ride on the Dingtian drum and go out?" Feng Shi. "Me, sit on the drum and go out. Every time my butt is bumped, the drum makes a sound. If you don't know, you would think I'm making a puff. Let's just say, how did you come up with this bad idea?" At this time, the golden-backed black tortoise said, "Master, let me carry you out." Feng Shi thought this was a good suggestion. The golden-backed black tortoise itself was a symbol of good fortune in Buddhism, so it made sense for it to become a mount for Buddhists. All the problems on Feng Shi's side have been solved, and Zhang Wen and Elder Bai have also changed into monk robes. Both of them wore Buddhist beads, which were obtained by Elder Bai when he went to the secular world to gain experience. Giving it to Feng Shi does not match her identity as a Buddhist, but it is fine for the two of them to wear it. The skeleton was in trouble. It had never worn clothes all year round, and it was not used to wearing clothes after putting them on. It tripped over itself after just 2 steps, and its skull flew off. Time was running out, and Feng Shi didn't have the patience to wait for the skeleton to adapt, so she asked Zhang Wen to put all the skeleton's bones in a bag and carry it on his back. The skeleton thought this was a good idea, since he just wanted to watch the fun. You can save some energy by not having to walk yourself. After everything was ready, the little monk Shichung made his grand appearance. At this moment, Feng Shi missed her beautiful hair while secretly adding layer of saintly light to herself. The first time she saw Jishin, she knew that he was a member of the Tiank League. She couldn't tell whether the current period was before or after the Hidden God Army, but no matter what, there would definitely be great gains this time. Yuan Fu looked at Feng Shi suspiciously. To be honest, he was a little nervous because Feng Zai's acting was really outstanding. To the extent that he also felt that Feng Shi was more like a Buddhist. However, he quickly dismissed this idea, thinking that this poverty relief must be fake. Otherwise, why wasn't there any news before? Thinking of this, he sneered. Abbot Yuankong, why haven't I heard of someone called Jichung in your Kuchen sect before? Is this a liar you recruited from somewhere? Abbot Yuankong immediately said in displeasure, Brother Yuanfu, monks do not tell lies. Besides, this is about Buddhist disciples, how can I deceive the Buddha? After he finished speaking, he quickly apologized to the Buddha in his heart. Buddha sits in your heart, lies low in the wind. Amitabha, very good. When Yuan Fu heard him say this, he was really confused for a moment. Yuan Kong even mentioned the Buddha. Could it be that Ji Qiong was really a disciple of Buddha? How could there be two Buddhas? Of course, he hoped in his heart that Jishin was true, because it would be beneficial to their Wuxiang sect. So, he sneered and said, I won't argue with you. Since you said that Ji Qiong is a Buddhist, you must be well versed in the scriptures. Do you dare to compete with a Buddhist? I remind you, don't think of cheating by using secret voice transmission. If I find out, it means you are guilty. Abbot Yuan Kong's heart sank suddenly. Although Mr. Feng is very smart, he is not a Buddhist disciple after all, let alone being proficient in Buddhist scriptures. This level will not be easy to pass. Just when he was in a dilemma, he heard Feng Shi say calmly, yes. When Abbot Yuan Kong saw that Feng Shi agreed, he didn't know what to say, but his heart was in his throat. Yuan Fu bowed and said to Jishin, Buddha, please. Jishin immediately asked Feng Shi, how do you explain the idea of giving rise to a mind without dwelling on anything? Everyone looked at Feng Shi, wanting to know how she would answer. Everyone in the Kuchan sect had no idea what was going on. Elder Yuan Sheng was about to beat the wooden fish until it started smoking, and he kept chanting, Amitabha, in his heart. Yuan Fu looked like he was enjoying the show. Jishin's attainments in Buddhism were unfathomable. No matter how Jicheng answered, Jishin would find loopholes in his answer. At this moment, a golden lotus suddenly appeared in Feng Shi's right hand. She gently picked up the flower branch and smiled at everyone. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1160, taking advantage of others is a good habit. There was silence. Many people felt peaceful in their hearts when they saw Feng Shi's peaceful and quiet smile. Even Yuan Fu subconsciously managed his expression and forced a smile. I have to laugh. Because smiling while picking up a flower represents the eye of the true Dharma. If he did not respond at all, it would mean that he was not worthy of the title of a great monk. Not only did he laugh, but most of the people present also grinned. Who doesn't have some idle baggage? No matter what the little monk Shicheng was saying, all they had to do was laugh, which meant they understood. Abbot Yuan Kong finally put his mind at ease. No wonder the Sanskrit text in the Void Stele chose Dona Feng. Although he was not a Buddhist disciple, he had a strong affinity with Buddhism. Elder Yuan Sheng's mouth was grinning from ear to ear. If the occasion wasn't inappropriate, he would have clapped his hands. Feng Shi is such a smart little girl. With this trick of smiling and picking flowers, Jishin was completely defeated. They will definitely not compare Buddhist scriptures this time, because no matter what Buddhist scriptures they're talking about, the little girl can just use this trick. He went to see Jishin while gloating over his misfortune. Jishin's face froze for a moment, but he quickly regained his composure. Brother Jicheng is very knowledgeable about Buddhism. I admire him very much. There was something sarcastic about what he said, and it was nothing more than a mockery of Feng Shi's opportunism. Feng Shi didn't care what he thought. All she had to do now was to pose and add the light of the sun to herself over and over again. As for the golden lotus in her hand, it is the 9-lamp golden lotus, which comes from the same source as the Sumeru lotus seeds. So it is a good habit to get something for nothing. Even if you don't use it at the time, you never know when you will need it. She typed a question with one hand. Amitabha, Brother Jishin, thank you for your praise. May I ask, the body is a body tree, the mind is like a bright mirror, always wipe it diligently, do not let it be covered with dust, what is the meaning? Jishin's eyes flashed with contempt. Do you think you can stump him with such a simple question? He really overestimates his own abilities. He immediately said, as a Buddhist, you must constantly reflect on yourself, so that you can keep your mind clear. You must also frequently cleanse your mind to avoid being contaminated by worldly affairs, so that you can achieve the right result. As soon as he finished speaking, Yuan Fu praised him, a Buddhist disciple is indeed a Buddhist disciple. Your realization this time is very profound, and it makes me feel like I have suddenly realized something. People from the Wuxiang sect and the Western University Buddhist School also echoed this. No one from the Kuchan sect said anything. Elder Yuan Sheng thought to himself, this little girl looks quite smart, why did she ask such an obvious question? Not to mention knowing what is good, even someone like me who works for 3 days and rests for 2 days knows what these words mean. Just as I was thinking about it, I heard Feng Shi said calmly. There is no tree in body, the mirror is not a stage, and there is nothing in it, where can it cause dust? There was silence again. Abbot Si Guang of Yanjing Men exclaimed, wonderful, wonderful, all dharmas are empty, only by not having false thoughts can one attain enlightenment. Ji Qiong Buddha's disciples are indeed profound in Buddhism. Yuan Fu. No, aren't you too unsteady in your stance? Can you be persuaded to rebel just by a verse? In fact, Si Guang was just too excited and made a slip of the tongue. Besides, Feng Shi was still holding the 9-lamp golden lotus in her hand, and the light of the sun was multiplied countless times. Anyone who saw her would think that she looked more like a Buddhist than Jishin opposite her. The others looked at Feng Shi with admiration and respect, but there was a hint of suspicion in their eyes when they looked at Jishin. Yuan Fu felt that he could no longer compete in Buddhism, otherwise all the limelight would be snatched away by Jicheng. So he said, Buddhism is so profound that it is hard to tell who is the winner in a short time. I think we should just give up for now. Feng Shi was more than happy to do so. This was the only verse she knew. She had used it to fool Jichen before and was now using it to deal with Jishin. It could be said that she had made the best use of it. Although he was eager to compete with her in his heart, he said calmly. In Buddhism, there is no such thing as winning or losing. It is nothing more than a difference in personal understanding. Master Yuan Fu, you are obsessed with appearances. Yuan Fu. You know how to put on a hat. He really wanted to glare at Feng Shi, but when he saw her quiet and peaceful appearance, he dared not to. He couldn't help but think, could this Jicheng really be a Buddhist? Why does he look more like Jishin than her? But Jishin not only has profound Buddhist knowledge but also possesses an immortal body. If he is not a child of Buddha, then what is he? Thinking of this, he became excited. Little monk Jicheng, we know that good Buddhists can be resurrected from the dead, can you? Yuan Fu is full of confidence because this is his trump card. As long as Zhipo cannot be resurrected from the dead, he cannot be a son of Buddha. Ku Chanzong's heart rose to his throat again. If you can't solve the problem of resurrection from the dead, it will be useless even if you act like a Buddhist. At this time, Fang Shi said solemnly, Master Yuanfu, I asked you to study Buddhism more before, but you still complained. Let me ask you, the Buddha has already attained the state of nirvana, where there is no birth and no death, so how can he be reborn from the dead? This Jishin first dies and then is reborn is just the crooked way, not what a Buddhist disciple of mine does. Not only can you not see through it, but you are also an accomplice to the evil. Don't you feel ashamed of your identity as a Buddhist disciple? Fang Shi said this, looked around at everyone, and asked with one hand. Amitabha, as a Buddhist, I should live in seclusion and devote myself to Buddhism, so I specifically told the Ku-chan sect not to spread the matter. If it weren't for this Jishin pretending to be a Buddhist with ulterior motives, I would not have shown up. You are all Buddhists, you should know the Buddhist disciples are the messengers of the Buddha, who are extremely compassionate. How could they flaunt themselves in public? How could they act in a superior manner? This person pretends to be a Buddhist and intends to sow discord between the Wuxiang sect and the Kuchen sect, and he wants to involve you as well. It is clear that his plan is not small. Fortunately, everyone was able to see the truth and wake up in time, so they did not fall into his trap. Now that the truth has been revealed, how can we allow this person to continue to cheat? Come, take him down. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1161. Is it so easy to break the impasse? As soon as Fang Shi finished speaking, the wooden fish in Elder Yuan Sheng's hand flew out. He has wanted to do this for a long time. Although he had seen Jishin come back to life before, he felt that his death was not complete enough, or he had not died enough times. He just doesn't believe that he can still survive after being killed 8 or 10 times. If it still happens, kill him again. As the wooden fish flew out, he rushed forward. Logically speaking, since Jishin has already been recognized as a Buddhist, he must have someone protecting him. However, in order to highlight his lofty status as a Buddhist, Jishin placed his golden lotus platform at the front, while others stood at a distance from him. There is only Yuan Fu beside him. But Yuan Fu was stunned by Fang Shi's words and hadn't reacted yet. Therefore, Jishin could only take action himself to resolve Elder Yuan Sheng's attack. Fang Shi seized the opportunity and slammed his spiritual power towards the halo behind Jishin. She didn't dare to use her full strength, because once the halo was completely shattered, Jishin would be dead forever, and she wanted to keep him alive. To be on the safe side, she only used 10% of her strength. The big brick hit the halo corresponding to Jishin's right shoulder. The halo there was instantly shattered, and Jishin's right shoulder also drooped down. Jishin immediately screamed and looked at Fang Shi in horror. You. Before he could finish his words, Fang Shi hit him with several bricks, and Jishin was left with only a little bit of glory on his back. Elder Yuan Sheng also grabbed his neck at this time. In fact, if Fang Shi hadn't used his spiritual power to launch a sneak attack, Jishin's cultivation would have been higher than Elder Yuan Sheng's. Fang Shi hurriedly shouted, leave him alive. Elder Yuan Sheng didn't kill Jishin for this reason, otherwise he would have broken Jishin's neck. Fang Shi shouted again, imprison his cultivation, so that he won't escape. Elder Yuan Sheng did as he was told immediately. Now Fang Shi's words are more useful to him than Buddhist scriptures. All these things happened in a flash. When Yuan Fu came to his senses, Jishin had been reduced from a high-ranking Buddhist to a prisoner. Now there is only a little bit of the halo around him left. Originally it looked like the Buddha's light was shining everywhere, but now it looks like there is a firefly stuck behind me. In addition, Jishin looked so embarrassed that he didn't look like a Buddhist at all. For the first time in his life, Yuan Fu felt that there might be something wrong with his eyes. Why did he think Jishin was a disciple of Buddha before? Many people present were already in a state of confusion at this moment. Even Abbot Yuankong seemed a little dazed. He thought this would be a tough battle. Even though Dona Feng looked good and was smart, he could only delay time at most. To put it bluntly, it was just a delaying tactic. Who would have thought that in just the blink of an eye, Jishin would be imprisoned? Is it so easy to break the deadlock? The key point is, how did the halo around Jishin disappear? There is no doubt that it was done by Dona Feng. How did she do it? Although he had many questions in his mind, now was not the time to think about anything else. He quickly gathered his thoughts and shouted. Buddha's son is wise and wise. Buddha's son is compassionate. Amitabha, well done, well done. The others just woke up from the dream and knelt down in worship. Buddha's son is holy and wise. The Buddha's great compassion saved me from the midst of suffering. Please forgive me, it was Yuan Fu who deceived us. Ellipsis. Yuan Fu. What did I lie to you about? Do you have no eyes or ears? Isn't it you who have determined that Jishin is a Buddha? Fang Shi sighed softly. I have repeatedly said that all living beings are equal, so don't be like this in the future, get up quickly. When everyone heard this, they felt that this was the real Buddhist, unlike that fake Buddhist who acted like a worldly emperor. They were also confused for a moment and were actually deceived by such a person. If anyone wants to blame someone, blame the Wuxiang sect. If they hadn't followed suit and cheered, they wouldn't have been so prejudiced and believed in this good thing. Yes, it's all Wuxiang sect's fault. Yuan Fu instantly received a lot of cold stares. Yuan Fu. Although I have selfish motives in praising Jishin, I truly believe that he is a son of Buddha. Besides being upset about his blindness, he also felt jealous and envious of Ku-chan sect. Now that the Ku-chan sect has produced a Buddhist disciple, the Western University Buddhist School will definitely stand on the side of the Ku-chan sect. Wouldn't their Wuxiang sect be at a disadvantage? While he was thinking about it, Fang Shi said, Jishin's plan is not small. There must be someone behind it. Send a representative from each side and find a quiet place to interrogate him. The abbot of the Western Buddhist sect quickly stepped forward, and needless to say, the representative from the Wuxiang sect was naturally Yuan Fu. When Fang Shi was about to let the golden-backed black tortoise carry her into the mountain gate, Jishin let out a scream, and the next moment his body turned into a wisp of grey mist and dissipated in an instant. All that was left was a set of monk robes and a storage ring. Fangshi frowned. There was no need to ask. It must have been the Tiank Alliance who killed people to silence them. There must have been a restriction placed on Zhishan's consciousness, which is why he died instantly. However, this is not entirely a bad thing. At least the people present were more convinced that Zhishan was a fake Buddhist and had ulterior motives. In this way, she, the fake Buddhist, can retire after accomplishing her mission. She is a pretty girl and she doesn't want to have a bald head. Just as she was about to explain the whole story, she felt a burning sensation between her brows. The next moment, Sanskrit words flew out one after another, and the Buddha's light shone everywhere in an instant. After a moment of shock, everyone present began to sit cross-legged in meditation. Even the skull inside the package came out, and after an emergency installation, it quickly took advantage of the Buddha's light. Fortunately, he did not miss the scene of eating melons, otherwise he would have missed this great opportunity. Everyone present was meditating and practicing, except Fangshi, who was busy sticking talismans between her eyebrows to prevent the Sanskrit from getting in again. She had to return Sanskrit to Ku Chanzong as soon as possible, otherwise they would not hold her accountable. She felt that the talisman might not be very safe, so she took out a black iron pot from her storage ring and covered herself with it. Anyway, she is not going to continue to be a Buddhist, so her image doesn't matter. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, a Sanskrit talisman sneaked in, ignoring the talisman stuck between her eyebrows, and went in a flash. Then the second one, the third one. Fangshi. Forget it, just give up. She put the big iron pot back into the storage ring, took off the talisman, and looked at the meditating monks with a resentful face. It's pretty good, and everything is bright as far as the eye can see. Half an hour later, the monks ended their meditation. Although Fangshi was standing lazily now, to them it was as if the Buddha was alive. Even though Fangshi said that all beings are equal, everyone still knelt on the ground and worshipped him. Especially Yuanfu, his fat face was full of piety and flattery, as he was afraid that Fangshi would settle the score with him later. Fangshi asked everyone to stand up, then put his hands together and said apologetically, "Everyone, I am not actually a Buddhist, nor am I a monk of the Ku-chan sect. I am just a female pilgrim who is temporarily staying in the Ku-chan sect. I pretended to be a Buddhist just now out of helplessness due to the urgent situation. Now that my identity as a villain has been exposed, I can no longer deceive you. If there is any offense, please forgive me, masters." After Fangshi finished speaking, he bowed deeply, ready to accept the violent condemnation. Although her intention was good, pretending to be a Buddhist was disrespectful to the Buddha, and these monks would definitely have complaints. Sure enough, Yuanfu was the first to stand up. "Buddha, are you still blaming us for being blind? So you said this. If you feel unhappy, then punish us. Don't ever say that." "Fangshi, what I said is true. I am a woman, how can I be a Buddhist?" Yuanfu said immediately, "Buddha has no form or appearance, so naturally there is no gender distinction. What difference does it make whether you are a man or a woman?" Fangshi. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1162. Isn't this how we usually chat? Fangshi looked at Yuanfu's fat face and thought, in just a short while, your attainments in Buddhism have improved by leaps and bounds. She turned to look at Abbot Yuankong. "Master Abbot, please tell everyone." Abbot Yuankong handed the Zen staff to Elder Yuanzi beside him and clasped his hands together. "Amitabha, what Dona Feng said is true. She is not a Buddhist, but just a pilgrim of my Ku-chan sect." Before he finished speaking, Yuanfu glared and said, "Yuan Kong, don't I know your little tricks? You deliberately concealed your identity as a Buddhist disciple just to have the best of both worlds." The people from the Buddhist sect of Exeter University thought that what Yuanfu said made a lot of sense, and they all started talking at once. "Master Yuankong, you are an accomplished monk after all. Isn't it too unkind of you to do this?" "That's right, we are all Buddhists. Buddhist disciples belong to everyone. Why do you, the bitter Zen sect, have to eat alone? Even if you tell us about flowers, we firmly believe that this person is the Buddha's son." Ellipsis. Abbot Yuankong. He looked at Fangshi helplessly. "Buddha, I told them, but they don't believe me." Fangshi. Could you change your name? Aren't you trying to cover up your mistake? In fact, Abbot Yuankong did not do it on purpose. It was mainly because of Fangshi's current image. To be honest, he even suspected that she was a Buddhist. Otherwise, why would he come to their Kuchen sect and donate 100 million yuan in incense money to them? The most important thing is why the Sanskrit words on the void stele went into her forehead. If the object chosen in Sanskrit is not a Buddha's son, then what is it? After that, no matter how Fangshi explained, everyone was determined to believe that she was a Buddhist. In the end, Fangshi gave up. "If you say so, then it is." She changed her mind and realized that with the identity of a Buddhist, it would be easier to do things. After she came to her senses, she became fashionable again. Amitabha, emptiness is form, form is emptiness. This guy started to recite scriptures, and his ability to remember everything he saw was no exaggeration. Everyone bowed down in worship, and the atmosphere was so warm. The people of Ku-chan sect are confused. But when they saw their abbot kneeling there, they all hurriedly followed suit and bowed down in worship. Elder Yuan Sheng is no exception. He looked at the rolling pin in his hand and realized. He said, "Why did the little donor, no, the little Buddhist give him a rolling pin?" It turned out that he was trying to save him. No wonder his attainments and cultivation in Buddhism have improved rapidly since he got this rolling pin. Elder Bai standing behind Fangshi. Fang Zhu only made a cameo appearance as a Buddhist disciple, but now it has become real. Is it that her acting is too good, or are these monks too naive? Zhang Wen seemed calm and composed. After all, similar things had happened more than once or twice and he had become numb to it. What he was thinking at this moment was, the little junior sister's new identity was a Buddhist, then what was he? By the way, there were indeed two monks, one old and one young, around the Buddha. What were the names? Yes, one was called Kashyapa and the other was called Ananda. Let's just call him Kashyapa. No, these two are disciples of Buddha, their generations don't match. While he was daydreaming, he felt a sinking sensation on his back. He didn't know when the skeleton tore him apart and got into the package. Jun Wen. You know how to take shortcuts. You don't even want to walk a single step on your own. Fang Shi was chanting scriptures while chatting with Zhu Shihuan using his spiritual consciousness. Grandpa, you said I was just playing a small role temporarily, but who would have thought it would become real? I have been a princess, an island owner, and a phoenix ancestor, but I have never been a Buddhist. Isn't this embarrassing for me? Zhu Shihuan, if you can speak human language, say a few words. If you can't, shut up. Fang Shi said with a smile, Grandpa, isn't this how we usually chat? Why are you so angry? Blood-devouring world. Because I have never been a Buddhist. After some jokes, Fang Shi asked. Grandpa, if I tell them that we came from a future time point, will we be ejected? Zhu Shihuan thought for a moment and said. Not necessarily. I remember that when you entered the blood family secret realm at that past time point, you explained the truth at that time, but you were not ejected. Later, I used Tao's power to stir up time to send you out, so it shouldn't be a problem to tell you. Fang Shi had actually forgotten about this, but only remembered it after hearing what Zhu Shihuan said, and immediately started to flatter him. As the saying goes, an old man in the family is like a treasure, old ginger is spicy, and a veteran general is worth 2 men at a time. Zhu Shihuan was so flattered that he felt elated. After Fang Shi finished reciting the scripture, he gathered together several people who had a say in the matter on the pretext of discussing important matters. Inside Elder Gu Quan's meditation room, Fang Shi sat in the middle while everyone else stood properly. Fang Shi was too lazy to persuade them. If they wanted to stand, they could stand. Anyway, they would be shocked and stand up after hearing what she said. Fang Shi said seriously, everyone, what I am going to say next may be beyond your imagination, so you must be mentally prepared. Everyone nodded in agreement. In fact, they felt that the Buddhist girl was making a big deal out of nothing. What could be more serious than the fact that she was a Buddhist girl? Fang Shi took a deep breath. We are not from this time, we are from the future. As soon as she finished speaking, Yuan Fu clasped his hands together and said, Amitabha, Buddhist son, are you saying that you are the future Buddha? Fang Shi. No matter what I say, you can make it up for me, right? Your Dharma name is truly worthy of its name. She was too lazy to explain and nodded. You can understand it that way. Let me tell you what will happen in the future. Fang Shi immediately told the story about the Tiang League, the Shenyang army and the aura of death. After he finished speaking, there was silence in the Zen room. Suddenly, Elder Yuan Sheng knocked on the wooden fish. No wonder a wisp of grey mist emerged when Jishin died. I thought I was seeing things. Buddha, is that grey mist the air of death? Fang Shi nodded. Yes, that is the air of death and silence. The reason we were able to enter the Kuchen sect this time is to block the air of death and silence. Fang Shi recounted in detail the whole story of how he came here. The expressions of Abbot Yuankong and others suddenly changed. Because according to Fang Shi, the Kuchen sect had already become a ruin. Yuan Fu and his companions also had sad faces. When the nest is overturned, all the eggs will remain intact. If the Kuchen sect was destroyed, their sect would certainly cease to exist. If it were anyone else, they would not accept Fang Shi's words so quickly, but these monks, on the one hand, had already determined that Fang Shi was a Buddhist, and on the other hand, Buddhism emphasized the cycle of life and death, so they easily accepted it. After a moment, Elder Yuan Sheng glared at Yuan Fu while holding a rolling pin. If there were no Buddhist disciples, you would definitely help the Jishin to deal with our Kuchen sect. When we are fighting to the death, the Tiang League will take advantage of the situation and we will all be finished. So, you are the culprit. I will beat you to death today, you black sheep. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1163. You can't do it to me. Yuan Fu was stunned by the scolding from Elder Yuan Sheng. Especially the black sheep at the back. Before he could figure out why Elder Yuan Sheng said, black donkey, instead of, black horse, Elder Yuan Sheng came at him with a rolling pin. Yuan Fu was not stupid and would not just sit there and wait for death. He hid while making excuses. I was also deceived by that Jishin. Besides, didn't you think he was a Buddhist before? You are the only ones allowed to make the mistake, but I am not allowed to make the mistake as well. Elder Yuan Sheng sneered, you are stupid, don't kidnap others. I never believed it from the beginning to the end. Apart from anything else, how can a bunch of scum like you from the Wuxiang sect produce a Buddhist disciple? This is a huge joke. Yuan Fu was immediately furious when he heard this. Stop slandering me here. Even if what you said is true, I will help Jishin to cause trouble for your Kuchen sect. Your Kuchen sect is not made of paper. How can it be so vulnerable? In the final analysis, it's because you are too conservative and don't know how to adapt. You can't even get enough to eat, let alone improve your cultivation. In such a large sect, the number of people in the Buddhalite realm can be counted on one hand. I think if we fight against the Tiang League, you guys won't be too many. Elder Yuan Sheng immediately started cursing, you're talking nonsense. It's clearly you, the Wuxiang sect, who let the wolf in and helped the tyrant to commit atrocities. What does our Kuchen sect have to do with it? Yuan Fu also jumped up and cursed, your Ku-chan sect is the #1 sect in Buddhism, you should shoulder the responsibility, if you are weak, you are guilty. Elder Yuan Sheng. Are you scolding our Ku-chan sect or praising our Ku-chan sect? You can't fix it for me. At this time, Fang Shi put his hands together and said, Amitabha, please stop arguing. If you want to blame someone, blame the Tiang League for being too sinister and vicious. Let's quickly discuss countermeasures. Only then did Elder Yuan Sheng and Yuan Fu stop arguing. Fang Shi said, the people of Tiang League are all projections of their souls. As long as we use our spiritual consciousness to destroy the halo behind them, they will be completely killed. You all know how to attack with spiritual consciousness, right? Abbot Yuankong said immediately, we in Kuchen sect do have some spiritual consciousness cultivation techniques, but they are all biased towards nourishing spiritual consciousness, and very few are used for attack. Yuan Fu echoed, it is the same with our Wuxiang sect. Elder Yuan Sheng curled his lips and said, you were driven out by our Kuchan sect, so naturally you are the same as us. Yuan Fu glared at him, but didn't say anything. He is a highly accomplished monk and would not argue with a reckless man. The abbots of the Western University Buddhist sect also said that their situation was similar to that of the Kuchan sect. Fang Shi felt that this was a bit difficult. Although she knew a lot of spiritual attack techniques, they were not suitable for Buddhist practitioners. At this time, Elder Gu Quan said to Abbot Yuan Kong, Master, I remember you once said that our Kuchan sect once had a very amazing skill called, what was it called? Yes, the Sanskrit mantra. You said that this Sanskrit mantra is a special skill, and that by chanting it, one can attack the opponent's consciousness, and it is extremely powerful. Fang Shi, does this martial art have another name? The tightening curse. Abbot Yuan Kong sighed after hearing what Elder Gu Quan said. There is such a technique, but it has been lost long ago. It is rumored that this skill is in the Sutra repository, but the ancestors of all generations have turned the Sutra repository upside down but still failed to find the Sanskrit mantra. Alas, so I can't count on you. When Fang Shi heard this, her heart moved, and she remembered the piece of white cloth she found in the Sutra library. Although the cloth records the bitter Zen-ju, which seems to have nothing to do with the Sanskrit mantra, fifth senior brother is right. The person who hid the cloth did not need to go to great lengths for a bitter Zen-ju. Fang Shi thought of this and took out the white cloth. Amitabha, this is what I found in the Sutra library. Please take a look. Jun Wen stood behind Fang Shi and thought, junior sister is now so immersed in her role that she can't extricate herself. Look how fluently, Amitabha, and, poor monk, speak. The most important thing is that he even whitewashed the crime of stealing other people's things. These people must think that the junior sister is very smart and has gone to find the method of the Sanskrit mantra so early. Sure enough, Yuan Fu started to flatter me right away. Buddha, you didn't acknowledge your identity before, but now you are preparing for a rainy day. Fang Shi, although I found this piece of white cloth, it only records the method of Kuchan-ju. As for whether the method of Fan Yin mantra is hidden in it, I can't say for sure. When the abbot of the Western University Buddhist sect, who had come forward to approach them, heard that the white cloth contained the techniques of Kuchan-ju, he stepped back a few steps. All the sect skills are not to be passed on to outsiders, so they have to avoid suspicion and not break the rules. Unexpectedly, Abbot Yuan Kong said, Ziwei, now that we are facing a powerful enemy, we should put aside our sectarianism. If you need the skills of my Kuchan sect, just take them. After these words were spoken, not to mention the abbot Ziwei, even Yuan Fu felt that Abbot Yuan Kong was 2 feet and 80 centimeters tall. At this time, Elder Yuan Sheng cried out. That's not right. Why is the Kuchan-ju here different from the one we practice? Abbot Yuan Kong came over to take a look and found that it was indeed different. Although most of them are the same, there are a few obvious differences. Comparing the two, it is obvious that the skills recorded on the white cloth are more sophisticated. Yuan Fu was also confused. This is different from our Wuxiang sect. Elder Yuan Sheng asked, aren't you talking nonsense? The bitter Zen formula of your Wuxiang sect was passed down from us, so it is naturally the same as ours. Yuan Fu shook his head. No. I heard from what you and brother Yuan Kong said just now, the bitter Zen techniques of our two sects are also slightly different. Having said this he hesitated for a moment, then repeated the Wuxiang sect's bitter Zen formula. Sure enough, 3 versions. How is this going? Fang Shi coughed twice and said, your skills are all passed down by word of mouth. I guess there must have been a mistake in the process of passing on the words, and the rumor has spread like this. Abbot Yuan Kong and others. It turns out that a good memory is not as good as a bad pen. This method of teaching must be changed in the future. Everyone looked at Fang Shi with even more admiration. Even if they didn't find the method of practicing the Sanskrit mantra, they still gained a huge amount this time. A Buddhist disciple is worthy of being a Buddhist disciple. Fang Shi. Oh, why is it so difficult to keep a low profile? Everyone was excited for a while, and then continued to study the white cloth. Unfortunately, after trying every possible method, including dripping blood, blisters, and burning, they still found no clues. Just when everyone wanted to give up, Fang Shi felt a burning sensation between his brows. 19 Sanskrit characters flew out instantly, and then arranged themselves on the white cloth. In a moment, densely packed characters appeared on the cloth. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1164, Brahma Sound Technique. Elder Yuan Sheng yelled, Brahma Sound Technique. This is actually the Brahma Sound Technique. The reason why he could recognize it was because there were 3 big characters, Fan Yin Ju, clearly written at the end of the article. Everyone was surprised and delighted, and they all looked at Fang Shi with admiration. Fang Shi. If I say that this matter has nothing to do with me, will you believe it? Of course, people don't believe it. Now in their hearts, Fang Shi is the son of Buddha, and the son of Buddha is Fang Shi. Not to mention that she is a woman, even if she is a monster, she is the incarnation of Buddha. Fang Shi was too lazy to explain, just be happy. What is more important now is to study the practice of this Sanskrit Sound Sutra and try to learn it in the shortest time possible. So, everyone discussed it and then started to try it out. Fang Shi is no exception. Jun Wen and Elder Bai also wanted to practice, but they had never practiced the Kuchan-ju before, so they could only watch. After an hour, Fang Shi felt that he should have learned it. But seeing that others were still pondering it, she was too embarrassed to say anything and continued to sit cross-legged in meditation. Another 2 hours passed, and Elder Yuan Sheng said with a big grin. I think I have learned enough. Yuan Fu, come here, I'll try out the effect. Yuan Fu. Do I owe you or should I? Why do you use me as a test subject? Before he could refuse, Elder Yuan Sheng began to recite the Diamond Sutra. In fact, as long as it is a Buddhist scripture, it will be fine. Elder Yuan Sheng chose this because he is most familiar with it. Yuan Fu was a little nervous at first, but after waiting for a long time nothing happened. He couldn't help but sneer, Yuan Sheng, is this what you call learning? You brag without considering the occasion. How can I let you act wildly here, a Buddhist disciple? Elder Yuan Sheng snorted in anger. He had clearly learned it, so why couldn't it work? He saw Feng Shi had opened his eyes, so he asked, Buddha, have you learned it? Feng Shi said calmly, I have gained a little. Yuan Fu said swiftly, Buddha, you can try me. I am tough and can take a beating. Elder Yuan Sheng rolled his eyes. Flatterer. Feng Shi nodded slightly and began to chant. She was also reciting the Diamond Sutra. There was no special reason for reciting it. It was just that Elder Yuan Sheng was reciting this just now, so she followed suit. Yuan Fu's psychological activities at this time were quite complicated. He thought, if the Buddhist disciple could master the Brahma sound technique, it would be fine, but if he couldn't, wouldn't he have to perform? Otherwise, the Buddhist disciple would be so embarrassed. Just as he was daydreaming, he felt a dull pain in his consciousness. Although it is not intense, it also shows that Feng Shi's Sanskrit sound technique is effective. He was immediately overjoyed. Buddha, I feel the pain. It's done. Your Brahma sound technique is done. Elder Yuan Sheng rolled his eyes and looked at Yuan Fu suspiciously. Are you really in pain or are you pretending? Are you pretending to please the Buddha? Yuan Fu. Although I did think so, Buddha did not give me the chance. He gritted his teeth and said, if you don't believe it, just let the Buddha attack you. When Elder Yuan Sheng heard this, he immediately said to Feng Shi, Buddha, try it on me. Feng Shi nodded and continued chanting. After a moment, Elder Yuan Sheng's eyes lit up. It works, it actually works. Yuan Fu didn't lie. Yuan Fu. Elder Yuan Sheng quickly asked Feng Shi to help him figure out what he was doing wrong. Others gathered around as well. Feng Shi told her experience again, and Elder Yuan Sheng slapped his forehead. So that's it, I understand. The others also showed expressions of sudden enlightenment, and looked at Feng Shi with even more admiration. Feng Shi felt that even if she didn't turn on the light of the saint at this moment, these monks would still have more than 100 layers of filters when looking at her. When she was feeling happy, Zhu Shihuan snorted coldly. The pain caused by your Brahma sound technique is not as good as a mosquito bite. I think we should stop calling it Brahma sound technique and just call it a mosquito bite. Feng Shi. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1165 I think you are just soppy. Feng Shi thinks Zhu Xuan is sour. Grandpa, I just learned it, isn't it normal that my attack power is low? As long as I practice hard, I will be very powerful in the future. I dare not even think about it. When I meet someone from Tiank League in the future, I just need to chant Amitabha twice and they will be happy. How beautiful that picture would be. It's a pity that you don't have a physical body now, so you can't practice the Kuchan Ju, let alone the Fanyin Ju, so you can only envy me silently. Blood-devouring world. Can someone like you be called a child of Buddha? How blind are these monks? After Yuan Fu and the others had learned the Sanskrit sound technique, Feng Shi began to inquire about the current situation in order to determine whether this was before or after the appearance of the Shenyang army. According to Yuan Fu and others, Buddhism now occupies a dominant position among the human race, with spiritual practice and nirvana practice serving as supplementary practices. Although the demon clan has many branches, their cultivation methods are generally similar. Feng Shi felt that this was probably the time when they were behind the Shenyang army. On the one hand, he had never seen any Buddhist or nirvana cultivators in the Shenyang army, and on the other hand, the one who suppressed the aura of death should be a nirvana cultivator. As for the Buddhist practitioners, Feng Shi felt that it was probably related to the improved formation that suppressed the aura of death. She had a not-so-good guess. Without her participation, Jishan might have confirmed his identity as a Buddhist disciple, and then used the conflict between the Kuchen sect and the Wuxiang sect to provoke fighting and gather the power of Buddhist practitioners. Then they would stir up conflicts between Buddhist practitioners, spiritual practitioners, nirvana practitioners and even the demons, and finally the Tiank Alliance would reap the benefits. By the time everyone discovered that this was a conspiracy of the Tiank Alliance, the Tiank Alliance had already gained an absolute upper hand, and the Juyu continent could only choose to hurt the enemy by 1,000 and hurt itself by 800. This is not much different from dying together. Otherwise, the tradition of Buddhist practice and nirvana practice would not have been interrupted. Feng Shi couldn't judge it for the moment. She was standing from a god's perspective, so she felt that these people were too credulous and good, but they were all selfish after all. There's nothing you can do about it, that's human nature. The same is true in reality. If it weren't for her mediation, the fight would have ended in disaster. Feng Shi suppressed the turbulent thoughts in her heart and asked Yuan Fu and others. I think that this is the time when the Shenyang army was completely annihilated. Logically, there should be several places where the deadly aura is suppressed. Have you found any? The monks looked bewildered. If it weren't for Jishan's matter, they would know nothing about the Tiank League, let alone the aura of death. Feng Shi added, have you ever found a place where there is no grass and no life? The monks still looked confused and shook their heads. Feng Zai's consciousness resounded with the voice of Xi Xuan. I guess the deathly silence formation is still very strong at this time, and the deathly silence has not leaked yet, so naturally they didn't find anything. According to the timeline, it is estimated that only after Jishan comes to power will there be a chance to destroy the formation of the deadly aura. Feng Shi felt that what Zhu Xuan said made sense, so she asked Yuan Fu and the others to pay more attention in the future. Feng Shi also told Yuan Fu and others about the existing formation to suppress the aura of death. This was summarized by the old ghosts in the Forbidden Realm. Although they have not yet developed a formation to replace the nirvana suppression, it can also be used as a reference for these Buddhist practitioners. Seeing Feng Shi hurriedly explaining these things, Yuan Fu said with a look of reluctance. Buddha, are you leaving? Just by looking at that reluctant expression, anyone who saw it would think that the two had known each other for at least 800 years. Feng Shi smiled and said, I am worried that I will be teleported back due to some force majeure, so I am anxious to tell you all this. I still have to stay in Kuchen sect to read books. Yuan Fu heaved a sigh of relief and said immediately, don't just stay in Kuchen sect, come spend a few days in Wuxiang sect. Our sutra library is much more magnificent than theirs. Elder Yuan Sheng curled his lips and said, what's the use of Guangqi sect? The books in it are all junk discarded by our Ku-chan sect. Buddhist disciples don't care to read them. Yuan Fu. What's the point of having so many books? Aren't there still few people who have reached the Buddha's light realm? But he didn't say it. Because he could see that the Buddhists thought highly of Yuan Sheng, this reckless man. Moreover, he was still a criminal, so it would be better for him to keep a low profile. Fang Shi smiled and said, time is tight, and the Ku-chan sect has a rich collection of books, so I won't go anywhere else. Yuan Fu rolled his eyes and said, Buddha, I will send a message to the sect and ask them to send the highest level classics of our Wuxiang sect to you for your reference. Fang Shi naturally wanted it very much and agreed with a smile. Upon seeing this, the abbot of the Western University Buddhist sect also quickly followed suit and sent people back to get the classics. Fang Shi thought to himself, the identity of a Buddhist disciple is really useful. Unfortunately, there were no Buddhist practitioners at that time in reality, so this identity would be of no use when I return. In the next few days, Fang Shi, Zhengwen and others stayed in Ku-chan sect to read books. Yuan Fu and the others didn't leave either. To be more precise, he refused to leave. As for the reason, the high-sounding explanation is that it is to protect Buddhists, but in fact they're just thinking that maybe one day Buddhists will be happy and release Sanskrit again, and they can take advantage of it. Besides, it would be good to stay here and practice the Brahma sound technique. We can improve our efficiency by learning from each other. However, Yuan Fu only stayed for half a day and felt he had had enough. The reason is simple, the vegetarian meals of the Ku-zen sect are too simple and bitter. Finally, Yuan Fu was so kind that he asked the people of Wuxiang sect to send a lot of food, fruits and vegetables, which raised the living standards of Ku-chan sect to a higher level. I don't know if it's because they eat better than before, but the cultivation of many disciples of the Ku-chan sect has improved. Abbot Yuankong reflected on himself and realized that they couldn't just practice Zen Buddhism blindly, but also needed to learn how to adapt. After realizing this, his attitude towards Yuan Fu became much friendlier than before, and Yuan Fu reciprocated by teaching him some ways to make money. For a time, the guests and hosts enjoyed themselves. That day, Fang Shi and his friends had basically finished reading all the books in the Sutra repository, and Fang Shi asked about the situation on the basement floor of the Sutra repository. Abbot Yuankong immediately said with a serious face, Buddha, the underground level is a forbidden area of our sect. According to the records in the scriptures, the Avachi hell is suppressed below. You are not allowed to enter unless necessary. Fang Shi's heart moved when he heard this. She originally guessed that the underground level was where the power of time was unstable, but now she felt that it might be the place where the aura of death was suppressed. She immediately suggested going down to take a look. Abbot Yuankong tried to dissuade her a few times, but seeing that she was determined to go down, he had no choice but to say, then I'll go down with you. Yuan Fu said hurriedly, I'll go too. Elder Yuan Sheng glared at him and said, this is my sect's forbidden area. What are you doing there? Yuan fully said confidently, I will protect the Buddha's disciples. Elder Yuan Sheng's mouth was about to turn into a gourd. Does a Buddhist need your protection? I think you are just a horse, so. Yuan Fu thought to himself, don't think I don't know that you originally wanted to say he was a bootlicker. A flatterer is a flatterer, what matters most is getting benefits. Next chapter will be around 11:30. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1166. Yuan Fu is so happy that he is about to turn into a circle. Fang Shi finally decided to let Abbot Yuankong and Yuan Fu accompany her down. Not only do these two people have high cultivation levels, they also do things in a more prudent manner. As for Elder Yuan Sheng, forget it, but he always throws rolling pins around, which might cause trouble if things go wrong. Don't even mention how proud Yuan Fu was. He said flattery works, right? Elder Yuan Sheng was furious, but he didn't dare to say anything. After the discussion was complete, Abbot Yuankong opened the entrance to the underground level of the Sutra repository and was the first to enter. After realizing that there was no danger, he called Fang Shi and the others in. After Fang Shi went down, he found that it was actually a stone chamber. On the surrounding stone walls were painted pictures of hell, depicting all kinds of tragic conditions in the Avachi hell, which made people shudder. Yuan Fu's face was pale, and he kept putting his hands together and chanting the Buddha's name. He was probably thinking about the precepts he had violated in the past. He kept getting closer to Fang Shi, probably wanting Fang Shi to protect him at the critical moment. Fang Shi. I would like to bless you, but I am a fake Buddhist. She walked around Fang Shi West for a few times but didn't find anything unusual. Could it be that her previous guess was wrong? Wrong. This place wouldn't become a forbidden area for no reason. There must be a big secret. At this time, Zhang Wen came over and said, little Buddhist, if it weren't for those Sanskrit words before, we wouldn't have been able to discover the Sanskrit Sound Sutra. Will it be the same here? Fang Shi's heart moved and she felt that what Zhang Wen said made sense. But the 19 Sanskrit characters were beyond her control. It's not like she can come out just because she wants to. At this time, these guys are taking a bath in the puddle. Fang Shi could only try to mutter with his spiritual consciousness. If I don't crack the secret here, I won't be able to get out for a while. If I can't get out, then you can't get out either. Or did I overestimate you and you have no way of cracking the secrets here? Ellipsis. I don't know which sentence worked, but the Sanskrit words lazily flew out of the puddle. As these Sanskrit words were arranged and combined, the murals on the stone wall disappeared, and then the scene in front of Fang Shi and the others also changed. Suddenly, a formation plate appeared. There was a faint grey mist escaping, but because the amount was extremely small, it might not be noticed if one was not paying attention. Needless to say, this is the formation that suppresses the aura of death. The reason why the grey mist did not dissipate may be related to the murals of the Western Zhou dynasty. However, this is different from the formation plates Fang Shi has seen before, but it does have some similarities with the formation eye in the Haoshan mirror. This should be left over from the era of the Shenyang army. Fang Shi studied it for a long time but couldn't figure out how this formation worked because she didn't find any grooves for placing the strut stones. At this time, Abbot Yuankong clasped his hands together. Buddha's son, this formation is suppressed by human souls, and the operation of the formation is maintained at the cost of burning vitality. Amitabha, well done, well done. Fang Shi was silent. She remembered that the black shadow who was guarding the center of the Haoshan mirror once said that the Shenyan army would block the exit of the deadly aura at the cost of self-destructing their souls, and then suppress it with the formation. At this time, she also figured out how the Buddhist cultivator strengthened the formation, and he must have used a similar method. In order to extend the time limit of the formation, the remaining Nirvana cultivators were willing to guard the formation without a time limit. But she still had a big question, that is, why there was no record of the history of the Shenyan army and the Buddhist monks. Also, who left this mural? Logically speaking, since they knew about this formation and suppressed it with murals, why didn't they tell future generations? Could it be that someone was causing trouble? However, despite all the setbacks and hardships, the Jiu continent has been passed down to this day and is thriving. I guess the Tiank Alliance and the mastermind behind the scenes must be pissed to death. While thinking about this, Fang Shi knelt on the ground respectfully and kowtowed 3 times. To our ancestors. Respect the heroes. Although the vitality is gone, the stride lives on. Zhang Wen and Elder Bai also quickly knelt down and kowtowed. The skeleton hesitated for a moment, but finally followed suit. Yuan Fu followed closely behind. Abbot Yuankong had no choice but to kneel down upon seeing this, otherwise it would have seemed too unsociable. After kneeling, Fang Shi said to Abbot Yuankong, "Refer to the formation I gave you before to reinforce this place. If you can think of other ways, that would be the best. If not, you can only ask Nishu to come here temporarily. You can let them take turns guarding this place, so that it won't cause too much harm to them. In addition, I will give you some time shuttle stones, maybe in the future you can research a formation to replace Nirvana." Abbot Yuankong nodded in agreement. Yuan Fu admired him and said, "Buddha, you are amazing. You even have a treasure like the time shuttle stone. Come to think of it, I have never seen a time shuttle stone before." Fang Shi. After handing some time shuttle stones to Abbot Yuankong, she gave Yuan Fu a time shuttle stone the size of a walnut kernel. Yuan Fu was so happy that he was about to turn into a circle. He said that following Buddha would bring good things. It's a pity that the Buddhist disciple is about to leave, otherwise he would definitely be able to get a position like a Dharma protector beside the Buddhist disciple. At this time, Fang Shi said to him, "Although Wuxiang sect has established its own sect, it is derived from Kuchen sect after all. From now on, you will obey the orders of Abbot Yuankong. Are you willing?" Yuan Fu suddenly felt that the time shuttle stone in his hand was a little hot. It turns out that it was earned by selling one's body. However, he changed his mind and realized that when the nest is overturned, all the eggs will remain intact. Now that the enemy is at the doorstep, there is no need to worry about face. So he said, "Buddha, I will listen to you." Abbot Yuankong also hurriedly said, "Amitabha, junior brother Yuan Fu, don't worry. I will only bother Wuxiang sect when it comes to matters related to Tiank League. I won't bother you on other days." Yuan Fu thought to himself, "You are quite sensible. If it's something else, I won't bother with you. For example, borrowing money or something." Fang Shi saw that there was still a deadly aura overflowing. Although it was very little, it still had an impact on the body, so he decided to suppress it with the convulsion kneeling technique. Besides, she had another plan. The convulsion kneeling contains the power of time, perhaps it can send them out. So she asked Yuan Fu and Abbot Yuankong to step back, then summoned out the wooden sword and prepared to use the convulsion kneeling technique. However, she quickly thought of something. She is a Buddhist now. Doesn't kneeling down while having a seizure destroy her good image? She rolled her eyes and got it. She can give a little slap. The little slap is a variation of the kneeling skill, so the effect should be the same. Putting 2 small palms together is like putting your hands together, right? This is so consistent with her identity as a Buddhist. Thinking of this, she immediately gave a little slap with her hands clasped together. Abbot Yuan Fu and Yuankong were both stunned. A Buddhist disciple is worthy of being a Buddhist disciple. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1167 Sister-in-law, are you doing fine? Yuan Fu's eyes widened. Oh my god, you are indeed a Buddhist. Our Buddhist seal is a slap, but theirs is a namaste. Abbot Yuankong also kept chanting Buddha's name. He originally thought that the Buddhist disciple was just a pilgrim. How blind he was. Not to mention the 2 of them, even Elder Bai didn't expect Fang Shi to come up with such a trick. He didn't know what to say except admiration. So, he silently repeated in his heart several times, "Believe in Fang Shi and you will have eternal life." When the little slap came out, the skeleton was so shocked that it fell apart, and now it is being reassembled. Only Zhang Wen looked calm. "Look at how ignorant you are. Isn't this what junior sister does normally? Not to mention just putting your hands together, even if there is 1,000 armed guanyin, it would not be surprising." With Fang Shi's slaps, the dead silence was quickly swept away. At the same time, Fang Shi also sensed the fluctuation of the power of time. As for the basis, it can only be said to be the first perception. She quickly called Zhang Wen, Elder Bai and the skeleton to gather around her, and then said to Abbot Yuankong and Yuan Fu, "Amitabha, I am about to embark on my journey home. I wish you two can achieve the supreme body as soon as possible and save all living beings." As soon as the words fell, their figures began to become blurred. Abbot Yuankong was still chanting Amitabha, and Yuan Fu stretched his neck and shouted, "Buddhist son, come back and visit us when you have time." Fang Shi. Is it appropriate for you, a monk, to speak in such a down-to-earth way? Besides, I can't come back even if I want to. This time I got in by sheer luck. She is now more concerned about another question. Will Sanskrit and the golden-backed black tortoise follow her back to reality? It was a pity that she had those bags of tea. There was no way to put them into the puddle, so they were probably wasted. As this thought flashed through her mind, Yuan Fu was hit on the bald head by several packets of tea leaves. He was stunned at first, then said to Abbot Yuankong with a touching look, "The Buddhist is so kind to me. He even gave me some thoughts before leaving." Abbot Yuankong. Are you sure this was given to you by the Buddha and not that you can't take it with you due to time and space limitations? Never mind, think whatever you want. After all, in order to make you obedient, I have to coax you. While Yuanfu was feeling self-moved, Fangxi and the others had already returned to the reality. There are still ruins all around, and the incomplete plaque of the sutra library is still there. Elder Bai asked in confusion, Ancestor Feng, logically speaking, you have already changed the ending of everyone in Christian Sect, why is it still the same here? Fangxi sighed softly, in my understanding, the long river of time has countless branches, and countless time points condense into one branch. The Ku-chan sect we saw and the Ku-chan sect in ruins are no longer the same branch. No one can change what has happened, we can only look forward. Elder Bai thought for a moment and finally understood what Fangxi meant. Any deviation at any time point will lead to a new branch, so this zen of suffering is not the same as the zen of suffering. Zhang Wen scratched his head. If that was the case, then the future swordsman he had seen before might not necessarily be the current him. But it doesn't matter. As long as he follows the footsteps of his junior sister, he will reach that level sooner or later. After all, he will be the Lord of Juyu in the future. At this moment, Fangxi felt a burning sensation between his eyebrows. The next moment, 19 Sanskrit characters flew out, and instantly the Buddha's light shone everywhere. Fangxi was moved and began to recite the Sutra of the Past Vows of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, to pray for the souls of those who died here. Although Zhang Wen and Elder Bai could not chant scriptures, they clasped their hands together and silently prayed for these dead souls. Even the skeleton looked serious for a rare moment. He put his hands together, his jaw moving slightly, and no one knew what he was muttering to himself. After Fangxi finished reciting the Sutra of the Past Vows of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva, the sound of a wooden fish was faintly heard, and the ruins turned into dust and disappeared between heaven and earth. At the same time, a formation plate appeared in front of Fangxi and the others, and an aura of deathly silence was constantly dissipating. Unlike other formations that suppress the aura of death, this formation does not have skeletons to suppress it. It is also possible that the skeleton that suppressed it has already passed away. After Fangxi activated a time shuttle stone, he released the convulsion kneeling technique. Although the small sap could also be used, the convulsion kneeling technique was more convenient. After a busy period, the dead silence was finally suppressed temporarily. As soon as Fangxi stopped, he checked the spirit beast bag to see if the golden-backed black turtle had come out with him. In fact, she had sensed that the spiritual connection was still there, and thought that the golden-backed black turtle should have followed out. But after checking, she did not find the golden-backed black turtle in the spirit beast bag. Mu Jian gloated and said, Master, the little turtle is there. Fangxi looked carefully and saw an egg in the corner. This is the legendary bastard, right? How did it suddenly turn into an egg? Anyway, I managed to get out safely. It's just an egg, it will hatch sooner or later. At this time, Lin Xiangquan said to Fangxi, Fangzhu, we need to leave someone here to guard. It just so happens that I have also learned the swordsmanship of Senior Skeleton, so let me stay. If you wait for others to talk about some things, you will become passive. It is better to take the initiative yourself. Before Fangxi could say anything, Zhu Xuan said, Shaoanzi, there are a lot of people in the Forbidden Guard realm waiting for this good job. It's not your turn yet. His precious granddaughters have a lot of supporting roles, but he only has Xiao Chuanzi. How can he live without Xiao Chuanzi? In fact, Fangxi didn't need to tell him that he had no intention of keeping Lin Xiangquan. After all, he still needed his advice. So Fangxi asked Xiao Jingzi to go to the forbidden area to ask if there was anyone willing to come and guard the formation. Soon, the small mirror brought back the news. The 37th generation guardian of Changsheng Sect, Yuqi Qingyun, said that she is willing to come out to suppress the deadly aura. Fangxi, Yuqi Qingyun. Isn't this her destined second wife? Blood-devouring Huan was like a chicken with blood. Okay, I think this is fine. We are all relatives, you should give her some special treatment. You shouldn't be partial to her in the Forbidden Guard. This time when she comes out, you should give her more spiritual energy from heaven and earth. Maybe she and Chailawa can continue their relationship in the future. TSK, maybe she can even give birth to a little uncle or aunt for you. Fangxi. Let's just say, what do you think about all day? The key point is that suppressing the deadly aura is very risky. If something unexpected happens, won't old man Chai blame her? Zhu Shihuan said immediately, cultivation is to compete with the heavens. If you are afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind, you might as well sell sweet potatoes in the secular world. If she really died here, it was because she was not skilled enough and she could not blame others. Besides, it won't be long before the people in the forbidden world will be able to develop a formation that uses the time shuttle stone. By then, you can make a puppet body for her and she will be reborn. Fangxi felt that what Zhu Xuan said made sense, and after thinking it over, he agreed. In a moment, Yuqi Qingyun was teleported out by the small mirror. Before she had time to look at Shizhou, she heard someone laugh, sister-in-law, you're fine, right? Yuqi Qingyun. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1168. This generation is completely messed up. Yuqi Qingyun looked carefully and saw 3 monks and a skeleton standing in front of him. I just don't know who said this just now. Could it be that she was hallucinating? When Fangxi saw Yuqi Qingyun's surprised look, he realized belatedly that they had not yet taken the antidote for the disguise pill. She quickly took out the antidote, took 1 pill herself, and gave 1 to Zhang Wen and Elder Bai respectively. Then quickly applied the hair growth liquid made from the hair growth pill to the head. While she was busy here, Zhu Xuan poked his big head out and said to Yuqi Qingyun, Sister-in-law, from Chai Lao's perspective, no, Yuan Wenshan's perspective, you should call me big brother. Yuqi Qingyun, where did this idiot come from? Not to mention that Yuan Wenshan and I are a thing of the past, the key point is that I know who you are, so just let me call you big brother. When Yuqi Qingyun came out of the grave mound, Fangxi and Zhu Xuan had already left. Although he had heard some mention of them from others, he did not remember the name Zhu Xuan for a moment. She calmed herself down and bowed to Feng Shi as a junior. The 37th generation guardian of the Changsheng sect, Yuqi Qingyun, pays homage to Feng Zhu. Feng Shi thought to himself that the generation structure was completely messed up. Forget it, let's just deal with it. She smiled and held her hands together. You don't have to be polite, Yuqi guardian. Let me introduce you. This is my grandfather, the great hero of the demon clan, Zhu Xuan. Before Feng Shi finished speaking, Zhu Xuan said to Yuqi Qingyun, sister-in-law, when you kick Yuan Wenchen, don't even mention how painful it was for him. Drinking all day long is like losing your soul. If he knew you were still alive, he would be so happy that he would be at a loss. In the past, the human race and the demon race were irreconcilable and you were forced to separate. Now that humans and demons are one family, you can resume your relationship. When the situation stabilizes, I will be your matchmaker and ensure that your wedding will be a grand one. Yuqi Qingyun interrupted him because she felt that if she didn't say anything, this idiot might go on and on. Old ancestor Zhu, there is no need to talk about the past. Now that we are facing a powerful enemy, we should focus on the important matters. After saying that, he looked at Feng Shi and said, Feng Zhu, please ask someone to teach me the sword technique to suppress the deadly aura. Feng Shi asked Zhang Wen to teach Yuqi Qingyun the sword technique. She used her spiritual sense to say to Zhu Shihuan, Grandpa, can you please restrain yourself a little? Yuqi the guardian obviously doesn't want to talk about love, so please don't bring it up again and again. Zhu Xuan snorted coldly, you know shit. Do you think I, a grown-up, can't even tell the difference between a man's eyebrows and eyes? I'm doing this for Chai Lao. If I don't say a few more words, how can I arouse the guilt of this cruel woman? Once we leave, she will be bored here alone and maybe she will think of Chai Lao. If we bring them together in the future, won't they be able to reunite? Feng Shi, have you ever thought that what Yuqi Protector said was all true, that she had long seen through the secular world and no longer wanted to indulge in love affairs? Zhu Xuan, that's her business. Anyway, I have done everything I can, Chai Lao should appreciate my kindness. Otherwise, he always brings up the fact that he was the boss. I wonder if he has the nerve to bring it up this time. Feng Shi. That's true. At the beginning, Old Man Chai was the eldest brother. Later, Zhu Xuan snatched the title of the eldest brother away on the grounds that he accepted her as his granddaughter first. Feng Shi continued to apply hair growth liquid on his head while watching Yuqi Qingyun learning swordsmanship. This was all thanks to the time she refined the elixirs for those golden birds, which allowed her to refine many kinds of hair growth pills. As she wiped it, she muttered, long, 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 long. Elder Bai standing aside. But his hands were not idle either, he was also applying hair growth liquid on his head. If he goes back with this bald head, Yin Yu will definitely criticize him. Speaking of this, he said to Feng Shi, Feng Zhu, I don't know what the situation is like over there with junior brother Yin. Unfortunately, I can't receive any information here. I can only go out and ask. Feng Shi nodded. Now in the Jiyu continent, my master can be regarded as a top master, there shouldn't be any problem. When Elder Bai heard her call Elder Yin, master, he couldn't help but feel envious and jealous. Yin Mutu had used up all his good luck in his life on taking in disciples. After he said this, Feng Shi thought of his master and fellow senior brothers. It's a pity that she left her hometown at such a young age for the sake of the greater good. What's the use of having a lot of titles? It's because I'm so poor that I only have money left. At this time, Elder Yin had already brought Jiang Ji and the other two to the southern region. After passing through the passage between the two domains, Elder Yin disappeared, and in public, only Jiang Ji and the other two were heading to the Changsheng sect. This was also proposed by Pei Zhou. On the one hand, it can allow the three of them to pass through, and on the other hand, it may also lure out spies from the Tiank Alliance Saw Master Han Feng's faction. Junior sister has been suffering in the southern region, while they have been enjoying good food and drink at home. It would be so embarrassing if they went to see junior sister with empty-handedness. If we catch a few spies on the road, it would be considered a gift. Elder Yin didn't want to beat around the bush. Seeing that what Pei Zhou said seemed to make sense, he agreed. 2 days passed in a blink of an eye. Although there were some minor setbacks along the way, we did not encounter any spies. Pei Zhou couldn't help feeling a little discouraged. Just as he was greatly disappointed, a large group of people appeared in front of him. He was suddenly shocked. Are all spies so high profile nowadays? Is this an attempt to take their lives first? He couldn't help but quicken his pace. Jiang Ji was always calm and composed, so he could not help but remind him, second junior brother, don't be reckless. Rong Zheng said, second senior brother, according to Article 57, Clause 8 of our sect's rules, disciples of the sect should obey orders when they're training outside. Pei Zhou respected Jiang Ji very much, but he had no good temper towards Rong Zheng, who was a stickler for sect rules. However, he was too lazy to argue with Rong Zheng because the other party was just like chanting a sutra and it gave him a headache. Fortunately, I will see my junior sister soon, and then I will let her deal with him. As the distance got closer, a man ran over from the group of people. 3 of you, I am Shashi's second uncle. Our Meng family master sent me to welcome you. I am Shashi's 5th uncle. Our Wei family master has prepared a welcoming banquet and is waiting for you. When Master Geng heard that you were coming, he was so happy that he said that you were all his children and that you had to come to his house to stay. Shaoxi is the granddaughter of our Wangfu family master, and you are the grandsons of our family master. Come home with me. Pei Zhou. Is this the hardship and fatigue that junior sister has to endure in the southern region? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1169, one generation is stronger than the previous. The person who Pei Zhou thought was suffering was looking in the mirror at this moment. It's no wonder that the hair growth liquid she developed is very effective. In less than an hour, the hair has grown more than an inch long. Feng Shi looked at his crew cut and said with emotion. If a person is good looking, it doesn't matter if he has hair or not, or how long his hair is, it doesn't affect his beauty at all. Zhu Shihuan snorted coldly. I don't know who was desperately applying hair growth liquid to the bald head just now. Fang Shi pointed at herself. It's me. Grandpa, I apply hair growth lotion not because it doesn't look good, but because I can't keep warm without hair, and my beauty is a bit freezing. Blood-devouring world. When it comes to shamelessness, you are indeed getting better and better with each generation. Fang Shi boasted for a while, took out 2 spiritual fruits, handed one to Elder Bai, and started eating them with a crunch. Hair growth requires nutrients, so she needs to replenish them. To be honest, she really wanted to eat meat now, but it was not appropriate here. After all, this place might have been the territory of Ku-chan Sect. She decided to go out and satisfy her craving. After eating the spiritual fruit, she began to practice the Sanskrit sound technique. She loves this skill so much. Combined with her saintly light, it is most suitable for playing tricks. Zhu Xuan felt jealous because he also liked the Brahma sound technique, but he couldn't practice it. Because he was jealous, he didn't like everyone, especially the skeleton who was trying to take advantage of Fang Shi's Buddha's light. This skeleton was such a jerk that no matter how Fang Shi asked, he just pretended to be dumb and refused to tell her the cultivation method of nirvana. Later, Fang Shi got a set of nirvana cultivation techniques from Yuanfu, but Zhu Xuan couldn't use it for the time being because his skeleton was still in Lang Yinyuan suppressing the aura of death. During Fang Shi's training, Zhu Xuan used his spiritual sense to speak to her. I think this skeleton is getting more and more outrageous. You can't indulge him too much. You have to teach him a lesson. Fang Shi was a little puzzled. Grandpa, senior skeleton didn't seem to have done anything out of the ordinary. Zhu Shihuan, we are both suppressing the deadly aura, but he can run and jump outside while I can only stay here. Isn't that out of line? Fang Shi. You are a master at expressing envy, jealousy and hatred in such a refreshing and refined way. Zhu Shihuan snorted coldly. Let's not talk about anything else. We respect and care for him very much, but he still refuses to tell us the practice method of nirvana. Don't you think he is a bit unkind? Fang Shi said, Grandpa, maybe senior skeleton has his own reasons. He can sacrifice his life to suppress the aura of death, so how could he be reluctant to give up a set of skills? After saying this, he continued to practice the Brahma sound technique. Zhu Shihuan was furious. He got this granddaughter in vain. She keeps helping outsiders to criticize him. She doesn't even know who her real grandfather is. When he was getting angry, Lin Xiangchuan said to him, Old Ancestor Zhu, Ancestor Fang is closer to you, so she is not so cautious when speaking, otherwise she would not have asked Yuanfu to help you find Ni Shu's cultivation method. The reason she spoke up for senior skeleton was because of you. Think about it, when you practice nirvana cultivation in the future, you will definitely need senior skeleton, so she must maintain a good relationship with senior skeleton. Zhu Xuan suddenly felt much more comfortable. Thanks to Shaowanzi, otherwise we would have no way to survive. Now he understands why some emperors like treacherous ministers. Because treacherous ministers can provide emotional value. After Fang Shi practiced the Sanskrit sound technique for another 2 hours, Yu Qi Qingyun said that he had learned the sword method to suppress the aura of death. In fact, she had already learned it a long time ago, but to be on the safe side, she didn't tell Fang Shi until she had mastered it. Zhu Xuan was eager to eat melons, so he didn't care about being angry with Fang Shi, and said with gloating. See, from this point we can tell that he is a man of firm character. No wonder he kicked Chai Lao away. I think it will be extremely difficult for Chai Lao to reconcile with his former lover. Fang Shi also felt that it would be a long journey for old man Chai to pursue his wife, but that was all in the past. It was more important to get down to business. She let the small mirror release some spiritual energy from heaven and earth to Yu Qi Qingyun so that she could practice. Zhu Xuan said quickly, Shaoxi, it doesn't matter if you release 1 sheep or 2 sheep. You can let Shaowanzi go out and share some of the benefits. Fang Shi, okay. In fact, when Fang Shi gave Zhu Xuan special treatment, she would also give some to Lin Xiangchuan. She knew that her step-grandfather wanted to win people's hearts, so she didn't say anything. Lin Xiangchuan didn't expect that such a good thing would happen. It seems that his road to flattery is getting wider and wider. If that stupid disciple of his had 1/10 of his skills, he wouldn't be holding him back. While Yu Qi Qingyun was practicing, Zheng Wen applied hair growth liquid on his head. As he wiped the dirt, he said to Fang Shi, Junior sister, are we going to Shaya Sect next? Fang Shi nodded. Well, after we solve the deadly aura of Shaya Sect, we will return to Changsheng Sect. Zheng Wen actually likes being outside because he is the only senior brother around his junior sister. When we return to Changsheng Sect, some of junior sister's love will be shared by Jing Laoxi. Fortunately, the other 3 were far away in Xuanshan Sect, otherwise how would he survive? Zhu Xuan said to Fang Shi secretly, Xiao Shi, use the recording stone to secretly record a video, and then show it to Chai Lao to help him heal his lovesickness. Fang Shi. I won't do such a tasteless thing. Zhu Xuan immediately scolded her again, saying that she was unfilial and inflexible. Fang Shi pretended not to hear. After Yu Qi Qingyun absorbed the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, Fang Shi gave her a few time shuttle stones and a sack of high-level talismans for her to use in case of emergency. Yu Qi Qingyun looked at the sack of high-level talismans and fell into deep thought. Has the current art of talisman making developed to such a terrifying level? It seems that she needs to practice hard, otherwise she will not be able to keep up with the situation. As for men. Haha, where is the cultivation incense? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1170, respecting the elderly and loving the young is a traditional virtue. Fang Shi gave Yu Qi Qingyun some more instructions and prepared to take Zheng Wen and the others out of the barrier. Zhu Xuan poked his big head out and said to Yu Qi Qingyun. Sister-in-law, when I get out, I'll send a message to Chai Lao and tell him the good news that you're still alive. I guess he must be so happy. Don't worry, it won't be long before we can research a replacement formation, and then you can resume your relationship. Yu Qi Qingyun said calmly, if Ancestor Zhu has such leisure time, he might as well practice hard, which can also help Ancestor Feng. Blood-devouring world. I was trying to bring you two together with good intentions, but you actually scolded me. Forget it. As an older uncle, I can't argue with my brother's wife. I'll just put the blame on Chai Lao. Fang Shi was afraid that Zhu Xuan would say something vicious again, so she quickly said goodbye to Yu Qi Qingyun and left the barrier. The barrier was inside the lake, and they swam to the shore after exiting the barrier. Everyone went ashore, except the skeleton, who was still having fun in the water. Zhu Xuan said to Fang Shi, it would be fine if he was a good swimmer, but he is just doggy paddling and it's embarrassing. Fang Shi knew that her cheap grandfather's conjunctivitis had recurred, so she urged Skull to get ashore quickly. The skeleton reluctantly came out of the water, pointed at Zhun Wen, and then quickly tore itself into a pile of bones. Zhun Wen. Just memorize it. Respecting the elderly and loving the young is a traditional virtue. 2 days later, Fang Shi and his companions arrived at the forbidden area of Shaya Sect. It turned out to be a mass grave. Fang Shi, Li Chen, let's talk about how you first discovered that there was something strange about this place. It doesn't seem too strange that there are no living things in the mass grave. Elder Bai explained, although mass graves are generally barren, there are at least weeds. You see, there is no grass growing here, and there are no scavenging monsters. This goes against common sense. Fang Shi thought about it and asked, which grave has the problem? Elder Bai said, there is a largest grave mound at the innermost part, and the aura of death and silence is emanating from there. I wanted to take a closer look, but failed after several attempts because the air of death was so thick in that area. Fang Shi nodded, then let's go over and take a look. Zhun Wen and Elder Bai quickly swallowed a beast core to reduce the impact of the deathly aura. Just as Elder Bai said, the further we went inside, the thicker the air of death became, and even thick fog had formed in the back. Fang Shi activated a time shuttle stone, and the thick fog dissipated a little. As the thick fog dissipated, Fang Shi also saw the big grave mound inside. Fang Shi had seen many grave mounds in the Forbidden Realm before, but he had never seen one this big. After getting closer, Fang Shi discovered that there was a barrier around the tomb. Because of her previous experience, she used the convulsion kneeling technique. What's more, as soon as a few of them were released, cracks appeared in the barrier. Just as Fang Shi was about to go in, Zhun Wen took out a rope and tied their arms together. Fang Shi. In fact, Elder Bai also wanted to do this, but he didn't dare to. He could only repeat in his heart, believe in Fang Shi and you will have eternal life. After the three of them went in, they were stunned when they saw the scene in front of them. There were bones everywhere. And they are all human bones. The package Zhun Wen was carrying fell to the ground, and the bones of the skeleton were scattered all over the ground. If it weren't for the bright light emitting from the bones, Fang Shi and the others wouldn't even be able to tell which bones were the skull bones. The skeleton slowly assembled itself, knelt on the ground, and looked into the distance with its empty eye sockets. Although he didn't make any sound or move, Fang Shi and the others felt the sadness and despair from him. Even Zhu Xuan rarely said anything sarcastic. He sighed, this should be Nishu's territory, right? Otherwise, the old skeleton wouldn't be so sad. Fang Shi had the same guess and felt a pang of sadness in his heart. She felt it necessary to pray for the souls of these predecessors, so she sat cross-legged and began to chant. Zhun Wen and Elder Bai stood solemnly at the side. When the skeleton heard Fang Shi chanting, he turned his head suddenly, as if he wanted to say something, but the next moment, Fang Shi and the others disappeared from the spot. The skeleton fell apart immediately. Even so, the two hand bones were still pounding the ground. Obviously very upset. At this time, Fang Shi and the other two were tied up and tied to a stone pillar. There were many people tied up around them. There were a lot of skeletons standing not far from them, pointing at them. The first step in our Nirvana path is to test bones. I think these people have average qualifications. I don't think many of them will be selected. Let's not talk about the quality of the talent, many people can't bear the pain of bone examination, after all, the flesh must be removed to reveal the bones. Look, there's actually a little girl over there. It seems like there aren't many women among us. After all, women all love beauty, and few of them can accept turning into skeletons. Ellipsis. Fang Shi and the other two were about to cry when they heard what they said. What do you mean? Did they travel to Nirvana's lair? What kind of bone examination is needed? Is this an illusion or a certain point in the past? No matter which kind it is, I can't stand the process of removing the meat and checking the bones. Elder Bai and Zhun Wen immediately tried to break free, but were horrified to find that they had no way of summoning the spiritual power in their bodies. The two had no choice but to place their hopes on Fang Shi. Fang Shi tried it, and his spiritual power was also restrained. She wanted to let the little black ball inject some spiritual power or demonic energy into her, but she felt it was inappropriate. Even if he could break free from the restraints by force, there are still so many Nirvana practitioners, and he still wouldn't be able to defeat them. Thinking of this, she hurriedly said, Amitabha, I am a poor Buddhist, and the abbot of the Ku-chan sect can testify for me. As soon as he finished speaking, the skeletons burst into laughter. This little girl must have been so frightened that she actually started talking nonsense. Not to mention that there is no such thing as the Ku-chan sect in this world, the key point is the little girl like her actually calls herself a poor monk, which is really funny. She calls herself a Buddhist. Does she think we are a theatre troupe? It's too late to be scared now. When we first came in, we all signed a life and death agreement. It's useless to regret it now. We must go through the bone examination. Ellipsis. Fang Shi's heart sank. It seems that this illusion or this time point is not the same period as the Ku-chan sect, and her title of Buddhist disciple is useless. The voice of Zhu Huan resounded in his consciousness. Little stream, now that it has come, you should accept it. I think we should just let it go. Just a bone test, isn't it just a little bit of suffering? It's not a big deal. It's a good opportunity to see what the Nirvana path is all about, and it can also be considered as a chance for me to gain experience. Fang Shi. The relationship between grandparents and grandchildren ends here. All friends. She saw that there were still many people tied up around, and the three of them were in the middle, so they would not be the first to be attacked. Therefore, she decided to observe how the so-called bone examination was done, that is, removing the flesh and revealing the bones, and then make plans for the next step. After a while, a skeleton in purple robes came from the distance, and behind him there were several skeletons in white robes. The melon-eating skeletons hurriedly saluted. "Greetings, Elder Jiang." The purple-robed skeleton waved at the melon-eating skeletons, then took out a dagger and muttered something. Then the dagger flew up and hovered in front of Fangxi. The purple-robed skeleton immediately said, "Since the Bone God Sword has chosen this person, let's start with this person." Fangxi. The whole sect is a dog-licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1171. He is my second uncle. Fangxi felt that she was so powerful now that even the dagger was attracted to her. Damn charm. At this time, a white-robed skeleton approached her and said with a look of disdain, "Women are troublesome. You can't take off your clothes to cut the flesh. You can only cut through the clothes. If you cut the wrong place, it's your own problem. It has nothing to do with me." Fangxi. At this time, Zhang Wen on the side shouted, "If you want to pick it, pick mine first, don't touch my sister." The white-robed skeleton glanced at Zhang Wen and said, "It will be your turn soon. Why are you in such a hurry?" Zhang Wen. "Which eye of yours can tell that I'm anxious? I just want to protect my junior sister." Elder Bai originally wanted to let the white-robed skeleton pick his first bite, but when he saw Zhang Wen being defeated, he had to give up. He sighed in his heart. It seems that Sin Fangxi's eternal life sometimes doesn't work. When the white-robed skeleton was about to attack with the dagger in hand, Fangxi whispered, "My dear senior brother, Elder Jiang is my great uncle. I am just going through the motions this time. Just show your respect and don't make me bleed. If you don't believe me, I will recite to you a few sentences of the cultivation method of Nirvana. The method of Nirvana is the supreme of all methods. Blood and flesh nourish bones. First die and then live." The white-robed skeleton was skeptical about Fang Zai's words. Elder Jiang was known for his impartiality. Would he show favoritism? But why does this little girl know the cultivation methods of their Wangu Xianzong? At this time, Elder Jiang urged impatiently, "Cheng Wuya, what are you hesitating about? Why don't you just do it?" The white-robed skeleton, Cheng Wuya, was shocked. What did Elder Jiang mean by this? Was he urging him or did he think he was being tactless? Could it be that this little girl is really a relative of Elder Jiang? Yes, if she didn't have a background, how could a little girl be able to practice the path to Nirvana? She is unusual here. No wonder she was the only one chosen among so many human bone divine swords. It must be that Elder Jiang used some trick. The more Cheng Wuya thought about it, the more he felt that this was the case. However, it was impossible to examine the bones without seeing blood. This really put him in a difficult position. Fangxi saw his expression kept changing and whispered, "Brother Cheng, just pretend to test my scapula, and then put some animal blood on my clothes to confuse them." The scapula is the shoulder blade, which is facing away from the watching skeletons. Cheng Wuya thought, it seems that Elder Jiang had already made arrangements, otherwise this little girl would not have come up with such a deceiving idea. Thinking of this, he believed Fangxi's words without a doubt. It's not that he didn't have the ability to distinguish, the key point is that he never dreamed that a little girl would dare to tell such a big lie at this time and place. He immediately turned behind Fangxi and said loudly, "Normally, we should check 9 bones, but seeing that you are thin, I am afraid you can't bear it, so let's check your shoulder blade." As he spoke, he pretended to insert the bone divine knife into Fangxi's shoulder blade, and then smeared some animal blood on Fangxi's clothes. At the same time, he whispered to Fangxi, "What level of bone resource are you?" Fangxi. "I only know that spiritual bones are divided into grades 1 to 9, but I don't know how many levels of bone resources are divided into." So he said, "I am the same as you, senior brother Cheng." She even admired herself, thinking that this answer could not be wrong. She was such a clever little girl. Sure enough, Cheng Wuya did not have any unusual reaction after listening to it, and immediately shouted loudly, "Number 36, second-class bone material." There was a commotion among the skeletons watching. "That little girl is actually a second-class talent. I didn't realize she's actually a genius. With such talent, she can be accepted into the inner sect first. If she hadn't been so gifted, she wouldn't have chosen to practice the path of Nirvana." That's true, we will have more junior sisters in the inner sect in the future. Ellipsis. Elder Bai. He is still too superficial. He actually doubted Fang Zu's ability. How is this different from doubting God? He quickly prayed to himself, "Believe in Fangxi and you will give me eternal life. May Feng Zu bless me and let me suffer less." Fortunately, Fangxi did not forget about him and Zhang Wen, and whispered to Cheng Wuya, "The one on the left is my brother, and the one next to him is my cousin." Cheng Wuya. "There's quite a big age gap between you siblings. Your cousin is almost as old as your grandfather. But after all, they are all Elder Jiang's relatives, so we have to take care of them." So, when it was Zhang Wen's turn, Cheng Wuya still tested the scapula, but this time there was no faking. "After all, a lot of people were watching me, and it was luck that I was able to get away with it. Furthermore, men have to take off the shirts, which makes it difficult to fake." He cut Zhang Wen's shirt, then inserted the bone god knife into his flesh and stirred it around. Zhang Wen was in so much pain that he broke out in a cold sweat, but he didn't say a word for the sake of his glorious image. Fortunately, Cheng Wuya quickly pulled out the bone god knife and shouted, "Number 35, second-class bone resource." He thought to himself, he is worthy of being Elder Jiang's relative, his talent is indeed extraordinary. Next it was Elder Bai's turn. Cheng Wuya still examined the shoulder blades, but this time he examined both sides. Elder Bai. This brother and cousin are treated differently. That's right, Zhang Wen just said that he would take the blame for Fang Zu, but he didn't get to take the blame. Next time there is an opportunity to show his affection like this, he must be the first to do so. Number 30 West, second-class bone capital. Cheng Wuya thought to himself that Elder Jiang probably didn't think much of this relative before, otherwise he wouldn't have wanted him to join the sect at such an old age. Fortunately, the Nirvana path is different from other practices, and being older doesn't pose any problem. When it was number 33's turn, Cheng Wuya acted impartially and examined 9 bones, cutting out a piece of flesh from each one. The screams were as loud as those at a pig slaughtering scene. Zhang Wen and Elder Bai suddenly felt that the wounds on their backs were no more than mosquito bites. Elder Bai quickly recited in his mind. Believe in Fengshi and you will have eternal life. Believe in Fengshi and you will have eternal life. Believe in Fengshi and you will have eternal life. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1172, her second uncle's teeth are quite white. Fengshi was chatting with Zhu Shihuan at this time. Grandpa, your granddaughter has disappointed you again. I just said it casually, but who knew that Cheng Wuya would believe it? If you want to blame someone, blame my strong personality charm. Zhu Shihuan sneered, if you have the ability, don't use the light of a saint when you make up lies. Fengshi said with a smile, Grandpa, it's not like we don't have the conditions, why not use it? That's right, Fengshi had just secretly activated the light of the saint. Although his spiritual power was restricted, it was not a big deal as he had the little black ball. If the Saint's Light version 3.0 had not been activated, Cheng Wuya would not have believed Feng Zai's words so easily. Fengshi feels that he needs to upgrade the version when he has time to keep up with the times. The grandfather and grandson chatted for a long time, and the bone examination of number 33 was just finished. Cheng Wuya curled his lips and said, Number 33, 7th class bone resource. Fengshi learned from the discussions of those melon-eating skeletons that the 7th level skeletons could only be reduced to menial tasks. After suffering for so long, you can only do menial work. How can it be such a bad word? Fortunately, she is a genius with 2nd class talent. Blood-devouring world. Have you tested it? Don't you know the answer? Are you deceiving even yourself? Examining bones is a strenuous job, so after Cheng Wuya had examined 10 people, other people took over. Zhu Shihuan said, these guys are so stubborn, why can't they send a few more people to do it at the same time? Fengshi, Grandpa, have you ever thought that they might only have one bone sword? Blood-devouring world. I don't want to talk now. I especially don't want to talk to a certain unfilial granddaughter. The grandparents and grandchildren ended the pleasant conversation with the sound of wailing coming one after another. Since Fengshi had completed the bone examination, he had time to think about many things. She looked at the group of melon-eating skeletons and thought of a very crucial question. How do these people recognize each other on a daily basis? Although these skeletons are tall, short, fat, and thin, they are generally the same, and it is difficult to tell who is who. Even those in white robes look the same. Could it be that after practicing the path to Nirvana, one will be able to distinguish them? If this is the case, then those who are face blind can practice the path to Nirvana, ensuring that they can recognize the other person even if he turns into ashes. Fengshi's gaze fell on the purple-robed skeleton again. This was her second great-uncle, and she had to take a good look at him. You know what, her second uncle's teeth are quite white. Elder Jiang was watching the bone examination when he noticed someone was staring at him. He turned around and saw the little girl tied in the middle grinning at him. Elder Jiang thought that this little girl must want to please him, or even want to become his disciple. What a pipe dream. Although the second-grade bone physique is quite good, one can only enter the inner gate. What's more, the path to Nirvana is more suitable for men to practice, and she, a little girl, might give up halfway. So, his gaze stayed on Fengshi for a moment and then moved away. Fengshi saw a bit of contempt and disdain in his hollow eyes. This is all thanks to her recent interactions with the skeleton seniors, she is now considered a skeleton master. If someone else saw Elder Jiang's attitude, they would definitely feel disappointed, but Fengshi didn't take it seriously at all. There are many people who look down on me, and you won't make a difference. Cheng Wuya saw clearly the eye contact between Fengshi and Elder Jiang. Cheng Wuya was delighted, he had made the right bet. They are indeed relatives. He helped Elder Jiang to do this matter, and Elder Jiang will definitely not treat him unfairly in the future. 3 hours later, the bones of all the people tied to the stone pillars were finally examined. The air was filled with the smell of blood and screams. Those who knew it was a bone examination site thought it was an execution ground, while those who didn't thought about it would think it was a place of execution. Among the dozens of people tied up, except Fengshi and the other 3 who were of 2nd-grade bone quality, there was one who was of 5th-grade bone quality, one who was of 6th-grade bone quality, and the rest were all of 7th-grade bone quality. Those above the 3rd rank can enter the inner gate, those above the 6th rank can enter the outer gate, and the others can only serve as menial servants. Under the envious gazes of many people, Fengshi and the other 2 were brought into the inner gate by Cheng Wuya. In fact, this task was not originally his, but in order to please Elder Jiang, he took the initiative to take it on. Elder Jiang thought that he just wanted to make some potential inner disciples, so he didn't think much about it and agreed immediately. Cheng Wuya felt very happy. What did it mean that Elder Jiang agreed so readily? This means that Elder Jiang has already regarded him as one of his own. After a lot of imagination, Cheng Wuya smiled happily towards Fengshi and the other 2. Of course, in the eyes of Fengshi and the other 2, no matter how much a skeleton smiles, it has nothing to do with the spring breeze, but it matches the gusts of cold wind. 3 junior brothers and sisters, there are only numbers on the registration book, no names, what are your names? Fengshi immediately said, my name is Fengshi, my brother is Zheng Wen, and my cousin is Bai Liken. Cheng Wuya, why do you brothers and sisters have 3 surnames? Fengshi sighed, Brother Cheng, you don't know that the family situations of the 3 of us are a bit complicated. I am my parents' biological child, my brother was adopted, and my cousin followed his mother to remarry into our Feng family, so the 3 of us have 3 different surnames. Cheng Wuya thought to himself, it is indeed very complicated. Now he understood why Elder Jiang only paid attention to Fengshi and paid little attention to the other 2. It turned out that there was a difference in closeness to them. In fact, the reason why Fengshi did not make up 3 names with the same surname was, on the one hand, because she was bad at naming, and on the other hand, it would take some getting used to if she changed her name, so it would be better to use her real name. In addition, if she encounters a blood test, she can use this explanation to get away with it. As they were talking, the three of them passed through a guarded portal and entered the inner door. As soon as he entered, Cheng Wuya turned into a normal person. It wasn't just him. Everyone he saw was a normal person and he didn't see any skeletons. Cheng Wuya saw Feng Shi and the other two looking confused and said with a smile. You don't think that we, the Nirvanas, can only appear in the form of skeletons on weekdays, right? Although our flesh and blood have all turned into straight bones, we can still use magic to make ourselves no different from ordinary people. However, casting spells requires a large amount of nirvana, so few people use it. But there is a formation inside the inner gate, so we only need to expend a little bit of our cultivation to maintain the appearance. Feng Shi and the other two suddenly realized what was going on. Zhu Shihuan immediately said to Feng Shi. Did you hear that? I told you that old skeleton wasn't sincere. He could have shown us what he really looked like, but he never did. They hide things from us all day long, guarding against us like thieves. Feng Shi, Grandpa, think about how miserable senior skeleton is waiting for us in the cemetery. Do you feel better? Zhu Shihuan, ha ha ha, you said that as if I can't stand seeing him being good. Ha ha ha, you are really judging others by your own meanness. Feng Shi, let's just say this, could you please not laugh while you say this? She complained in her heart and asked Cheng Wuya. Brother Cheng, I have a question. How do we distinguish each other when we are all skeletons? Cheng Wuya said immediately, this is easy, once you cultivate your spiritual bones, you will be able to develop your spiritual eyes, and then the skeletons will be no different from ordinary people in your eyes. Speaking of this, the three of you must hurry up and cultivate your first spiritual bone. If you fail to cultivate a single spiritual bone within 3 months, you will be subjected to the earthly punishment of soul slicing. Although it won't kill anyone, the process will be very painful. Feng Shi. I don't want to stay in this crappy place for even a single day. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1173. Who understands the joy of having a nitpicking grandfather? Cheng Wuya didn't know Feng's eyes in a grief at this moment, and said with a smile. But with the aptitude of the three of you, you should be able to cultivate your first spiritual bone in 2 months at most, let alone 3 months. Feng Shi, there are 3 people on the surface, but in fact there are only 2. I am a parallel importer. But that's not necessarily the case. Maybe I really am a second-class talent, or even a first-class talent. Yes, I am a genius. So, she said confidently, Brother Cheng, thanks to your good words, we must practice hard and strive to cultivate the first spiritual bone as soon as possible. By the way, senior Brother Cheng, generally speaking, which bone is the first spiritual bone? Cheng Wuya said, we first cultivate the ribs, then the sternum, spine, limbs, and finally the bones of the skull. However, since there are 20 ribs in total, it will take at least a year. If one wants to cultivate all the bones in the body into spiritual bones, it will take at least 5 to 10 years. And that requires a genius. For an average person, it is common to spend decades or even hundreds of years. You have just entered the sect, so you don't need to think too much, just focus on cultivating your first spiritual bone. As they were talking, Cheng Wuya took Feng Shi and the others to the miscellaneous hall in the inner gate. Feng Shi had worn so many small vests and was not unfamiliar with this process. It was nothing more than collecting identity tokens, training supplies, and being allocated accommodation. This was indeed the case, and the three of them received their identity tokens and training supplies very smoothly. However, the residence of the Eternal Immortal Sect is different from that of other sects. There are no ready-made houses, and people need to dig them themselves. Feng Shi and the other two looked confused. Dig? Shouldn't it be building a house? Why digging? Cheng Wuya deliberately kept it a secret. I'll take you there to see it later, and you'll understand. Half an hour later, Feng Shi and the other two looked at the so-called residential area in front of them with dull expressions. There are endless graves, one after another. Feng Shi 3, we are familiar with this question. Isn't this just a replica of the Forbidden Realm? No wonder he was digging, it turns out he was digging his own grave. Cheng Wuya explained, the path to Nirvana emphasizes death before rebirth, so we need to create an atmosphere of death, which is conducive to practice. This is not just the case with the inner sect disciples, but with the entire sect, including the sect master and the elders. Feng Shi, your Wangu Xianzong should change its name to Wangu Ghost Sect. However, when in Rome, there is the Romans, so they couldn't say anything. Besides, they had been in the Forbidden Realm before, so they could accept it and even felt a little familiar with it. Cheng Wuya continued, as long as it is within this designated area, you can choose any place to dig your residence. Hurry up and dig, I should go back to practice. Feng Shi said with gratitude, Brother Cheng, you helped us a lot today. I am not good at speaking, so I won't say anything extra. The three of us will definitely repay you in the future. Cheng Wuya waved his hand, we are all family, there is no need to be so polite. If you have any questions in the future, please send me a message at any time. Feng Shi thanked him profusely again, and Zhongwen and Elder Bai also had looks of gratitude on their faces. Cheng Wuya thought, it seems that these three are grateful and will definitely speak well of me in front of Elder Jiang. My good days are coming soon. With such beautiful expectations, he left happily. After he left, Zhongwen asked Feng Shi, little sister, where do we dig? Since it's a play, we have to do the whole thing, and the name also has to be changed. Feng Shi felt that he couldn't get too close to the others. After all, the three of them were people of unknown origin to some extent. So Feng Shi pointed to the distance and said, let's choose that side. The place Feng Shi mentioned was at least 5 miles away from other people's graves, and was already the edge of the designated area. Anyway, Cheng Wuya said that as long as it is within the designated area, it will be fine. After the three of them arrived at the place, they started digging with great effort. Elder Bai is an expert in this area. After all, he had lived in the Forbidden Realm for a long time before. Under his leadership, Feng Shi and his team had dug the grave before dark. Of course, it was a very simple one. On the one hand, they were short on time, and on the other hand, they had no intention of staying there for long. After being so frightened and exhausted that day, the three of them had no energy to chat and went back to their homes. After Fang Shi crawled into his own grave, he took out the bed and bedding from his storage ring and fell asleep. Blood-devouring world. You have such a big heart, he said to Lin Xiangchuan. Do you think I have a connection with graves in this life? He had been lying in the grave for tens of thousands of years, and finally had a granddaughter, but now she still lives in the grave every other day. How can I seek justice? Lin Xiangchuan smiled bitterly and said, Ancestor Zhu, am I not the same? Zhu Xuan thought about it and realized that this person had just crawled out of a grave. Okay, think about it from another angle. There must be a coffin inside the grave, which means they will be promoted and get rich. Yes, after coming out of the grave, his seniority and status have risen rapidly. Thinking of this, he felt that there was no difference between the tomb mound in front of him and the Golden Palace, except that one was above ground and the other was underground. While he was daydreaming, Fang Shi had already fallen asleep. She saw the long river again. She looked at her reflection in the river and dived into it. He startled and opened his eyes. She looked west blankly, then formed a spiritual seal with her right hand, threw it outside the grave mound, and then fell asleep. At this time, a group of skeletons were wandering around the periphery of the residential area. These skeletons were different from the ones Fang Shi saw during the day. Their bones were all red. These red skeletons bared their teeth and claws in the moonlight, their jaws crackling, and they looked like crazy. Just as they approached the edge of the settlement, they were blocked by a barrier. They began to tear at the barrier frantically. Just as they were enjoying biting each other, a spiritual seal flew out from the barrier and hit the skull of one of the red skeletons with a pa-pa. The red skeleton's movement suddenly froze. Not only it, but other red skulls as well. After a long while, the bones of the red skeletons were scattered all over the ground. Then he began to assemble it hastily, not even caring whether it was his own bones. He put it together randomly and ran away. Fang Shi knew nothing about this and slept until dawn. You know what, no wonder the people of the Wangu Xianzong like to sleep in tombs. The quality of sleep in these tombs is really high. Zhu Xuan curled his lips. Aren't you talking nonsense? Those lying in the graves are all dead people, the kind that can't get up after sleeping. Of course the quality of sleep is high. Fang Shi. Who knows the joy of having a grandpa who is a stickler for arguments? The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1174, Junior Sister Fang Shi's background is so horrible. Fang Shi crawled out of the grave and stretched. It feels so good to see the light of day again. When Zhang Wen and Elder Bai heard the noise, they also crawled out of the grave. Yesterday, the people from the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall told them that they could go to the transmission hall today to learn the cultivation techniques of the Nirvana path. However, Fang Shi decided to go to the canteen for breakfast first. However, after walking around for a long time, I still couldn't find the canteen. Zhu Shihuan sneered and said, the Wangu Xianzong is just a bunch of skeletons. Do you think they need to eat? Although Fang Shi also knew this, there were still disciples who had not yet cultivated their spiritual bones, so there should be a dining hall. Just then, seeing someone passing by, Fang Shi approached and asked, Senior brother, where is our inner sect's dining hall? The man gave Fang Shi a strange look. There is no dining hall at the inner gate, only at the outer gate and the servant's side. You are the new junior sister, right? The most taboo thing for us Nirvana practitioners is the desire for food and drink. You can go to the Miscellaneous Affairs Hall to buy some fasting pills and try not to eat. Fang Shi. I said that the Wangu Xianzong is not a place for human beings to stay, right? Fortunately, there was food in her storage ring, otherwise she would have been hungry forever. At this time, Zhang Wen asked curiously, Little sister, you said that these Nirvana cultivators can't eat, does that mean that elixirs are useless to them? Oh, and they don't even need to wear clothes. It really saves money. Fang Shi curled her lips. He can eat delicious food, can wear pretty clothes, and still live in a tomb. This Nirvana was definitely a big injustice. Fortunately, there was food in her storage ring, otherwise she would have had trouble living like this. The three of them found a secluded place. Fang Shi took out a few meat buns and the three of them shared them. After eating, they went to the Kung Fu Transmission Hall. After the disciples from the Transmission Hall checked the identity tokens of Fang Shi and the other two, they took them to a room. Before Fang Shi went in, he saw a plaque hanging above the house with 3 big characters written on it, the Cave of Broken Souls. She thought to herself that the Wangu Xianzong was filled with a gloomy atmosphere. If one did not have a good mental state, one would definitely go crazy. Fortunately, she is a sunny little Buddhist, so these are not a problem. After entering the house, Fang Shi found an old man sitting cross-legged in meditation in the center. The disciple who led them in bowed and saluted, Elder Ji, these 3 are the new disciples who joined yesterday. Please teach them the Nirvana Sutra. Seeing Elder Ji nod, the disciple turned and left. Elder Ji looked at Fang Shi and the other 2 and asked, what level of talent do you all have? After hearing that it was a second-class bone talent, Elder Ji nodded and said, not bad. You can read the formula first, and then I will explain it to you sentence by sentence. As soon as he finished speaking, densely packed words appeared on the wall opposite Fang Shi and the others. It was the Nirvana Sutra. Fang Shi discovered that this Nirvana Sutra was the same as the one Yuanfu had found for her before, with no difference at all. It seems that their Nirvana practice is still reliable, unlike the Ku-chan sect, which has distorted the secrets. Half an hour later, Elder Ji began to explain to them. The first sentence of the Nirvana Sutra is, the law of Nirvana is supreme among all laws. This sentence should not be difficult to understand. It means that the method we practice in Nirvana is the most powerful method in the world, and there is no one better than it. Elder Ji talked a lot, but the main idea was just bragging. Although Fang Shi and the other 2 did not agree with it in their hearts, they all looked proud of it. Elder Ji was very satisfied with this, and boasted for a while before getting to the point. The phrase, blood and flesh nourish bones, points out the key to the Nirvana art, which is to transform the blood and flesh into spiritual power and merge it into the bones, so that spiritual bones can be cultivated. The reason why there is the term, mortal body, is to explain that the flesh and blood on the body are useless and a burden to cultivation. Therefore, you must remember that once you enter the ranks of Nirvana, you must abandon the desire for food and drink. He was talking excitedly when Feng Shi burped. Elder G. An unhappy look appeared on his face. It's fine if you don't know since you've just started, but don't touch the food again in the future. Do you hear me? Feng Shi nodded quickly. I heard it. Hearing is one thing, doing is another. Seeing that she was quite sincere, Elder G continued to explain. Next, let's talk about death before rebirth. Elder G was a long-winded person who liked to brag. He spoke for an hour and only finished talking about 10 or so sentences. Let's stop here today. Come back tomorrow. Feng Shi. At this rate, it would probably take several months to complete learning the Nirvana Sutra. How much time would they have left to cultivate their first spiritual bone? Feng Shi considered his words for a moment and said, Elder G, I heard that new disciples must cultivate their first spiritual bone within 3 months, or they will be punished. Is this true? Elder G nodded. It is true. Feng Shi asked tentatively, then can you tell us more about it? We can also have more time to practice and avoid being punished. Elder G glanced at her and said, whether you are punished or not has nothing to do with me. I just need to teach my lesson well. Feng Shi. As expected of a skeleton, he is indeed heartless and ungrateful. Feng Shi sighed, being punished is a small matter for us. If someone asks us who taught us the skills in the future, we can't hide it and can only say it was you. At that time, some ignorant people might say something bad to you. For example, you don't fully understand the Nirvana Sutra, then wouldn't it be our fault? In order not to bring shame upon you, we can only seek advice from other people after we go out. It just so happens that we have a few acquaintances in the sect, so we can ask them when the time comes. Elder G asked suspiciously, do you have any acquaintances in the sect? Who? Feng's eyes flickered. No one, I don't know any elders or anything, I only know a few senior brothers. Elder G then realized that Feng Shi and the other two were able to walk without any problems. It was obvious that yesterday's bone examination did not have much impact on them, which meant that the person who examined the bones had shown mercy to them. Could it be that they really know some extraordinary person in the sect? By the way, it seems that the person who presided over the bone examination yesterday was Elder Jiang. When he was in doubt, Feng Shi suddenly said, by the way, Elder G, what does this phrase, mind and spirit become one, and spirit and energy become one, mean? Elder G stared at Feng Shi for a moment, then snorted coldly and said, forgetting one's mind and body means that one should concentrate fully on cultivation. Elder G explained to Feng Shi and the other two for another hour, and his jaw was almost dislocated. This time he didn't have the time to brag or talk nonsense, he just said everything he had. He explained half of the Nirvana Sutra in one breath. He held his jaw with his hand and said, okay, go back and come back tomorrow. Feng Shi said crisply, okay, drink some tea to moisten your throat, and we'll come back tomorrow. Elder G cursed in his heart, I'm just a skeleton, and you want me to drink tea. Are you really mad at me? He actually just wanted to show off and dampen the enthusiasm of the new disciples, but who would have thought that he would run into such a troublemaker? Does this Feng Shi really know Elder Jiang? He decided to go to Elder Jiang and ask him indirectly. It would be fine if the two really knew each other, but if not, he would definitely teach the little girl a lesson tomorrow. As soon as he came out of the martial arts hall, he ran into Cheng Wuya. Cheng Wuya hurriedly bowed, greetings, Elder G. Elder G nodded and was about to leave when he suddenly remembered that Cheng Wuya seemed to have gone to the hospital for bone examination yesterday, so he asked. Did you go for a bone examination yesterday? Seeing Cheng Wuya nod, he asked, do you remember there was someone called Feng Shi? Cheng Wuya said hurriedly, remember, I was the one who examined the bones of the 3 siblings yesterday. Elder G stared at him, did Elder Jiang instruct you? Cheng Wuya's eyes were a little uncertain because he didn't know what to say appropriately. When Elder G saw this, he understood what was going on. It seems that Feng Shi was really brought in by Elder Jiang. He immediately said, okay, I understand. Go back and tell Elder Jiang that the little girl is smart. I will take care of her. Cheng Wuya was shocked. Junior sister Feng Shi is not only related to Elder Jiang, but also to Elder G. The background is so scary. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1175 Can relatives fall from the sky? Cheng Wuya felt a little scared. Fortunately he made the right choice yesterday, otherwise he would not know how he died. He calmed himself down and said respectfully, yes, I will definitely convey your words to Elder Jiang. Elder G didn't say anything more and turned back to the transmission hall. Cheng Wuya originally came to the transmission hall to ask questions, but now he can't care about those anymore and runs to see Elder Jiang. Elder Jiang was busy with his official duties. When he saw him coming, he asked, what's the matter? Cheng Wuya felt that Elder Jiang definitely didn't want people to know that Feng Shi was his relative, otherwise he wouldn't have let them go through the normal process. But Elder G's words must also be conveyed. How should I put it appropriately? Elder Jiang frowned when he saw that he was hesitant. What's the matter? Did those 3 inner disciples cause any trouble yesterday? The reason why Elder Jiang asked this was that he just remembered that yesterday Cheng Wuya volunteered to take Feng Shi and the other 2 to go through the formalities of joining the sect. But Cheng Wuya didn't know. He thought to himself, it seems that Elder Jiang cares deeply about his 3 juniors. Otherwise, you can't just open your mouth and ask about their situation. He quickly bowed and said, although the 3 Feng Shi people have just entered the sect, they are very disciplined and motivated. Just now when I went to the transmission hall, I happened to meet Elder G. He praised the 3 of them for the diligence and eagerness to learn, and asked me to tell you that he would take care of them. Elder Jiang was stunned for a moment. What kind of wind is Elder G having? Is it necessary to tell me whether you are looking after Feng Shi and the other 2? Could it be that Elder Ji was related to the three of them? Did they want him to take care of them in the future? That's probably the case. This Elder Ji really didn't understand him at all. He had always been impartial, so how could he treat the three new disciples differently just because of what he said? However, there is no need to say this now. After all, those three disciples did not do anything wrong. Thinking of this, he just nodded lightly and said nothing else. Although it was just a simple, it dispelled the last bit of doubt in Cheng Wuo's heart. Feng Shi's background is indeed not simple. He said, it is impossible for a little girl to come here to practice nirvana for no reason. He should spend more time with her in the future. It will only do good and no harm. Soon, Feng Shi received greetings from Cheng Wuya. Junior sister Feng Shi, is everything going well today? Is there anything I can help you with? Feng Shi certainly knew why Cheng Wuya was so attentive, because she had a good uncle. She replied with a smile, Brother Cheng, we had a smooth day today. Elder Ji from the transmission hall was very patient with us and even praised me for being smart. She actually just said this casually, because they only went to the transmission hall today and there was nothing else to talk about. But when Cheng Wuya heard these words, they echoed what Elder Ji said. Junior sister Feng Shi was pointing a finger at him. This was a disguised way of telling him that Elder Ji was also protecting her. Hearing the song, he knew the meaning of the song, so he naturally had to respond, so he said, Elder Ji also praised you to me today, and asked me to tell Elder Jiang that he would take care of you in the future. Feng Shi. What happened when she didn't know? How come Cheng Wuya thinks Elder Ji is also her relative? And Elder Ji also thinks Elder Jiang is her relative? No matter what the reason is, she must seize this God-given opportunity. She immediately laughed dryly twice. Elder Ji, you are such a fool. I am already an adult, why do I need special care? I am sorry to have embarrassed you, Senior Brother Cheng. By the way, Senior Brother Cheng, do our new inner disciples only need to practice hard? Don't they need to do any tasks? Her subsequent remarks were just to change the subject. After all, the more she spoke, the more mistakes she made. It would be better to let Cheng Wuya imagine it himself. Cheng Wuya's attention was diverted, and he said, you don't have to do anything for 3 months. After 3 months, there will be a Sect mission. I see. Thank you, Brother Cheng. Ellipsis. The two chatted for a few more minutes, ending a conversation that was more based on imagination than facts. Feng Shi put away the identity token and shared this joke with Jun Wen and Elder Bai. Two people. I've heard of pie falling from the sky, but I never thought that a relative could actually fall from the sky. The three of them chatted for a while, discussed the Nirvana Sutra, and then returned to their respective graves. Because Feng Shi had only learned half of the Nirvana Sutra today, he had no way to practice the Nirvana Sutra, so he started practicing the Sanskrit Sutra. Anyway, the place where other people live is quite far away from her, and the Tomb Mound has an isolation array activated, so there is no need to worry about being heard. Actually, there is nothing wrong with hearing it. Many disciples of the Wangu Xianzong switched to the path of Nirvana midway through their practice, and there is no prohibition on practicing other techniques. Feng Shi practiced for a while and felt it necessary to create a Buddhist atmosphere. So he took out a wash basin from his storage ring, and then found a rolling pin, and started knocking on it. While knocking, she was also feeling lucky that she had prepared everything adequately. Even if she gave Elder Yuansheng only one rolling pin, she still had several more. When necessary, she can even show off her unique skill of beating a wooden fish with both hands. You know what, with just one knock, the feeling comes immediately. She muttered to herself and chanted the Sanskrit mantra over and over again. Even though it was already midnight, she was still practicing enthusiastically. Outside the edge of the residential area, the red skeletons came over with bared fangs and claws, and began to tear apart the barrier. They were biting with great enthusiasm when they suddenly felt a surge of consciousness, followed by severe pain. They rolled on the ground in pain, with bones scattered all over the floor. Under the moonlight, it glowed a strange red. The whole sect is a dog licking, but the junior sister is a real dog. Chapter 1176. Your nose is not a dog's nose. At midnight, Feng Shi finally felt sleepy.